Chapter 1. You call Neza a useless martial spirit? This is outrageous. Wenlong, a top streamer on the Kuaishou and Douyin platforms, celebrated his promotion to the third rank by having an impromptu party, allegedly engaging in a one-night stand with 7 female fans, and died from exhaustion. Breaking news! Japan has suffered heavy losses due to a massive discharge of dimensional waste liquid, which has been met with a retaliatory attack from hundreds of thousands of marine monsters. Recently, a new dimensional rift suddenly appeared in Dongchuan province. The Wuhan army of Dongchuan province went to suppress it. Citizens are asked not to panic. The 6th-tier Grandmaster, Thunderbolt Handwen Tai Lai, slew the Lord-level beast Mystic Ice Crocodile at Daming Lake, making his name known far and wide. The Martial Soul Awakening Day is here. Will an S-rank Martial Soul Awakener appear this year? Let's wait and see. Pingcheng, 3rd Middle School. Li Yuan sat in the back row of the classroom, looking at the various explosive news reports on his phone, his head buzzing. No, buddy? Where did I get here? Is this still Earth? Suddenly, countless memories flooded his mind, allowing Li Yuan to understand the situation. He probably did travel through time. In the world of high martial arts, strange beasts roam freely and demons wreak havoc. There is little use for firearms. Only warriors are the core force to protect our homeland and safeguard our civilization. This is the world of advanced martial arts. All I did was ignore the risks and install an app with awesome content. It's not like I'm going to be struck by lightning and transmigrated, is it? And you've put me in this high martial arts world where people can die at any moment, so why don't you give me a cheat code? Li Yuan was internally ranting and raving. Ding! A clear and melodious sound rang out. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Is that you, sister? As a result, the system's voice stopped abruptly halfway through uttering the word system. Simply because Li Yuan discovered that the ding sound wasn't from the system, but rather a message sent by their homeroom teacher, Zhao Deju, to everyone in the group chat. The Martial Soul Awakening ceremony is about to begin. Everyone, assemble on the training ground within 10 minutes. A Martial Soul Awakening ceremony? Yes, today is Awakening Day. Li Yuan suddenly realized what was happening. On Earth, everyone can participate in the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony when they turn 18. Only by awakening one's martial spirit can one embark on the path of martial arts and become a true martial artist. To see a wider world. If the awakening fails, it means that one is not destined for martial arts and can only engage in other jobs. Martial spirits also vary in quality, and are divided into 9 levels from high to low, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The higher the level of a martial spirit, the more advantageous it will be in terms of cultivation speed, growth potential, and actual combat power. However, the higher the level of the martial soul, the lower the chance of awakening. More than 70% of the martial souls are below grade D. Grade C and B account for about 20%. Less than 10% of those who awaken in A-level martial soul are geniuses, and they can basically choose any martial arts academy in the country. As for S rank and above, they are extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Today is the annual Martial Soul Awakening Day. Li Yuan is a senior high school student at Pingcheng No. 3 Middle School. I turned 18 this year. In the era of advanced martial arts, dangers lurk everywhere, and the lives of ordinary people are as worthless as grass. If we encounter a strange beast, we probably won't even have a chance to struggle and escape. I don't want to become food for alien beasts. I must awaken my martial spirit and become a martial artist. Only in this way can you control your own destiny. Li Yuan clenched his fists, a raging fire burning in his heart. I got up and followed the flow of people outside. Brother Yuan, you're about to awaken your martial soul, are you nervous? A chubby boy with a bowl cut came over and bumped Li Yuan with his shoulder. Fang Ping, as his name suggests, is an ordinary person and Li Yuan's best friend. Li Yuan looked at him, shook his head, and said nothing. Damn, you're so calm. I was so nervous. Fang Ping rubbed his face. If the awakening fails, I will have no choice but to go back and inherit my father's 2 villas, 3 factories, 5 shops and 7 luxury cars. Li Yuan, oh. Blanche. Is your brother a rich kid? The sky has fallen. Think about your own situation again. Orphan and destitute, he had no choice but to successfully awaken. It's true, comparing yourself to others is just infuriating. As they talked, they arrived at the playground. Other students also arrived one after another, assembling in groups by class, with each class teacher taking attendance to verify the number of students. Outside the playground, television crews had already set up their equipment and would provide full coverage of the awakening ceremony. Students, the awakening altar is now set up. Without further ado, the awakening ceremony will now officially begin. Students whose names are called, come to the stage for awakening. The principal stood beside the altar with a megaphone and shouted loudly. The moment that will decide our fate has finally arrived. All the students tensed up. Li Yuan's heart jumped into his throat. Luck plays a major role in the awakening of a martial spirit. If awakening fails, all is lost. If awakening is successful, 3 martial souls will usually be activated simultaneously, and the awakener can choose one. Don't even think about it, there's no such thing as watching ads and selecting all of them. To put it bluntly, the martial soul awakening is a bit like a gacha game from my previous life. The odds of winning are already low, and the odds of winning the grand prize are even more pitiful. Starting from Class 1 of Senior 3, the first one is Zhang Chang. The awakening ceremony has officially begun. A boy walked nervously onto the awakening altar. 3 seconds later, awakening failed. The principal spoke indifferently and announced the results. Zhang Chang's shoulders slumped, and he stepped off the stage with a mournful face. Next up, Wang Lily. Awakening failed. Next up, Zhu Wei. Next. The principal transformed into a ruthless roll call machine, continuously reading out the names on the list. Students whose names were called went up on stage one by one. Unfortunately, 5 students in a row failed to awaken and left the stage dejectedly. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 12, turned green with rage. Fortunately, after the 6th student took the stage, the awakening altar finally responded. Accompanied by a dazzling display of light and shadow, 3 illusory martial spirits appeared above the head of the student named Chen Jingfeng. Lifelike and imposing. Holy crap! Mighty Ape, Xuanjia Turtle, and Jade Vine. All 3 of my selectable martial souls are C rank. I'm so envious I'm practically rock hard. The Mighty Ape is incredibly strong, the Xuanjia Turtle excels in defense, and the Jade Vine has a fast recovery speed. These 3 martial souls each have their own strengths and can bring different enhancements. I just don't know how that guy will choose. I'm so torn, which one should I choose? Chen Jingfeng awakened his martial soul, and you're still agonizing over it? Sigh, others have 3 choices for happiness, while we can only look up at the sky and sigh. The students started discussing it excitedly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Jingfeng made his choice. The illusory image of the Mighty Ape martial soul rushed into his body, while the other 2 illusory images of martial souls turned into light and shadow and dissipated into the air. Chen Jingfeng, awakening successful. C-level martial soul, Mighty Ape. Wow! As expected, the heavens have blessed this handsome guy. Chen Jingfeng shouted excitedly, pounding his chest with his fist. Beside her, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 smiled with a face full of wrinkles, like a wild chrysanthemum blooming in the autumn wind. A C-grade martial soul isn't top tier, but it's still quite good. The awakening ceremony continues. Before long, it was the turn of Senior 3-5, Li Yuan's class. Next, Fong Ping. I wish you success, brother. With Li Yuan's blessing, the boy with the bowl cut took to the stage. A moment later. Fong Ping, awakening successful. D-grade martial soul, Savage Bull. Yahoo! Fong Ping was so happy that he danced around like a 160-pound child. I have a martial spirit now. I don't need to go back to inherit the family fortune anymore. Li Yuan. I really want to beat him up. Unfortunately, the situation did not allow it, because the principal had already called out Li Yuan's name. Li Yuan walked up to the awakening altar and reached out to touch the awakening stone suspended in the air. Buzz! A powerful energy surge instantly swept across the entire playground. The awakening altar burst forth with dazzling light in an instant, with myriad divine rays flashing. An unusual phenomenon. The principal exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, 3 illusory martial spirits appeared above Li Yuan's head. Waves of scorching energy emanated from the area, distorting the very space beneath. The pressure unique to S-level martial souls covered the entire area. S rank. And 2 S ranks activated at once. Ha ha ha. Our number 3 middle school has produced a true dragon. The principal burst into laughter, disregarding his image. This is an S-rank martial soul. It's been so many years since one appeared in Pingcheng. Once the news gets out, the 5 top martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom will fight tooth and nail for it. It's appeared. An S-rank martial soul. Quick! We have to take a picture of it. This is absolutely explosive news. Instantly, all the cameras on the television station focused on the awakening altar. In the center of the altar, Li Yuan looked up at the 3 illusory martial spirits. On the left, a ferocious and majestic fire dragon coiled in the void, its body engulfed in flames that dyed a large part of the sky crimson. S-rank martial soul, Crimson Flame Dragon. On the right, a colossal lava giant appears to be standing in scorching magma, its massive body seemingly containing world-destroying power. The S-rank martial soul, Purgatory Flame Demon. In the middle, was an inconspicuous little thing that seemed to be pieced together from lotus roots. An F-rank martial soul, Lotus Root Man. Caught between 2 S-rank martial souls, it appeared weak, pitiful, and helpless. However, the moment Li Yuan saw this so-called F-level martial soul, his DNA stirred. The familiar melody seemed to ring in my ears. It's him, it's him, it's him, it's our hero, Neza. That's right. This little one with 2 tiny buns on her head, red ribbons fluttering on her shoulders, and a collar around her neck is the reincarnation of Lingzhu, a disciple of Nuwa, the number 1 killing god of the 3rd generation of the Chan sect. The Heavenly Court's top hero, the mighty and powerful general. The great god of the 3 altars and the sea. The first person to kill without saving. Neza. 3 heads and 8 arms, Samadhi True Fire, Lotus Incarnation. Wind and Fire Wheels, Universe Ring, 9 Dragons Divine Fire Cover. Come here, you call this a useless F-grade martial soul? If these 3 martial souls were to fight each other, without exaggeration, the odds would be 30-70. In 3 seconds, Neza could kill those 2 S-class enemies 7 times over. What's there to hesitate about? Li Yuan made a decisive choice. Neza. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Brain storage space, plenty of empty spaces. Chapter 2. Neza is already on an invincible path, with multiple systems and multiple paths. Holy crap! Instead of choosing 2 S-rank martial souls, they actually chose an F-rank martial soul that even dogs wouldn't want? Are they stupid? Hilarious. What use is this lotus root human with a useless martial spirit? He played a winning hand terribly. What a waste. I thought Dragon Tattoo was invincible after he fought 7 female fans to death in the night battle, but I didn't expect someone to be even more valiant than him. Whose subordinate is this? Come on, hit me. Am I dreaming? Someone actually chose F level over S level, and it's a password? What kind of brain-dead behavior is that? Smack. Holy crap, you actually hit me? It's sheltered from the sand and wind. Damn it, Li Yuan is committing a crime. He's just wasting an S-rank martial soul like that? If you don't want it, give it to me. Despite being at the center of the storm, Li Yuan remained completely calm. The moment he saw Neza's martial spirit, he knew his choice would shock everyone. After all, giving up 2 readily available S-rank martial souls in favor of an F-rank martial soul is truly astonishing. It's like a man rejecting the advances of both Bing Bing and Jiling, but choosing to be with Sister Feng instead. Naturally, it will be met with countless ridicule, doubts, misunderstandings, and even insults. No need for pity. They will soon realize how foolish their remarks today were. Li Yuan. A furious roar rang out. The principal's obese body was unusually agile, and he swept to the awakening altar with a gust of wind. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Li Yuan. Are you crazy? Why give up an S-rank martial soul and choose a useless F-rank martial soul? Do you realize that by doing this, humanity has lost a future peak combatant for nothing? You must give me a reasonable explanation. The principal's hair and beard stood on end, and his face turned red with anger. Personally, the fact that an S-level martial soul awakener appeared in the awakening ceremony he presided over was an honorable thing that he could brag about for a lifetime. Moreover, it would bring the school great honor and resource support. From a public perspective, every S-level martial soul awakener, as long as they don't die prematurely, will inevitably become a high-end combat force in the human camp in the future, greatly enhancing the strength of the human race. From any perspective, this is a tremendously joyous occasion. However, Li Yuan gave up the S-level martial soul and instead chose the worst F-level martial soul. Falling from heaven to hell. The principal was furious. Faced with the enraged principal, Li Yuan calmly said, I have my reasons, and you will understand in time. Explain? Why should a time traveler need to explain their actions to others? And prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain that is not so easy to move. In the Blue Star Martial Soul system, Neza is an F rank. An F rank is also known as a useless martial soul. Even if Li Yuan told everyone that Neza was awesome, no one would believe him. Truth is won through force. After Li Yuan crushed Gao Wu with his Neza-like supernatural powers, a great Confucian scholar naturally came to debate the classics for him. You. The principal glared at Li Yuan, his lips twitching with anger. But what's done is done, and no amount of talk can change it. All I could do was wave my hand in frustration. Get out. Get out of here. Li Yuan wasn't angry and strolled off the stage. Amidst many strange looks, he returned to the group. A series of strange, sarcastic voices came from beside my ears. Holy crap! Is Li Yuan out of his mind? Could a normal person do something this outrageous? That's so selfish. Every S-rank martial soul awakener is a precious asset to humanity. How can he just give up on them like that? That's a crime, that's betrayal. Here's a joke, even dogs wouldn't want an F-rank martial soul, yet someone is willing to give up an S-rank martial soul for it. That's too narrow-minded. Didn't you see the TV station people over there? They clearly want to use this opportunity to become famous and become internet celebrities. Even being infamous is still fame. If he chooses an S-level martial soul, Li Yuan might even be able to break through the 10.0 level of life before the college entrance examination and become a true martial artist. But with an F-level martial soul, even if he has another 3 to 5 years, it's not certain. Li Yuan simply laughed off these sarcastic remarks. Just a clown. Li Yuan believed that when Neza's supernatural powers shone brightly on him, everyone's jaws would drop to the ground, and they wouldn't be able to pick them up. Although Li Yuan ignored the mockery, his good friend Fong Ping couldn't stand it anymore. What are you babbling about? Yuan Gu has his reasons for making his choice, what does it have to do with you guys? Besides, what right do you failed awakens have to criticize an awakened one? Fong Ping stood up for what was right. Immediately, many people shut up, even those who were dissatisfied dared not speak out. There's no other reason than that Fong Ping awakened the D-level martial soul, the wild bull. Given time, he will surely become a martial artist. In this world of high martial arts, martial artists not only possess outstanding personal combat skills, but also enjoy a social status far exceeding that of ordinary people, and thus enjoy various privileges. No ordinary person would dare to offend a future martial artist. Quiet down, everyone. Don't disrupt the awakening ceremony. A deep voice came from behind. It was the homeroom teacher, Zhao Dezhu. He was once a martial artist, but due to injury, he retired to the second line and came to teach at number 3 middle school. He still has a lot of authority. In short, no one dared to say another word. Zhao Dezhu, wearing a prosthetic leg, approached Li Yuan and looked at him with a complicated expression. Li Yuan, in the last physical test, your life level was only 4.8, which is below the average. If you choose an S-rank martial soul, that's fine, but if you choose an F-rank martial soul, the improvement is too small. Before the college entrance examination, your life level will probably be difficult to exceed 5.5. My advice is, give up on martial arts, it's too risky for you. Moreover, there is a reason why F-grade martial souls are called useless martial souls. Your martial arts endpoint is already fixed at the first level the moment you choose an F-grade martial soul. You could spend your entire life trying to break through to the second tier. Why not take the liberal arts route? Although the F-level martial soul can only help you so much in martial arts, it can at least make your physical strength, mental strength, memory, and observation skills surpass those of ordinary people. It will not be difficult for you to stand out in other jobs besides martial arts. You should think about it carefully. After saying that, Zhao Dezhu turned and left. His silhouette looked rather desolate. Upon witnessing Li Yuan trigger his S-rank martial soul, Zhao Dezhu thought that his regrets might be made up for through this student. Result? His heart was heavy with sorrow. Looking at Zhao Dezhu's limping figure, Li Yuan seemed to be able to sense the other's disappointment. Don't worry, old dang. The college entrance exam is in 3 days. I'll make you so excited you'll fly. Li Yuan murmured softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a captivating mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ta-da! No matter who awakens the killing god martial soul, my killing system will definitely lend a hand. Kill system successfully bound. New player gift pack 200 kill points, 1 divine power draw attempt has been distributed. Neza has already reached an invincible path, with multiple systems and multiple paths. May you, host, soon conquer all high-level martial arts. System? Are you serious? The next moment, a semi-transparent panel slowly unfolded in front of Li Yuan. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neza Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, Apprentice. Life Level, 9.9+. Training Method, the 8th set of National Martial Arts Basic Training Methods Beginner Plus. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus. Divine Power, not obtained. Note, you can currently draw once for free. Kill Value, 200. Note, kill value is obtained by completing kills. Kill value can be used to allocate skill points and draw divine abilities. Li Yuan? Equals? Brilliant. Killing God Martial Soul Slaughter System. Is there a better combination than this? Chapter 3, Skill Point Allocation and Breakthrough. Extracting Divine Power. Although the panel is simple, it contains all the key information. What surprised Li Yuan the most was the value of the life level. The level of life can be seen as the numerical manifestation of physical fitness. A healthy young adult typically has a life level between 5.0 and 6.0. Life level can be improved through training, fitness, diet, and other methods. But ordinary people can only raise their life level to 9.9 at most. That's the upper limit. Only those who awaken their martial soul have a chance to break through the shackles and elevate their life level to 10.0 or higher. This is also one of the entry standards for formal martial arts practitioners. A month ago, during a physical fitness test, Li Yuan's life level was only 4.8, which was below the average. But now, it has reached 9.9. There is only a fine line between being a true martial artist and not being one. Li Yuan understood that this was the enhancement brought about by fusing with Neza's martial soul. They even said Neza's martial soul is useless? It should be noted that even an S-level martial soul, after fusion, can at most raise the life level to 8.9 at once, and it is almost impossible to directly reach 9.0 or above. It's not as good as one of Neza's martial spirits. As I said before, you call this a useless F-grade martial soul? Do you even understand the significance of being called the only God level? But the original owner cultivated for 2.5 years, yet he was only at the very beginning of basic cultivation methods and martial arts? Jinji is pulling up vegetables. Li Yuan silently complained. Cultivation methods and martial arts are like a martial artist's 2 legs. For a martial artist to progress faster and further on the path of martial arts, both of these are indispensable. The former is equivalent to internal energy cultivation techniques, affecting the cultivation speed, the total amount of true energy, and the speed of true energy recovery. The latter refers to external martial arts techniques, such as various fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, and knife techniques, all of which fall under the category of martial arts. All cultivation methods in martial arts in the world are divided into 3 grades: superior, middle, and inferior. Only those who awaken their martial spirit and become true martial artists can cultivate them. But on Earth, everyone practices martial arts, and everyone values martial prowess. Even if they cannot awaken their martial spirit, many people still have a heart for martial arts. As a result, various castrated, simplified, and weakened versions of basic non-grade cultivation methods and basic non-grade martial arts came into being, which could be practiced by non-martial artists' apprentices to strengthen their bodies and improve their life level. Some of these courses have even been included in the compulsory high school curriculum by the Chinese government. There are 5 levels of proficiency in cultivation methods in martial arts: beginner, proficient, master, advanced, and perfect. Beginner level is the lowest level. All I can say is that its predecessor was incredibly incompetent. According to the panel, I can improve my life level, cultivation method, and martial arts by adding points. But kill points are limited, so we have to make some trade-offs. Li Yuan began to ponder. The college entrance exam is in 3 days, and I must improve my skills as much as possible. Cultivation methods? Martial arts? No. These are all secondary. The level of life is fundamental. 9.9 and 10.0 are completely different worlds. After a moment's thought, Li Yuan decisively decided to use the kill points to improve his life level. System, give me some points. Li Yuan shouted in his heart, his thoughts transforming into an invisible hand, gently tapping the plus next to the life level column. The kill value was immediately poured into the life level. Boom! Instantly. The blood in chi seemed to boil, surging and turbulent within the blood vessels. A warm current surged through my limbs and bones. Clenching his fist and feeling the surge of power, Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then opened the panel. Martial Arts Realm, First Stage, Initial Level. Life Level, 10.0 plus. Consuming 100 kill points, my life level has broken through to 10.0. Now, I am only one certification away from becoming a true martial artist. All of this is the result of my continuous persistence and hard work. I only have 100 kill points left. Should I leave Tiny? I'm going all in. After adding more points. Life level, 11.0. Life level 9.9 10.0, an increase of 0.1, consuming 100 kill points. Life level 10.0 11.0, an increase of 1.0, also consuming 100 kill points. The increase is 10 times, but the amount of kill points consumed is the same. It seems illogical, but it is actually in the Ganges. Because the former represents a leap in the level of life, a qualitative change from apprentice to first-level martial artist. The latter, however, only saw a slight improvement. The consumption of kill points is naturally incomparable. Li Yuan understood and stopped worrying about it, turning his attention to the Supernatural Powers section. The new player gift pack includes a chance to draw a divine power. If you don't use it now, when will you? The thought of Nez's various powerful magical abilities and treasures filled Li Yuan with excitement. Choose to draw directly. With a series of crisp clinking sounds, the extraction was completed quickly. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Samadhi Fire, the most powerful and young divine fire in the world, capable of burning and refining anything. Samadhi Fire. It was actually this supernatural power. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and a shocking scene automatically appeared in his mind. Terrifying flames burned the sky, and countless stars were instantly refined into ashes. Wherever the true fire passed, nothing existed, and all returned to nothingness. Li Yuan equals? Holy crap, awesome. However, Li Yuan also knew that with his current meager strength, he was still far from being able to burn the heavens with a wave of his hand. But Li Yuan believes that with his unremitting persistence and hard work, plus a little help from the system, he will be able to achieve it one day. As for now, let's set a small goal first: burn mountains and boil seas. Li Yuan thought to himself. Suddenly, a commotion broke out on the playground. Holy crap! School Beauty in Ruoyo has actually awakened an A-level martial soul, the Crimson Spirit Fox. As expected of the School Beauty, not only is she stunningly beautiful, but even her martial spirit is amazing. I love it. TSK, one can imagine that in Ruoyo, who possesses an A-level martial soul, will surely shine brightly in the martial arts college entrance examination. What a pity, someone didn't choose an S-rank martial soul, but instead chose a useless F-rank martial soul. Otherwise, wouldn't they have been able to easily surpass the School Beauty this time? Hey! Shisuwa is pressing down on the School Beauty. Speaking of which, Li Yuan and Ruoya were childhood sweethearts, but unfortunately from today onwards, they are from two different worlds. Li Yuan was enjoying the gossip when he was suddenly called out. Then, related memories surfaced in my mind. And Ruoya, the School Beauty of number 3 middle school, was formerly known as childhood sweetheart. The reason I put it in quotes is because Li Yuan realized from his memories that this woman didn't seem like a good person. They completely treated Li Yuan like a mobile ATM, a free porter, a punching bag who wouldn't fight back or talk back, and a delivery man who didn't need to pay any delivery fees. She took Li Yuan's care for her with a clear conscience, without ever giving anything in return. The memory flashed through Li Yuan's mind, and he was instantly filled with anger. It's a password. Isn't this just pure, utter green tea, bitch? How did the previous incarnation go blind? How could it be such a vengeful creature? But now that I've transmigrated here, I have to take off this turtle man label. It's fine if the green tea School Beauty doesn't bother with me. If you dare to come. Ha? You really dare to come? Li Yuan frowned as he looked at the School Beauty who walked up to him. With skin as smooth as jade, bright eyes and white teeth, paired with a JK uniform and white stockings, she exudes a youthful and beautiful aura from head to toe. She is indeed damn good looking. Li Yuan. And Ruoyao spoke, her voice clear and crisp, yet carrying an air of superiority. The school will give each awakened person a bottle of qi and blood-nourishing liquid for free. After you receive your share, give it to me. Li Yuan? Is it really that direct? Seeing that Li Yuan didn't speak, and Ruoyao frowned slightly, and her pretty face showed deep impatience. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Li Yuan said calmly, I heard you, so what? And Ruoyao said matter-of-factly, then give me your share. Anyway, you're just a useless F-rank martial soul, so using more nutrient solution would be a waste. Li Yuan smiled. Beside him, Fong Ping was extremely anxious, frantically trying to wink at Li Yuan, almost making himself cross-eyed. Li Yuan, please don't. Li Yuan gently patted Fong Ping's shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Subsequently, she raised her eyelids slightly and looked lazily at Ruoyao. He opened his mouth slowly. 2 words were uttered with perfect clarity. Idiot. Chapter 4. What qualifications do you have to receive nutrient solution? Idiot, idiot? And Ruoyao was stunned and looked at Li Yuan in disbelief. How dare you talk to me like that? Are you trying to rebel? Apologize to me right now and give me some nutrient solution as compensation, or I'll never speak to you again. Such a threat was indeed very intimidating to Li Yuan in the past. But things are different now. Ha! Instead of compromising, Li Yuan clapped his hands in delight. It's a deal. Double happiness is on your side. Don't bother me again. To be honest, I have megalophobia, and I'm especially afraid of big idiots. And Ruoyao was stunned. Immediately afterwards, a surge of intense anger welled up inside him. And Ruoyao's chest heaved violently, and she trembled with anger. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Li Yuan actually insulted Ruoyao? What the heck? Dude, did you mix up the subject and object? I told you shouldn't do manual labor too often. I'm practically hallucinating. I actually heard Li Yuan calling Ruoyao an idiot. He's definitely sick. He chose an F-level martial soul first, and then he insulted the school beauty. He's seriously ill. Stop talking, school beauty An's face has turned green. The onlookers witnessed this scene and immediately began to discuss it. Number 3 middle school is so small, everyone knows that Li Yuan is the school beauty and Ruoyao's loyal simp and number 1 servant. How did I suddenly awaken? Listening to the discussions around her, and Ruoyao could almost feel countless strange gazes falling on her. My cheeks immediately felt burning hot, so red they looked like they were about to bleed. And Ruoyao took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Revert to a cool and aloof demeanor. He tilted his head back and said, Li Yuan, I understand how you feel. He activated an S-rank martial soul, but carelessly chose an F-rank martial soul. He must feel like he wants to die. And then they saw that I had awakened an L-level martial soul. Psychological imbalance is normal. Considering we've known each other for so many years, I won't hold it against you. Calm down and think carefully about how you should talk to me. After saying that, Ruoyao swayed her hips and walked away, leaving a fragrant trail behind her. Arrive at the front of the class line. When faced with a television interview, Ruoyao's expression changed instantly, immediately breaking into a bright and cheerful smile. But the thought of Li Yuan's rude remarks just now made her so angry that her teeth itched. Snort! Li Yuan! Who do you think you are? If it weren't for the fact that you're relatively obedient, I wouldn't allow you to be my dog. But a dog should act like a dog. How dare you bare your teeth at your master? Humph! This isn't over yet. You just wait. Hey, Yuan Ge, are you running a fever? Fong Ping let out an exaggerated shout and reached out to touch Li Yuan's forehead. Li Yuan slapped his chubby hand away impatiently. What are you doing? Hey Yuan Ge, you haven't been possessed, have you? Fong Ping looked Li Yuan up and down, then suddenly frowned and said seriously, whoever you are, get off my brother right now. Li Yuan glanced at him sideways. Your primary task now is to uninstall tomato novels. Tomato novels are my source of happiness, I will never uninstall them. Tomato loyalty. The chubby boy waved his fist in avowal, but still felt uneasy. He said seriously, Brother Yuan, with Ruoyao's personality, she won't give up what she wants so easily. She'll definitely come looking for you later, but no matter what she says, you absolutely must not give her the nutrient solution. Li Yuan uttered a sentence calmly. The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Fong Ping? This was just a minor incident and did not affect the martial soul awakening ceremony. Most students went on stage full of anticipation, but could only leave with gloomy expressions. The success rate of awakening a martial spirit is indeed not high. The cruelty of the martial arts path is evident from this. Not long after, all of the more than 1,000 senior high school students at number 3 middle school have completed the awakening of their martial spirits. Only a mere 300 people have successfully awakened their martial spirit, a success rate of less than 30%. Among them, more than 200 people have a martial spirit level below D, while fewer than 100 have a martial spirit level above C. There is only one person in grade A, and Ruoya. Of course, there is only one F level, Li Yuan. It can be said that the beginning and the end echo each other, each with its own unique charm. Students who haven't awakened their martial souls shouldn't be too disappointed. There are 360 professions, and every profession can produce an expert. There is no distinction between high and low status in any profession. Everyone can shine just as brightly if they choose the humanities route. Students who have awakened their martial souls should not be discouraged because of the low quality of their martial souls. There are no useless martial spirits, only useless martial artists. Even an E-rank martial soul can contribute to the great cause of eliminating alien beasts. The principal stood on the stage and delivered this speech. Subsequently, the martial soul awakening ceremony is now officially over. Those who fail to awaken should go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Those who successfully awaken will be led by the school's dean of students to the indoor martial arts arena behind the school to receive the awakened person's benefit of blood and qi nutrient solution. The effects of qi and blood nourishing liquid are very simple. After taking it, one can improve one's level of life. The specific degree of improvement depends on each person's constitution and the level of life they are currently at. It has significant effects on apprentices. With the college entrance examination approaching, for every martial arts exam candidate, the level of life is of utmost importance. Every 0.1 improvement is a huge improvement. Moreover, the path of martial arts requires resources to pave the way, and the higher the realm, the more exaggerated the resource consumption becomes. Qi and blood nutrient solution is probably the first martial arts resource that most martial artists come into contact with, and the key point is that it is free. There will never be such a good thing again. Whatever resources are needed, you have to fight for them, compete for them, and pay with sweat, blood, and even your life. At this moment, the 300 young awakened individuals could not hide their excitement. Li Yuan, on the other hand, remained quite calm. For a cheater, a low-level potion like nutrient solution is hardly enough to cause him any emotional reaction. Nutrient solutions have begun to be distributed. People lined up to receive them. Soon, it was Li Yuan's turn. "It's you. Ah, such a promising talent, what a pity." The head of the teaching department glanced at Li Yuan with a complicated expression, but didn't say anything more. He picked up a bottle of nutrient solution and handed it over. Just as Li Yuan was about to take it, another hand moved faster and snatched the nutrient solution away first. "Li Yuan, what right do you have to receive nutrient solution when you've awakened an F-rank martial soul? You'd be better off feeding this to the dogs than giving it to me. Director Yan, I think this bottle of nutrient solution should be given to an Ruoyao, who has awakened an A-level martial soul." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's face instantly darkened. Chapter 5 I don't care about this or that, I'll smash you with one punch. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, looking at the guy who had snatched his nutrient solution, a dangerous glint in his eyes. What are you barking about? Heh, Li Yuan. Is all you can do to maintain your pathetic dignity with your words? The one who stole the nutrient solution was Qin Jinfeng from Class 1, who had awakened the C-level martial spirit Great Ape. With your trash F-rank martial soul, what else can you be but a piece of trash? Using this blood and qi nutrient solution on you is a complete waste. As for Ruoyao, she has awakened in a great martial soul, the Crimson Spirit Fox. Once she becomes a martial artist, she can gain innate abilities from her martial soul, making her almost invincible among her peers. Giving her the nutrient solution is the best way to make the most of her resources. It's easy to imagine that Ruoyao, who possesses an A-level martial spirit, will soar to the top in the college entrance examination, winning glory for the school. In the future, a new Valkyrie may very well emerge from our human race. Chen Jinfeng has seemingly taken the moral high ground, using righteous indignation to blackmail Li Yuan. Li Yuan. For your pathetic pride and personal gain, are you really willing to jeopardize the school's honor and destroy the interests of the human race? Do you want to become a sinner? What a big hat! I never imagined that people in this world would also like to play the game of moral blackmail. Refute? Debate? Argue with reason? It's too small, the scope is too narrow. Li Yuan prefers to use simple foul language to achieve the ultimate enjoyment. So, faced with Chen Jinfeng's nagging, Li Yuan responded with just 2 words. Idiot. After saying that, he turned to look at Ruoyao, who was not far away. Keep your dog under control. Li Yuan knew very well that Chen Jinfeng's reason for causing trouble must have been at Ruoyao's behest. There's no way around it. Being good looking means you can be capricious, and you'll always have dogs around who will do whatever you want. Just as his predecessor was, so too was Chen Jinfeng. Surrounded by several people like stars around the moon, and Ruoyao heard Li Yuan's words and an angry look appeared on her pretty face. Li Yuan, I can understand if you are upset, and I can let it go, but you can't insult my good friend. Good friend? My goddess said I'm her good friend? I really am the person the goddess cares about. Chen Jinfeng became even more excited and shouted at Li Yuan, this has nothing to do with Ruoyao. I simply cannot tolerate the waste of martial arts resources on a piece of trash like you. Li Yuan. If you've got the guts, fight me. If you win, you can have the nutrient solution back. If you lose, this bottle of nutrient solution is for Ruoyao. Don't try to be unreasonable anymore. Chen Jinfeng directly challenged Li Yuan to a duel. Clap clap clap. Li Yuan clapped his hands and sneered, using the nutrient solution that originally belonged to me as a bet, you won't lose anything regardless of winning or losing. Heh, you've really grown some cunning. Chen Jinfeng looked at Li Yuan with disdain. You don't actually think you can win, do you? I am a near genius who has awakened the sea-level martial soul, the great ape. I am second only to A-level geniuses and B-level geniuses. And what you awakened was nothing more than a worthless F-rank martial soul that even a dog wouldn't want. What makes you think you can beat me? Enough with the nonsense. Li Yuan said coldly. If you want to compete with me, show me your chips. If you're too scared, put down my nutrient solution and get lost. Chen Jinfeng frowned. They've been caught off guard. Although he felt that his chances of defeating Li Yuan were almost 100%, he still did not have the courage to take the risk of using the qi and blood-nourishing liquid, which was crucial to him at this stage. To put it bluntly, they want to show off but lack the courage, yet they're too embarrassed to give up. It's really awkward. At this moment, the scheming Ruoyao feigned concern and advised, Chen Jinfeng, don't compete with him. What if you lose? I can't lose to this piece of trash. A hot-blooded young man would never tolerate being looked down upon by his goddess. He was immediately overcome with anger and said to Li Yuan, fine. Li Yuan, since you're asking for a beating, I'll grant your wish. I even put my own nutrient solution as a bet. Whoever wins gets both portions of nutrient solution. Chen Jinfeng held a nutrient solution in each of his hands. Brother Yuan, don't fall for it. He's deliberately trying to provoke you. Fong Ping anxiously advised. Fine. Li Yuan patted Fong Ping's arm, then looked at Yan Heli, the head of the teaching department. Director Yan, please be our witness. Hee, young people are full of energy. Alright, since you two youngsters insist on this, then I'll be your referee and witness. Yan Heli agreed with a smile. A fight was thus decided. After Yan Heli finished distributing the last few doses of nutrient solution, he organized a competition between Li Yuan and Chen Jinfeng. The open space in the center of the martial arts arena. Li Yuan and Chen Jinfeng stood facing each other, 15 meters apart. After receiving their nutrient solutions, the other students didn't rush to leave. They all gathered around, waiting to see what would happen. Li Yuan actually dared to fight Chen Jinfeng. I really don't know where he got the courage. Exactly. Chen Jinfeng awakened a sea-level martial soul, so his life level must have improved significantly. Even if he hasn't broken through to 7.0, he's close. How can Li Yuan possibly win? Li Yuan has truly embarked on a path of clowndom with no turning back, hee. Judging from the looks of it, this match will be over in half a minute, at most a minute. The crowd whispered among themselves. Clearly, no one has a high opinion of Li Yuan. And Ruoyao crossed her arms and watched with a smile. The thought of Li Yuan, who had offended her, being trampled underfoot by Chen Jinfeng in public and losing his precious nutrient solution made her feel extremely happy. On the field, Chen Jinfeng stretched his limbs, thinking to himself. My original life level was 5.9, but after awakening my C-grade martial soul, it jumped to 6.9, and my basic fist techniques have already reached the proficient level. On the other hand, I heard that Li Yuan's life level was only a pitiful 4.8 during the physical test a month ago, and the improvement from his F-grade martial soul was negligible, at most raising it to 4.9. As for his fist techniques, after 2.5 years of practice, you're still only at the beginner level? You're practically a useless piece of trash. Chen Jinfeng quickly analyzed the strengths of both sides in his mind, and his smile deepened. 6.9 versus 4.9, skilled versus beginner, the advantage is mine. Li Yuan. Just wait until I trample you under my feet. Yan Heli looked around and said, when classmates spar, we should stop when we've reached a point. Weapons are not allowed. We can only use fists and feet to determine who is better. Now let's begin. Li Yuan, I can. Holy crap! A sinister glint flashed across Chen Jinfeng's face as he stood there, fidgeting with his knuckles, still spouting threats and trying to look tough. Before he could finish speaking, it turned into a gasp of surprise. His expression changed drastically. A rapidly enlarging fist was reflected in his pupils, and the fierce wind from the punch hit him head-on, making Chen Jinfeng's heart clench. Wow, so fast. Chen Jinfeng was horrified and didn't have time to think. He quickly crossed his arms to protect his head. Bang! A violent punch came crashing down. The instant of contact, Chen Jinfeng felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding, fully loaded semi-trailer truck. The terrifying force exploded and forcefully destroyed his blocking and defense. Chen Jinfeng's crossed arms collapsed instantly under the immense force, slamming into his face. Immediately afterwards, he was thrown backward by the impact. The crowd behind him scattered like birds and beasts. Chen Jinfeng slammed hard onto the ground, sliding along the surface until he crashed into the wall and came to a stop. His nose was sunken and his face was covered in blood. Its head tilted to the side, and then it fell silent. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, everyone present would have thought he had been punched to death by Li Yuan. Moment. The entire martial arts arena was deathly silent. The students were utterly shocked, clearly never expecting that this contest, which was so mismatched in strength, would end in such a breathtaking way. Even Yan Heli was dumbfounded. Laymen watched the spectacle, experts watched the details. As a proper martial artist, Yan Heli clearly saw things more clearly. Such speed, such punching power. Could it be? Yan Heli seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 6, is this some kind of useless F-rank martial soul? Holy crap! Yuan Gu is so awesome. Fang Ping's excited shout interrupted everyone's thoughts. Astonished gazes fell upon Li Yuan, as if they were seeing a monster. Holy crap! Li Yuan annihilated Chen Jinfeng in a flash? Can someone tell me what happened? I just looked down and rubbed my eyes, and now I can't understand it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Yuan is so fast. I would call him the fastest boy in number 3 middle school. Did he drink tainted milk powder? How did he suddenly become so violent? After a brief silence, murmurs broke out. And Ruoyao's pretty face was frosty, and she clenched her teeth. Although she appeared calm, the violent heaving of her chest betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Chen Jinfeng actually lost to Li Yuan. How is that possible? Whether it's the quality of his martial spirit, his life level, or his martial arts level, Chen Jinfeng has a clear advantage. How could you lose to this? Waste. And Ruoyao narrowed her eyes, her icy gaze flashing. They couldn't get the nutrient solution anymore, and staying here would only result in Li Yuan mocking them. And Ruoyao gave Li Yuan a deep look and wisely chose to leave. Li Yuan, you only managed to win against Chen Jinfeng by sneak attack. What's there to be proud of? The brutal martial arts college entrance exam will completely tear away your fig leaf. In the field. After Li Yuan punched Chen Jinfeng away, he stood where Chen Jinfeng had just been, his face calm and his eyes undisturbed. Clearly, this outcome was within his expectations. Of all martial arts techniques, none are invincible except for speed. The advantages in speed and strength are enough to make up for the gap in martial arts training progress, especially since it is only basic martial arts. I don't care about this or that. My speed is so fast you can't react, my strength is so great you can't resist, what can you do against me? Li Yuan glanced casually at Chen Jinfeng, who was leaning against the wall, unconscious like a dead dog. He then turned his gaze to Yan Heli, the head of the teaching department, and smiled slightly. Director Yan, may we announce the results now? Ha! Whom? Yen Heli forcibly suppressed a certain guess that was stirring his heart, and announced the result in a deep voice, Li Yuanchang. Then, he handed over the 2 portions of qi and blood nutritional solution that he had entrusted to Li Yuan for safekeeping. This is your reward. Thank you, Director Yen. Li Yuan accepted it immediately. He thought to himself, Chen Jingfeng, you really are a great guy. Next time we meet, I promise I'll only need to use half my strength to beat you up. Yen Heli casually pointed to 2 boys and instructed them, you two, go and bring a stretcher over and carry Chen Jingfeng to the infirmary. Everyone else, go back and take your nutrient solution to help with absorption. The martial arts college entrance examination is in 3 days. Every 0.1 increase in your life level will allow you to surpass countless other candidates, so don't slack off. Li Yuan, don't go yet, come with me to the principal's office. Li Yuan is not impossible. He had anticipated that revealing part of his strength would attract Yen Heli's attention. Others might not understand, but Yen Heli is a proper martial artist, he would understand. However, this was exactly what Li Yuan wanted to do. If you have talent, potential, and ability, you should show it. Only by performing well enough can you obtain more resources and support. Hiding one's talents? Hiding my ass. True strength lies in forging ahead with unwavering determination and relentless progress. If you always hide your shortcomings, you will only lose your edge and your sharpness. What kind of martial artist are you then? A few minutes later. Principal's office. Old Yen, what are you doing bringing this kid here? Principal Chen Rui glared at Yen Heli with annoyance. The news that Li Yuan gave up his S-level martial soul and chose an F-level martial soul spread like wildfire. I wonder how many people are whispering behind my back. Chen Rui had just received a phone call from the principal of number 2 middle school, who teased him. He was in a bad mood. As a result, Yen Heli brought Li Yuan with him, which was simply rubbing salt into his wounds. Yen Heli said, Principal, just now, Li Yuan defeated Chen Jinfeng, a C-level awakener. It's just an apprentice-level sparring match. The effects of the martial spirit haven't been fully demonstrated yet. What's so strange about that? Chen Rui said dismissively. Yen Heli added, he only used 1 punch. Oh? It seems that kid Chen Jingfeng was too careless. This is a major taboo for martial artists. You should have a good talk with him later. Chen Rui still didn't take it seriously. Yen Heli added, judging from the force with which Li Yuan punched Chen Jinfeng, his punching power should not be less than 800 kilograms, and the speed was also very fast, estimated to be around 20 ms. This is nothing. Puff. Chen Rui had just picked up his teacup and taken a sip when he heard this, and he immediately spat it out. Du Xiao? You're saying his punching power and speed are Du Xiao's? Chen Rui stood up abruptly, glaring at Yen Heli, his voice rising considerably. Yen Heli wiped the tea that had been sprayed all over his face and said helplessly, Principal, you heard right, the punching force is 800 kilograms and the speed is 20 ms. Of course, this is just my estimate, and it hasn't been officially measured yet. Holy crap! Before Yen Heli could finish speaking, Chen Rui couldn't help but swear. It's not that he's unreliable, the numbers are just too outrageous. A punching force of 800 kilograms and a speed of 20 ms are already the entry-level standards for a first-stage martial artist. If Chen Rui hadn't worked with Yen Heli for many years and trusted him completely, he would have definitely thought he was joking. Let's test it first. Chen Rui grabbed Li Yuan's shoulder and stormed out the door. Yen Heli followed closely behind. The 3 of them quickly returned to the martial arts arena. Chen Rui led Li Yuan to a machine that looked like a boxing machine, pointed to the sandbag hammer hanging on it, and said, Kid, come on, throw a punch with all your might. This is a punching power testing machine. As the name suggests, it can test your punching power. The requirement is to stand with both feet on the ground, without running, and punch from the spot. Yes, Principal. Li Yuan nodded. Stand in front of the punching power testing machine, take a deep breath, and push off the ground with your right foot. The force originates from the ground, causing your waist and abdomen to twist, transferring the power of your whole body to your right fist. He threw a punch, which slammed hard into the sandbag hammer. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Ding 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 ding. The numbers on the punching power testing machine kept jumping. The final figure was an astonishing 985 kilograms. Holy crap! Holy crap! 2 exclamations rang out almost simultaneously. Chen Rui and Yen Heli were both startled. A punching force of 985 kilograms. This is significantly more than the 800 kilograms Yen Heli estimated. Come on, Li Yuan, let's test the speed again. Chen Rui's attitude immediately changed. He smiled and spoke while activating the speed testing equipment. A green beam of light shone down from the ceiling, projecting a 50-meter-long laser running track onto the ground. Li Yuan arrived at the starting point, slightly hunched over, and adjusted his breathing. Then, like a fully drawn bow suddenly releasing its string, Li Yuan burst forth like an arrow. On the 50-meter track, it took just over 2 seconds to reach the finish line. The screen at the end of the track also displayed Li Yuan's speed. 23.6 ms. Quick! Test the life level again. Chen Rui shouted excitedly. A moment later, the result came out, 11.0. Kid, tell me honestly, what exactly happened? Chen Rui stared wide-eyed at Li Yuan. Even with Chen Rui's decades of experience and composure, he was completely unable to remain calm at this moment. Life level 11.0. A punching force of 985 kilograms. Speed 23.6 ms. This is terrifying. It's important to understand that the Blue Star martial arts system clearly defines the entry standards for life level, punching power, and speed corresponding to each martial arts stage. First level entry standard, life level 10.0, punching power 800 kilograms, speed 20 ms. Entry level standard for intermediate level 1, life level 13.0, punching power 1000 kilograms, speed 25 ms. Entry requirements for advanced tier 1, life level 16.0, punching power 1500 kilograms, speed 36 ms. The life level, punching power, and speed that Li Yuan is currently displaying all exceed the entry level standards for a first stage martial artist. Especially his punching power and speed, they are approaching the mid-stage of the first tier. Is this some kind of useless F-rank martial soul? Chapter 7 Angel Investor. SS Level Scholarship Package. I found your physical test results from a month ago, and your life level was only 4.8. Yen Heli took out his phone, logged into the school's internal system, and looked intently at Li Yuan. It's incredible that it jumped from 4.8 to 11.0 in just 1 month. Moreover, his punching power and speed are almost at the entry-level standard for a mid-stage first-tier martial artist. Yen Heli looked at Li Yuan with scrutinizing eyes, completely baffled. In response to their questions, Li Yuan said, "Actually, my improvement is entirely due to my martial soul." A martial soul? Chen Rui frowned. Even an S-rank martial soul would almost certainly raise your life level directly to above 9.0, let alone your martial soul, which is merely etc. Chen Rui's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had thought of a certain possibility. Could it be a mutation in the martial soul? A martial soul mutation? Yen Heli suddenly realized, slapping his thigh and saying, "That's right. After a martial soul mutates, its power will increase greatly. It is said that it may be comparable to SS level." That makes sense. Beside, Li Yuan's expression was somewhat strange. I was still considering what kind of excuse to use to get through this, but I didn't expect these two to make such a connection. That's good, it saves us a lot of talking. That's right, it's a mutated martial soul. Li Yuan was happy to take the opportunity to agree. Chen Rui stroked his stubble and looked Li Yuan up and down. During the awakening ceremony, you gave up 2 S-rank martial souls but chose an F-rank martial soul. Did you know at the time that the F-rank martial soul would mutate? But how did you know? I can't really explain it, but I have this strange feeling in the dark, like... Li Yuan scratched his head and said, "It's like my body resonated with that F-level martial soul in some way, and there seemed to be a voice telling me to choose it. Actually, I was gambling, and it seems like I'm pretty lucky now." I see. I've heard of similar things before. Some people with special physiques and extraordinary talents can resonate with their martial souls. I didn't expect it to be true. Chen Rui nodded slowly. It seems they have accepted Li Yuan's explanation. At this moment, Yen Heli stood to the side and asked curiously, "Li Yuan, what has your lotus root human martial soul mutated into?" Li Yuan said, "Neza." Neza? Yen Heli looked bewildered. What a strange name. I've never heard of such a martial spirit before. Perhaps it's a completely new, unknown martial soul. Chen Rui made this judgment. Unfortunately, Li Yuan's current cultivation level is not high enough to summon his martial soul Dharma image, otherwise we could also witness the true appearance of a mutated martial soul. This is comparable to an SS-level martial soul. Chen Rui was quite disappointed. However, this regret was quickly replaced by elation and excitement. A mutated martial soul, comparable to an SS-level mutated martial soul, haha. I told you long ago, our number 3 middle school has produced a true dragon. Chen Rui patted his round belly and laughed loudly. Li Yuan didn't say anything, he just kept staring at Chen Rui. Old Deng, stop laughing, it's time to start collecting coins. Chen Rui did not disappoint Li Yuan. After laughing, he turned to Li Yuan and said, Li Yuan, in recognition of your outstanding performance and support for your future martial arts path, on behalf of the school, I would like to present you with an SS-level scholarship package. An SS-level student aid package? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. That's right. Chen Rui nodded. The SS-level student aid package includes 1 million blue star coins, 1 dose of spirit nourishing elixir, 1 low-grade martial arts manual, and 1 F-grade weapon. Blue star coins need no explanation, they will be directly transferred to your account. The spirit nourishing elixir can be seen as an upgraded version of the chi and blood nourishing elixir. The latter has almost no effect after the life level exceeds 10.0, while the former has significant effects as long as the life level does not exceed 15.0. As for martial arts and weapons, you can choose according to your own wishes. Although our school is not a prestigious one, we have a fairly complete range of low-grade martial arts and F-grade weapons. As long as it's not some kind of unusual martial arts or weapon, it's fine. It's a pity that the school doesn't have any cultivation methods that reach the first rank, otherwise I would never have been stingy with them. In addition, I will personally sponsor you with 800,000 blue star coins. Chen Rui looked at Li Yuan with a smile. Li Yuan was taken aback. He revealed his abilities because he was after the school's sponsorship, but he didn't expect it to be so generous. Moreover, the principal even personally donated 800,000 yuan. They're incredibly generous. At this moment, Yan Heli stood to the side and said with a smile, Li Yuan, you should know that our school has been established for more than 100 years, and this is the first time that we have given out an SS-level student aid package. This is enough to show the principal's expectations and high regard for you. In addition, although I don't have the principal's wealth, I am willing to personally sponsor you with 400,000 blue star coins. I wish you good luck in your martial arts endeavors. Li Yuan was even more surprised. However, he also understands that this is actually an investment. Both the principal and the dean of students are too eager to advance their careers. In their view, Li Yuan's potential is comparable to that of an SS-level martial soul awakener. As long as he doesn't die young, he will almost certainly become a powerful figure in the future. Investing in a future powerhouse is a surefire way to make money. Thinking of this, Li Yuan had no reason to hesitate any longer. He let out a breath and said, then I will accept it. Thank you, principal and director. Ha ha. Chen Rui laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, Li Yuan, you don't need to be so polite. Geniuses always receive various investments and preferential treatment anywhere. You'll understand this more deeply once you enter the Martial Arts Academy. Okay, we'll talk about the rest later. Now you can tell me, martial arts or weapons, which do you intend to choose? Without hesitation, Li Yuan replied, a gun. The spear, the king of weapons. In their past lives, many famous generals were renowned for their skill with the spear, Jia Yun, Ma Chao, Yu Fei, Luo Chang, Wang Yinzhang. Li Yuan also greatly admired this weapon. Not to mention, Li Yuan's martial spirit is Neza. Neza's weapon is the fire-tipped spear. Therefore, Li Yuan would inevitably choose a spear when it comes to martial arts and weapons. Are you sure? Chen Rui asked. Although you can switch to other martial arts later, it will undoubtedly take up time and energy. It's best not to change your choice once you've made it. Li Yuan nodded firmly, I'm sure, I'll fix the gun. Good. Chen Rui said nothing more, raised his left hand, and tapped his wristwatch a few times. Then, a screen of light was projected into the air. These are 2 low-grade spear techniques from the school's resource library. You can choose one. Li Yuan immediately began to examine it. The inferior martial art 3 variations on the plum blossom spear combines skillful spear flourishes with agile footwork. The spear tip vibrates as it strikes, creating plum blossom-like patterns that are difficult for the opponent to predict and defend against. It emphasizes winning through skill. The low-grade martial art Overlord's formation breaking spear is characterized by its domineering and powerful style. Its spear techniques are expansive and sweeping, brimming with an indomitable spirit. It emphasizes defeating the enemy through brute force. The former is unpredictable and ever-changing, while the latter is fierce and domineering. Why hesitate? A real man must stand up for himself. Li Yuan immediately said, I choose the Overlord's formation breaking spear. Okay. Chen Rui readily agreed. Soon, they brought over the Overlord's formation breaking spear and the spirit nourishing elixir. There was also a long spear, 2.2 meters long, pitch black, and weighing 80 kilograms. The spear Black Dragon, made of F-grade alloy, possesses excellent toughness and strength. This gun can be disassembled into two parts for easy carrying, and can be quickly reassembled when needed to engage the enemy as a long spear. Li Yuan swung it around a couple of times, quite satisfied with its weight and feel, then disassembled it, put it into a holster, and slung it across his back. I also put the Overlord's formation spear and the spirit elixir into my backpack. Li Yuan, I need to remind you that you can only study this Overlord breaking formation spear yourself and you must not pass it on to others without permission, otherwise you will be punished by the martial hall. Chen Rui warned him with a serious expression. Li Yuan nodded to indicate that he understood. All right, Li Yuan, the school has given you all the help it can. May your martial arts career flourish and be successful in the future. I hope you will soon become a pillar of our human race and a major force in eliminating the alien beasts. Chen Rui looked intently at Li Yuan and said seriously. Li Yuan nodded emphatically, I will, thank you, Principal. Chen Rui added, by the way, Li Yuan, I suggest you go to the martial hall to get your martial artist status certified. This will definitely benefit you. Good. Li Yuan thought so too. The martial hall is the highest organization that governs all martial artists on Earth, and it has branch halls in all countries. Each country's branch temple further has subordinate branch temples in various locations. Layer upon layer, radiating across the globe. The reason why the martial hall was able to spread to all countries and regions around the world, establish supreme authority, and suppress all dissent is quite simple. Simply because the Grand Master and founder of the martial hall is the most recognized strongest person on Earth, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. He founded the martial hall, spreading martial arts throughout the world, and is a god in the hearts of all martial artists. One person can dominate the world. No one dared to disagree. It is said that he was the one who determined the levels of martial arts on Earth. Most martial artists will undergo identity verification and strength rating at the martial hall, and then enjoy different benefits according to their martial arts level. This is the benefit of getting something for free, why not take it? Li Yuan had planned to go to the Pingcheng Martial Hall branch to get certified as a first-level martial artist after finishing things here. After saying goodbye to the principal and the dean of students, Li Yuan left. Don't spread the news of Li Yuan's martial soul mutation for now. Chen Rui said with a smile as he watched Li Yuan's tall figure gradually disappear into the distance. Yan Heli immediately understood, I get it, Principal, you're planning to show off your big breasts during the Wuhan University entrance exam. Ha ha. Chen Rui clapped his hands and laughed. That's right, old Qin from number 2 middle school just called to tease me, and even bragged to me that their school produced 3 A-level awakened. Hee hee, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Li Yuan's expression will be when he makes a name for himself in the martial arts college entrance exam. Ha ha ha. Chapter 8, roasted by the entire internet. After leaving the martial arts arena, Li Yuan opened the control panel in his mind as he walked out of the school. Martial arts, basic fist techniques beginner, basic spear techniques beginner, low-grade overlord spear not yet beginner. The panel already includes Overlord's formation spear, but unfortunately the kill value is empty, so I can't add points to it. My initial stage of first rank strength is not enough to support me in hunting exotic beasts in the wild and obtaining kill points. But it is said that low-level alien beasts will be artificially released into the examination hall for the martial arts college entrance examination. These are walking killing points. I can use war to fuel my war effort and grow stronger with each battle. Moreover, there is also the spirit nourishing elixir, which can further enhance my life level. Li Yuan pondered to himself. I will definitely make a name for myself in this college entrance examination. The top scholar in Pingcheng? No, my goal is the top scholar in the province. Li Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and he was full of vigor. Brother Yuan. Just then, a familiar voice came from inside. However, it was Feng Ping and others standing at the school gate. Brother Yuan, you're finally out. You beat Qin Jingfeng so badly, did the director give you a hard time? Fong Ping asked with concern as he approached. So this kid was worried that the head of the teaching department would make things difficult for him, so he's been waiting here. A warm feeling rose in Li Yuan's heart. Thinking back to the past, Fong Ping had stood up for me and defended me on several occasions. Li Yuan, who had traveled through time, truly acknowledged this brother at this moment. It's all right. Li Yuan grinned and took out the 2 doses of qi and blood-nourishing liquid from his backpack. This thing has no effect on him now that his life level has reached 11.0. That's a real waste. It would be better to give it to Fong Ping. Otherwise, with Fong Ping's D-level martial soul, he probably wouldn't have achieved very good results in the college entrance examination. Parents always have the same heart for their children, they will always give their son the best things. Thinking this, Li Yuan handed the blood and qi nutrient solution to Fong Ping. Here you go. Fong Ping took it blankly and asked, and what about you? Oh, I'm fine with anything. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively and took out the spirit-nourishing elixir from his bag. Fong Ping? Dude, am I seeing things? Spirit-nourishing elixir? Fong Ping was stunned. Did you rob the martial hall? Li Yuan looked at him and said seriously, actually, my martial soul is not an F-level useless martial soul, but a mutated martial soul. The school gave me an SS-level scholarship package for this, which included this spirit-nourishing elixir. Fong Ping had a "I don't believe you" look on his face. The nutrient solution was then returned to Li Yuan. Brother Yuan, even if you have a better spirit-nourishing elixir, this nutrient solution can still improve your life level. You should keep it for yourself, Fong Ping said seriously. Why be so polite with Dad? To be honest, my life level has already exceeded 10.0, so taking this stuff would be a waste. You're getting a good deal. Seeing that Fong Ping still didn't believe him, Li Yuan clenched his fist. You don't believe me? How about I punch you and let you experience what it feels like to fly? No, I believe you, I believe you. Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hand. He had witnessed Qin Jinfen's miserable state firsthand. He punched someone so far away. Holy crap! If that's the case, then Yuan Ji's life level might actually exceed 10.0. Thinking about all this, Fong Ping stopped hesitating and solemnly accepted the qi and blood nourishing solution. Although Fong Ping's father was quite wealthy, he was just an ordinary person, not a martial artist. Even he would find it difficult to purchase martial arts resources like qi and blood nourishing liquid. Fong Ping looked at Li Yuan with teary eyes. I have wandered for half my life, and I only regret that I have not met a wise ruler. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to become your godfather. Li Yuan was greatly comforted. Alright, go back and take the qi and blood nourishing liquid to try to improve your life level. See you in the exam hall. See you in the exam hall. The two separated. Fong Ping went home, while Li Yuan took a taxi to the Pingcheng branch of the martial hall. In the taxi, Li Yuan casually scrolled through his phone. Then I came across this video. I've never seen anything like it. Someone actually gave up an S-rank martial soul and chose a useless F-rank martial soul. The video shows the entire process of Li Yuan awakening his martial spirit. With an S-rank Crimson Flame Dragon on the left and an S-rank Infernal Flame Demon on the right, even a fool would know which to choose. Yet, Li Yuan chose the trashy Lotus Root Man in the middle. After the video was released by the TV station, it quickly went viral online. The comments section was filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Holy crap! Has this guy lost his mind? He actually chose an F-rank useless martial soul instead of an S-rank one? Do you want to guess why an F-rank martial soul is called a useless one? His ancestral graves were emitting lasers in exchange for 2 S-level martial souls, but this idiot turned around and chose F-level. Now his ancestral graves have really exploded. If he doesn't get beaten to a pulp by his dad when he gets home, I'll be surprised he's holding back. One glance at the thimble, and it's identified as Building B of the New Century building. He has essentially killed one of the future top combatants of our human race. This is a betrayal of humanity. I recommend a thorough investigation. Li Yuan glanced at it a few times and didn't see anything particularly nice. Well, now the whole internet is mocking us. Li Yuan smiled and shook his head, his heart unmoved. The phoenix high in the sky will not care about the chirping of sparrows. Even a dragon soaring through the clouds wouldn't take a mudfish seriously. Li Yuan remained silent, simply drinking the spirit-nourishing elixir and allowing it to be absorbed. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of a magnificent building that looked like a giant beast lying down. It is the Heisei branch of the Martial Hall. If a mere level 4 branch hall is this imposing, I wonder how magnificent the Martial Hall's global headquarters must be. After getting off the car, Li Yuan looked at the magnificent building, sighed, and stepped into the Martial Hall. The Martial Hall is not only a place for martial artists to be certified and ranked, but also serves as a place for martial artists to exchange resources, obtain intelligence, and receive missions. Many martial artists visit the Martial Hall more often than they go home. As Li Yuan walked in, he saw many martial artists coming and going. Some of the warriors still had bloodstains on their clothes and weapons, and their bodies reeked of blood, clearly indicating that they had just been through a battle. Battle, slaughter, bloodshed. These are the main themes of martial arts. As a martial artist, this is how it is when you are under this starry sky. Whether it's for their own resources and profits or for the survival of humanity, warriors need to fight constantly. Li Yuan knew that in the future he would also leave the protection of the high walls and cannons, and venture into the wilderness to hunt strange beasts, fight, and adventure. He was not afraid of this, on the contrary, he was full of anticipation. Haizhou Martial Hall covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. It has 6 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground. Non-martial artists can only move around on the first and second floors. At most, only martial artists can set foot in other areas. The place for certifying martial artists is on the second floor. Li Yuan quickly went up to the second floor and, following the signs, arrived at the martial artist certification area. After selecting martial artist authentication at the self-service ticket machine and paying the fee, I received my ticket number card. Anyone can undergo martial arts certification, even if their life level or physical fitness does not meet the standards. Of course, the cost of martial arts certification is not low, and the time interval between 2 certifications for the same person must not be less than 1 month. Such restrictions are also to prevent some idle people who have nothing better to do from coming to the certification office for no reason, which would undoubtedly increase the burden on the certification office. After taking his number, Li Yuan waited quietly in the waiting area. "It's you? What are you doing here?" Just then, a voice came. Li Yuan looked back and thought to himself, what a small world. It turned out to be that little green tea, Ruoya. "Why would I need to report to you where I go?" Li Yuan replied indifferently. "This friend is so arrogant. Yao Yao, is this your classmate?" Beside Ruoya, a boy with a middle-part hairstyle and effeminate features asked casually with a mocking smile. And Ruoya crossed her arms, tilted her smooth chin up like a proud white swan, and said, "Him? He's the Li Yuan I told you about." "Oh." The man with the middle parting drew out his voice, looking at Li Yuan with disdain. "So you're the idiot who activated an S-rank martial soul but chose a useless F-rank martial soul?" Li Yuan said, "Who are you calling an idiot?" The man with the middle parting instinctively said, "Idiot, you're cursing." Li Yuan laughed, "That's right, it really is an idiot cursing me." Chapter 9, One punch shatters the boxing test machine, shocking the vice hall master. The man with the middle parting was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and immediately yelled angrily. "You fucking piece of trash, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you even know who I am?" Li Yuan said in a serious tone, "I know, you just introduced yourself, you're an idiot." Holy crap! His middle parted hair turned bright red, and he was so angry that his shoulders kept shaking, as if he wanted to unleash the legendary Iron Mountain Lean. But in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Because this is the Martial Hall, even if he had 108 lives, he wouldn't dare to use force here. Moreover, he had important business to attend to on this trip. We must absolutely not cause trouble. Forced to suppress his anger, he threatened in a low voice, "Fine. Li Yuan, I'll remember you." "Oh, you have a good memory." Li Yuan replied casually. He got up and walked towards the certification office, where his number was called. Has he always been this brave? The man with the middle parting turned to look at Ruoyo beside him. Doesn't he know who I am? And Ruoyo slowly shook her head. He used to be as timid as a dog, but today he's acting very strangely. I don't know if he took the wrong medicine or what. Humph. I don't care if he took the wrong medicine or not. He dares to curse me, he's finished. His hair was parted in the middle, and his eyes were slightly squinted. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. My shoulders twitched involuntarily. Certification Office, Martial Arts Inspection Room number 008. The life detection instrument displayed the test results. Level of life, 11.5. Li Yuan was not surprised by this result, because he had already observed the changes in the life level through the panel. Unfortunately, the time since taking the Yunling medicine was too short. The effects of the medicine have only reached about half. Once the full effects of the medicine are achieved, the life level is estimated to reach around 12.0. Li Yuan conducted the second test, speed. The martial arts testing room isn't very large. The speed testing equipment here isn't the laser track used in school martial arts arenas, but rather uses more advanced technology, which can be seen as a sci-fi version of a treadmill. It is only 4 or 5 meters long. The testers felt as if they were running at full speed on a real track, but in reality, it was not the person moving forward, but the track moving backward. This is a relatively basic speed testing instrument, and the speed limit it can test is 100 ms. In other words, as long as the speed does not exceed this value, the test result will be accurate. Li Yuan stepped forward, adjusted his breathing, slightly hunched his body, tensed his leg muscles, and gathered his strength. Then, it erupted instantly. They started running at breakneck speed. He completed the 100-meter distance in just over 4 seconds. Speed, 24.7 ms. Phew! The speed has improved again, not bad. Li Yuan was quite satisfied. The final test, punching power. Li Yuan arrived at the punching power testing machine. Follow the instructions, stand with both legs, and pass the test. He took a deep breath and slammed his fist into the boxing post made of special material. Bang! The heavy stakes were smashed and swayed violently like a roly-poly toy. On the adjacent screen, a value is displayed. 1,003 kilograms. His punching power exceeds 1,000 kilograms. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. 1,000 kilograms, this has reached the entry-level standard for punching power of a mid-level first-tier martial artist. Li Yuan is currently only a first-stage martial artist. If anyone saw the scene, they would be so shocked they would be speechless. However, this is far from Li Yuan's limit. A first-tier martial artist can already use the power of martial spirit to enhance themselves, thereby increasing their strength, speed, defense, etc., which is equivalent to having a comprehensive buff. The higher the quality of the martial spirit, the greater the boost. Moreover, as martial arts levels increase, the gap will widen, and the strong will always become stronger. Neza, give me your power. Li Yuan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and opened his arms. A Dharma image of a killing god seemed to rise behind him. A powerful force surged through his entire body. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly threw a punch, slamming it hard into the boxing post. Bang! A loud bang. The punching post shattered instantly. Pieces of metal flew everywhere. Beep beep beep. The instrument connected to the boxing pole emitted a rapid alarm, and red lights flashed throughout the entire martial arts assessment room. Immediately afterwards. Sizzle sizzle. Crackling and popping. The instrument screen cracked, an electric arc flickered, and blue smoke rose. It was completely destroyed. The boxing testing machine in the martial arts room can withstand a punch force of up to 2,000 kilograms. But I smashed the machine with one punch. This shows that my punch weighs at least 2,000 kilograms, which is comparable to a second-level beginner martial artist. Neza's martial spirit is terrifying. Li Yuan clenched his fist, a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth. My punch is at least 2,000 kilograms, what can the other candidates do to compete with me? The Haizhou Martial Hall has 3 floors. A burly man in a martial arts uniform was talking to a middle-aged man with a prosthetic right leg and a stubble-covered face, standing by the corridor railing. The former is Wang Hai, one of the 3 deputy hall masters of the Pingcheng Martial Hall. The latter was none other than Zhao Dezhu, Li Yuan's high school homeroom teacher. Old Zhao, so many years have passed, and you still can't let go? Wang Hai looked helplessly at the middle-aged man. Don't try to persuade me, Lao Wang, Zhao Dezhu shook his head and said, you know very well what kind of person I am, back then. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the watch on Wang Hai's left wrist beeped, interrupting their conversation. Wang Hai raised his hand and glanced at it, his pupils immediately contracting slightly. The boxing testing machine in the martial arts assessment room downstairs was blown up. What? Zhao Dezhu also looked surprised. The martial arts appraisal room on the second floor can only be entered by those with a life level below 20.0. Which first-level martial artist can deliver a punch with a force exceeding 2,000 kilograms? Ha ha. Looks like a good prospect. Let's go take a look. Wang Hai laughed. The two immediately went downstairs to the authentication area and walked inside. Just then, Li Yuan came out. Li Yuan? What are you doing here? Zhao Dezhu looked at Li Yuan in surprise. Teacher Zhao. Li Yuan smiled and nodded, truthfully saying, I'm here for martial arts certification. Nonsense. Zhao Dezhu frowned immediately and said with a stern face, Do you think I don't know your life level? Verifying it now will only be a waste of time and money. If you choose an S-level martial soul, it's quite necessary to test your life level, punching power, and speed before the college entrance examination to have a clear understanding of your strength. But you, sigh. Zhao Dezhu sighed deeply. My student has clearly activated 2S rank martial souls. He could reach the pinnacle of martial arts with just one of them. But he just had to choose a useless F rank martial soul. Whenever he thinks of this, Zhao Dezhu feels so heartbroken that he can't breathe. Old Zhao, don't be in such a hurry. Wang Hai noticed a detail, staring intently at Li Yuan, and asked in a deep voice, Young man, which martial arts testing room did you just come out of? Li Yuan said, Number 8. Hiss. Wang Hai gasped in shock. So, you're the one who smashed the boxing test machine. Old Wang, what are you saying? How can you? Before Zhao Dezhu could finish speaking, he was surprised to see the young man in front of him slowly nod. A calm and composed voice came from his mouth. That's right. Chapter 10, A Level Contract? I'll take the S-level contract in a flash. Hiss. Zhao Dezhu gasped in shock, staring at Li Yuan in disbelief. You? Wang Hai then flashed to martial arts appraisal room number 8 and peeked inside. The scrapped machine crackled and sparked, with shattered pieces of the punching bag scattered all over the ground. There was no one inside. Wang Hai didn't see anyone else leave either. Therefore, there is only one truth. The boxing testing machine was destroyed by Li Yuan. This young man, holy crap. Wang Hai's heart pounded, and he immediately slipped back to Zhao Dezhu and Li Yuan's side. Young man, your name is Li Yuan, right? You're old Zhao's student? Are you a senior in high school this year? Don't bother with the college entrance exam, it's unnecessary. Come to the martial hall instead. Wang Hai stared intently at Li Yuan. I am Wang Hai, the deputy hallmaster of Pingcheng Martial Hall. As long as you are willing to join the martial hall, I will apply to the higher-ups for an A-level. No, I will apply for an S-level contract for you. I recommend you join the Genius Training Camp. There, you can get the best teaching, the best resources, and the best experience. Their growth rate far surpasses that of martial arts academies. Li Yuan asked in confusion, an S-level contract? A Genius Training Camp? Wang Hai immediately explained, martial arts students don't only have the college entrance examination as their path. In fact, the military, financial groups, corporations, martial arts schools, and so on all train their own martial artists. Our martial hall also has a complete and mature talent selection and training mechanism. With a smile on his face, Wang Hai patiently explained to Li Yuan. We will sign contracts with talented and willing young martial artists, provide them with martial arts resources, and help them grow. An S-level contract can be considered a top-tier contract. Once you sign it, you will receive 10 million blue star coins in one go, and for the next 5 years, you will receive 2 million every year. Cultivation methods, martial arts, and weapons are naturally indispensable. You will be provided with cultivation methods, martial arts, and weapons of the corresponding level for free, up to the 5th level. And various martial arts resources. Every Genius S contract is tailor-made, and all the specific benefits will be detailed in the contract, so you can rest assured. As for the Genius Training Camp, it is the highest hall of my martial hall for cultivating talents. Everyone who can enter is a genius. To put it this way, those who graduate from the Genius Training Camp are at least 5th-level grandmasters. Wang Hai threw out a series of heavyweight offers. They just wanted to keep Li Yuan. Just kidding, 18 years old, just awakened his martial spirit, and he can already destroy a beginner-level punching power testing machine with one punch. What kind of monster is this? An S-tier contract is absolutely worth it. If Wang Hai could sign such a prodigy for the martial hall, he would also receive a reward from the martial hall. Both for his own sake and for his own personal reasons, he wanted to do everything he could to make this happen. Li Yuan was deeply moved after hearing Wang Hai's introduction. He thought to himself, what a grand gesture. Putting everything else aside, they spent 20 million blue star coins alone. Moreover, compared to cultivation methods, martial arts, weapons, and other martial arts resources, these 20 million blue star coins are actually the least significant. It would be a lie to say that Li Yuan wasn't tempted. But he's not a hot-head. A decision made on impulse might lead to regret later. This is a serious matter. We must think it through carefully. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu recovered from his shock and said to Li Yuan, don't rush to make a decision, think it over carefully. The S-level contract is indeed very generous, and you will definitely receive the best training if you go to the Genius training camp. But an S-level contract is equivalent to a servitude contract. Once you sign it, you will become a formal member of the martial hall and lose your status as a free martial artist. The Genius training camp is essentially a talent development base within the martial hall. Graduates from there are expected to serve the martial hall. Think carefully about the pros and cons yourself. Although Zhao Dezhu still couldn't figure out what had happened to Li Yuan, as his homeroom teacher, Zhao Dezhu felt it was necessary to give him a reminder. Old Zhao, what are you saying? You're even bringing up things like a contract of servitude. Wang Hai glared at Zhao Dezhu, then looked at Li Yuan and said in a friendly tone. Young man, don't listen to this old man's alarmist talk. Signing the contract will only strengthen the connection between the martial hall and you. The martial hall provides assistance for your growth, and naturally hopes that you can also contribute to the martial hall. It's about returning a favor. Moreover, becoming a formal member of my martial hall also brings countless benefits. You are like me, merely the deputy hall master of the Pingcheng Martial Hall, yet you are already on par with the mayor. Li Yuan said solemnly, Palace Master Wang, please allow me to consider it. Zhao Dezhu did remind him. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and there's no such thing as love or kindness without a reason. Just like the principal and the dean of students, their investment in Li Yuan was simply because they saw his potential and wanted to build a good relationship with a future powerhouse in advance. The same principle applies to the martial hall. The purpose of investing is to obtain returns. The larger the investment, the higher the expected return. Li Yuan really needs to seriously consider and weigh the pros and cons. Of course, after all, this is no small matter. Wang Hai wasn't annoyed and said with a smile. Feel free to consider it. You can also participate in the college entrance examination for martial arts students. Getting good results in the college entrance examination will better demonstrate your value. As long as you haven't reported to the Martial Arts Academy yet, the doors of my Martial Hall Genius training camp are always open for you. Geniuses always receive a lot of preferential treatment. This can be seen from Wang Hai's attitude towards Li Yuan. Thank you very much, Lord Wang, Li Yuan said sincerely. Li Yuan, I didn't expect you to be such a good-for-nothing. You have no talent, but you know how to flatter and fawn. At that moment, a piercing sound rang out. The man with the middle parting and Enruoyo walked over. The former glanced at Li Yuan disdainfully, then bowed respectfully to Wang Hai, saying, Greetings, Palace Master Wang. Who are you? Wang Hai frowned and asked in a cold voice. Clearly, the man with the middle parting had displeased him with his words. But the man with the middle parting didn't realize this. He raised his chin and said arrogantly, I am Ai Kuan from No. 1 Middle School. I have awakened the A-level martial soul, Flaming Heron, and have received an A-level contract letter of intent from the martial hall. Wang Hai understood. Geniuses are always in high demand. Therefore, the annual martial soul awakening ceremony attracts considerable attention from various factions. Once an awakened being of rank A or higher appears, they will come into their sights and be recruited. Ai Kuan is an example of this. The martial hall sent him a preliminary letter of intent for an A-level contract. Of course, it's only preliminary and just a letter of intent. It is not a formal contract. This only shows that Ai Kuan has attracted the attention of the martial hall. As for whether he is really worth an A-level contract, that remains to be seen. Ai Kuan made a special trip to the martial hall for this very reason. Hello, Hall Master Wang, I am Enruoyo from No. 3 Middle School. I have awakened the A-level martial soul, Crimson Charming Fox, and have also received an A-level contract letter of intent from the martial hall, Enruoyo said with a smile. Oh, I see. Wang Hai glanced at it and said indifferently, you guys go to the martial arts assessment room first to test your life level, punching power, and speed. I still have something to say to Li Yuan, so please don't disturb me. Palace Master Wang, there's something you might not know yet. Ai Kuan scoffed and said. This Li Yuan is an idiot. He clearly activated an S-level martial soul, but he chose a useless F-level martial soul. Now the whole internet is laughing at him. Such a piece of trash is really not worth wasting your time on, Lord Wang. And Ruoya smiled faintly and said, Palace Master Wang, it is true. He was my classmate and I saw him give up his S-level martial soul with my own eyes. As she spoke, she glanced at Li Yuan with a smug look. Wang Hai frowned. My disgust for these two people has reached its limit. He immediately snorted coldly, his face darkening, and said, even if you two are just candidates for A-level contracts, you have no right to be arrogant in front of Li Yuan. Our Martial Hall intends to sign an S-level contract with Li Yuan, and now we are just waiting for his approval. Who do you think you are? Roll. Although awakening in A-level martial soul is considered genius, but it's nowhere near as good as Li Yuan's. Wang Hai knew perfectly well which was more important. So he made a decisive move and expelled the two idiots who spoke rudely to Li Yuan. Even if we can't directly get Li Yuan to sign the contract, we can at least establish a good relationship with this future powerhouse. It just goes to show that experience counts. Wang Hai, the deputy hallmaster, is indeed quite something. Chapter 11 Martial Arts College Entrance Examination, here I come. Half an hour later. Martial Hall, Wang Hai's office. This kid, he's really terrifying. Zhao Dezhu stood by the window, watching Li Yuan hail a taxi and leave, shaking his head and muttering to himself. The look of shock on his face had not yet faded. I thought I had lost my mind, choosing an F-rank useless martial soul instead of two S-rank martial souls, which was simply ruining my future. Unexpectedly, they sensed the resonance of their martial soul and took a bold gamble. And they even won the bet. Martial soul mutation. I had only heard rumors about it before, I never thought I would actually see it with my own eyes in my lifetime. This is even rarer than an SS-level martial soul. I have to say, this little guy has really got guts. Anyway, if I were to give up an S-rank martial soul that I could easily obtain in order to gamble on an unknown outcome, I really wouldn't have the courage. Wang Hai stood to the side with his hands behind his back and said with great emotion. With such courage, coupled with a mutated martial soul, Li Yuan will surely become a martial arts master in the future. Perhaps in a few years, even I will have to look up to him. Zhao Dezhu glanced at him and said coldly, stop patting yourself on the back. You've only just entered the 4th level. In a few years, I think it won't be long before he can beat you with one hand. You bastard. Wang Hai glared at him fiercely. As the deputy hallmaster of Pingcheng Martial Hall, Wang Hai is undoubtedly a big shot in Pingcheng, and ordinary people would never dare to ridicule him like this. This also demonstrates that Zhao Dezhu and Wang Hai had a very close relationship. Old Zhao, Li Yuan's martial soul has mutated, and his future prospects are limitless. Do you think he might be able to help you? Wang Hai suddenly looked at Zhao Dezhu and said in a deep voice. Zhao Dezhu paused, a complex expression appearing on his face. He then let out a long sigh. No one can predict the future, let's just wait and see. That child is still very young, let's talk about it in a few years. After saying that, Zhao Dezhu seemed to have thought of something, turned to look at Wang Hai, and said with a serious expression, Old Wang, the look in that A-level genius from No. 1 high school's eyes when he left just now made me a little uneasy. If I'm not mistaken, he should be from my Haizi's family. That family is petty and might be a threat to Li Yuan. He dares. Wang Hai's eyes widened instantly, and the powerful aura of a 4th-level martial artist erupted, causing the air pressure in the room to drop sharply. I'd give AI Haizi 100 lives and see if he dares to lay a hand on my Martial Hall SS rank contract partner. Zhao Dezhu said, let's still give them a heads up. AI Haizi certainly knows what's important, but that kid might not. If he deliberately hides this situation. Yes, you're right. Wang Hai nodded. Knowing Wu Dian's attitude towards Li Yuan, AI Haizi certainly wouldn't dare to do anything. However, if AI Kuan deliberately concealed the matter of the S-level contract and added fuel to the fire, AI Haizi might actually take action against Li Yuan. Thinking of this, Wang Hai called AI Haizi directly and gave him a warning. Kuan, are you saying that the student named Li Yuan offended you and you want me to help you get revenge? Inside a villa in Pingcheng, a thin, middle-aged man with protruding eyes and a middle-part hairstyle sat on the sofa, expressionless. He is AI Haizi, Aikuan's father, a third-tier martial artist. He was considered a prominent figure in Pingcheng. AI Kuan stood to the side and said, that's right, father. That Li Yuan is an idiot. During the awakening ceremony, he clearly activated an S-level martial soul, but he chose an F-level useless martial soul, making him a laughingstock on the entire internet. It's probably because of this incident that he's become psychologically disturbed. He cursed me for no reason and spoke ill of me in front of Vice Hall Master Wang Hai, ruining my level contract with the Martial Hall. Father, please teach this idiot a lesson and help me vent my anger. AI Kuan embellished the story, hoping his father would help him vent his anger. You bastard! AI Heisey was furious. Ikuan nodded quickly and said, that's right, he's a complete bastard. He's absolutely outrageous. I'm fucking talking about you. AI Heisey kicked AI Kuan, sending him sprawling to the ground. Father, why did you hit me? Ikuan was bewildered. AI Heisey said angrily, if I hadn't received Wang Hai's call, I would have really been tricked by you, you son of a bitch. Who is Li Yuan? As long as he nods, the Martial Hall will immediately sign an S-level contract with him, and his entry into the Genius training camp will be a sure thing. You want me to deal with a Martial Hall S-rank prodigy? Are you trying to get your father killed? AI Heisey was furious. As he spoke, he pulled out his belt and expressed his strong fatherly love to AI Kuan. And considering that Ikuan is ineligible for the Martial Hall A-level contract and must take the college entrance examination, his strength cannot be affected. So AI Heisey deliberately put iodine on his belt. The belt was soaked in iodine solution and disinfected while being hit. Ah! Ah ah! Ikuan screamed in pain. Of course, Li Yuan was unaware of all this. After completing his martial artist certification at the Martial Hall and using the explanation of martial soul mutation to answer Zhao Dezhu and Wang Hai's questions, he returned to his residence in the happiness community. Xiao Yuan is back? Old Qin, the gatekeeper, sat on a stool with a pipe in his mouth and wearing a loose white vest, greeting Li Yuan with a smile. Hello, Uncle Qin, Li Yuan replied politely. Xiao Yuan, don't pay attention to those criticisms online. We martial artists should strive for excellence and be fearless in the face of external interference. Li Yuan had taken a few steps when he heard what the gatekeeper, Uncle Qin, said. He stopped, turned around, and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Your grandpa will always be your grandpa, you can't go wrong listening to him. Grandpa Qin responded and squinted his eyes, basking comfortably in the sun. Li Yuan turned around and went home. The college entrance examination is in 3 days. During this period, Li Yuan did not plan to go out and stayed at home to recuperate. Adjust the status. I also registered for the Wuhan University entrance exam online. Then they waited quietly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, June 6th will be the day of the National College Entrance Examination. The National College Entrance Examination (NCE) is a grand event in China, especially the NCE for martial arts majors, which is of paramount importance. Each city sets up its own test centers, which are usually located in areas controlled by the local military. These areas may be abandoned towns, deserted mines, dense jungles, or small islands. Students taking the Wuhan University entrance exam need to arrive at their respective high schools before 8 a.m. on June 6 to assemble. The authorities will then arrange transportation to take the students to the exam site. The Liberal Arts College entrance examination will be held from the 7th to the 9th, with test centers set up in various primary and secondary schools, similar to the college entrance examination that Li Yuan experienced in his previous life. At 7 a.m. that morning, Li Yuan opened his eyes and got out of bed. Wash up, urinate. He put on a black outfit. The F-grade weapon, the Black Dragon Spear, was split into 2 parts, holstered, and carried crosswise on its back. After getting dressed, Li Yuan went out. I ate 4 bowls of savory tofu pudding, 10 fried dough sticks, 5 tea eggs, and 2 baskets of steamed buns at a breakfast shop near the entrance of my residential area. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Li Yuan set off for the school. On the way, he brought up the control panel with a thought. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neze Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, First Stage, Initial Level. Level of Life, 12.1. Training Method, the 8th set of National Martial Arts Basic Training Method Introduction. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner, Low-Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Not Yet Beginner. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Kill value, 0. How can you sleep with such a low kill value? After fully absorbing the energy of the Spirit Nourishing Elixir, Li Yuan's life level reached an astonishing 12.1. It's not far from the standard of the first order mid-range. My unremitting persistence and efforts have finally begun to bear fruit. I'm determined to be the top scorer in the Provincial Civil Service exam. Wuhan College Entrance Examination, here I come. Chapter 12 Pingcheng Martial Arts Examination Site. 5 Top-Tier Geniuses. The playground of number 3 Middle School. 6 buses were parked outside the playground. These were special vehicles for transporting examinees. 2 black armored vehicles were parked on each side, each equipped with a machine gun on its roof that carried armor-piercing and incendiary rounds. Each armored vehicle also carried 10 armed soldiers. These 4 armored vehicles will escort the candidates to the examination site. Although the effectiveness of firearms has been greatly reduced in this world of advanced weaponry, they can still be quite effective against some low-level alien beasts. Students who had registered for the Wuhan University of Science and Technology College entrance examination arrived at the school one after another and signed in with their respective homeroom teachers. Most of them were dressed in tight-fitting clothes or battle armor, and they also brought their own weapons. Of course, only cold weapons can be carried, not firearms. Firearms are strictly prohibited in the Military Science College entrance examination. If discovered, the student's score will be invalidated, they will be expelled from the examination room, and the incident will be recorded in their file, becoming a stain on their record for life. Most of the students were brought by their parents, but the parents were not allowed to enter the school. They could only give their children some instructions at the school gate. Li Yuan is an orphan who came alone with a gun. It seemed somewhat out of place with its surroundings. But he didn't wallow in self-pity. That's Li Yuan? He really has the guts to take the martial arts college entrance exam. Isn't he afraid of being torn apart by the alien beasts? Dude, you're really out of touch. Don't you know that Li Yuan punched Chen Jinfeng to pieces? What? You're kidding me, bro? It's normal that you didn't know. That day you picked up the nutrient solution and left in a hurry, missing out on a good show. Let me tell you. Li Yuan ignored the discussions and strode into the campus. Arrive at the meeting point of Class 5, find Zhao Dizhu to sign in, and then wait quietly. Brother Yuan. Fang Ping ran to Li Yuan's side and said excitedly, "You'd never guess how high my life level is, 7.9. A full 7.9. Ha ha. Oh. Congratulations," Li Yuan said with a smile. Fang Ping looked at Li Yuan with gratitude and said solemnly, "Brother Yuan, my significant improvement before the college entrance examination is all thanks to you for giving me those 2 doses of nutrient solution." Thank you. We're all fucking buddies. Li Yuan hooked his arm around Fang Ping's neck and said nonchalantly. "Oh right, and Ruoyo is acting quite strangely today. She didn't come over to cause trouble." Fang Ping looked at Ruoyo standing in the distance with considerable surprise. Li Yuan glanced in that direction. And Ruoyo immediately avoided eye contact, her whole body trembling with unease. Clearly, after learning that Li Yuan was a Marshall Hall S-level contracted prodigy, she no longer had the courage to face him directly. "Isn't it better to have fewer annoying flies?" Li Yuan said casually, a slight smile playing on his lips. As the two were talking, it was already 8 o'clock. The 3rd middle school was closed. All candidates boarded their respective buses according to the list. Buzz. For armored vehicles, 2 leading the way and 2 bringing up the rear. In the middle were 6 buses lined up in a row. The convoy drove out of the school and headed towards the examination center outside the city. "I haven't gotten on the bus yet. I haven't gotten on the bus yet." As soon as the convoy left the school, Li Yuan heard a series of anxious shouts. Looking out the window, I saw a student carrying a sword, sweating profusely as he chased after the car. But the convoy showed no sign of stopping, and drove further and further away in his desperate gaze. Li Yuan shook his head. Surprisingly, even in this other world, there are plenty of talented people who are late for the college entrance exam. Being a few minutes late means missing out on the college entrance exam. It might be cruel for that student, but he can't blame anyone else. Who told him to be late? The National College Entrance Examination (NCE) is not only a selection process in terms of its content, but also in terms of its examination system itself. If you can't even attend an exam on time, what can I expect you to do? It's nothing. Li Yuan withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. The convoy had a smooth journey and arrived at its destination in less than an hour. The examination site for the Pingcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination is a large woodland with dense, lush trees. However, it is not just trees, there are also hills, shrubs, rivers, boulders, and even swamps. The terrain is complex and varied. This adds many variables to the exam. This woodland is usually used by the Pingcheng garrison for training and exercises, and it is temporarily requisitioned as an examination site for the Martial Arts College entrance examination. The area is isolated by a high-voltage power grid and is patrolled by troops to prevent alien beasts or martial artists from entering. Is this the exam venue? I don't know how big this woodland is. It seems to stretch on forever. It's eerie and scary, a bit unsettling. Did you hear that? It sounds like the roar of a strange beast. Look! A dark shadow flashed by just now, it was so fast. It looked like the wind's shadow leopard. After getting off the bus, the examinees peered through the gaps in the high-voltage power grid at the woodland. Many of them turned pale with nervousness and broke out in a cold sweat. Even worse, some people's legs went weak. Li Yuan shook his head secretly. Faced with strange beasts, they cowered without a fight. They were already at a disadvantage from the start. Once we get into the arena, I'm afraid I'll only be able to unleash about 50% or 60% of my full potential. Li Yuan glanced at Fong Ping beside him. Although the latter's fleshy face was tense and his forehead was sweating, his gaze was resolute. Nervous but not fearful. Fong Ping's performance surpassed that of many others. Then another convoy arrived. It's from number 2 middle school. I heard that number 2 middle school produced 3 A-level awakened individuals this year, and they've really made a name for themselves. Holy crap, 3? That's right, the son of the boss's daughter's boyfriend, who is my aunt's cousin's neighbor, is from number 2 middle school. The source is absolutely reliable. Look at those people from number 2 middle school, their noses are practically pointing to the sky, they're so smug. Sigh, what can they do when they have 3 A-level awakeners? It's a pity that Li Yuan gave up his S-level martial soul, otherwise they wouldn't have the chance to be so smug. The students from number 3 middle school were whispering among themselves. Li Yuan also looked at the group of students from number 2 middle school. Look, the one holding the sword is Xiao Lingfeng, the pretty girl is Zhang Yan, and the big guy is Cui Meng. All 3 of them have A-level martial souls. Fong Ping explained from the side. Hey, number 1 middle school has arrived too. Like number 3 middle school, number 1 middle school only has 1 A-level awakener, the one with the middle parting, named Ai Kuan. He seems to be looking over here. Li Yuan nodded. I didn't pay any attention to it. What A-level awakener? Can they withstand the force of a punch that weighs 2,000 kilograms? With all the students from Pingcheng's 3 major high schools now present, the martial arts college entrance examination is about to begin. Led by their respective teachers, all the candidates gathered in an open space. The number of students from the 3 high schools who took the Wuhan University entrance examination was just over 1,000. There are only 5 A-level awakeners among them, who are also the 5 highly anticipated candidates in this college entrance examination. Alright, everyone be quiet. A burly middle-aged man in military uniform walked onto the platform. His face was resolute, and his eyes were sharp. It exudes an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness. He appeared on stage and spoke in a low voice, but he instantly commanded respect. The room fell silent, no one spoke. I am Zhou Kaixian, the person in charge of this Pingcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination and the commander of the Pingcheng garrison. Now I will introduce the rules and precautions for the Wuhan University entrance examination. Everyone immediately perked up and listened attentively. Although the rules for the Martial Arts College entrance examination are largely the same every year and are no secret, it's still essential for test takers to listen carefully. Chapter 13 First Blood. Zhou Kaixian is a soldier, decisive and efficient. Without any unnecessary words, they got straight to the point and introduced the specific rules of the Martial Arts College entrance examination. All the candidates listened attentively. In fact, the rules for the Wuhan University entrance examination are relatively simple. The exam venue is this huge, misty forest next door. Countless ferocious beasts had already been released into the woodland. The so-called ferocious beasts are strange beasts with a life level below 10.0, equivalent to human martial arts apprentices. The ratio of low-level ferocious beasts life level less than 7.0, medium-level ferocious beasts life level 7.08.9, and high-level ferocious beasts life level 9.09.9 is approximately 7 to 2 to 1, forming a pyramid structure. But the misty forest is not only home to ferocious beasts, it also contains real exotic creatures. This includes 10 Tier 1 initial stage beasts, as well as the only beast king with strength reaching the mid-stage of the first tier. The ferocious beasts were randomly distributed throughout the woodland without any pattern. However, the activity area of first-tier beasts is strictly restricted to the restricted area at the very center of the misty forest. As long as the examinees do not enter the restricted area, they will not be attacked by first-tier beasts. You can earn points by defeating ferocious beasts and strange creatures. The higher the level, the higher the score after a kill. This is similar to the difficulty level of exam questions. Low-level and medium-level ferocious beasts are like ordinary exam questions. Most test takers can answer them reasonably well. High-level ferocious beasts are like the final, most challenging question, which only the top students can tackle. As for the strange beasts, that was an extra question. Only the most exceptional talents should attempt this. There is also a very important special rule. During the exam, candidates are allowed to attack each other. Although alien beasts are the greatest threat to humanity, it does not mean that alien beasts are the only threat to humanity. Sometimes, humans are the most dangerous. Especially in wilderness areas and secret realms, it is not uncommon for human martial artists to kill each other, steal treasures, plot against each other, and stab each other in the back. To prevent these young martial artists from stumbling in the future, this concept must be deeply instilled in their minds starting from the martial arts college entrance examination. But the Wuhan University entrance examination does not encourage candidates to attack each other. Therefore, attacking other test takers does not steal their points and offers no direct benefit. In addition, once the attack on a candidate exceeds a certain limit, the attacker will be marked as a red name. Not only will their location be exposed on all candidates' smartwatches, but other candidates who defeat the red-named candidate can also steal half of their points. Under such rules, attacking other candidates is obviously a thankless task, so few people would do such a thing. The exam lasted 24 hours, starting at 10 a.m. on the 6th and ending at 10 a.m. on the 7th. After the exam begins, I will send vehicles to randomly drop you off in batches at various locations in the woods. You need to adapt to the environment as soon as possible, and then kill the alien beasts to earn points. But remember to act within your capabilities, avoid recklessness, and pay special attention to your own safety. Now, line up to collect your tactical backpacks, then board the vehicle. Zhou Kaixian gave the order. Under the guidance of the garrison soldiers, all candidates lined up to receive tactical backpacks and were then randomly assigned to a transport vehicle. Li Yuan lined up and received his tactical backpack. I only took a closer look after getting on the bus. The tactical backpack is made of a special textile material with a waterproof and fireproof coating, and it is extremely tough and difficult to cut. The backpack has a safety rope on the right side. If danger is encountered, pulling it in a special way will instantly pop out a protective shield to completely wrap around the examinee, blocking attacks from ferocious beasts, and sending location information and distress signals. The garrison will immediately dispatch personnel to rescue the examinee. Of course, once the protective shield is activated, it means the exam will end early and the score will be fixed. Besides the function of the tactical backpack itself, the contents inside are also very important. Smartwatch, it can intelligently identify the types of exotic beasts and record kill points, view the points leaderboard, and has a built-in test point map. Tactical flashlight, over 1000 lumens, used for nighttime illumination and combat. Compressed energy biscuits and energy liquids, quickly replenish energy and restore physical strength after consumption. Bandages, wound medicine, and antidote pills, used for temporary treatment after injury or poisoning. Li Yuan put the smartwatch on his left wrist, touched the F-grade spear on his back, and quietly waited for the exam to begin. I can't wait any longer. Soon. With a whistle. All transport vehicles are in operation. We drove straight into the misty forest. The route was winding and irregular, and every so often a candidate would be randomly selected and dropped off. Of course, the restricted areas are an exception. In the college entrance examination for martial arts students, ability is paramount, but luck also plays a significant role. If an ordinary test taker were placed near a high-level ferocious beast, they would likely be eliminated immediately upon landing. Brother Yuan, let's each work hard and meet at the top. Fang Ping bumped fists with Li Yuan, and was then thrown down. Shortly afterward, Li Yuan was also deployed. The moment of landing. Li Yuan quickly pulled out the two sections of the gun barrel and put them back together with a click. Although he was extremely powerful, it was his first time facing a strange beast, so he still had to take it seriously. If we accidentally capsize in the gutter, we'll be so embarrassed that we'll be humiliated in another world. According to the electronic map, I am currently located in the northwest corner of the misty jungle. It's still quite far from the restricted area inhabited by first-tier alien beasts. In that case, let's fight our way through the misty woods and point our guns at the forbidden zone. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Li Yuan held his spear upside down and headed towards the forbidden area of the misty forest. Whoosh! Li Yuan hadn't gone far when a whooshing sound rang out. A ferocious beast, black and purple in color and shaped like a leopard, leaped out of the bushes. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was bent over. It bared its sharp fangs at Li Yuan. Beep! Wind Shadow Leopard, a medium-sized ferocious beast, known for its speed. The smartwatch immediately recognized the information and reported it to Li Yuan. Wind Shadow Leopard? It's fast? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The Wind Shadow Leopard is definitely a tough opponent among medium-sized ferocious beasts, mainly relying on its speed. Its threat level is no less than that of a high-level ferocious beast. For the vast majority of test takers, encountering this thing would probably mean certain failure. But Li Yuan was not flustered at all. Instead, he grinned. I'll use your blood, you stupid leopard, to begin my path to becoming a god of slaughter. Whoosh! With a sweep of his black dragon spear, grass and leaves flew everywhere, creating a rustling sound. The snow-white and sharp F-grade alloy gun tip pointed at the Wind Shadow Leopard. A sharp aura erupted from Li Yuan. Roar! The Wind Shadow Leopard has little brains. It only possesses the instinct for bloodlust and slaughter. With a low growl, it took off running and charged towards Li Yuan. Like a gust of wind. The speed is indeed very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already closed in on Li Yuan. With a powerful push off the ground with its hind legs, the Wind Shadow Leopard leaped into the air. Sharp claws, reflecting a cold light in the sunlight, lunged towards Li Yuan's chest. If Li Yuan were hit by this, he would most likely end up with his stomach ripped open. Unfortunately, Li Yuan declared, my speed is superior to yours. Whoosh! The spear flashed like a dragon, its cold light gleaming. The black dragon spear pierced directly into the Wind Shadow Leopard's mouth, the tip of the spear emerging from its back, spraying blood everywhere. Laugh! The Wind Shadow Leopard twitched violently twice. Then, with a kick of his limbs, he died instantly. Slaying a medium-level ferocious beast, the Wind Shadow Leopard, earns you plus 20 points. Slaying a medium-level ferocious beast, the Wind Shadow Leopard, grants plus 5 kill points. The smartwatch and the system notifications sounded simultaneously. Chapter 14 Martial Arts Skill Point Allocation. The Overlord's formation-breaking spear unleashes its power. 1 kill, 2 rewards. That's great. Li Yuan flung the Wind Shadow Leopard's corpse away. However, the points and kill value provided by medium-level ferocious beasts are still not enough. I need to hunt high-level ferocious beasts, even first-tier alien beasts. Looks like we need to speed things up. Li Yuan shook off the blood from the gun barrel and sprinted towards the restricted area. In fact, his behavior is very dangerous. The situation in the misty forest is complex, and the fog is so thick that ferocious beasts could suddenly attack at any moment. In such an environment, the right way is to concentrate fully, remain vigilant, proceed cautiously, and explore carefully. This is what almost all test takers do. But Li Yuan was highly skilled and daring. The most dangerous approach was chosen, but it was also the most efficient. However, Li Yuan did not display extreme speed. Because he wasn't simply traveling, any ferocious beasts he encountered along the way would definitely be converted into points and kill value. We'll fight our way through. Slaying a medium-level ferocious beast, the Wind Shadow Leopard, earns you plus 20 points. Slay one medium-level ferocious beast, Wind Shadow Leopard, and gain plus 6 kill points. Slaying a low-level ferocious beast, the Sharp-Toothed Rabbit, earns you plus 10 points. Killing one low-level ferocious beast, the Sharp-Toothed Rabbit, increases kill value by 3. Slay 5 low-level ferocious beasts, Azure Serpents, for plus 50 points. Kill 5 low-level ferocious beasts, Azure Serpents, kill points plus 14. Li Yuan killed his way through the enemy lines. Under the Black Dragon Spear, all beasts are equal. No matter what kind of animal it is, like a leopard, a rabbit, or a snake, it will be killed instantly with a single shot. Basic spear techniques, though only unranked martial arts with limited power, are no match for Li Yuan's high level of life, speed, and strength. Even basic moves like thrust, chop, strike, and point can unleash tremendous power. Killing ferocious beasts in an instant is a piece of cake. Moreover, with each actual battle, Li Yuan became increasingly adept at wielding his spear. Previously, he only practiced shooting at school according to the teacher's instructions, shooting at air and fixed targets, and rarely even sparring with classmates. Unlike now, we face ferocious beasts head-on and engage in close combat. Practice is the best teacher of martial arts. Combat is the fastest way to progress. Li Yuan felt this deeply. 2.5 hours later. Laugh. The spear thrust straight in. The sharp spear tip pierced the neck of a high-level ferocious beast, the Red Fang Wolf, sending a spray of blood flying. Slayed one high-level ferocious beast, the Red Fang Wolf, earning plus 50 points. Slay one high-level ferocious beast, Red Fang Wolf, and your kill count will increase by 10. A pleasant notification sound rang out. This was the first high-level ferocious beast that Li Yuan had killed. This high-level ferocious beast, which posed a huge threat to the 5 so-called seat candidates, was nothing more than a matter of one shot for Li Yuan. Li Yuan exhaled and rubbed the tip of his spear against the Red Fang Wolf's fur to wipe away the blood. At the same time, the panel is brought up with a thought. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neza Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, First Stage, Initial Level. Life Level, 12.1 plus. Training Method, the 8th set of National Martial Arts Basic Training Methods Beginner Plus. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low-Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Not Beginner Plus. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Kill value, 143. Unbeknownst to me, my kill count has accumulated to 143, which is enough to add points. The exam has only just begun. There are countless ferocious beasts and strange creatures to kill, and you can continuously gain kill points. There's no need to be so stingy. Moreover, to do a good job, one must first have the right tools. Improving one's martial arts skills can also speed up the efficiency of hunting ferocious beasts. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Without further hesitation, Li Yuan chose to add points. With a thought, he gently tapped the plus on the back of the Overlord Breaking Formation Spear. Instantly, a tall, imposing figure with an aura of dominance appeared in Li Yuan's mind, wielding a long spear. His marksmanship was wide and sweeping, his attacks fierce and unparalleled. It is the Overlord's Formation Breaking Spear. As the figure continued to fire his gun, invisible experience and skills poured into Li Yuan's mind. It sounds complicated, but it only takes a blink of an eye. Li Yuan felt that he had gained a lot of experience and skills in the Overlord Breaking Formation Spear, as if he had been immersed in this spear technique for several years. Their understanding of the Overlord's Formation Breaking Spear technique has also deepened. Li Yuan was moved and immediately thrust his spear forward, unleashing the Overlord Breaking Formation Spear technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Black Dragon Spear swept through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. First move, Overlord splits the earth. The second move, Mad Dragon breaks the formation. The third move, Raging Spear shatters the mountain. Fourth move. Li Yuan unleashed 13 consecutive moves of the Overlord Breaking Formation Spear. Dust flew everywhere on the field, and grass blades danced wildly. The sharp whistle rang out incessantly. The commotion attracted 4 wind shadow leopards, which pounced on Li Yuan from different directions. Ha, well done. Li Yuan laughed wildly. Not flustered at all. The spear instantly changed direction and was suddenly raised. The second move of the Overlord's Formation Breaking Spear, Mad Dragon breaks the formation. In an instant, the Black Dragon Spear in Li Yuan's hand seemed to transform into a raging black dragon, with the spearhead being a ferocious dragon's head. It swept out fiercely. Like a raging dragon soaring through the sky, fierce and domineering. Bang! Bang! The 2 wind shadow leopards were struck repeatedly, their skulls cracked, and they flew backward with spurting blood, dying instantly. After instantly killing 2 wind shadow leopards, Li Yuan slammed his right leg forward, spun around, and pierced the head of the 3rd wind shadow leopard in a flash, his spear like an angry dragon turning its head. The third move of the Overlord's Formation Breaking Spear, Raging Spear shatters mountains. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuan raised the gun high. Clang! The gun barrel blocked the last wind shadow leopard's claws, producing a sound like metal clashing. A head-on collision. Generally speaking, humans are at a disadvantage when facing ferocious beasts head-on, since humans are hard to match ferocious beasts in terms of pure physical strength and power. Human beings have an advantage in skill, that is, martial arts. Moreover, the wind shadow leopard took the initiative to attack, charging up its strength with a sprint, and with the added momentum, its power was even greater. If it were any other candidate, the weapon would probably fly out of their hand the moment they made contact. At best, it could result in a broken arm. In severe cases, they may suffer serious injuries. However, Li Yuan's physical abilities far surpassed those of the Wind Shadow Leopard. He is more ferocious than any beast. He withstood the impact of the Wind Shadow Leopard head-on, remaining as still as Mount Tai. Subsequently, Li Yuan grinned. With his left fist clenched, he blasted it out like a cannonball, slamming it fiercely into the Wind Shadow Leopard's head. Bang! The Wind Shadow Leopard was sent flying by the impact. It landed and rolled several times before crashing into a tree and coming to a stop. His limbs twitched a few times, then he fell silent. The hair on his head was stained red with blood, and a large pool of blood quickly flowed out from under his body. If you look closely, you'll notice that there's a depression on the right side of the Wind Shadow Leopard's head. One punch, head blown off. This is a literal headshot. Although it didn't use the power of its martial soul, the force of this punch still exceeded 1,000 kilograms. How could a mere medium-sized ferocious beast possibly block it? Chapter 15. Our school's Li Yuan has the potential to be the top provincial scorer. Xiao Lingfeng truly lives up to his reputation as the most promising candidate this year. His score is already close to 800, placing him at the top of the list by a wide margin. Principal Qin, congratulations in advance. It seems that Pingcheng will finally produce a genius who ranks among the top 100 in the province this year. Speaking of which, number 2 middle school is indeed outstanding this year. Not only does it have Xiao Lingfeng, a top genius, but Zhang Yan and Cui Meng are also both A-level martial souls. It shouldn't be a problem for them to enter the top 300 in the province. One school with 3 A-level students, that's really impressive. After an A-level martial soul awakener becomes a true martial artist, there is a high probability that he can comprehend innate abilities from his martial soul. Xiao Lingfeng's martial soul is the Shadow Ghost Leopard, so his innate abilities should be inclined towards speed and agility. Combined with his fast sword, his future achievements are limitless. The top 10 positions on the leaderboard are mostly occupied by students from number 2 middle school. This year belongs to number 2 middle school. Outside the misty woodland, on the stands, many people were watching the martial arts college entrance examination. Not only were there school principals and teachers, but also people from the Pingcheng Education Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, and other departments. Before everyone hung a huge light screen, the main part of which displayed an electronic map of the entire misty forest, with many red and green dots. The red dots mark ferocious beasts and strange beasts. The stronger the beast, the larger and darker the red dot. The area at the very center of the map is a deep, almost blackish red, representing extreme danger. That's where the strange beasts dwell. The green dots represent more than 1,000 test takers. A small area on the left side of the screen displays the score rankings, with Xiao Lingfeng topping the list with a high score of 758. On either side of the light screen, there are projector screens that display the real-time projection images of the examinees. You can specify which examinee to track, or if you don't specify, the images will be displayed randomly. Martial Arts Examination Observation Site. At this moment, on the projection screen number 01, is Xiao Lingfeng, who is at the top of the list. He was tall and handsome. He was dressed in a light blue outfit and held a slender sword. He was agile and had superb swordsmanship. With a flash of sword light, a medium-sized ferocious beast collapsed, blood spurting from its neck. Ha ha ha. A middle-aged man of medium build with slicked back hair laughed heartily. Xiao Lingfeng is indeed a promising talent. Not only has he awakened an A-grade martial soul, but he also possesses high martial arts talent, having already mastered basic fist techniques and swordsmanship to the proficiency level. In addition, 3 days ago, Xiao Lingfeng tried to cultivate a low-grade sword technique. Although he failed to master it, he gained some insights and his strength was further improved. I have high hopes for him in this year's college entrance examination for Wuhan University students. He is determined to be among the top 100 in the province. The speaker was Qin Chuan, the principal of Pingcheng No. 2 Middle School. The director of education nodded slowly upon hearing this, and said, speaking of which, it has been several years since any student from Pingcheng has ranked among the top 100 in the province. If Xiao Lingfeng can do it, he can sweep away the long-standing weakness and bring glory to Pingcheng. The education department will give him a generous reward. Director Wang, please rest assured, Xiao Lingfeng is definitely capable, Qin Chuan said with a smile. He then glanced at Chen Rui, who stood calmly to the side, having remained silent throughout. He sighed and shook his head, saying, alas, what a pity. I heard that a kid from No. 3 middle school activated an S-level martial soul. He was a surefire candidate for the provincial top scorer, but I don't know what he was thinking, he actually chose an F-level useless martial soul. Old Chen, Don't you think it's a real shame? Many people looked at Chen Rui, their gazes varying. Abandon the S-rank martial soul and choose the F-rank martial soul. This matter has already spread. Imagine yourself as the principal of number 3 middle school. Suddenly you're soaring to the clouds, but before you can even appreciate the view, you plummet back into the mud. What kind of experience is that? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Rui chuckled softly. He and Xin Shuoran have known each other for many years and have been rivals since their youth, with each having their own victories and defeats. Later, when they each became the principals of their respective schools, the competition shifted from them to the school level. Every year, the Martial Spirit Awakening Ceremony and the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination are a competition to see who is the best. This is no secret in Pingcheng. Everyone was happy to watch the excitement. Anyway, it's healthy competition, not a bad thing. At most, it's just two old friends teasing each other. Old Qin, do you really think you've got this in the bag? Chen Rui asked with a smile. Xin Shuoran said proudly with his hands behind his back, that's for sure, no one can stop Xiaoling Feng. Chen Rui raised an eyebrow. Xin Shuoran asked, puzzled. Look over there, Chen Rui said, pointing to the leaderboard. Xin Shuoran turned around and his expression changed slightly. The list has changed slightly, with a new name appearing in the top 10. 10th place, Li Yuan, Pingcheng number 3 middle school, 540 points. Li Yuan, wait, Li Yuan? Isn't he the student who gave up an S-rank martial soul and chose a useless F-rank martial soul instead? Wait a minute, how did he get such a high score? Look, Li Yuan's ranking has improved again. 8th place, Li Yuan, Pingcheng number 3 middle school, 590 points. As they spoke, Li Yuan's points increased, and his ranking instantly rose by 2 places. His points have suddenly increased by 50. Could it be that he killed a high-level ferocious beast? The director of education frowned and shouted, quick! Lock onto Li Yuan and play the projection. Someone immediately took action. Soon. A figure dressed in black battle armor, as tall and straight as a spear, appeared on projection screen number 02. Beside it was a giant wolf with sharp, scarlet fangs. That's the corpse of the high-level ferocious beast, the Red Fang Wolf. I didn't see anyone else nearby. Could it be that this kid killed them all by himself? No, when did F-rank martial souls become so powerful? What's with killing a ferocious beast and then practicing his spear technique on the spot? Wait, his spear technique, it's not basic spear technique, this should be a low-grade martial art. Are you kidding me? How could an apprentice possibly master a low-grade martial art? Look! Li Yuan's spear dance has alerted the nearby ferocious beast's 4 wind shadow leopards. Oh no, he's in danger. Prepare for a rescue. This kid's too arrogant, brandishing his gun so blatantly in the misty forest, it'd attract any ferocious beasts if he didn't. Holy crap! Someone had just suggested preparing to rescue Li Yuan when, before they could finish speaking, it turned into a gasp of surprise. At the same time, a series of gasps of astonishment rang out. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Li Yuan swiftly and decisively killed 2 wind shadow leopards with a single sweeping shot, then turned and thrust his spear to kill the third, before finally smashing the fourth in the head with a punch. The 4 medium-sized ferocious beasts, the wind shadow leopards, went to their death side by side. What did I just see? A low-grade martial art at the beginner level? And that last punch probably carried at least 1,000 kilograms. Is he really a rank F martial soul? That's incredibly powerful. Single-handedly killed a high-level ferocious beast, instantly annihilated 4 mid-level ferocious beasts, and emerged unscathed. What kind of monster is this? He was not only unharmed, but I think he didn't even use his full strength. He wasn't even out of breath or red in the face, so he was clearly far from reaching his limit. Perhaps, this year, Pingcheng can produce 2 geniuses who break into the top 100 in the province. The crowd started discussing it animatedly, getting more and more excited as they talked. It's no wonder they were so agitated. Li Yuan's performance was simply too shocking. A low-grade martial art at the beginner level, with terrifying punching power exceeding 1,000 kilograms, and a devastating fighting style. It is entirely comparable to a first-stage or even mid-stage first-stage martial artist. At this moment, Xin Shuoran, the principal of number 2 middle school, was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What happened to the supposedly useless F-rank martial soul? How come killing ferocious beasts is as easy as killing chickens? Old Chen. What's wrong with this kid? Qin Shuoran asked the question that everyone present was curious about. Actually, Chen Rui was also quite confused. He knew that Li Yuan's martial soul had mutated and was comparable to an SS-level martial soul, and he also knew that Li Yuan had successfully been certified as a first-level martial artist in the martial hall. These ferocious beasts posed virtually no threat to him. But Chen Rui didn't expect that Li Yuan had actually mastered the basics of the Overlord breaking formation spear technique. When did low-grade martial arts become so easy to learn? It's only been 3 days. Could he be a genius in martial arts as well? But that doesn't make sense either. Li Yuan practiced basic boxing and basic spear techniques for more than a year before he could barely get started, and he still hasn't reached the proficient level. Chen Rui couldn't understand it, and he was also deeply shocked by Li Yuan. But that didn't stop Chen Rui from showing off on the spot. He'd been holding back for 3 days, and today, he could finally unleash his full potential. I cannot disclose the specifics of what happened at this time. All I can say is... Chen Rui paused briefly and glanced sideways at Qin Shuoran. Then he slowly uttered a sentence. Our student Li Yuan has the potential to be the top scorer in the province. Chapter 16 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. As expected of a rank-level martial art, it is truly extraordinary and far superior to basic martial arts. Inside the misty woodland, Li Yuan was quite satisfied with the Overlord breaking formation spear. This is only the beginner level. If it is improved to proficient, its lethality will definitely be more considerable. Li Yuan habitually wiped the blood off the gun with the beast's fur, while glancing at the control panel. Kill value, 62. This includes the kill points contributed by the last 4 wind shadow leopards, otherwise, it would only be 43. In other words, this beginner skill point allocation for the Overlord breaking formation spear consumed 100 kill points. This amount of kill points is clearly not enough to level up the Overlord formation breaking spear to the proficient level, but it doesn't matter, there are plenty of ferocious beasts and strange creatures in this forest. Especially the central restricted area, where there are real strange beasts. Based on the previous pattern of acquiring kill points, the higher the level, the more kill points you get after killing. High-level ferocious beasts have a kill point of around 10, and exotic beasts will definitely have a higher one. Continue towards the restricted area, and kill as many ferocious beasts as you can along the way. With a thought flashing through his mind, Li Yuan picked up his spear and prepared to set off. Looking up, I saw several figures walking towards me. The person walking in the middle had a middle-part hairstyle, a slender build, wore a unique black and white battlesuit, and held a short sword. It was none other than Ai Kuan, a genius from No. 1 high school. Beside him were 2 girls and 2 boys. Li Yuan? Upon seeing Li Yuan, Ai Kuan was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstasy. Ha ha! What a small world! I never expected to run into you here. Ai Kuan stared at Li Yuan with ill intent. As he spoke, he took steps closer. His 4 companions followed behind him as they walked toward Li Yuan. Thump! Li Yuan slammed the black dragon spear into the ground and grinned. Hey, isn't this idiot classmate? What a coincidence! Ai Kuan's face darkened, then he sneered, Humph. You piece of trash, you still dare to talk big even when you're about to die. Today I'll make you regret offending me. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 4 companions quickened their pace and surrounded Li Yuan. Clearly, the visitor has ill intentions. Ah! Suddenly, the girl named Susan screamed, pointing at the beast's corpse on the ground and shouting. It's the corpse of a high-level ferocious beast, the Red Fang Wolf. 4 more wind shadow leopards also died here. The others also noticed this and were immediately shocked. Even with their squad's configuration, encountering 1 high-level ferocious beast and 4 mid-level ferocious beasts would likely result in a very bad outcome. Hey, did you see who did this? A boy named Zhang Hao asked Li Yuan. Li Yuan said calmly, I am indeed the one. You? Zhang Hao scoffed. If you had chosen an S-rank martial soul, that might actually be possible. Unfortunately, you idiot chose a useless F-rank martial soul. Don't waste your breath on him. Ai Kuan said with a gloomy expression. Wu Jing, Susan, Zhang Hao, Zhao Xiaoping, all 4 of you, come at me together. Beat him up. Beat him until he activates his protective shield. I want him to be the first one eliminated from this year's martial arts exam. Ai Kuan couldn't hold back any longer and directly gave instructions to the other 4 people. Brother Kuan, that would definitely make us a red-named player. Zhang Hao hesitated. Being marked in the red means that you will become a walking points record, exposed to all the candidates' smartwatches. Killing a ferocious beast only yields a dozen or 20 points. However, defeating a candidate with a red name and directly seizing half of their points would yield a reward of at least several tens of points, or even possibly 3 figures. Which one is more efficient? Need I say more? Therefore, Zhang Hao hesitated. Ai Kuan frowned, his face full of displeasure, and said, "What are you afraid of? With me here, even if you're a red name, who would dare to attack you? Who could steal your points? Moreover, after the matter is completed, each person will receive 100,000 blue star coins, which will be transferred after the exam. The poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. The path of martial arts is very expensive. If you don't have money and resources, when will you ever become a true martial artist? In short, are you in or not?" Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and nodded emphatically, "Do it." The other three also made up their minds. The four of them then surrounded Li Yuan. "Li Yuan, let's see how you die." Ai Kuan leaned against a tree, waiting for the show to begin, a smug smile on his face. "Dare to go against me? You'll be knocked out of the protective shield, your martial arts exam will end early, and you'll be kicked out with the lowest score." Certainly. Ai Kuan had another possibility in mind. That is, Li Yuan fought against 4 people and killed them all. Although the possibility is small, he is, after all, someone who received an S-level contract from the Martial Hall, and perhaps he has some unknown hidden methods. But Ai Kuan sneered inwardly. Even if you manage to kill all 4 of them, you'll still be a red name and be finished. This is an unsolvable situation. Let's do it! Zhang Hao shouted. The 4 attacked Li Yuan simultaneously. 1 knife, 1 gun, 2 swords. Li Yuan sighed. He didn't want to hit anyone, but someone insisted on coming up to him and asking to be hit, so he had no choice but to give in. Whoosh! With the gun in hand, Li Yuan's aura suddenly intensified. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The spear danced, whistling through the air. Using advanced martial arts techniques is considered bullying children. Li Yuan only used 4 basic spear techniques. Prick. Hack. Collapse. Point. 4 actions. They attacked 4 people separately. The moves were simple and straightforward. But it is fast and powerful. By the time the 4 realized something was wrong, it was too late. They screamed and were sent flying. Zhang Hao performed relatively well in the midst of the chaos, he actually managed to raise his sword to parry Li Yuan's attack. However, he knew nothing about Li Yuan's power. The spear came crashing down with terrifying force. Clang! With a loud explosion, Zhang Hao's tiger's mouth split open instantly. The spear swept away the sword with overwhelming force, slamming it heavily onto his shoulder. Zhang Hao let out a strange cry and was immediately knocked to the ground, his mouth full of dirt. It happened in the blink of an eye. Li Yuan took down 4 people in less than 4 breaths. This is why Li Yuan considered that the candidates' fights were not life or death battles, and that they would use the butt of the gun, not the tip, when they made their moves. Otherwise, these 4 people wouldn't have just suffered minor injuries. Holy crap! Ai Kuan was startled. He actually managed to take on 4 opponents and kill all 4. Is it open yet? Although Ai Kuan was mentally prepared for the possibility that Li Yuan might turn the tables and kill the 4 of them, it was clear that he hadn't done enough mental preparation. Because Li Yuan's victory wasn't a difficult comeback, but an instant kill. Gurgle. Ai Kuan swallowed hard when he suddenly heard his smartwatch beep. I looked down. He burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan, you're finished. You've turned red. Just wait to become prey. The red name system is very simple and crude. There is only one criterion for judgment. That's attack intensity. Regardless of who attacks first or how many people are on each side, if a candidate's attack on another candidate reaches a certain level, that candidate will be marked as red name. To put it bluntly, this system is not about fairness at all, but about checks and balances. Obviously, Li Yuan had just defeated 4 examinees in a row, and his attack intensity was high enough that he was immediately turned into a red name. Li Yuan, oh Li Yuan. How about that? Aren't you an idiot? Ai Kuan got a little carried away. I admit, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations, but now that you're a red name, no matter how strong you are, you're finished. Xiao Lingfeng and Shui Meng from number 2 middle school will definitely come to hunt you. Ha ha ha. Ikian laughed loudly. Still trying to act tough? I'll make you fly. Li Yuan is ruthless and doesn't talk much. After saying that, he planted the spear into the ground. He clenched his fists and charged at Ai Kuan. Holy crap! Ai Kuan's heart skipped a beat, and he turned and ran. He was well aware of his own abilities and knew he couldn't beat Li Yuan. But unfortunately, he has no idea how fast he can go. Before he could run more than a few meters, Li Yuan caught up with him. Bang! Li Yuan overtook Ai Kuan, turned around and delivered a powerful swinging punch, slamming it hard into Ai Kuan's abdomen. Ai Kuan's body suddenly arched, instantly turning into a boiled shrimp, his face turning a deep red like a pig's liver, with bulging veins. He was hit so hard that he was sent flying backwards. It rolled several times on the ground before crashing into a tree and stopping. Hiss! Ai Kuan was trembling with pain and almost fainted. Li Yuan walked over to Ai Kuan's side. Why did you have to provoke me? Come on, activate the protective shield. Li Yuan patted Ai Kuan's face. Stop thinking about it. Ai Kuan gritted his teeth and managed to say. Li Yuan didn't waste any words. A punch landed squarely on the tree trunk behind Ai Kuan. Immediately, the trunk of the tree, which was as thick as 2 or 3 people could hug, began to shake violently, and many leaves fell off. Li Yuan withdrew his fist, revealing a deep fist print with cracks spreading around it. Can you withstand the force of my punch, which has the power of 2,000 kilograms? If you don't activate the protective shield, the next punch will land on you. Ai Kuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What the hell is that monster? Chapter 17. Li Yuan has an S-level contract with the Martial Hall? Everyone is shocked. Gurgle. Ai Kuan swallowed hard, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. No, please don't do this. I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Brother Yuan, God Yuan. Ai Kuan wanted to be tough, but he just couldn't bring himself to be. I apologize to you, please give me a chance, Source God. I don't want to be eliminated early, I want to go to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Li Yuan didn't say anything, but just pretended to throw a punch. Ah! Ai Kuan's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively activated his protective shield. With a bang, the tactical backpack tore open instantly, releasing a semi-transparent sphere that enveloped Ai Kuan inside. At the same time, a distress signal and location coordinates were sent. This also means that Ai Kuan's journey to take the college entrance examination in martial arts has come to an end. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. I call myself Fengdefu. My martial arts academy, oh my god, it's called Fengdefu. Ai Kuan broke down and started yelling hysterically in anger. But don't get too excited yet. You're already a red name indicating your criminal status, many people will come to hunt you down. Let's see how long you can hold out. Ai Kuan stared at Li Yuan with venomous eyes, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Li Yuan, however, seemed completely unconcerned. Red name? Hunting? Who the hell cares? Only the weak fear being marked with a red name, only the weak fear being hunted. A true strongman can switch roles with a hunter in a heartbeat. Ignoring Ai Kuan's incessant chatter, Li Yuan turned and went to Zhang Hao's side. Source God, please spare me. I really didn't mean to go against you. My family is poor and cannot afford the resources I need for martial arts training, so I had no choice but to rely on Ai Kuan. If not. Before he could finish speaking, with a bang, Zhang Hao's tactical backpack exploded, and a protective shield popped out, enveloping him. He begged me to let him go, and you begged me to let you go too. Report even the slightest bit. I'm here to take the martial arts exam, not to herd horses. Li Yuan withdrew his hand from activating the protective shield and shook his head. Ignoring Zhang Hao's dejected and desperate expression, she moved on to the next person. Source God, please let me go. Bang! Handsome young man, if you let me go, I'll stay with you for 3 days. What do you want to do? Bang! FUUXX. Bang! Li Yuan was too lazy to waste words, so he directly transformed into a ruthless elimination machine and activated the protective shields of the remaining 3 people one by one. At this point, Ai Kuan's 5-man squad was wiped out. 5 against 1, and they were all killed in a counterattack. QQ Farm has to call them overnight because they're terrible at the game. Subsequently, Amidst the hateful yet somewhat fearful gazes of the group, Li Yuan shouldered his spear and swaggered away. Outside the misty woodland. Silence. Everyone was shocked by Li Yuan's performance. Strength is secondary, since Li Yuan's strength has already been perfectly demonstrated in the ferocious beast. More importantly, his methods and character. They attacked without hesitation, swiftly and decisively. And he showed no mercy to girls whatsoever. Such a style would not be surprising if it were a formal martial artist who had experienced life and death trials and bloody battles. But Li Yuan is just a student. That's quite remarkable. This kid is good. He's decisive, courageous, and has guts. He's a promising talent. After the martial arts exam is over, I'd like to ask him if he's interested in joining my military. The garrison commander, Zhou Kaixian, broke the silence. He made no secret of his admiration for Li Yuan. But many people looked strangely at the other side, at the thin middle-aged man with a middle parting. Ai Chanshan, nicknamed Ai Heizi, Aikian's father. Not only is he a third-tier martial artist with considerable strength, but he is also the captain of the Time A team, commanding more than a dozen martial artists who have risked their lives on the line. He was considered a prominent figure in Pingcheng. Ai Heizi's son, Ai Kuan, awakened in A-level martial soul, and his future is limitless. As long as he performs normally in the martial arts exam, getting into a prestigious martial arts academy will not be a problem. But now. However, he was eliminated early by Li Yuan. Given Ai Heizi's vindictive nature, this matter is unlikely to end well. Chen Rui approached Ai Heizi and said in a deep voice, "Brother Ai, you witnessed the whole thing." Ai Kuan provoked Li Yuan first, and Li Yuan was only forced to retaliate. I hope. Is Principal Chen worried that I'll cause trouble for Li Yuan? Ai Heizi interrupted him and asked in return. Chen Rui said, "Brother Ai is magnanimous and upright. I believe he won't stoop to the level of a child." He. Ai Heizi gave a cold laugh. You can tell what kind of person I am from my nickname, so Principal Chen doesn't need to say such insincere things. But you don't need to worry about that. Although I am very angry, I do not have the courage to deal with the S-level contract genius that the Martial Hall has its eye on. Everyone was shocked when Ai Heizi said this. What? Did I hear that right? A Martial Hall S-level contract? It seems the Martial Hall already knew about Li Yuan's strength, or perhaps Li Yuan's visit to the Martial Hall for martial artist certification caught their attention? Brother Ai, what you're saying is that the Martial Hall might be interested in signing an S-level contract with Li Yuan? Faced with everyone's doubts, Ai Heizi slowly shook his head. The Martial Hall did not intend to sign an S-level contract with Li Yuan. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Ai Heizi took a deep breath and continued, to be more precise, the Martial Hall really wants to sign Li Yuan with an S-level contract, but Li Yuan hasn't agreed yet and is still considering it. Hiss. A chorus of gasps of astonishment rang out simultaneously. It directly lowered the air pressure on the field. Having the intention to sign an S-level contract and really wanting to sign someone with an S-level contract seem similar, but they are actually two completely different concepts. The former only indicates that you are a candidate for the Martial Hall's S-level contract. Whether or not you ultimately sign the contract depends on the outcome of the evaluation. Moreover, even if you sign, the conditions might not be particularly high. This is somewhat similar to a job seeker passing the first interview, followed by a second, third, and so on, until the final interview, after which they can be hired. But the latter is different. It's somewhat similar to employers poaching people with high salaries, offering all sorts of extremely attractive conditions, like annual salaries and stock options, practically begging you to come. In other words, as long as Li Yuan nods, the Martial Hall will immediately offer an S-level contract. And it's easy to imagine that all the conditions inside are at their maximum. If Li Yuan was merely a candidate for the Martial Hall's S-level contract, then his performance was not surprising. In reality, the Martial Hall was eager to sign an S-level contract with Li Yuan. Could it be that Li Yuan is even more outstanding and extraordinary than he appears to be? Everyone's thoughts were racing, and they had different ideas. Ai Heizi, we must resolve the conflict between Koan and Li Yuan as soon as possible. Even if we have to force that rebellious son to apologize to Li Yuan, otherwise, if Li Yuan becomes a strong person in the future. Xin Shuoran, I originally thought Xiao Lingfeng was a sure thing to be the top scorer in the city, but I didn't expect such a big change to happen. However, Li Yuan's rise to fame might not be a bad thing. Zhou Kaixian, damn it, the Martial Hall really has the upper hand, they actually offered an S-level contract. No way. I have to apply to the higher-ups, at least for an S-level contract. We must keep Li Yuan in the military. Chen Rui, it seems that the Martial Hall knows the secret of Li Yuan's martial soul mutation. An S-level contract, they really went all out. Let's see how Li Yuan chooses. Others, invest, we must invest heavily. Chapter 18 Hunter and Prey. Misty woodlands, in the southeastern region. An open space. The corpses of several wind shadow leopards lay scattered on the ground, and large patches of soil were stained red with blood. Roar! The last wind shadow leopard let out a low growl, its body riddled with sword wounds, half of its body stained red with blood. But a ferocious beast is a ferocious beast, a mindless creature. Unable to discern the strength of the opposing side, they charged towards the swordsman driven solely by their killing instincts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instead of retreating, Xiao Lingfeng advanced and attacked with his sword. A man and a beast passed each other by. The sword flashed and disappeared in an instant. A sword wound appeared on the neck of the wind shadow leopard, and blood gushed out. He was propelled forward a few meters by inertia before collapsing to the ground, powerless. Mid-level ferocious beasts are still too weak, and even high-level ferocious beasts can only make me take them a little more seriously. My goal is to hunt down a real beast. Xiao Lingfeng sheathed his sword, his gaze resolute. The points awarded for killing low-level, medium-level, and high-level ferocious beasts are 10, 20, and 50 respectively. The points earned from killing exotic beasts are at least 10 times that of high-level ferocious beasts. Xiao Lingfeng knew very well that if he wanted to break into the top 100 in the province, he had to hunt down at least one exotic beast, otherwise his chances were slim. Moreover, it is said that those prestigious martial arts academies, when admitting students, not only look at the total score, but also have requirements regarding whether or not the student has killed any alien beasts. Xiao Lingfeng has lofty ambitions and is determined to kill the alien beast. After a short rest, he headed towards the restricted area. Sudden. Beep beep beep. The smartwatch emitted an urgent alert sound. Someone's name has been changed to red? Xiao Lingfeng viewed the details. Li Yuan from number 3 middle school, isn't that the guy who made headlines for choosing an F-level martial soul? 8th place, 620 points. It seems he's not as simple as the rumors suggest. It's a pity I'm in the southeast and he's in the northwest, otherwise I really would like to go and meet this guy who dared to have his name go viral. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. I didn't pay too much attention to it. Keep going. Holy crap. Yuan Gu actually made it to 8th place. Is it that powerful? Oh no. Yuan Ge's name has turned red. He's in danger now. Somewhere in the misty forest, after Fang Ping had barely managed to kill a medium-sized ferocious beast, the wind shadow leopard, he sat on a rock and wrapped his arm, which had been scratched by the wind shadow leopard, with bandages. At the same time, the rankings of smartwatches were opened. As a result, we saw that Li Yuan was in the 8th position. But before he could even feel happy for his good brother, he received a notification that Li Yuan's name had been changed to red. I couldn't help but worry about Li Yuan. Li Yuan, you used to be nothing more than my lapdog, how come you're ranked higher than me? But don't get too cocky. The higher your ranking and the more points you have, the more people will come to hunt you down. You're going to be eliminated. And Ruoya clenched her fists and muttered indignantly. She was originally in 10th place, but Li Yuan broke into the top 10 and squeezed her out. I was furious. But the thought that Li Yuan was a red name, and a high-scoring one at that, would definitely be seen as prey by many people, made her happy again. Li Yuan's entry into the top 10 of the points leaderboard immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, he's a celebrity. During the awakening ceremony, the Divine Hand's actions sparked widespread ridicule online, making Pingcheng, an ordinary little city, famous throughout the country. The candidates from Pingcheng all knew him. Most people have openly or secretly mocked and ridiculed them. Result? Li Yuan quietly surged into the top 10. Countless people were shocked. Soon, something even more shocking happened. Li Yuan has become a famous person. You struggle to kill the ferocious beasts, but you only get a tiny bit of points. And now, a user with a red name and 620 points appeared. Defeat him, and you'll get plus 310 points. Roughly calculated, this is equivalent to killing 6.2 high-level ferocious beasts. Or 15.5 medium-sized ferocious beasts. If we convert that to lower level ferocious beasts, then that's 31. Who would kill ferocious beasts now? Isn't hunting red named players more appealing? As a result, many candidates were tempted and headed towards Li Yuan's location following the guidance of the electronic map. This drove many candidates who were far away extremely anxious, especially those who were diagonally opposite Li Yuan, who were unable to reach him and were even more frantic. However, they will soon be glad that they are far away. Ha ha! Li Yuan, we meet again. Chen Jingfeng, with a typical villainous face, blocked Li Yuan's way. Once the wound heals, you forget the pain? Li Yuan said calmly. Li Yuan, I call myself Fengdefu. Chen Jingfeng was hit where it hurt and immediately broke down. After the awakening ceremony, Chen Jingfeng, under the instigation of an royale, deliberately caused trouble for Li Yuan. I wanted to show off in front of my goddess, but I ended up showing my butt. He was rejected by his goddess. He was ridiculed by his classmates. It suffered a serious injury and also lost vital blood and nutrients. When Chen Jingfeng woke up in the infirmary, he felt like dying. He naturally hated Li Yuan to the core. I thought I had no chance to get revenge, but unexpectedly Li Yuan became a famous person. Chen Jingfeng felt he was back to his old self. Li Yuan. I may not be able to beat you, but I never intended to fight you one-on-one. There are 3 of us here, but you only have 1. 3 against 1, the advantage is in my hands, let's see how you die this time. Chen Jingfeng was defeated by Li Yuan with 1 punch, so naturally he didn't have the courage to come to find Li Yuan alone. He joined forces with 2 other people who wanted to hunt down Li Yuan. The 3 hit it off immediately. They chased after them directly. Li Yuan glanced at them and laughed, there are 3 of you, but there's only 1 reward point for defeating a red-named player. Who's going to get it? Stop with your petty schemes, and don't try to sow discord between us. Chen Jingfeng sneered and said. The 3 of us have already agreed to work together to take you down, Nut. As for who gets the points, it depends on fate. It's all about who gets the last hit, and whoever lands the last hit gets the points. After it's all over, the person who gets the points will have to help the other 2 hunt down ferocious beasts as compensation. But you don't need to worry about that. Now you just need to obediently take the beating. Stop wasting your breath on him. If we keep arguing, other people might arrive, a long-faced boy next to him said, frowning. That's right, we need to act quickly, otherwise things might change. Another boy with a butt-shaped chin nodded. Let's do it. Chen Jingfeng let out a low growl. The 3 of them rushed towards Li Yuan together. Bang! 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 Ouch! Holy crap! Ah, fly, fly! This battle started quickly and ended quickly. Li Yuan was too lazy to even touch the gun. They fight only with their fists and feet. 1 punch, 1 kid. Chen Jingfeng, I gave you a chance but you still couldn't use it. After Li Yuan finished speaking, he immediately activated Chen Jingfeng's protective shield. Bang! Another young man's dream of attending a martial arts academy has been shattered. Shoo! Listen to the sound of a heart breaking. Li Yuan, I call myself Fengdefu. Chen Jingfeng cried. Li Yuan smiled. He turned and left. He only eliminated Chen Jingfeng. The other 2 were simply given dark circles under their eyes. 1 left eye, 1 right eye. The 2 leaned against each other, like the Xianming elders. Li Yuan has always been clear about his gratitude and grudges. For those who have personal grudges or malice towards him, there's nothing to say. He can shatter their dreams of attending a martial arts academy with a single punch without any psychological burden. As for those who come solely for the red name indicating a negative online reputation, a lesson is enough. If they really had to eliminate them 1 by 1, do you think the authorities would still be able to sit still? And these people also suffered losses. Hunting red-named players is inherently a game where risk and reward coexist. Defeat a red-named player and gain half of their points. However, if you are defeated by a red-named player, you will lose half of your points. In other words, after the long-faced boy and the boy with the buttocks and chin were defeated by Li Yuan, their scores were reduced by half. The attempt to steal a chicken backfired, making an already unfavorable situation even worse. However, none of them hated Li Yuan. Firstly, they provoked the other party themselves, they were simply outmatched, so there's nothing more to say. Secondly, compared to Chen Jingfeng, they were already considered lucky. At least they could continue to kill ferocious beasts to gain points and still had a chance. Chapter 19. Li Yuan is more ferocious than a tiger. Half an hour later, somewhere in the misty woods. I say, why are you doing this? Why make such a long trip, only to have your points halved and get beaten up? Li Yuan shook his head, looking helpless. As he spoke, he pulled a boy who was upside down with his head in the ground out. He was afraid the boy would suffocate to death in a little while. Then I looked to the other side and saw a pretty girl, but her face was filled with fear. A slight smirk? I walked over. Can you be gentler? The girl said weakly, her voice trembling with tears. I felt like she was about to break. I originally thought Li Yuan was just a minor elite monster in the wild, and that 3 classmates could easily take him down. But after getting to know him, I realized that he was actually a big boss. The girl watched helplessly as Li Yuan punched each of her 3 teammates, granting them a sleep like that of infants. Now she's the only one left. Don't be silly, classmate. I'm the most chivalrous person when it comes to women. Li Yuan smiled gently. Thank you, Li. Bang. Before the girl could finish her words of thanks, she was sent flying by a whip kick. He lay on the ground, his eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, his body convulsing. Truly showing compassion and tenderness. This is the 4th batch of hunters that Li Yuan has already dealt with. Although the battles are resolved in just a few seconds each time. But Li Yuan was still somewhat dissatisfied. If someone defeats him, they can steal half of the points. He could defeat others, but he couldn't steal their points. Is this fair? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Tell me why. Why, baby, why? But jokes aside, Li Yuan could guess that the reason for such a distinction was probably to prevent the deification of people. If a candidate with a red name can also steal points by defeating other candidates, that doesn't rule out the possibility that some places might deliberately assign a candidate a red name and then arrange for other candidates to queue up and give him points. By pooling everyone's strength, we can help one person reach the top. In this way, the college entrance exam for Wuhan University is terrible. Li Yuan shook his head and turned to leave. At that moment, a deep, muffled sound came from behind. Li Yuan, your strength has exceeded my expectations. Li Yuan turned around, looking annoyed. Are you guys ever going to stop? Hee, Li Yuan, I know you're a bit annoyed. But it's okay. Your troubles may soon disappear. A burly boy, or perhaps a boy with a shaved head carrying a gun, emerged from the woods. He looks like he's afraid of school violence. Beside him was a petite girl with short, ear-length hair and a slightly chubby face. The contrast between the two standing together is too stark. It has a bit of a Beauty and the Beast feel to it. Cui Meng? Zhang Yan? Li Yuan recognized the two people. There are 3 geniuses in number 2 high school who have awakened a level martial souls, Xiao Lingfeng, Cui Meng, and Zhang Yan. It seems you know us, which saves us the trouble of introducing ourselves. Cui Meng grinned widely. We agreed with Xiao Lingfeng to meet in the restricted area and hunt down a first-tier alien beast together. I didn't expect there to be an appetizer before the main course. Li Yuan, since you know the two of us, you should also be aware of our strength. Cui Meng twisted his neck, making a crisp sound. It's not shameful to lose to us. If you lose half of your points, your red name will disappear, and the trouble will naturally be over. Or, Zhang Yan chimed in, you can also defeat both of us to establish your authority. Currently, Cui Meng is second on the leaderboard, and I am 4th. Others will definitely guess what's going on when they see us fall off the leaderboard. No one will dare to hunt you down anymore, and your troubles will be over. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Shall we do it, or should I? Cui Meng asked Zhang Yan. You two come at me together. Before Zhang Yan could speak, Li Yuan beckoned with his finger. I only want to defeat you two, or be defeated by you two. Cui Meng scoffed, dealing with you doesn't require the two of us to join forces. You talk too much nonsense. Li Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed his spear and charged out. Whoosh! Cui Meng's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that Li Yuan would dare to take the initiative against him and Zhang Yan working together. Even more unexpectedly, Li Yuan was so fast. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed in front of him. The spear swept through the air with a chilling whistling sound, then slammed down towards Cui Meng's head. There was no time to think it through. In his haste, Cui Meng could only raise his spear to parry. The next moment, Clang! The black dragon spear came crashing down fiercely, and the two spears collided, producing a deafening explosion. The violet recoil force directly cracked Chui Meng's tiger's mouth. Chui Meng's expression changed drastically, realizing something was wrong, but he had no time to react. He watched helplessly as Li Yuan's spear smashed his own spear away with overwhelming force, then slammed into his shoulder with tremendous power. Chui Meng's body collapsed on one side, and he groaned. Before he could retreat, Li Yuan kicked him away, sending him crashing heavily into the trunk of a thick tree, shaking off many leaves. In the blink of an eye, Chui Meng suffered a crushing defeat. Looking at Li Yuan, who resembled a god of war, Zhang Yan's pupils shrank, and a look of fear appeared in her eyes. So strong. Retreat. It's too late. Li Yuan's fist was already coming. Zhang Yan quickly crossed her arms in front of her chest, assuming a defensive posture. But it was all for naught. Bang! This punch was like a cannonball, forcefully breaking through Zhang Yan's defenses. A sharp pain struck. At the same time, I also felt a strong sense of weightlessness and the whistling wind in my ears. I was blasted away? You, what kind of monster are you? Chui Meng leaned against the tree trunk, panting heavily and covered in sweat. He stared at Li Yuan with utter shock. In the blink of an eye, he quickly defeated himself and Zhang Yan. Even Xiao Lingfeng couldn't do it. His speed and strength made Chui Meng feel hopeless. That's a monster. As for Zhang Yan, all I can say is that youth is a blessing. She fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. Li Yuan looked calmly at Chui Meng and said, "Sorry, I went a little too far." Chui Meng? But I still want to thank you both. It should reduce a lot of trouble going forward. Li Yuan glanced at the points leaderboard. Really? Chui Meng and Zhang Yan's names are no longer in the top 10. Anyone with half a brain would be able to guess from this result that the two of them were defeated by red-named players, resulting in their points being halved. Moreover, they dropped off the list almost simultaneously, which most likely means they were defeated together. This is enough to demonstrate Li Yuan's terrifying combat power. Who would dare to court death? What, do you have so many points you can't spend them all? Or do you have some weird masochistic fetish? Huh? How did I suddenly get into the top 10? Wait, where are Chui Meng and Zhang Yan? Holy crap! My eyes have gone blind. Chui Meng and Zhang Yan from number 2 middle school have both fallen out of the top 10. Could it be that they were both defeated by Li Yuan? No way, Chui Meng and Zhang Yan both have a level martial souls, they are second only to Xiao Lingfeng in strength. After eliminating all the wrong answers, the one that remains, no matter how impossible it may seem, can only be the truth. The wind's getting strong, let's get out of here. Damn, no wonder Li Yuan dared to be a red name, he's an incredibly powerful person. What's the point of playing around now? We should just stick to killing the ferocious beasts. The changes in the top 10 on the leaderboard immediately attracted the attention of many test takers. The truth behind this change is becoming increasingly clear. Countless test takers had this thought. Li Yuan is fiercer than a tiger. Hunting red-named players? Are you kidding me? Let's just stick to killing the ferocious beasts. Compared to Li Yuan, even the ferocious beasts seem much cuter. Even Chui Meng and Zhang Yan failed? I'm becoming more and more interested in this Li Yuan. I hope we'll have a chance to meet. Xiao Lingfeng naturally noticed the changes in the points rankings. However, this only caused a slight ripple in his heart. For Xiao Lingfeng, it was either Chui Meng and Zhang Yan, who were from the same school and had also awakened a level martial souls, or Li Yuan, who had emerged as a dark horse. They were all just passers-by. He was determined to get into one of the 5 top martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Ultimately, we are not from the same world as them. Outside the examination hall. That Li Yuan, he doesn't hold back at all. How could they so easily injure 2 promising players from number 2 middle school? In this way, not only will their own performance suffer, but their plan to hunt first-tier alien beasts together will also be affected. After the exams are over, I'm going to have a good talk with Li Yuan. Chen Rui deliberately said this in front of Qin Zhuoran. Qin Zhuoran. Chapter 20 Forbidden Zone. Without the annoying hunters to interfere, Li Yuan's speed in hunting ferocious beasts and heading towards the restricted area increased significantly. Under the mighty spear, all beasts are equal. Whether it's a low-level ferocious beast, a medium-level ferocious beast, or a high-level ferocious beast. There's nothing that can't be solved with a single shot. Defeat 2 medium-level ferocious beasts, wind shadow leopards, for a total of 40 points. Slay 2 medium-level ferocious beasts, wind shadow leopard, kill points plus 11. Slay 10 low-level ferocious beasts, sharp-toothed rabbits, and earn 100 points. Kill 10 low-level ferocious beasts, sharp-toothed rabbits, kill points plus 29. Slayed 1 high-level ferocious beast, the red fong wolf, earning plus 50 points. Slay 1 high-level ferocious beast, red fong wolf, and your kill count will increase by 11. Li Yuan transforms into a ruthless killing machine, relentlessly reaping the lives of ferocious beasts. As the pleasant notification sounds continued to ring, the points also increased rapidly. Before long, Li Yuan surpassed Xiao Lingfang and topped the list with a score of 1570. One can imagine the shock that the outside world and other candidates would feel when they saw the top spot on the leaderboard change hands. However, Li Yuan didn't care about any of that. He simply brought up the panel with a thought. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neze Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, First Stage, Initial Level. Life Level, 12.1 plus. Training Method, the 8th set of National Martial Arts Basic Training Methods Beginner Plus. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low-Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Beginner Plus. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Kill value, 309. At this moment, Li Yuan had arrived at the edge of the restricted area. What he would face next was not a ferocious beast, but a strange beast. A real, rank-up, exotic beast. We must further enhance our capabilities. Li Yuan was still hesitating whether to improve his life level or his martial arts level. Then I realized that only children make choices, adults want them all. So he simply waited until his kill count exceeded 300 before starting to add points. System, give me some points, increase my life level. Boom! A powerful energy erupted within the body, rapidly circulating through the limbs, bones, and internal organs. Strengthen, stabilize, refine, enhance. A moment later, Li Yuan's life level increased from 12.1 to 13.1. Li Yuan clenched his fist and felt it, and was overjoyed. Not only did their strength increase dramatically, but their skin, muscles, and bones were also strengthened. This time, adding points is not just about increasing 1 point of health. Breaking through the life level 13.0 means that one has broken through the martial arts realm. Li Yuan glanced at the panel. Sure enough, the martial arts realm section has changed to mid-stage 1. Adding points once is fun for a moment, adding points all the time is even more fun. Let's add some more. With a thought, the hand gently tapped the plus sign behind the Overlord's formation breaking spear. In an instant, countless experiences with the Overlord's breaking formation spear technique were poured into Li Yuan's mind, as if he had immersed himself in this spear technique for 10 years and practiced it countless times. The Overlord's formation breaking spear technique has officially reached the proficient level. At this moment, Li Yuan truly mastered this domineering spear technique, enabling him to unleash its greater power and use it to deal with more complex battles. With both my life level and martial arts realm improved, I'm now much more confident in hunting exotic beasts. Li Yuan felt a surge of heroic spirit. Then, without hesitation, they set off and entered the restricted area. Li Yuan has been moving towards the restricted area, and he's very close now. Could it be, he's going to hunt a strange beast? It seems that defeating a few examinees has given him a false sense of his own strength, and he actually dared to attempt to hunt alien beasts. He really doesn't know the meaning of death. It's been several years since any candidate in Pingcheng has killed a strange beast during the martial arts exam. I wonder if Li Yuan can do it. Brother Yuan is awesome. He killed a monster and made everyone look bad. Li Yuan is a red-named player. His location is visible to everyone. Many test takers guessed from the direction he was heading that his target was the alien beast in the Forbidden Zone. In response, some were shocked. Some people have expectations. There are those who have doubts. Some people disdain it. In addition, some people felt anxious. Xiao Lingfang. He had planned to hunt the strange beasts from the very beginning. So after the exam started, they headed towards the restricted area. But in the end, he was not as fast as Li Yuan. Seeing that Li Yuan was approaching the restricted area, Xiao Lingfang became anxious. He wasn't worried that Li Yuan would kill all 10 Tier 1 low-level alien beasts and 1 Tier 1 mid-level alien beast in the forbidden area by himself. That was absolutely impossible. He was just worried that Li Yuan, lacking experience, might act recklessly and alert the strange beasts. This will undoubtedly have a negative impact on Xiao Lingfeng's hunting of exotic beasts. Li Yuan, you absolutely mustn't do anything reckless. It's best to observe secretly first. When I arrive, perhaps we can collaborate again. Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself and quickened his pace. Misty Woods, Forbidden Zone. On the map, this area is marked in black and red, representing extreme danger. Countless test takers are terrified of it and dare not even approach it, let alone set foot in it. Ferocious beasts and strange creatures. Although they differ by only one word, they are completely incomparable. Ferocious beasts can be seen as animals that are more ferocious and stronger than ordinary animals, and they are still within the category of wild beasts. Even ordinary people who have not awakened their martial souls may have a chance to escape if they encounter them, and if they are lucky and the conditions are right, they may even have a chance to turn the tables and kill them. And the strange beasts. As the name suggests, it refers to a creature that has undergone a strange mutation due to the influence of dimensional rifts. It has completely transcended the level of a beast and possesses various special abilities. Let alone ordinary people, even martial arts apprentices who have awakened their martial spirits would have almost no chance of survival if they encountered such a situation. In the past years, very few people have successfully killed the alien beasts in the martial arts college entrance examination. They were all a combination of courage, wisdom, martial arts talent, martial spirit level, and luck. Now, a candidate whose martial spirit is only at the F level, as perceived by outsiders, has arrived in the Forbidden Zone. Guns pointed at the alien beast. Somewhere in the restricted area. The two strange beasts are facing off. On the left is a giant mantis covered in dark green scales, with a sharp, raised back and protruding eyes. It is over 1.5 meters tall, and its most prominent feature is its two huge sides, which are as sharp as real steel blades and gleam with a cold light. Dual-bladed mantis, a Tier 1, early-stage alien beast. Opposite them was a large brown scorpion with distinct joints that reflected a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Its dark brown body was covered with reddish stripes, and its two large pincers were covered with menacing spikes. Its deep red stinger was raised high, clearly indicating that it was venomous. Crimson-striped scorpion, a first-tier, early-stage exotic beast. Between the two strange beasts was a dead red fawn wolf. It seems that the two strange beasts are hostile to each other because of their fight over food. Swish, swish, swish. The double-bladed mantis rapidly swung its sides. Click, click, click. The red-striped scorpion's pincers opened and closed repeatedly. Neither side would back down, and a battle was imminent. And at that very moment, bang! A dull thud broke the silence. But a tall figure leaped down from the nearby boulder, landing heavily and creating a shockwave. Still fighting? We've come to take you down. The dual-bladed mantis and the red-striped scorpion simultaneously twisted their bodies, their eyes flashing with a scarlet, ferocious light as they looked at the human who had suddenly appeared. The person who arrived was none other than Li Yuan. Just now, he clearly saw the hostility between the double-bladed mantis and the red-striped scorpion on the boulder. If he hadn't shown up, the two beasts would very likely have engaged in a battle, perhaps even a life-or-death struggle. Li Yuan could easily reap the benefits without lifting a finger. But he scoffed. When there are no problems, one tends to be timid and hesitant, trying to find loopholes and prioritizing stability. If you have a cheat code but are still hesitant and timid, then you've wasted your cheat code. A real man is one who sweeps everything aside. Moreover, Li Yuan didn't have the time or patience to wait. Therefore, he entered the fray with great force, spear in hand, ready to reap the lives of the alien beasts. Chapter 21. The Great Spear is like a dragon, quickly slaying the alien beast. Swish, swish, swish. The red-striped scorpion thrashed about with its 8 legs twitching and its stinger raised, crawling swiftly on the ground as it charged toward Li Yuan. Two menacing pincers with sharp spikes exude immense intimidation. Let alone ordinary people, even a martial artist who has just entered the first level would likely suffer a miserable fate of having their legs or arms broken if caught in these pincers. Not to mention that the red-striped scorpion also has a stinger containing a potent venom. Their combat strength is extremely strong. Whoosh! The mantis also moved, its two hind legs first bending and then suddenly straightening. With a burst of power, he leaped into the air. They came later but arrived first. It approached Li Yuan even faster than the crimson scorpion. He drew both swords simultaneously, swiftly slashing towards Li Yuan's chest. You beast, you dare to make a move first? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, a cold glint appearing in them. The body's blood and chi surged, and the arm muscles bulged. With a whoosh, the jet black spear swept out with a sharp whistling sound. The fourth move of the Overlord's spear technique, Spear Whirlwind. It balances both speed and power. A head-on collision with the dual blades of the mantis. Like metal clashing, a loud explosion rang out. Clang! A dark green afterimage was sent flying backward in a disheveled state. The two giant sides of the twin-blade mantis seemed to be showing signs of cracking, and many cracks had also appeared on the scales of its upper body. This clearly demonstrates just how terrifying the power contained in Li Yuan's attack. Moreover, the Sizer's strength lies in its agility, not its power. With just one collision, he was violently swept away by Li Yuan. Ha ha ha! A Tier 1, early-stage beast is nothing special. Li Yuan laughed wildly. He took a step forward, his left foot slamming heavily onto the ground, creating a ripple of air. Li Yuan, using his left foot as support, forcefully interrupted the sweeping spear attack by leveraging the recoil and the rotation of his body, changing the sweeping trend of the spear. He then suddenly raised it, almost vertically. Then, Li Yuan gripped the gun barrel with both hands, contracted his waist and abdomen, and chopped down with great force. The first move of the Overlord's formation spear, Overlord's earth-splitting spear. Thump! The black dragon spear slammed into the crimson scorpion with a ferocious force, like a giant dragon shaking the earth. Background music should play here. Gently knock on the sleeping soul, slowly open your head. The first stage, early-level beast, the crimson-striped scorpion, had no chance to unleash its full power. It was immediately struck by this domineering and incredibly powerful spear, which shattered its pincers, crushed its head, and smashed its body. Deep blue blood splattered, and rotten flesh turned to mush. A small crater was smashed into the spot, and billowing dust filled the air. One shot kills the crimson scorpion. After upgrading the Overlord's spear skill to the proficient level, the most noticeable improvement is in the smoother and more fluid transitions between different moves. Just now, before Li Yuan's spinning spear shadow move had worn off, he successfully changed his move and used Overlord Earthsplit. If it's just at the beginner level, this is almost impossible. The improvement in his martial arts skills was remarkable, and Li Yuan was quite satisfied. But the battle is not over yet. The mantis with two blades is still alive. Although cracks appeared on his twin sides and the scales on his body, accompanied by the seepage of green juice, he was clearly badly injured, but his life was not in danger. As an advanced level alien beast, the twin-blade mantis already possesses a certain level of intelligence. Knowing they were outmatched, they turned and fled. By leveraging their hind legs, they can jump more than one story high. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? Li Yuan sneered. He took long strides and chased after them. With explosive speed, it caught up with the twin-blade mantis in just a few breaths. His eyes were icy cold, radiating murderous intent. He gripped the spear tightly in his right hand, his arm muscles bulging. With a sudden jerk, the spearhead swung, its snow-white tip flashing with light. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuan stomped his left foot hard on the ground and leaped into the air. At the same time, he shouted and thrust out the spearhead at high speed while spinning. The fifth move of the Overlord's formation spear, Cold Light breaks the wind. A flash of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon. A swift and powerful shot, like a dragon probing the sea, aimed directly at the twin-blade mantis. Laugh! The sharp F-grade alloy spearhead forcefully pierced through the scales on the back of the dual-bladed mantis, drilling deep into its body like an electric drill. One shot shredded the body of the twin-blade mantis. They drilled a hole as thick as an adult's arm. A disgusting, bright green liquid sprayed out, emitting a foul stench. In less than half a minute, both first-tier low-level alien beasts perished under Li Yuan's spear. A mere Tier 1, early-stage alien beast, nothing special. I killed them easily without even using my martial soul power. Li Yuan holstered his gun and pursed his lips. It seems like there's still a bit of unfinished business. After being tested by these two Tier 1 early-stage alien beasts, Li Yuan gained a clearer understanding of his own strength and had more confidence and assurance in killing the Tier 1 mid-stage beast king. If one shot isn't enough, then take another. Only after the battle was over did Li Yuan have time to check his spoils. These two Tier 1 early-stage beasts contributed 1,000 points to Li Yuan, bringing his total to 2,570 points, more than 1,000 points ahead of Xiao Lingfeng in second place, giving him a significant lead. However, the kill value is not high, only 31. Even including the points he had previously added, Li Yuan's kill count was only 40, which was not enough to do anything. The points earned from killing a Tier 1 early-stage alien beast are 10 times that of a high-level ferocious beast, representing a huge increase. But the kill points gained are not many, so the cost-effectiveness is just so-so. So, annihilating all the monsters in the restricted area will only give me more points. If I want to accumulate kill points, I still need to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible. Let's hurry and get started. Without resting, Li Yuan immediately shouldered his spear and set off to continue searching for the next strange beast. Little did they know how much shock his battle would bring to the outside world. Outside the examination hall, in the stands, Li Yuan is already close to the forbidden zone. Could it be that he's also eyeing the alien beasts? This is inevitable. The examination hall is divided into restricted areas and exotic beasts are released to select true geniuses. True geniuses not only need to be strong, but also have courage and boldness. If they have strength but dare not hunt exotic beasts, even if their martial arts level is high in the future, they will probably just be empty shells. That's right. The so-called forbidden zone is only for ordinary candidates. For true geniuses, it is a stage to show their strength. For example, the 5 top martial arts academies regard whether or not they have killed alien beasts as extremely important. If you have not killed any alien beasts, even if your score is high, you probably will not be valued by them. Xiao Feng is also heading towards the restricted area. If the two of them join forces, their success rate will be even higher. In my opinion, Li Yuan is highly skilled and daring, and will most likely kill him alone. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. The focus of the entire event was almost entirely on Li Yuan. As for Xiao Feng, who was originally highly anticipated, his limelight was overshadowed by Li Yuan after Li Yuan began to show his talent. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Yuan entered the restricted area. Ha! Li Yuan's luck is really good. He just happened to witness 2 strange beasts fighting. As long as he sits on the mountain and watches the tigers fight, he can. Wait, what the hell? Chen Rui was initially cheerful, feeling happy for Li Yuan. Before he could finish speaking, Li Yuan jumped off the boulder with his spear in hand. Chen Rui? Chapter 22's explosive performance stunned the entire audience. This kid is too reckless. He could have easily reaped the benefits, but he insisted on putting himself in danger. I don't know. What? He killed 2 monsters with 3 shots? 1 against 2, swiftly killing 2 strange beasts. Li Yuan is defying the heavens. Judging from his performance in this battle, Li Yuan's actual combat strength is at least at the peak of the early stage of the first tier, or even the middle stage of the first tier. Unbelievable. Martial artists are brave, diligent, and fearless. It turns out that Li Yuan is not reckless, but has the heart of a true martial arts master. His future achievements are limitless. In previous years' martial arts examinations, there have been instances where candidates killed strange beasts. However, although the result is the same, killing and instant kill are undoubtedly worlds apart. Moreover, Li Yuan didn't just kill 1. Instead, he displayed domineering power, taking on 2 opponents single-handedly and killing both beasts with 3 shots. Such an explosive performance left the bigwigs from all walks of life present speechless. The spear strikes are as fast as lightning, powerful and heavy, yet not at all clumsy. The mid-strike transitions between moves are smooth and fluid, without the slightest sense of hindrance. Proficient level. His spear technique has definitely reached the proficient level. The garrison commander, Zhou Kaixian, rang out in shock. The crowd erupted in uproar. All the people present were martial artists, and each of them had cultivated their martial arts to a level that was at least proficient or even mastered, which was a higher level than skilled. Proficient level martial arts are really nothing to them. But all of them had spent more than 10 years, or even decades, immersing themselves in rigorous self-cultivation before achieving such success. But how old is Li Yuan? 18 years old. Moreover, he has only been practicing low-grade martial arts for a few days. 3 days. An 18-year-old boy achieved proficiency in a low-grade martial art in just 3 days. It's good to read niche writing. What's more, he specializes in marksmanship. There's a saying in the martial arts world, a month with a staff, a year with a knife, a lifetime with a spear, which sums up the arduousness of spear training. Reaching a higher level of marksmanship is relatively more difficult. But Li Yuan did it. This was even more astonishing than the speed and power he displayed, which far surpassed that of a first-stage martial artist. A prodigy. A prodigy indeed. To my shame, it took me over 3 years to reach the proficient level in spear fighting, while Li Yuan did it in 3 days. I feel like I've wasted the last few decades of my life. In terms of martial arts skill alone, I'm afraid no one in the entire province can compare with Li Yuan. Hiss. I remember when Li Yuan killed his first high-level ferocious beast, his marksmanship was only at the beginner level. And now, in just a few hours, he's already proficient. He improved through combat. He's a born warrior. Principal Chen, congratulations. In my opinion, it's a sure thing that Li Yuan from your school will break into the top 100 in the province, and he might even make it into the top 10. Principal Chen has nurtured a true prodigy. Old Chen, you're really lucky. I, Old Qin, am impressed this time. Many people congratulated Chen Rui. Ha ha. You flatter me, everyone. The exam isn't over yet, it's too early to talk about these things now. Chen Rui waved his hand humbly. But the wide grin that almost reached his ears betrayed his true feelings. Li Yuan, the surprises you bring me are getting bigger and bigger. Ha, it seems my judgment is as sharp as ever. I am the #1 angel investor on Earth. The more extraordinary Li Yuan's performance, the happier Chen Rui became. Not only because Li Yuan's grades can secure more resources for the school, but also because they can bring greater honor and achievements to the principal. Furthermore, it was because of the S-level scholarship package that Chen Rui sent, as well as the 800,000 yuan in private donations. Invest in a future master, or even a grandmaster. This deal was incredibly profitable. At the same time, many test takers have also noticed the changes in the points rankings. First place, Li Yuan, Pingcheng #3 Middle School, points, 2,570. Second place, Xiaolingfang, Pingcheng #2 Middle School, points, 1,490. Third place, 2,570 points. Didn't I take the antidote pill? Why hasn't the venom of the Azure Serpent been cleared up yet? I'm even hallucinating. I actually saw Li Yuan's points increase to more than 2,000. Li Yuan is in the restricted area, and his points have surged by 1,000. Wow! Could it be that he killed the alien beast? Seriously, you get 1,000 points for killing a single monster? Holy crap! Yuan Ge is awesome. Yuan Ge is so domineering. Killing the alien beast and taking the lead by a wide margin, he's like a cow having diarrhea, so incredibly awesome. Li Yuan's name is in red, meaning his location can be seen by all test takers via their smartwatches. Shortly after he entered the penalty area, his points surged by 1,000. What happened? Do we even need to guess? Everyone knew that Li Yuan had successfully killed the alien beast. In a short time, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the misty woods. Those examinees who had gone to hunt Li Yuan but ended up getting beaten up instantly lost their resentment towards him. They were even somewhat grateful that Li Yuan had shown mercy. After all, he was a formidable figure who could even kill strange beasts. Those candidates who had originally planned to hunt Li Yuan but ultimately gave up felt a sense of relief, a mix of fear and relief. They were glad they hadn't gone, otherwise they would have suffered terribly. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could Li Yuan be so amazing? Cheating, it must be cheating. Looking at the name at the top of the leaderboard and the incredibly high score behind it that made people despair, and Ruoyao's pupils dilated and she was completely distraught. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was clearly the #1 genius in the school, enjoying flowers, applause, and countless envious and jealous glances. Result? It was Li Yuan, a useless person with an F-level martial soul, who unexpectedly rose to prominence and surpassed others. He completely pinned her down. Just a few days ago, Li Yuan was still following Ruoyao around like a loyal dog, obeying her every command. How did it suddenly turn out like this? Resentment, jealousy, humiliation, hatred. All sorts of negative emotions intertwined to form a huge and impenetrable net. And Ruoyao was trapped inside and was almost suffocating. Xiaolingfang, who was running towards the restricted area, suddenly stopped, his face quickly filled with shock. 1,000 points gained. Li Yuan, you got the kill so quickly? How did you do that? How is this possible? Xiaolingfang was deeply shocked. Even he only dared to target the alien beasts because he had made an appointment with Cui Meng and Zhang Yan beforehand and the three of them joined forces. But it's just that they dare to have the idea. There was no guarantee of killing him, and even the slightest mistake could put oneself in danger. Even if they ultimately succeed, it will be a difficult kill, and they will most likely have to pay a price. But Li Yuan. If I'm not mistaken, he had only been in the penalty area for less than 5 minutes. How did you manage to kill the alien beast? Xiao Lingfeng was deeply shaken and could not calm down for a long time. I don't believe it. It was definitely an accident, or a lucky break. It's impossible for any candidate to kill the alien beast so quickly. Holy crap! My points have increased by another 500. Xiao Lingfeng's mouth opened into an O shape, and his pupils contracted sharply. Another one dead. Wait, are all the monsters in the Forbidden Zone asleep and dead? Chapter 23. A large spear arrived first, followed by the arrival of a killing god. This seems to be a Tier 1 alien beast, a fanged groundhog. Xiao Lingfeng finally entered the restricted area. He crouched down beside the carcass of a giant groundhog, about the size of an adult sow, and stared intently at it. It felt like being hit on the head by something heavy. My head was smashed open, my brains were splattered out, and even the fangs that the fang gopher was so proud of were broken off. Was it Li Yuan who did it? Xiao Lingfeng frowned and looked around. There were no obvious signs of a fight. This indicates that the battle between the two sides was neither intense, protracted, nor prolonged. In other words, it's more like a one-sided crushing, instant kill? This guess startled Xiao Lingfeng. Is it really possible for a candidate to instantly kill a Tier 1 early-stage alien beast? Xiao Lingfeng was bewildered. Subsequently, he let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Sword in hand, they continued their exploration. They hadn't gone far when they suddenly heard a noise. Xiao Lingfeng immediately became alert and gripped his long sword tightly. This is a restricted area, a name that itself signifies danger. Even with Xiao Lingfeng's strength, he must proceed with caution, as a slight misstep could very well lead to a tragic end. But soon, Xiao Lingfeng relaxed. The source of the noise was not a strange beast, but a human. And it was someone they knew. Cui Meng, Zhang Yan, you finally arrived. Seeing the beautiful woman and the beast emerge from the forest, Xiao Lingfeng's face lit up with joy. His helper has arrived. Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao. Cui Meng and Zhang Yan approached Xiao Lingfeng. How are your injuries? Xiao Lingfeng asked with concern. My shoulder blade was broken, Yan Yan's arm was fractured, and 2 ribs were broken. If it weren't for the special medicine in our tactical backpack, we probably would have had to end our martial arts exam early. Cui Meng's eyes twitched involuntarily as he recalled the fear of being dominated by Li Yuan. That guy Li Yuan, he's absolutely terrifying. So strong it's unreasonable. That kind of power, that kind of speed, is probably only something a true martial artist can unleash. Cui Meng made this judgment. He is definitely a martial artist. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly be that strong. A look of fear flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. And he was really ruthless. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng frowned, and his expression became much more serious. Originally, he could only infer Li Yuan's strength through some indirect information. Now that Qiao Meng and Zhang Yan, who have fought Li Yuan face to face, have made this judgment, it undoubtedly further confirms the information that Li Yuan is a martial artist. Li Yuan, he's actually a martial artist. Xiao Lingfeng suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh. Initially, he looked down on Li Yuan, then he paid more attention to him, and later he regarded Li Yuan as a real opponent and felt threatened. But now it seems he felt like a clown. It turns out that Li Yuan and he were not even on the same level. He was caught in a dilemma here, but Li Yuan probably never considered him a rival. Brother Xiao, what do we do now? Li Yuan has almost wiped out all the monsters in the forbidden area. Zhang Yan's voice interrupted Xiao Lingfeng's thoughts. What? They're almost all dead? Xiao Lingfeng frowned. Yes, look at the standings. As she spoke, Zhang Yan used her smartwatch to project the points leaderboard. First place, Li Yuan, Pingcheng No. 3 Middle School, points, 5,070. Second place, Xiao Lingfeng, Pingcheng No. 2 Middle School, points, 1,490. Third place. 5, more than 5,000 points. Xiao Lingfeng was greatly alarmed. After entering the restricted area, his mind was in turmoil, and he also had to be vigilant against sudden attacks from alien beasts, so he didn't have time to check the leaderboard. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan's points have unknowingly exceeded 5,000. Before Li Yuan entered the restricted area, he had more than 1,000 points. Now he is just over 5,000, an increase of nearly 4,000. During this period, Li Yuan's points increased by almost 500 at a time. Therefore, the points for killing a Tier 1 early-stage alien beast should be 500. So, when you calculate it this way. Zhang Yan's tone betrayed her shock. Li Yuan has killed 7 or 8 strange beasts. How many strange beasts are there in the entire restricted area? First stage, 10 heads. First stage, middle section, 1 head. Looking at it this way, it's clear that they've almost all been killed by Li Yuan. Cui Meng reminded him in a deep voice, "Brother Xiao, we need to hurry." Yes. That's right. Xiao Lingfeng seemed to awaken from a dream. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and regained some of his confidence as a genius. Cui Meng. Zhang Yan. We must speed up and find and kill one of the alien beasts before Li Yuan kills them all. Good. Without further ado, the 3 of them set off immediately. With 3 geniuses who have awakened a level martial souls forming a team, they don't need to be overly cautious or restrained, even within the restricted area. It can speed up the search for targets. They might even deliberately create a big commotion in the hope of attracting strange beasts to attack. As long as they don't provoke the mid-stage Tier 1 alien beast in the center of the restricted area, they won't be in too much danger. The restricted area is only the size of a fingernail on the map, but it is not small at all in reality. Finding the last 2 or 3 strange beasts in such a large area is no easy task. Especially now there's the threat of the killing god Li Yuan. If he had been a little slower, he would have had all the strange beasts to himself. Therefore, Xiao Lingfeng and the other 2 were very anxious. Li Yuan's points increased by 500, and he killed another alien beast. It's gone up another 500. There's probably only 1 beast left. Hurry! Shoo! Look over there. It's a flame-tailed lizard. Xiao Lingfeng and his 2 companions finally found a strange beast. The flame-tailed lizard, though called a lizard, is as big as an adult crocodile. Its back is covered with hard, black scales, giving it a high level of defense. Its thick, powerful tail can easily crush rocks, and its color gradually changes to red from the base to the tip, resembling flames, hence the name flame-tailed lizard. The flame-tailed lizard's weapon is its tail, which is very powerful. Be careful not to get swept away. Its weakness is in its abdomen. Zhang Yan, try to distract it. Cui Meng, use your gun to figure out a way to make the flame-tailed lizard expose its belly. I'll deal with this beast. Xiao Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, crouched behind a large rock, and whispered as he assigned tasks. Good. No problem. Cui Meng and Zhang Yan responded in hushed tones. They were afraid of disturbing the flame-tailed lizards not far away. 3, 2, 1. Move. Xiao Lingfeng raised 3 fingers on his right hand, then lowered 1 finger at a time, signaling the end of the countdown. He was about to make his move. Suddenly, a sharp shriek rang out. A jet black spear shot out from the side, like a giant arrow fired from a crossbow, with incredible speed. The snow-white F-grade alloy gun tip spun rapidly, tearing through the air and producing a sharp, chilling whistle. Whoosh! Startled, the flame-tailed lizard suddenly raised its head to look. A human-like fear appeared on his hideously ugly face, instinctively sensing danger. Its 4 legs twitched rapidly, trying to dodge. But it was ultimately a step too slow. The F-grade alloy gun tip was already incredibly sharp, and the rapid rotation made the shot even more terrifying in its penetrating power. With a whoosh, the spearhead shattered the scales and powerfully pierced the base of the flame-tailed lizard's tail. It plunges deep into the ground. The flame-tailed lizard screamed shrilly and struggled frantically. But that jet-black spear was like a pillar supporting the sky, impossible to budge even an inch. It happened in the blink of an eye. This all happened in the blink of an eye. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. The pupils of Xiao Lingfeng and the other 2 exploded with the force of an 8-magnitude earthquake. The next moment, a figure darted out. Li Yuan. Chapter 20. For the domineering Li Yuan, in control of the entire scene. A large spear arrived first, followed by the arrival of a killing god. When Li Yuan found the flame-tailed lizard, he also discovered Xiao Lingfeng and his 2 companions. It wasn't hard to guess that they were also after the flame-tailed lizard. Further discussion is pointless. He used the black dragon spear as a javelin and threw it from a distance, pinning the flame-tailed lizard to the ground. The slightly trembling gun barrel seemed to be forcefully declaring ownership of this strange beast. Li Yuan strode out. His whole being was like a giant spear, upright, arrogant, sharp and aggressive, exuding a fierce aura. They took 2 steps at a time and quickly approached the flame-tailed lizard. Li Yuan. Xiao Lingfeng finally snapped out of his shock, jumped out from behind the boulder, and shouted, "We saw this flame-tailed lizard first." "So what?" Li Yuan turned around, expressionless, his gaze indifferent. Xiao Lingfeng wanted to say that the flame-tailed lizard was his, but under pressure from Li Yuan, he couldn't bring himself to say it. "Li Yuan, this flame-tailed lizard is our target, and we're ready to make our move." You're stealing our kill." Zhang Yan also emerged from behind the boulder, stood beside Xiao Lingfeng, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Moreover, this flame-tailed lizard is very important to Brother Xiao. He needs this result. He wants to get into a top martial arts academy." "Joke." Li Yuan coldly refuted. "Just because you saw it first, does that mean it's yours? Just because you've listed it as a target, does that mean others can't make a move? Even if you haven't made a move yet, and you've beaten the flame-tailed lizard half to death, as long as I deliver the final blow, all the points will go to me. As for grades, that's a joke. If you want to get into a martial arts academy, you have to rely on your own strength to get good grades, not on other people's charity. Will a martial arts academy recognize results that are given as charity? You're just making excuses." Zhang Yin shouted, her face flushed. "Martial artists must fight. They must fight. They dare to fight. The martial arts exam tests strength, not words." Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a domineering manner. "If you are not satisfied, you may defeat me and force me to leave. The flame-tailed lizard will naturally be yours, and you will also receive the red name reward. If that doesn't work..." Li Yuan's gaze sharpened, and a powerful aura erupted, sweeping outwards in a wave of energy. "Then get lost." Li Yuan felt no remorse or pity whatsoever. In the world of martial arts, the strong prey on the weak. The strong are those who can ruthlessly bully the weak. You disagree? You have to swallow your anger even if you're not happy about it. Who told you to be weak? And do you want to guess why the martial arts exam allows students to attack each other? You. Zhang Yan was furious, her face turning red. But she had no answer. Because what Li Yuan said makes perfect sense. Different martial artists have different understandings of the path of martial arts, but they almost all share a common understanding. That is to fight. They compete for resources, for status, and for the right to speak. The word struggle accompanies almost every martial artist throughout their lives. The martial arts exam is a brutal competition. Ultimately, in this forest, strength is the only thing that matters. The weak have no right to speak. The strong can do whatever they want. Even someone as strong as Li Yuan, who has been under a red name for several hours, is still lively and energetic, and his points are increasing, now exceeding 6,000. Everyone knows that defeating Li Yuan will grant a 3,000-point boost, allowing you to take off from the spot. Moreover, they can also see Li Yuan's location through their smart watches. But, would anyone dare to come? If you don't have the ability, everything else is just empty talk. Yan, stop talking. Xiao Lingfeng sighed and looked at Li Yuan with a complicated expression. Li Yuan, you're right. Exotic beasts belong to the strong. The weak have no right to touch them. Xiao Lingfeng suddenly grinned and shook his head. I'm really not reconciled. But, what can I do if I'm not as good as you? Even if I'm unwilling, there's nothing I can do. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Li Yuan gratefully. Li Yuan, thank you for helping me understand many things. Even if you give me this flame-tail lizard now, I won't take it. I am a martial artist. I fight for what I want. I cannot rely on charity. Li Yuan glanced at Xiao Lingfeng with surprise. I don't know if this kid is genuinely carefree or just putting on an act. None of these matters. Just a passerby. Li Yuan didn't say anything more, but simply reached out and gripped the gun barrel. Pull hard. The black dragon spear was pulled out, still dripping with fluid. Freed from its restraints, the flame-tailed lizard flew into a rage, whipping its thick, powerful tail at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, watch out! Xiao Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise. That was too careless. How could one be so arrogant in the presence of a strange beast? The flame-tailed lizard has a very hard tail with great explosive power. The force of its tail whip can reach 1,000 kilograms. Even if injuries affect his performance, his strength is still around 800 or 900 kilograms. If you get picked, not only will a person be shattered, but even a hard rock will break. However, right after Xiao Lingfeng uttered those words, he witnessed an even more shocking scene. Li Yuan suddenly swung his spear, the black shaft sweeping through the air with a whistling sound, leaving behind a trail of black spear shadows. Immediately afterwards, the spearhead pointed downwards, and lightning flashed out. It had already fallen before the flame-tailed lizard's tail could strike. Laugh. This time, the black dragon's great spear pierced straight through the flame-tailed lizard's head. Red and white splashed out in all directions. At the same time, Li Yuan raised his right foot, using the sole of his foot to block the flame-tailed lizard's lashing tail. Even though the flame-tailed lizard died and its power was no longer rooted, it still weighed several hundred kilograms due to inertia, and should not be underestimated. However, Li Yuan blocked the attack head-on, directly forcing the flame-tailed lizard's tail to stop, and his body barely swayed. My left foot felt like it was rooted to the ground. As stable as Mount Tai. Xiao Lingfeng and his two companions witnessed the scene firsthand, and the shock they felt was unimaginable. Wow, that was a fast shot. I barely saw how it was fired, but it struck first and killed the flame-tailed lizard before its tail could strike. Moreover, Li Yuan's power is also incredibly great. It's practically a humanoid monster. Chui Meng's dry voice rang out. This also expressed the feelings of Xiao Lingfeng and Zhang Yan. Ignoring the three people whose jaws had dropped to the ground in shock, Li Yuan casually drew out the black dragon spear. He turned and left. Li Yuan. Xiao Lingfeng suddenly spoke up. You're going to the center of the restricted area, aren't you? What? Chao Meng and Zhang Yan were shocked. The center of the penalty area, a penalty area within a penalty area. The restricted area already represents the ultimate danger. What about the center of the penalty area? That wasn't just a dangerous place, it was a death trap. Because the king of the Misty Forest, a mid-level tier 1 beast, is entrenched in the center of the restricted area. Now, Xiao Lingfeng actually asked Li Yuan if they were going to the center of the restricted area. How can we keep Chao Meng and Zhang Yan from being shocked? The difference between the first stage and the middle stage of the first order may seem small, but it is actually quite large. Whether the 10 tier 1 low-level alien beasts in the restricted area can defeat the tier 1 mid-level alien beast is still uncertain. Could it be that Li Yuan actually dares to make a move on that beast king? Are you crazy? Under the watchful eyes of the three, Li Yuan slightly raised the corners of his mouth and nodded faintly. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Xiao Lingfeng's pupils contracted. Really? After witnessing Li Yuan's formidable strength firsthand, he guessed that he might not stop there. Having the strength to instantly kill a tier 1 low-level alien beast, would he be satisfied with killing just a few tier 1 low-level alien beasts? Anyway, if it were him, he'd have to test the waters of that beast king to see what it's like. Now it seems that Li Yuan thought the same way. Can we go with you to take a look? Xiao Lingfeng asked, and fearing that Li Yuan would be displeased, he quickly added, Don't worry, we will definitely not disturb you, we will just take a look from a distance. Whatever. If it affects me, I might not hold it against you, but the big gun in my hand is another matter. After saying that, Li Yuan turned and left. Xiao Lingfeng and his two companions exchanged glances and followed at a distance. The martial arts exam had only been going on for a third of the time, so there was still plenty of time. They weren't in a hurry to hunt the ferocious beasts. This is a rare opportunity to witness a life or death battle between mid-level tier 1 fighters up close, and it's absolutely not to be missed. Chapter 25 Beast King Rock Armored Rhinoceros. Restricted Area. The word itself represents danger, it is strictly forbidden to get involved. Of course, this only applies to regular test takers. For truly gifted students, restricted areas are not off limits. On the contrary, the restricted areas were set up specifically for them. Otherwise, how can we differentiate between scores and distinguish between geniuses? And within the restricted area, there are even more restricted areas. That is the center of the restricted area. If the restricted areas are used to distinguish geniuses, then the center of the restricted areas is used to filter out the truly prodigies. First tier mid-stage alien beast. If you called me a low-level beast in the outside world, I wouldn't care. But inside the Wuhan University entrance exam hall, what do you think you should call me? Beast King. In the martial arts examination hall, 99% of the candidates had a life level below 9.0. A very small number of candidates can break through the 9.0 level of life, but they will not exceed 9.9, which is only comparable to the level of a high-level ferocious beast. In such an environment, a mid-level Tier 1 beast undoubtedly possesses terrifying deterrent and dominance. Calling him Beast King wouldn't be an exaggeration. Of course, the full name should be Martial Arts Examination Beast King. At almost every test center in every city, some test takers will try to kill the first stage level 1 alien beast in the restricted area. They may not be able to actually kill it, but trying is definitely worth the effort. But for many years, no examinee has dared to provoke a mid-level Tier 1 beast. Even if you fail to hunt a Tier 1 early-stage alien beast, there is a good chance of escaping unscathed. At worst, the protective shield will hold out until rescuers arrive. It can face mid-tier Tier 1 beasts. There are likely only two possible outcomes. It's all or nothing. You either kill the beast or get killed by it. Escape? This is the territory of the alien beast's hope is slim. Defend? Sorry, the martial arts protective shield can only withstand attacks from ferocious beasts. Let alone a mid-level first-tier beast, even a low-level first-tier beast can be broken with a little effort. Therefore, even the most arrogant geniuses would very rarely consider targeting the Beast King. After many years, another one has finally appeared. Pingchen, Li Yuan. Heavens! He's gone mad. Li Yuan actually has his eye on that mid-stage Tier 1 alien beast. Although Li Yuan is very strong, he is still a novice martial artist with little experience. More importantly, he has not yet practiced any advanced cultivation methods and does not know how to mobilize his true energy, which will greatly reduce his actual combat strength. At this time, it would be too risky to challenge a mid-level first-tier beast. I suggest we immediately send a message to dissuade Li Yuan. We've finally produced a true dragon in Pingcheng, we absolutely cannot let him die young. That's right, a true dragon will surely soar through the heavens in the future. If it dies in its infancy, then, the pain is too much. Nonsense. Upon hearing someone suggest stopping Li Yuan, Zhou Kaixian immediately glared and angrily rebuked them. You've all been pampered and Haven Tea fought in years. Your edges have been worn down and you've lost your martial spirit. Li Yuan is still young and indeed impetuous, but what I see more in him is courage and boldness. The moment he conceived the idea of hunting the Beast King, his path in martial arts had already broadened considerably. Stopping him at this time will only tarnish his martial arts aspirations and thwart his ambition. Zhou Kaishuan's eyes widened as he scanned the room, then he said coldly, you're trying to destroy him. Many people's faces turned rather grim. Zhou Kaishuan's words were anything but polite. But no one dared to talk back. Because Zhou Kaixian is the garrison commander of a city, he has military power, status, and even more strength. Within the entire Pingcheng martial arts circle, he can definitely secure a top 5 position and strive for a top 3-1. A truly important person. Commander Zhou is right. We really can't stop Li Yuan. At this moment, Chen Rui pondered for a moment and then spoke. But we absolutely cannot stand by and watch him be in danger. If something happens to him, we cannot afford such a loss. Commander Zhou, I wonder if it's possible to mobilize a helicopter from the garrison and send a strong individual to hover over the restricted area? If Li Yuan is in danger, rescue him immediately. Given Chen Rui's status and abilities, he shouldn't have had the right to speak at this time. But he also has another identity, Li Yuan's principle. That's different. The more extraordinary Li Yuan's performance, the higher Chen Rui's status becomes, and the more suitable he is to make such a suggestion. This time, Zhou Kaixian did not object. Not only did he not object, he even personally intervened. Clearly, he also valued Li Yuan highly and did not want to see such a prodigy die here. Buzz buzz buzz. A moment later, a military green helicopter took off, and Zhou Kaixian was on board. Old Chen, don't worry. Commander Zhou is a 4th-tier expert. With him personally taking action, a mere mid-tier first-tier beast can't cause any trouble. Qin Shuoran comforted her. Chen Rui nodded. But his face was still full of worry. Misty Woods, Forbidden Zone. Li Yuan held the spear upside down, his steps steady and unhurried. He did not underestimate mid-level first-tier beasts, but he was absolutely not afraid of them either. It's just the middle stage of the first level. It's as if no one is immune to this. 20 or 30 meters behind Li Yuan, Xiao Lingfeng and his 2 companions followed silently. I didn't dare to get too close, worried that it might affect Li Yuan. Not long after, Li Yuan had already entered the center of the restricted area and had seen the mid-stage first-tier beast. It was a giant mutated rhinoceros, nearly 1.5 meters tall even when lying on the ground, its entire body covered in thick, dark brown rock armor, making it look particularly ferocious. Even when still, it exudes a powerful sense of strength. Rock armor rhinoceros. A mid-tier Tier 1 beast. It has thick skin and flesh, and possesses immense strength. Li Yuan had already learned the basic information about the rock armor rhinoceros through his smartwatch. Among mid-tier first-level beasts, this guy is considered one of the most powerful. But Li Yuan was not afraid at all. His bright eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. After advancing to the middle stage of the first tier, the first stage beasts no longer posed any threat. Li Yuan was now in need of a worthy opponent to practice on. This rock-armored rhinoceros is a perfect fit. Without further ado, Li Yuan took a deep breath, dragged his spear, and strode towards the rock armor rhinoceros. The speed is getting faster and faster. The tip of the gun left a crooked mark as it scraped against the ground. Roar! The rock-armored rhinoceros awoke with a start, raised its head, opened its scarlet eyes, and let out a low growl. It discovered Li Yuan. Suddenly, its massive body stood up. It's practically like a fully armed armored vehicle. It has a strong visual impact. Roar! The rock-armored rhinoceros roared in fury. It started running wildly, its thick limbs stomping on the ground, making a series of sounds. The thick, sharp, and hard horn in the center of its head further emphasizes its terrifying impact and destructive power. Li Yuan wasn't foolish enough to go head-to-head with an armored vehicle. He thrust the butt of his gun into the ground, using the reverse force to forcibly change his forward trajectory and dart to the side, as swift and agile as a cheetah. They dodged the head-on collision with the rock-armored rhinoceros. As the two passed each other, Li Yuan suddenly swung his spear, sweeping it horizontally. The spear tip slashed fiercely across the rocky armor of the rock armor rhinoceros. Clang, 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 clang. A piercing sound, like the clash of metal, rang out. Sparks flew as the spear tip grazed the ground. Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. As expected of the rock armor rhinoceros, its armor is incredibly tough. Chapter 26 Berserk? I'll slide tackle. Although its defenses were not breached, the rock-armored rhinoceros was still enraged, roaring and stomping its two front hooves hard, creating two deep pits in the ground. Its head tilted to one side, and its single horn charged towards Li Yuan. For a creature of the rock-armored rhinoceros's size to possess such agility and dexterity is truly remarkable. But in Li Yuan's opinion, it was far from enough. It was still too cumbersome. He quickly raised his spear in front of him, simultaneously stomping his toes on the ground and leaning his upper body backward. Clang! The unicorn rammed heavily into the large spear. Li Yuan took advantage of the situation and retreated. It appeared to have taken the brunt of the rock armor rhinoceros's charge head-on, but in reality, it didn't experience much impact. Because Li Yuan was already retreating, and there was a moment when he was pulling back his gun upon impact. With the buffer, most of the impact force was dissipated. The rock-armored rhinoceros roared angrily, turned completely around, and chased after Li Yuan. Li Yuan didn't fight back, he turned and ran. He fled, it chased. Boom, boom, boom. Knock, knock, knock. The rock-armored rhinoceros was running wildly, making a series of dull thuds. There seemed to be small pebbles bouncing on the ground. Oh no! Li Yuan is no match for that beast. He's in danger. Cui Meng's expression changed instantly, and he lowered his voice. Don't rush, Li Yuan's strength is not just like that. Look at him, even though he is being chased by the rock armor rhinoceros, his steps are not disordered at all. He is obviously looking for an opportunity, or even doing it on purpose. Xiao Lingfang stared intently at Li Yuan and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, there have been changes on Li Yuan's side. He rushed straight toward a thick, towering tree, and as he got close, he leaped up and strode out. Tap, 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 tap. He quickly pushed off the tree trunk with both feet and rushed upwards. Li Yuan ran up the tree, almost parallel to the ground, in a way that defies the law of universal gravitation. The rock-armored rhinoceros followed closely behind and had already arrived. The hard horn slammed into the tree trunk. Thump! The thick, sturdy tree trembled violently, its single horn piercing the trunk by more than 20 centimeters. At the same time, Li Yuan had already run to a high place, and with a push of his legs, he performed a backflip in mid-air, appearing above the rock armor rhinoceros. His gaze was cold and sharp. Grip the gun barrel with both hands. The gun barrel is pointing downwards. The sharp F-grade alloy gun tip reflected a cold light in the sunlight. Die! Li Yuan roared, his body plummeting downwards as he raised both hands above his head, his arm muscles bulging, and thrust the spear downwards. It pointed directly at the nape of the neck of the rock-armored rhinoceros. Have you ever seen a gun technique that seems to fall from the sky? Xiao Lingfeng's pupils contracted as he whispered. No one answered. They were all staring intently at the field. The rock-armored rhinoceros had instinctively sensed the danger, but its horn was stuck in the tree trunk and it was difficult to pull it out for a while. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan, wielding his spear and radiating a chilling killing intent, slashed down fiercely. Clang! Sparks exploded. This time, the armor of the rock armor rhino was no match for Li Yuan's spear. The F-class alloy spearhead forcefully pierced through the armor and penetrated the flesh. Laugh! Blood splattered. The black dragon spear pierced straight through the neck of the rock armor rhinoceros, with the spear tip protruding from below the neck. Roar! Roar! The rock-armored rhinoceros is incredibly resilient even after being pierced in the neck, it still hasn't died. It struggled and roared frantically, kicking its hind legs and leaping wildly. Driven to madness by the intense pain, his head thrashed wildly. With a tearing sound, the unicorn broke off the tree trunk. The rock-armored rhinoceros, now free, leaped, charged, and crashed wildly. It seemed to want to throw the human off its back and then crush him. Unfortunately, its intentions failed. Li Yuan gripped the gun barrel tightly with both hands, his body swaying and rocking like a piece of duckweed in a stormy sea, seemingly about to be thrown away at any moment, yet he managed to stay still. He even freed his right hand, clenched his fist, and pounded the back of the rock armor rhinoceros's head. The rock armor rhinoceros's entire back, from its head to its back, was covered in hard rock armor. With Li Yuan's current physical strength and power, he couldn't budge it with just his fists. After throwing a few punches, he failed to injure the rock armor rhinoceros instead. The impact made Li Yuan's fists ache. Grass! Li Yuan cursed angrily. They immediately changed their attack angle and instead struck the rock armor rhinoceros's eyes. Bang bang bang! Knock knock knock! Punch after punch. Every punch lands squarely. Moreover, Li Yuan used the power of his martial soul to enhance his strength. Even though he couldn't exert his maximum power due to the influence of his posture and the angle of his exit, each punch he threw still weighed at least 2,000 kilograms. No matter how fierce and brutal a beast may be, or how thick-skinned it may be, its eyes are always a vulnerable spot. That punch weighs over 2,000 kilograms, how can it withstand it? Soon, the corner of her eye broke and her brow bone split open. One of his eyes was almost smashed. Screams continued. The scene of Li Yuan smashing the rock armor rhinoceros was extremely visually impactful, leaving Xiao Lingfeng and his two companions, who were watching from afar, dumbfounded. Occasionally, the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. Is this even human? This is even more ferocious than a monster. But just when the three thought Li Yuan had victory in his grasp, the rock armor rhinoceros suddenly charged toward a boulder not far away. 5 or 6 meters away from the boulder, he suddenly flew to the side, his back slamming into the boulder. It was clearly an attempt to crush Li Yuanqing to death. Li Yuan naturally realized the rock armor rhinoceros's intention, immediately abandoned his attack, and jumped off the rock armor rhinoceros's back. The next moment. Thump! A loud bang was heard. The boulder was smashed into pieces, with fragments flying everywhere. The entire shaft of the black dragon spear pierced through the neck of the rock-armored rhinoceros, and it fell to the ground, dripping with blood. The rock-armored rhinoceros lay on the pile of rocks, panting heavily, its abdomen heaving violently, and blood gushing from its neck. It's clearly not going to work. Li Yuan stepped forward and picked up the large gun. We're going to put an end to this beast. However, at this moment, the rock-armored rhinoceros's body suddenly trembled violently, and blood gushed out. Roar! The rock-armored rhinoceros let out a low roar, unleashing a ferocious and violent aura. A wave of air emanated from it and quickly spread outwards. Thump! Thump! With a powerful effort, the rock-armored rhinoceros managed to stand up again. Although the penetrating wound on his neck was bleeding profusely, and although one of his eyes was smashed open. But the beast's aura only grew more ferocious. A murderous intent surged from his scarlet eyes. This is Berserk. Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. A guess flashed through my mind. It is said that when a beast is on the verge of death, there is a very small chance that it will go berserk, its blood will boil, its life will burn, and it will gain stronger and more violent power, comparable to a higher level beast. Certainly. This temporary boost came at the cost of sacrificing one's life. After the madness came death. The probability of going berserk is extremely low. But Li Yuan had clearly won the lottery. In its berserk state, the rock-armored rhinoceros is equivalent to a high-level Tier 1 alien beast. This is the evolution it has always dreamed of. But now, it arrives along with a death warrant. The rock-armored rhinoceros was enraged. Dragging its heavily wounded body, and filled with ferocity, it charged fiercely towards Li Yuan. Even if I die, I'll drag this damned human down with me. You want to risk your life to take me away? Li Yuan stared intently. A crisis is brewing. But instead of panicking, his mind was clearer than ever before. Advanced First Order? That's really impressive. But Li Yuan is not without his own methods. War. If I kill this high-level Tier 1 alien beast, I'll not only be the top scorer in the province, but also the top scorer in the country. I'm going to make the 5 top martial arts academies fight tooth and nail to get their hands on me. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Faced with a ferocious, high-level Tier 1 alien beast, Li Yuan hardened his heart and advanced instead of retreating. Amidst the utter shock of Xiao Lingfang and his 2 companions, as well as the numerous spectators in front of the light screen, they charged fiercely toward the rock armor rhinoceros, and then executed a sliding tackle. Whoosh! Li Yuan slid in beneath the rock armor rhinoceros. Raise your right hand. A tiny flame flickered at my fingertips. Like a candle flame, it seemed as if it could be blown out with a single breath. Inconspicuous. However, it exudes a terrifying aura that frightens even high-level first-tier beasts. Samadhi Fire. Chapter 27 Kill. Misty Woods, above the Forbidden Zone. A stealth helicopter hovers. Wearing a military uniform, Zhou Kaixian, a tall and strong man, sat at the open door of the aircraft cabin, with a battle knife across his lap. He looked down at the battle below, nodding slowly from time to time. Li Yuan's performance in the battle against the mid-level Tier 1 alien beast was nothing short of perfect. Whether it's combat awareness, adaptability in the face of danger, or courage and boldness, they are all at the top level. Daring to fight, daring to struggle. They can fight and they're willing to struggle. They know how to fight and how to persevere. Only doing the first point makes one a reckless fool. Those who can do the first 2 points can be considered capable brutes. Only by doing all 3 things can one be considered both courageous and resourceful. Clearly, Li Yuan is like that. Zhou Kaixian grew to admire Li Yuan more and more, and wanted to recruit him into the military. With Li Yuan's talent, coupled with his drive and superb combat awareness, he will definitely shine in the military. Zhou Kaixian remained highly alert, ready to act at any moment. It was clear that Li Yuan had handled the situation well and gained the upper hand, so he couldn't help but relax a little. That rock-armored rhinoceros may seem fierce, but it's really just struggling in its death throes and nothing to worry about. As Zhou Kaixian predicted, things did indeed turn out that way. After failing to kill Li Yuan by crashing into a rock, the rock-armored rhinoceros came to the end of its life. However, just when Zhou Kaixian thought the situation was settled, an unexpected change occurred. The rock-armored rhinoceros has gone berserk. Instantly, he stepped into the advanced stage of the first tier. Their strength has increased dramatically. The balance of power shifted in an instant. Zhou Kaixian's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart clenched, and he immediately grabbed his sword and jumped out of the helicopter. With his strength, if Li Yuan turned and ran, he could gain 2 or 3 breaths and kill him to save Li Yuan. But surprisingly, Li Yuan advanced instead of retreating. What kind of move is it to slide in on a berserk monster? Zhou Kaixian had no time to think and immediately activated his martial soul Dharma image, and a huge black bear martial soul phantom appeared behind him. C-grade martial soul, violent bear. The martial soul Dharma form is an ability that only 4th-tier martial artists can master, which can greatly enhance attributes such as attack, defense, speed, strength, and agility. In desperation, Zhou Kaixian no longer held back and unleashed his full power. He gripped his sword in his right hand and hurled it downwards. As Zhou Kaixian moved, the illusory image of the violent bear martial soul behind him also made a throwing motion with his battle sword, providing Zhou Kaixian with a huge boost. Whoosh! The battle blade tore through the air, transforming into a streak of snow-white light that shot towards the rock armor rhinoceros with lightning speed. At the same time, Li Yuan slid in and charged beneath the rock armor rhinoceros, immediately summoning Samadhi True Fire. A tiny flame, like a candle flame, danced on my fingertips. This tiny flame almost drained Li Yuan. In that instant, Li Yuan felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if his body had been hollowed out, comparable to hypoglycemia symptoms multiplied by 1,000, and it seemed like he was about to faint in the next second. But Li Yuan also knew that this was a matter of life and death. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. Raise your hand with all your might. A small flame flickered in his finger as he touched the belly of the rock-armored rhinoceros. Call. The moment they made contact, the small flame, which had been like a candle flame, suddenly burst into flame. A burst of purplish-red flames instantly erupted from beneath the rock armor rhinoceros, sweeping outwards and then enveloping it upwards. It seemed to transform into a giant fire beast, completely enveloping the rock armor rhinoceros. Flames surged. Roar! The rock-armored rhinoceros let out a shrill scream. But the sound stopped abruptly as soon as it started. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and skin turned to nothingness, and the solid, thick rock armor was also burned to ashes. All that's left is a huge skeleton. A gust of wind blew by, and even the skeleton instantly turned to ashes, which were scattered by the wind. The next moment. Laugh! A battle sword fell from the sky and pierced deep into the ground, leaving only the hilt protruding above the surface. Bang! A tall, imposing figure followed closely behind and fell to the ground. It was Zhou Kaixian. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. The berserk rock armor rhinoceros was single-handedly killed by a martial arts exam candidate? His blade was originally aimed at the head of the rock-armored rhinoceros, but before the blade could strike, the rock-armored rhinoceros had already turned to ashes. It's fair to say that Zhou Kaixian's ambitions were misplaced. The rock-armored rhinoceros was completely defeated by Li Yuan alone. That terrifying flame just now. A hint of apprehension flashed in Zhou Kaixian's eyes. Even though they were some distance apart, he still felt an extremely strong threat from the flames. In that instant, every hair on my body stood on end. That feeling made Zhou Kaixian realize that even he would be in trouble if he got involved with that flame. Such methods. How exactly did Li Yuan use it? But Zhou Kaixian didn't have time to think about that now, and quickly flashed to Li Yuan's side. Li Yuan's face was as pale as paper, his lips were bloodless, and even his breathing and pulse were much weaker. This is a sign of excessive consumption and overdrawing one's own resources. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Zhou Kaixian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly pulled out a bottle of military-grade special energy liquid and was about to pour it into Li Yuan's mouth. No, no! Li Yuan's weak voice rang out as he turned his head with difficulty. Li Yuan, you've overdrawn your energy too much. If you don't replenish it in time, I'm afraid it will leave lasting consequences, Zhou Kaixian said. Li Yuan's mouth opened and closed slightly, his voice very soft. No, it's okay. I'll just rest for a bit, I still have to continue the exam. Taking the energy liquid means that Li Yuan has accepted external help, so his martial arts exam will have to end there. Although the current points are already high enough. But given this rare opportunity to hunt ferocious beasts and gain kill points, Li Yuan didn't want to be eliminated prematurely. As for any long-term effects? Li Yuan knew exactly what was going on. His forced summoning of the Samadhi True Fire had indeed severely overdrawn his resources and consumed too much energy. But there will be no long-term effects. At this moment, the body's vitality is slowly recovering. The Neza martial spirit grants Li Yuan a recovery ability far exceeding that of others. This slight overdraft is nothing to worry about. Seeing that Li Yuan was determined, Zhou Kaixian did not force him to take the medicine. Slowly put Li Yuanping down. Commander Zhou. Xiao Lingfang and the other two ran forward and bowed to Zhou Kaixian. Yes, Li Yuan is fine, he just overexerted himself and needs some time to recover. After saying that, Zhou Kaixian drew his battle sword. Bend your legs and then suddenly straighten them. Boom! A ripple of air spread outwards. Zhou Kaixian was ejected into the air and left the examination room. Holy crap! The Berserk Beast King, comparable to a high-level first-tier alien beast, was actually killed by Li Yuan. That's fucking insane. Shui Mang stared at the Beast King, now reduced to ashes, his pupils constricting and his throat bobbing. That flame just now. Xiao Lingfeng's heart was also filled with shock. Even though it was far away, I could still feel a terrifying aura of destruction. What kind of monster is this thing? Now, Xiao Lingfeng had completely given up on the idea of competing with Li Yuan. Against people, I can still put up a fight. But how can you compare to a monster? Brother Xiao, he stole your monster, why don't do it now? Zhang Yan leaned close to Xiao Lingfeng's ear and whispered. Xiao Lingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Li Yuan subconsciously. The latter's face was as white as paper, and his breath was weak. They certainly had no ability to resist. And Li Yuan's points. First place, Li Yuan, Pingcheng number 3 middle school, 8,070. More than 8,000 points. He's still a flagged user. If Xiao Lingfeng takes down Li Yuan, his points will increase by 4,000 plus. Top 10 in the province? Hold it in your hand and pinch it. The temptation is just too great. Xiao Lingfeng's breathing became a little more rapid. But a moment later, Xiao Lingfeng gritted his teeth and shook his head, saying, forget it. If I were to make a move against him in this state, it would be taking advantage of his vulnerability. I'd rather not have these points. Brother Xiao. Zhang Yan exclaimed anxiously, he didn't reason with you when he was stealing the monster. Xiao Lingfeng laughed and said, he stealed the monster because he's stronger than us, but if I were to attack him now, what would that make me? I'm a genius too, okay? I have my own pride. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng felt much more relaxed. Zhang Yan was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. Yan, don't do anything reckless. Xiao Lingfeng warned in a deep voice. Humph. I'm not going to care about you anymore. Zhang Yan left in a huff. Cui Meng, you go with her. Xiao Lingfeng was worried that Zhang Yan's condition might make her vulnerable to attack by a ferocious beast. Cui Meng nodded and immediately followed Zhang Yan. Xiao Lingfeng, however, did not leave. He glanced at Li Yuan, walked to the side, hugged his sword, leaned against the tree trunk, and stood guard. With all the alien beasts in the restricted area dead, there's no guarantee that ferocious beasts won't come in. Catching a glimpse of Xiao Lingfeng's movements out of the corner of his eye, Li Yuan slowly exhaled and completely relaxed. Li Yuan was quite surprised by Xiao Lingfeng's choice. Surprisingly, this guy is not bad. In fact, if Xiao Lingfeng had dared to attack Li Yuan just now, Li Yuan would not have been completely powerless to resist. Adding points temporarily to raise one's life level is enough to grant one opportunity to make a move. With Li Yuan's strength, defeating Xiao Lingfeng in an instant would be a piece of cake. Certainly, peace and tranquility are the best outcome. The area in the penalty area fell silent. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar. Chapter 28 Crazy Harvest. Outside the misty woodland. When Li Yuan pierced the neck of the rock armor rhinoceros with a single spear thrust, gasps and praises erupted from the stands. But then, the rock-armored rhinoceros went berserk. The crowd gasped in surprise. Not good. The rock-armored rhinoceros has gone berserk and has already entered the advanced stage of the first tier. Li Yuan is in danger. Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. Commander Zhou is right above Li Yuan. As long as... Holy crap, why isn't Li Yuan running? What is he trying to do? It's over. If Li Yuan could just escape and by 2 breaths of time, Commander Zhou would be able to save him. But instead of retreating, he's advancing. Isn't he courting death? Everyone present was a martial artist, possessing considerable experience and keen insight. Li Yuan's current combat strength is comparable to that of a mid-stage first-tier fighter. The Berserk Rhinoceros is a high-level Tier 1. Furthermore, in its berserk state, it becomes even more frenzied, and can definitely unleash greater power and speed than a high-level Tier 1 beast in its normal state. Li Yuan is no match for him. His wisest course of action would have been to turn around and run away. Berserk is a brief, fleeting frenzy gained at the cost of life. It is not lasting. If Li Yuan can stall for a while, even if Zhou Kaixian doesn't make a move, the rock armor rhinoceros will die from exhaustion. But it actually charged towards the rock armor rhinoceros. Isn't that just asking for death? Well, the director of education sighed deeply, filled with regret and a sense of disappointment. With such extraordinary talent, he is destined to soar to great heights in the future. Why do you have to be so reckless? It's over, it's over. Chen Rui staggered, his face ashen. It hurts so much. My school, number 3, finally produced a dragon. Why did this happen? Even a high-level first-tier martial artist would have to avoid the brunt of a berserk high-level first-tier beast. Li Yuan is not yet at the advanced stage of the first rank, but only at the intermediate stage of the first rank. And the weapons are gone too. Sliding up like that, isn't that just handing food to the monster? Chen Rui was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. However, just when everyone thought Li Yuan was about to perish under the iron hooves of the rock armor rhinoceros, flames suddenly surged in the scene. A burst of purplish-red flames erupted from beneath the rock armor rhinoceros, engulfing it entirely. Then, the rock armor rhinoceros was burned to ashes. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The people in the stands were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the floor, unable to be picked up. Holy shit! What happened? What kind of fire is that? Was that Li Yuan's doing? What exactly happened? Can anyone explain? Everyone was stunned, and gasps of astonishment rose and fell. What kind of fire is that? What methods were used to achieve that? How could Li Yuan possess such terrifying skills? This question arose in everyone's mind. My heart was in turmoil, unable to find peace. Call. Chen Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of how Li Yuan managed to do it, the most important thing is that he didn't die and even managed to kill the rock armor rhinoceros. To die under the iron hooves of the rock armor rhinoceros is the story of the fall of a genius. The ultimate comeback against the rock-armored rhinoceros, that's called the rise of a demonic prodigy. Top 100 in the province? Top scorer in the province? Grass. Our school's Li Yuan is a potential national champion. No, it should be said that he has already reserved the top spot in the imperial examination. Chen Rui was filled with boundless pride. They all started planning ahead, figuring out how he, the star principal who cultivated the top scorer in the country, should speak during interviews. Inside the misty woodland, Li Yuan has recovered by about 10% or 20%. I finally had the mind to examine the spoils of this battle. Defeat a Tier 1 mid-stage beast, rock-armored rhinoceros berserk mode X1, points plus 2000. Defeat 1 mid-tier Tier 1 rock-armored rhinoceros berserk mode, kill points plus 42. Li Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. Very good. This time, both the martial arts exam system and the killing system award points and killing values based on killing a first-tier high-level alien beast. It wasn't in vain that Li Yuan took that small risk. Now, I should reserve my spot as the top scorer in the country, right? However, the kill points are still not enough. Li Yuan glanced at the panel. Kill value, 185. The more you appreciate the benefits of kill points, the more you feel you don't have enough. Li Yuan is eager to improve. Progress requires kill points. Then, like Han Xin commanding his troops, the more the better. Especially after witnessing the terrifying power of the Samadhi fire, Li Yuan looked forward to Nez's other supernatural abilities even more. Unfortunately, the next time you need to draw a divine power, you'll need 1000 kill points. It's still a long way off. Li Yuan refused Zhou Kaishuan's rescue because he didn't want to give up this good opportunity to reap kill points. Restore it for me right now. Li Yuan's health is very good. 15 minutes later, he was able to raise his hand. Half an hour later, he was able to sit up. 1 hour later, Li Yuan has recovered about 50-60% of his original health. He stood up and stretched his limbs. Are you all right? Xiao Lingfeng's surprised voice came from behind. Just an hour ago, he looked like he was about to die, and now he's standing up? Freak. That's about right. Li Yuan nodded and looked at Xiao Lingfeng sincerely, saying, "Thank you." This thank you was for Xiao Lingfeng's protection. Although no ferocious beasts attacked during this time, Li Yuan was still grateful for Xiao Lingfeng's kindness. The two met by chance and had no prior relationship. They were already competitors, and given the previous incident involving the flame-tailed lizard, they could even be considered rivals. Despite past grievances, Xiao Lingfeng still put aside his own and sacrificed his precious time to protect Li Yuan. Li Yuan will remember this kindness and will repay it in due time. Xiao Lingfeng waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, I also need to rest for a bit." At this point, Xiao Lingfeng opened his mouth, wanting to ask Li Yuan what that terrifying flame was. But the words stuck in his throat. As a martial artist, who doesn't have a trump card? It is very taboo to rashly inquire about someone else's hand. At least Xiao Lingfeng didn't think his relationship with Li Yuan was good enough to allow them to be so casual. "What are your plans now?" Xiao Lingfeng asked. "The sun has already set, and it's getting dark. The darkness of night is more conducive to ferocious beasts, while humans would be greatly restricted in such an environment. Therefore, after nightfall, the primary task for most candidates was not to hunt ferocious beasts. Rather, it's about how to get through the night safely. In the past years, most of the injuries and deaths of candidates during martial arts examinations across various regions have occurred at night." Li Yuan stretched and said casually, "Of course, we should hurry up and hunt down the ferocious beasts." "It's getting dark," Xiao Lingfeng said in a deep voice. "I know." Li Yuan's tone remained calm. "Dark. It will not become a stumbling block to his progress." Xiao Lingfeng smiled and said, "All right then, good luck." "Thank you, and best of luck to you." The two then parted ways. Li Yuan, carrying a large gun, embarked on his journey. They fought their way from the restricted area to the southeast, and then from the southeast to the northeast. They marched and killed their way through. They relentlessly reaped the lives of ferocious beasts. "When I'm hungry, I eat compressed biscuits. One biscuit is enough to keep me going for half the night. When thirsty, drink energy drinks to quickly replenish energy and restore physical strength. I'm tired." "Sorry, I'm not tired. Do you even understand the value of a unique, God-level martial soul?" As Li Yuan relentlessly devoured the lives of ferocious beasts, his points skyrocketed. Chapter 29 is over. A record-breaking score. Li Yuan is too crazy. He overexerted himself to that extent and only rested for an hour before picking up his gun again. He's like a killing machine that never gets tired. I seem to see the shadow of the King of 100 Battles in him. Some people say this. These words caused many people's expressions to change instantly. King of 100 Battles. That was a legendary powerhouse. Having awakened an F-rank martial soul, he was destined to achieve little in the path of martial arts. However, the King of 100 Battles refused to accept his fate and embarked on a unique path of martial arts, proving his path through battle. Initially, he relentlessly challenged other martial artists, always fighting against stronger opponents when he was weaker. Apprentice battles against beginner first dan battles against intermediate first dan. Once he reaches the advanced stage of the first tier, he will challenge second-tier martial artists. From 100 defeats to 100 victories. Through countless battles, he broke the curse that F-rank martial souls could not break through to the second tier and advanced to the second tier. Then, one man and one sword entered the wilderness to hunt down strange beasts. Each time, they returned covered in blood and severely wounded, their battle swords dulled or even broken, but they would only rest for a few days before changing their swords and setting off again. Working tirelessly, without sleep or rest. In such intense battles and life or death trials, his martial arts skills steadily improved. Third Order. Fourth Order. Now he is a renowned powerhouse, known as the King of 100 Battles, invincible among those of the same level and capable of fighting those of higher levels. He is a madman, but also a powerful and respected figure. Now, everyone seems to see some of the qualities of the 100 Battles King in Li Yuan. They may share the same low-grade martial spirit, but possess strong fighting will, high martial arts talent, and a ruthless fighting style. The King of 100 Battles proved his Tao through battle. Does Li Yuan intend to follow his example? This path is destined to be extremely difficult and perilous. Yes, but which strong person doesn't have to overcome countless obstacles to reach the peak? No one can succeed easily. Li Yuan has scored 9,000 points. This has already broken the provincial record for martial arts exam scores. And judging from Li Yuan's attitude, he's not satisfied yet. He'll probably break the 10,000 point mark in the end. 10,000 points. The national record for martial arts exam points is 10,086. Li Yuan has broken the national record. Doesn't that mean Li Yuan is already the top scorer in the country? Cheers erupted from the stands. These bigwigs from all walks of life in Pingcheng were as happy as children at that moment. There are over 30 provincial champions each year. But there can only be one national champion. Li Yuan's score has now broken the national record for martial arts exam points, and it's almost safe to say that he has already secured the title of national champion. How can people not be excited when a national champion comes from a small town? Whoosh! Whoosh! Chen Rui's face flushed red, his heart pounded, and he was breathing heavily. Initially, his expectation for Li Yuan was only that he would be among the top 100 in the province. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan created miracles time and time again, turning the impossible into the possible. Now they've actually pre-selected the top scorer in the country? Fortunately, Chen Rui was a martial artist with good physical fitness, otherwise, he might have fainted from excitement by now. Ha ha ha. I knew I hadn't misjudged Li Yuan. Yan Heli, the director of teaching at number 3 middle school, hooked his arm around Zhao Deju's neck, his face full of excitement. He felt increasingly fortunate and proud of his own cleverness. After all, he had given Li Yuan 500,000 Blue Star coins back then. If the principal is the number 1 angel investor on Blue Star, then I, Yan Heli, am number 2. Zhao Deju was also incredibly excited, and even felt an urge to burst into tears. He actually has a student who was the top scorer in the national exam? It's like a dream. Kuan, now you know why your father didn't let you go against Li Yuan, right? AI Heizi said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on the points leaderboard. Beside him, Kuan had a bruised and swollen face, and was sweating profusely. His eyes were filled with horror. Gurgle. Kuan swallowed hard and whispered, I understand. AI Heizi looked at his son and said, later, I will personally take you to apologize to Li Yuan. Li Yuan has unlimited potential for future achievements. Fortunately, the two of you have not reached the point of life and death. It is not too late to apologize now. AI Kuan wasn't being stubborn. If he was filled with resentment and thought about revenge when he was eliminated by Li Yuan. Now, with Li Yuan's behavior becoming increasingly abnormal, how could AI Kuan dare to harbor resentment or even think about revenge? He just hoped that Li Yuan wouldn't punish him. Holy crap, Yuan Ji, you're like a cow flying in an airplane, absolutely awesome. See that? That's my brother. That's Fong Ping's brother. Wow. Fong Ping was attacked by a ferocious beast at night and had no choice but to activate his protective shield, which forced him to leave the game early and also injured him. But at this moment, seeing Li Yuan's points skyrocketing, he was extremely excited and shouted. In the stands, there were still many candidates who had been eliminated early, resting and watching the game. Exclamations of surprise rang out. Holy crap, Li Yuan is absolutely awesome. More than 10,000 copies, that's simply out of the ordinary, it's beyond description. I would call him the source god. I can't even imagine how awesome it would be if my martial arts exam results were this amazing. Coward, I dare to dream. Fine, you're a daredevil, okay? The test takers were ecstatic. Although it wasn't their own achievement, it didn't stop them from feeling excited. The girls were so excited that their faces turned red, and their eyes sparkled. Wow, Li Yuan is so handsome. Li Yuan. Husband. Ah. Equals? His spear is so long, so hard, and so agile. Which girl doesn't dream of love? Li Yuan is tall and upright, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He's incredibly handsome. She has clearly reached the average level of attractiveness among the majority of readers. More importantly, he is incredibly strong and exceptionally talented. Which girl wouldn't be attracted to such a gifted young man? In this atmosphere, time passed by. Soon, it was June 7th at 10 a.m. The 24-hour Wuhan University entrance examination has finally come to an end. Only about 300 candidates were able to persist until the end. The rest have been eliminated one after another. At this moment, all the examinees within the Misty Forest had their smartwatches vibrate and flash red, issuing a notification. Beep. Attention candidates, the 5202 National Unified Examination for Martial Arts Academy admissions has now ended. Scoring has stopped. All candidates are requested to leave the examination room as soon as possible and pay attention to safety. The test takers breathed a sigh of relief and headed towards the exam room exit, following the directions indicated by their smartwatches. Some people had smiles on their faces and walked with ease, clearly indicating that they had achieved good results. Some people looked sad and dejected, probably because they didn't perform well. But regardless, the martial arts exam is over, and it's time to leave. There was one exception. Li Yuan. He did not retreat. He continued to kill the ferocious beasts. Killing ferocious beasts after the martial arts exam just means I won't gain any more points. What does that have to do with me accumulating kill points? Such a good opportunity is rare, we can't waste it. Li Yuan's spear moved like a dragon, continuing his frenzied slaughter. Slaying one low-level ferocious beast, the Azure Serpent, increases kill points by 3. Kill 5 low-level ferocious beasts, sharp-toothed rabbits, kill value plus 14. Slay one medium-level ferocious beast, win Shadow Leopard, and gain plus 6 kill points. Li Yuan, the martial arts exam is over. You can no longer earn points by killing ferocious beasts. The smartwatch vibrated, followed by a gruff voice, which was probably Zhou Kaishuan's. Li Yuan said, I know. And you? I just want to hone my skills. Li Yuan offered this explanation. Zhou Kaishuan was silent for a moment, then said, so it's you. Fine, I'll give you another half hour. After half an hour, you must leave the examination room no matter what. Geniuses always enjoy being treated differently. Even if it were someone else, including Xiao Lingfang, they would never have had such an opportunity. Thanks. Li Yuan thanked him, casually shot and killed a wind shadow leopard, then drew his spear and continued running towards the next location. Chapter 30. Another S-rank contract. The military and the martial hall compete for personnel. Outside the misty forest, on the light screen, the martial arts exam scores have been finalized. The person at the top of the list is the center of attention. First place, Li Yuan, Pingcheng No. 3 Middle School, points, 12,340. Second place, Xiao Lingfang, Pingcheng No. 2 Middle School, points, 2010. Third place, Chui Meng, Pingcheng No. 2 Middle School, points, 1670. Fourth place. Holy crap, over 12,000 points, more than 10,000 points more than Xiao Lingfang in second place, that's insane. It's so frustrating to compare myself to others. My score isn't even a fraction of what a source god could get. I want to die. Wait, what happened to the saying that F-rank martial souls are useless? Why is Li Yuan so awesome? Over 12,000 points. A provincial champion is probably no longer worthy of a source god, he should at least be a national champion. I was in the same class as the top scorer in the country, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. The candidates emerged from the examination room one after another. Upon seeing the list, excited and shocked discussions arose. Then, they saw on a screen that Li Yuan was still fighting hard against the ferocious beast, showing no intention of stopping or leaving. Hey! Why is the source god still killing? His points aren't increasing at all. I don't know, maybe he just enjoys killing ferocious beasts. What do you know? The source god's parents were killed by the alien beasts, and the source god is definitely avenging his parents now. I see. His parents can rest in peace now. Wah, Li Yuan is so pitiful, I really want to hug him. Happy times are always fleeting. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Laugh. Li Yuan's spear flashed like a dragon, piercing through a red-toothed wolf. Zhou Kaishuan's deep voice also came from the smartwatch, Li Yuan, get out. Good. Li Yuan did not linger any longer. He put away his gun and headed towards the exit. As you walk, bring up the control panel. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neza Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, Mid-Stage of First Tier. Life Level, 13.1 plus. Training Method, the 8th set of National Martial Arts Basic Training Methods Beginner Plus. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low-Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Proficient Plus. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Kill value, 1348. Unbeknownst to me, my kill points have accumulated to over 1,300. I've never been this rich before. But Li Yuan quickly calmed down. Soon after the martial arts exam, we'll enter a new world, whether it's the martial hall or the martial arts academy. There will probably be many places where we need to use our kill points, for cultivation methods, new martial arts. Well, let's not rush to add more. We'll decide on the allocation later based on the situation. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Li Yuan has already made his decision. My pace quickened involuntarily. Misty Woodland, at the exit. The garrison commander, the director of the education department, the director of the public security bureau, and the principals of various schools were all waiting here. Waiting for Li Yuan's return. Excitement and elation shone in everyone's eyes. The highest score in the National Martial Arts exam over the years has never exceeded 10,000. Li Yuan not only broke the 10,000 mark this time, but also exceeded it by more than 2,000. 12,340 points. All done. Absolutely perfect. With such a high score, he is a shoo-in for the top spot in the nation. When has Pingcheng ever produced such a prodigious examinee? Let alone being the top scorer in the country, even just making it into the top 100 in the province is a cause for celebration. Ultimately, Pingcheng was still too impoverished and too backward. Looking at the whole province, it's not at the bottom, but it's definitely firmly in the lower ranks. This time, I can finally hold my head high and vent my anger. Moreover, it will bring countless benefits. It is conceivable that after this, Pingcheng will receive attention from the province and even the capital, and resources will be allocated accordingly. Moreover, those involved will certainly be rewarded and promoted. One person becomes the top scholar, and the whole city benefits. A little further out, a large number of candidates had gathered, all of them extremely excited. Although they weren't the top scorers, they still felt a sense of pride in being among them. The top scorer in the national exam is my good brother, classmate, alumni, fellow townsman. How prestigious would it be to say that? Hey bro, are you from Sanfangping? Looking at the beautiful girl with bright eyes and white teeth, and her hair in pigtails, Fangping's heart started pounding faster than usual. He thought to himself, could it be that my love is finally coming? Yes, that's right, I am Fangping, and you. Before he could finish speaking, the beautiful girl handed him a light pink envelope, her face slightly flushed, and said, please give this letter to Li Yuan for me, thank you. After saying that, the beautiful girl swung her twin ponytails and ran away quickly. Fangping clutched his chest, indicating that he was very hurt. The twin-tailed beauty was just the beginning. Soon after, many more girls gathered around. Some, like the twin-tailed beauties, asked Fangping to deliver letters to Li Yuan. Others inquired with Fangping about Li Yuan's situation, such as what he liked to eat, his hobbies, and where he lived. Fangping said his injury was more serious. Li Yuan is out. Someone shouted something. Instantly, countless eyes turned toward the exit. All I saw was a tall, unyielding figure, as straight as a spear, slowly stepped out. His face was stern, and his gaze was deep and focused. Dressed in black, wielding a black dragon spear, he exuded a faint smell of blood. It was Li Yuan. Source God. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted. Everyone looked at Li Yuan with great enthusiasm, giving him the most grand welcome ceremony. Li Yuan, so domineering. Source God, awesome. Li Yuan is so handsome. Li Yuan, I love you. Li Yuan? Is this crazy? Li Yuan, well done. You are the pride of Pingcheng. The director of education approached Li Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and showered him with praise. Li Yuan, you are a born warrior. It's a waste for you to go to a martial arts academy. That comfortable environment will only hold you back. Come to the military, you will receive the best training, and you will become the new generation of military god and war god of our dragon kingdom. On behalf of the military, I declare that as long as you are willing to come, an S-level contract is guaranteed, with all the terms and conditions fully covered. It will definitely not be worse than the S-level contract of the Martial Hall. The garrison commander, Zhou Kaixian, extended an olive branch directly to Li Yuan. Li Yuan is not only highly talented, but what is even more commendable is that he possesses an exceptional fighting will and awareness. Such a person is simply born to fight, a natural-born warrior. Zhou Kaixian just used the emergency contact method to contact his superiors and report the situation, and the military high command also made a decisive decision and offered an S-level contract. No, to be more precise, such a contract should be called S+ level. Just as promised by the Martial Hall. The terms are significantly better than those of a typical S-level contract. Ha ha! Zhou Kaixian, you old rascal, you're quick on your feet. A burst of hearty laughter followed. A middle-aged man of medium build and unremarkable appearance strode forward, followed by Wang Hai. The middle-aged man looked at Li Yuan with a smile and said, Li Yuan, I am Li Yang, the hallmaster of Pingcheng Martial Hall. Your talent is beyond doubt, and you will surely become a powerful figure in the future. The military? If you go to the military, you will definitely be subject to many constraints and restrictions, which may hinder your development. Come to the Martial Hall. S-level contract, you can name any terms you want, and you can freely enter the genius training camp. In addition, Li Yang's lips curled slightly as he dropped a bombshell. As long as you perform exceptionally well in the genius training camp, you might even have the opportunity to meet the Grand Hall Master and receive his personal guidance. This is a precious opportunity that countless geniuses dream of. Whoosh! These words caused an uproar in the audience. Direct guidance from the Grand Master of the Martial Hall? Holy crap! Who is the Grand Master? Undisputed #1 on Earth. Martial arts mastery leads to divine prowess, making one invincible under heaven. If I could get his guidance, ugh. I don't even dare to think about it. To put it simply, if such an opportunity were to be auctioned off, the top martial arts experts on the entire planet would fight tooth and nail to get it. Everyone was already incredibly excited just by listening. But Li Yuan remained calm. Military. Martial Hall. Both sides are showing great sincerity and offering substantial incentives. Li Yuan was secretly pondering and weighing the options. If I join the military, I'll definitely have more opportunities to kill alien beasts, and I should be able to gain kill points faster. But the military has strict discipline and a rigid hierarchy, which I may not be able to adapt to. The Martial Hall. This is the largest martial arts force on Blue Star, surpassing even the nation. Its top-level martial arts resources are definitely unmatched by any other force. But as I said before, once you join the Martial Hall, you become a member of the Martial Hall. While enjoying the rights and benefits, you will also inevitably bear some responsibilities and obligations. As for the Grand Hall Master's guidance? It's not of much significance to me. No rush. The 5 top universities will definitely come to snatch him up once they receive the news. Let's wait a few days and then decide. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Li Yuan bowed slightly to Zhou Kaixian and Li Yang and said, "Commander Zhou, Palace Master Li, thank you for your kind words. However, this is a matter of utmost importance to me, and I need some time to think it through. Please understand." That's only right. Geniuses have the capital to be sold at a high price. Li Yang laughed. It's all right, my martial hall can wait. As long as you come, the door is always open for you, and an S-level contract is always ready for you. Zhou Kaixian nodded, me too. Chapter 31, Son's best friend is the national top scorer? A bewildered father. This celebration has finally come to an end. The garrison soldiers began to organize the candidates to board the vehicles in an orderly manner. Go back the way you came. As for Li Yuan. Li Yuan, please take my Education Bureau's special car. I will personally take you to your doorstep. Li Yuan, if you have nothing else to do, I would like to invite you to visit my military camp and experience the atmosphere of the barracks. You might like it here. Li Yuan, I see that you seem to be at the mid-stage of the first level. Why don't you come back to the martial hall with me and get your martial arts level certified? Many people extended invitations to Li Yuan. He wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Li Yuan, build a relationship, and at the very least become a familiar face to him. Zhou Kaixian and Li Yang clearly still intend to try to bring Li Yuan to their side. Seniors and big shots, I think I'd better not try to be special. I'll take the bus back. It's not good to accept or reject anyone. Li Yuan simply ran onto the bus. Zhou Kaixian and Li Yang exchanged a smile but didn't say anything more. However, many others wanted to catch up with the bus. Seeing this, the director of education said, "All right everyone, the martial arts exam has just ended, and Li Yuan is tired. Let him get some rest. We can talk about it tomorrow." The group then gave up. On the bus. Brother Yuan, you're like a little cow facing 18 big bulls, you're absolutely awesome. Holy crap, your score is off the charts. Yuanshin is awesome voice cracks, from today onwards you are my idol. A military S-level contract, a martial hall S-level contract, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such an outrageous dream, I'm so envious my cock is rock hard. If I could have half the score of the source god, no, 1/5 would be enough, I would be willing to live a life of luxury with fine clothes, fancy cars, mansions, and beautiful women. Whoever's urine is yellow, wake him up quickly. Emerging from the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair. Li Yuan felt this way when his seat was surrounded by enthusiastic and excited classmates. All right, everyone go back to your seats, the bus is about to depart. Principal Chen Rui shouted loudly, which finally made the excited students disperse. Then, Chen Rui went to Li Yuan's side, sent Fang Ping, who was originally sitting there, to another place, and sat down himself. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, "Principal." It still feels like a dream. Chen Rui chuckled and rubbed his face, then looked at Li Yuan and asked, "Li Yuan, what are your thoughts on the invitations from the military, the martial hall, and the martial arts academy?" Li Yuan truthfully replied, "To be honest, I don't have a clear idea right now. I want to wait and see." "Yes, you're right." Chen Rui nodded. "This step is crucial for you and will directly impact your entire life. With your talent, you are fully qualified to hold out for a good price. Don't rush, carefully consider and compare, listen to your heart, and make a decision that you won't regret." "Yes. Thank you, Principal." Li Yuan nodded. "Alright, you've been fighting for almost 24 hours straight, get some rest." Chen Rui patted Li Yuan on the shoulder and walked away. Li Yuan was indeed tired. He told Fong Ping, who had returned to his seat, and then closed his eyes to rest, arms crossed. As for the other students, some were so exhausted that they didn't even want to lift their arms and slumped in their seats to rest. Some were worried, some even crying quietly, feeling sad and upset that they hadn't performed well. Some people are full of energy and high spirits, excitedly chatting with those around them, dreaming and looking forward to the future. In the scorching summer heat, these young men and women stood at the most important crossroads in their lives. Before this, they were classmates, studying in the same classroom. From now on, they may be separated by vast distances, leading completely different lives. An hour later, the bus returned to the city. At that time, the Liberal Arts College entrance examination was being held at the school, and the bus did not enter the campus but stopped at the school gate. The students got off the bus. After a long day of work, they were all exhausted and had nothing else to do, so they went home to rest. "Brother Yuan, my dad's here to pick me up. Come on, let's ride in his car and he'll take you home," Fong Ping said excitedly to Li Yuan. Li Yuan did not refuse. The two walked towards the roadside. Just then, a figure came chasing after them from the side. "Li Yuan, do you think I still have a chance?" And Ruoya looked pitiful, her delicate white hands clutching the hem of her clothes, her eyes like water, and she gently bit her lower lip. "Let's be like before, okay?" Li Yuan gave a sneer, "Am I still going to be a scapegoat like before?" "No, Li Yuan, that's not what I meant. I was just trying to toughen you up back then. Look at you now. I remember telling you I have megalophobia." Li Yuan had no intention of listening to Ruoya's sweet talk and interrupted her coldly, "So, go somewhere cool and stay away from me." "What the hell is this? Do you really think I'm a vengeful person?" "Li Yuan, you." "Roll." Li Yuan roared. An explosive burst of energy. Having just experienced a series of battles, Li Yuan was covered in blood and exuded a murderous aura, making him look like a ferocious beast in human form. And Ruoya turned pale with fright and dared not speak. "Let's go." Li Yuan beckoned Fong Ping and strode away. After the two had walked away, and Ruoya finally came to her senses and felt the strange looks and whispers from many classmates around her. And Ruoya was immediately filled with shame and indignation, covered her mouth and ran away. "Dad, you drove here yourself? Where's Uncle Lu?" As Fong Ping spoke, he threw his bag into the car and climbed inside. "I let Lao Lu leave work early. What, your old man came to pick you up himself, and you're still not happy?" A fat middle-aged man in the driver's seat turned around and said with a smile. Judging from his appearance, he is essentially a middle-aged version of Fong Ping. It was his father, Fong Guoli. "Hello, Uncle Fong," Li Yuan greeted politely. "Oh, it's Xiao Yuan, hello, hello." Fong Guoli clearly recognized Li Yuan. Fong Ping said, "Dad, let's take Li Yuan home first." "Alright, everyone sit down." Fong Guoli spoke with a smile, showing no airs whatsoever. "Dad, you have no idea how amazing Yuan Ge is. Over 12,000 points, wow, that's simply incredible." Fong Ping was so excited that he danced around, eager to share the news with his father. "I heard from the principal and teachers that Yuan Ge's score broke the national record, and he's already a shoo-in for the top scorer in the country. Moreover, the Martial Hall and the military are vying to have brother Yuan go to their side." Fong Guoli's pupils contracted, his heart filled with immense shock. "My son's best friend is actually this amazing. National top scorer. My little turtle. This is going to the heavens." Fong Ping's thoughts were simple. He was just excited about his good friend's outstanding performance and didn't think too much about it. Fong Guoli, however, was different. Although he was not a martial artist, his years of experience had made him understand what it meant to be the top martial arts champion in the national examination. It can be said that Li Yuan will at least reach the level of a grandmaster or even a great grandmaster in the future. "I never imagined that my silly son could make such a friend. It's true that fools sometimes have good luck. Fong Wuli naturally couldn't help but praise Li Yuan as well. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of Xingfu residential area. After thanking him, Li Yuan got off the bus and went home. "You brat," Fong Wuli said suddenly as he started the car. "What's wrong, Dad?" "Get along well with Li Yuan." "Don't worry, Yuan and I are best friends," Fong Ping said with a smile. Seeing that he hadn't grasped the point, Fong Wuli opened his mouth as if to say something, but then thought better of it and decided against it. Li Yuan's rise to power is unstoppable, and he is bound to be surrounded by people who deliberately try to curry favor with him and win him over. On the contrary, it is Fong Ping's carefree and uninhibited way of making friends that is more likely to truly win Li Yuan's heart. This silly boy is indeed blessed with good fortune. Thinking about it this way, Fong Wuli didn't give any further instructions, but simply asked, "You little rascal, what do you want to eat for lunch?" On the other side, Li Yuan has returned home. He stripped naked and went straight into the bathroom, taking a refreshing and invigorating cold shower to wash away the sweat and blood from his body. After taking a shower, Li Yuan turned off his phone, locked the door, and drew the curtains. Sleep, damn it! Chapter 32 Incredible Results. The Special Admissions Office of Imperial Martial Academy is in shock. The National Unified Entrance Examination for Martial Arts Academies is also known as the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. Exam dates, June 6, June 7. Results will be released on June 10. Before the results are released, the outside world can only know the scores of individual candidates, but cannot know the specific rankings. But this only applies to ordinary people and organizations. Official bodies, martial arts academies, martial arts halls, and the military in the Dragon Kingdom have all the channels to obtain complete martial arts exam results before the results are released. The biggest advantage of getting results in advance is that it's a way to recruit talent. For regular test takers, after the results are released, they fill out their college applications and are then admitted by various universities. Geniuses are different. Genius is always a scarce resource. Waiting for geniuses to fill out college applications? It's probably too late now. We must get them. Strike first and you'll have the upper hand, strike later and you'll suffer the consequences. Therefore, each martial arts academy has established a complete special admission mechanism. Specifically targeting the geniuses of the annual martial arts examination, special recruitment invitations are sent to them before the results are announced, showcasing the academy's prestige, making various promises, and offering various benefits to attract the geniuses to accept the special recruitment. The organization responsible for special admissions at each school is the Special Admissions Office. The Imperial Capital First Martial Arts Academy, one of the 5 top martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom, is located in the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom. Special Admissions Office. Inside the large conference room, a huge light screen hung down from the ceiling, displaying a lot of data that was statistically analyzing the martial arts exam results of various provinces, summarizing, calculating, and ranking them. In the end, the top 10 martial arts exam results of each province would be presented. These gifted candidates are the target of the Special Admissions Office. A dozen or so staff members from the Special Admissions Office were watching the screen, analyzing the data in real time. On the high platform behind the specially recruited mentors, a stunningly beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, dressed in a cheongsam, sat languidly in a chair. It was Su Mei, the director of the Special Admissions Office of the Imperial Martial Academy. The results for Donglu Province are in. Someone shouted. On the light screen, the top 10 martial arts examinees from Donglu Province were displayed in turn. Rank 1 in Donglu Province, Hao Danyang, male, 9,760 points, killed 2 Tier 1 initial stage beasts, a rank Martial Soul Azure Rock Giant Rhinoceros, life level 9.9. Over 9,700 points. If I remember correctly, this should be the highest score in Donglu Province in the past 10 years. The A-grade Martial Soul Azure Rock Giant Rhinoceros combines strength and defense. With such a martial soul, this child is destined for greatness in the future. In Donglu Province, certain ideologies are deeply ingrained and deeply rooted in people's hearts. Most Donglu candidates will choose to join the government, so the success rate of special recruitment is not high. Regardless of the circumstances, such a genius is absolutely worth pursuing. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Hao Danyang, give him an A-level contract. At that moment, Su Mei's cold voice came. The rankings will follow the same rules. 2nd to 5th place will be grade B, and 6th to 10th place will be grade C. Chen Hai should be in charge of Donglu Province, right? Contact him. Yes, Director. A man in his 30s nodded, got up, grabbed his phone, and hurriedly went out to contact Chen Hai, who was already in Donglu. Special recruitment emphasizes speed and efficiency. If you're even a step behind, you might miss out on becoming a genius. Therefore, the Special Recruitment Office has already dispatched more than 30 special recruitment mentors to stand by in various provinces. Once the rankings are released, they will immediately contact the mentors remotely to inform them of the final ranking and proceed directly to the recruitment site. Saves travel time and makes the most of every second. Soon, the lists for other provinces were released one after another. Rank 1 in the Imperial Capital, Long Outyan, male, 10,150 points, killed 7 Tier 1 low-level alien beasts. S-rank Martial Soul Flaming Hell War Dragon, life level 10.2, once attempted to hunt a Tier 1 mid-level alien beast, although failed, he escaped unscathed. Long Outyan of the Long family? Such a prodigy deserves an S-level contract. Lu Jinshui, go quickly. The capital is the home ground of our Imperial Martial Academy. We must not let the other families get there first. Donghai number 1, Shin Mengli, female, 10,010 points, killed 5 Tier 1 initial stage beasts. S-rank Martial Soul Snow Shadow Flying Phoenix, life level 10.0. Another S-rank Martial Soul. Give her an S-rank contract, contact Wang Yi in the East China Sea, and we must snatch Shin Mengli away. Rank 1 in Western Shu Province, Lin Dong, male, 9,000 points, killed 3 Tier 1 initial stage exotic beasts. A rank Martial Soul Heavenly Demon Sable, life level 10.0. Level A. Contact Ling Huan immediately. Above the light screen. The lists for each province are being released. The names that appear here are undoubtedly those of geniuses. Sume will comprehensively evaluate candidates based on their scores, martial spirit, performance in killing alien beasts, etc., and issue special recruitment contracts ranging from S level to C level, with different terms. Of course, even the lowest level, C level, is still a top genius, someone who can rank in the top 10 in their respective provinces. Staff members contacted specially recruited mentors in the corresponding provinces and began vying for talent. This year is simply a golden age. Top geniuses are practically everywhere, and there are even 2 people who have awakened S-level martial souls. This was unthinkable before. One staff member remarked. Yes, S-class awakened ones are rare, perhaps only 1 in 10 years. But now, with only half the province's lists released, there are already 2. Long Outyan of the Imperial Capital and Shin Mengli of the East Sea. In a few years, these 2 will be the leading figures of the younger generation in our Dragon Kingdom. Geniuses are common, but prodigies are rare. Xinxiao, Kunlun, Sangchuan, and Yunlan will definitely fight tooth and nail to compete with us. It's just a matter of who will ultimately win. Leaving aside Shin Mengli, Long Outyan is right here on our home turf. If other families snatch this away, we might as well all go home and sell sweet potatoes. With no new results list available at the moment, the staff had time to discuss it. Just then, someone shouted, another province's list has come out. It's Qianjiang Province. Li Yuan, male, ranked first in Xinjiang Province, with 12,340 points, killed 10 Tier 1 low-level alien beasts and 1 Tier 1 mid-level alien beast berserked. He possesses the F-rank Martial Soul Lotus Root Man suspected mutation, has a life level of 13.1, and has reached the proficient level in the low-grade martial art Overlord Breaking Formation Spear, but this information is richer and more detailed than the others. It was even more explosive. After a brief silence, the meeting room erupted in cheers. What? Not only did they wipe out all the beasts in the forbidden area, they even killed the Beast King, and it was in a berserk state. That's comparable to a high-level first-tier beast. An F-rank martial soul, suspected of mutation? A mutated martial soul. Life level 13.1, that's already at the mid-stage of the first tier of martial arts. How could someone possibly reach such a level in just 3 days after awakening their martial soul? Mastery of a grade 1 martial art. What kind of martial arts prodigy is this? Everyone stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. Having worked in the Special Recruitment Office for so many years, they've seen all sorts of geniuses and heard all sorts of prodigies. Even Long Outyan and Shin Mengli, who awakened S-level martial souls, could only elicit a slight sigh from them. But now, these experienced and knowledgeable staff members of the Special Admissions Office were utterly shocked by this information. Even Su Mei, who had been sitting lazily in her chair, suddenly stood up. Her alluring face was filled with shock. A record-breaking high score. Slay the Berserk Beast King of the Forbidden Zone. Suspected martial soul mutation. His life level has reached the mid-stage of the first-tier martial artist level. Cultivate low-grade martial arts to the proficient level. Any one of these factors is enough to make people's jaws drop, but when they are combined in the same person, how astonishing is that? Sumei's chest heaved violently. She was completely unable to remain calm. A moment later, Sumei made a decision without hesitation. S+. Such a prodigy deserves an S+ level special recruitment contract. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed simultaneously. Normally, S rank is the highest level of special recruitment contract. The S+ special recruitment contract is an unconventional and exceptional move. Imperial Martial Academy has not issued an S+ special recruitment contract for nearly 20 years. Director, the S+ special recruitment contract requires authorization from at least 2 vice principals or higher level officials. Some people say this. I went to Xinjiang in person and asked the vice principal for authorization on the way. Send me all of Li Yuan's detailed information and exam videos. The remaining provinces. Du Jiang, you'll be in charge. After saying that, Sumei vanished in a flash. Despite her sexy and charming appearance, she is decisive and efficient in her work, without any hesitation. Sumei knew very well that Li Yuan, such a dazzling and monstrous talent as the blazing sun, would inevitably attract countless eyes. It's likely that not only martial arts academies, but also martial arts halls and even the military will try their best to win them over. S-level special recruitment contracts, how can that be enough? If you hesitate at this moment, you might miss out on such a wonderful opportunity. Chapter 33, The Battle for Talent begins. The Dragon Kingdom has hundreds of martial arts academies, but only 5 of them are at the T0 level. Eastern God, Western Azure, Southern Cloud, Northern Koan, Central Emperor Martial. This refers to the 5 top martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom, each with profound foundations, formidable strength, hidden talents, and unfathomable depths. Dongshan Donghai City, Xinxiao Academy. Shizong Ningzhou City, Jingxia Province, Sangshuan Martial Academy. Nanyun Kunyang City, Nanyun Province, Yunlan Academy. Baikuan City, Heilongjiang Province, Kunlun Academy. The Imperial Martial Arts in the Imperial Capital Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Only true geniuses have the opportunity to enter the 5 top martial arts academies. Those who are specially recruited by the 5 top martial arts academies are the cream of the crop. Every year after the martial arts college entrance examination, there is a fierce competition among top martial arts academies to recruit students. Special admissions offices aren't exclusive to Imperial Martial Academy. The other 4 top universities also all established special admissions offices. Furthermore, they are all making intensive arrangements to recruit special mentors and poach talent with special recruitment contracts. The release of the Zhenjiang province results list caused a stir, and similar excitement took place simultaneously at the special admissions offices of various universities. A mutated martial spirit, a martial arts prodigy, such a monstrous talent. Without a doubt, an S+ special recruitment contract is warranted. We must recruit Li Yuan. This is absolutely a once-in-a-century genius. We must recruit him into our Sangshuan Martial Academy. The flames that Li Yuan used to kill the berserk beast at the end, could it be a divine power? Quick, let's go to Pengcheng. Kunlun Academy is determined to have this man. Such an exceptional martial arts prodigy must come to my Yunlan Academy. Although my Tsinghua College can't compare to the Big 5, one must have dreams. If we grit our teeth, we can still get an S+ special recruitment contract. Let's give it our all, snatch Li Yuan, and strive to turn the Big 5 into the Big 6. I watched Li Yuan's martial arts exam video, and he's simply born for battle. We must keep him at my War God Academy. In a few years, my Dragon Kingdom will definitely be able to raise a true war god. Crazy. The special admissions offices of major martial arts academies are going crazy. Li Yuan's performance was absolutely phenomenal. In comparison, the incredible high score that broke the national record was the least remarkable. What truly caught the attention of the special admissions offices of major martial arts academies was the mutation of the martial spirit. The martial soul has mutated, becoming at least comparable to an SS-level martial soul, which means divine power. Awakening in a great martial soul gives one a chance to gain innate abilities from the martial soul after becoming a martial artist. For example, Xiaoling Feng's martial soul is the A-grade, Shadow Leopard. When he becomes a martial artist, he may gain some innate ability of the Shadow Leopard, which is mostly related to movement and speed. As for martial souls of S rank and above, they are not just innate abilities, but even more powerful divine abilities. In the Dragon Kingdom, there was a top expert known as the Ice Emperor, who once unleashed his divine power Polar Ice Seal in a fit of rage, freezing thousands of miles in an instant and turning countless strange beasts into ice sculptures. The extent of his supernatural power is evident. If a martial artist with talent is almost invincible among those of the same level, then a martial artist with supernatural abilities has a chance of winning even when fighting against opponents of higher levels. It can even reverse the tide and kill those of higher levels. It can be said that supernatural power is synonymous with invincibility. Special admissions offices at various schools have dedicated personnel studying Li Yuan's martial arts exam videos. Many speculate that the method he used to finally kill the Berserk Rock Armor Rhinoceros was most likely a supernatural power. This undoubtedly increases the credibility of martial soul mutation. A martial artist who is highly likely to have mutated their martial soul and has already acquired supernatural powers is definitely worth fighting over. Not to mention, Li Yuan's performance in other areas can also be described as extraordinary. His life level is rising rapidly, his martial arts talent is exceptionally high, and his combat awareness and fighting will are outstanding. Such an extraordinary talent is a once-in-a-century phenomenon. We must capture him. Li Yuan was unaware of all of this. He slept until the next morning. After waking up, I only had one feeling. Hungry. Nothing much to say, get up, go out, find something to eat. Whether practicing or fighting, martial artists consume a great deal of qi and blood and energy. Therefore, martial artists generally have a big appetite and can eat a lot, especially their demand for meat, which is astonishing. Although Li Yuan is only at the first stage of martial arts, he has already shown remarkable talent in terms of eating capacity. After arriving at the restaurant, we first ordered a large plate of chicken, then added 2 portions of noodles, and also ordered a large portion of braised pork knuckle, a whole roasted chicken, a grilled fish, half a pound of beef, and then we ate to our heart's content. After finishing his meal, Li Yuan picked up his phone to pay the bill, only to see that there were more than 20 bank balance change notifications. All of them are being transferred in. Each transaction involved a substantial sum, with the smallest being 100,000 and the largest reaching 1 million. Moreover, every transfer has a note. Top scholar shows off his talent, group scholarship supports his future. Chen Dingyuan of Dingyuan Group donates 500,000 blue star coins to help top scholar reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Congratulations to the top scholar. Congratulations to the genius. Lei Lahu from the Lei family of Pingcheng presents 200,000 blue star coins as a modest contribution to the top scholar. Team Taime's AI Changshan congratulates Li Yuan on securing the national champion title and presents him with 1 million yuan, wishing him great success and prosperity in martial arts. Good heavens, are all the people in this world investment geniuses? Did they learn it from that person whose sign says, "Mysterious Ice Dragon Soars"? Li Yuan accepted all the blue star coins offered by these people without feeling embarrassed or burdened in the slightest. Because he knew that these people were investing in him by giving him money. Li Yuan was confident that these people's investments would yield returns far exceeding their expectations. There's no need to be dramatic. After all, the path of martial arts is a money pit. Practicing martial arts is a waste of money. Cultivation methods, martial arts, weapons, protective gear, battle armor, elixirs. Which one is free? Moreover, the more advanced something is, the more expensive it is. Without money, you can't move an inch, and even the greatest talent will be wasted. The saying "the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts" is not just a saying. Li Yuan desperately needs money. Now people are offering him money, and if Li Yuan refuses, they will most likely beg him to accept it. Since that's the case, Li Yuan naturally had no reason to refuse. I glanced at my account balance. 16,057,294.55. More than 16 million. Just a few days ago, Li Yuan was penniless, but now he has become a multi-millionaire. It's more efficient than winning the lottery. Of course, all of this is thanks to Li Yuan's own persistent efforts and the help of the Yidiandian system. After paying the bill, a phone call came and it was Principal Chen Rui. Li Yuan answered, "Principal. Li Yuan, how are you? Have you rested well?" Chen Rui's warm voice came through the phone. Li Yuan said, "I've had enough rest." "That's good." Chen Rui's voice was filled with obvious excitement. The Imperial Martial Academy has sent people with special recruitment contracts. They're at the Education Bureau now. I'll be at your house in 10 minutes and take you there to meet them. Imperial Martial Academy? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Imperial Martial Academy is ranked alongside the other four as one of the 5 top martial arts academies, but in the eyes of many, Imperial Martial Academy is actually a cut above the other four. There are faint signs that it is the premier martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Li Yuan was really looking forward to the special admissions program of the Imperial Martial Academy. Okay, I'll wait at the entrance of the residential area. Soon, Chen Rui arrived by car, picked up Li Yuan, and headed straight for the Education Bureau. Li Yuan, you'd better be mentally prepared. There's definitely a big scene waiting for you today. Chen Rui spoke with a smile as he drove. The Imperial Martial Academy is just the first, but it will definitely not be the last. The other four of the top 5 martial arts academies, as well as other martial arts academies, will definitely fight tooth and nail for you. Imagining the special admissions officers from various schools arguing like shrewish women, Chen Rui couldn't help but chuckle. Those who graduate from the special admissions office tend to have a somewhat condescending attitude when facing most geniuses. Genius? They've seen it all before. What's so great about it? In the field of special admissions, there is a saying. It is geniuses who need to study at top martial arts academies, not the other way around, that top martial arts academies need an ordinary genius like you to enhance their reputation. However, it is clear that this argument does not hold true for Li Yuan. Major martial arts academies desperately need a prodigy like Li Yuan. One can imagine how fierce this battle for talent will be. Chapter 34 How can a shallow pool contain a true dragon? The journey was smooth. Soon, Chen Rui drove to the gate of the Pingcheng Education Bureau compound and was talking to the gatekeeper. At this time, a large group of people carrying long guns and short cannons surrounded them. It's Principal Chen's car from number 3 middle school. This year, Pingcheng produced a true dragon in the martial arts exam, with a score that broke the sky. Those martial arts academies will definitely come to recruit him. I knew I would be able to wait for him here. That handsome young man in the passenger seat is Li Yuan. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, countless cameras and microphones were pointed at Li Yuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Scholarly, your score in the martial arts exam has broken the national record, and you have almost secured the title of national champion. What are your thoughts at this moment? Li Yuan, could you share with us your journey of transforming yourself into a stronger individual? Many top martial arts academies will be extending special recruitment invitations to you today, Li Yuan. Do you have any preferences in mind? Li Yuan, during your martial soul awakening ceremony, you gave up your S-rank martial soul and instead chose an F-rank martial soul, which is considered a useless martial soul by the public. Can you tell me what you were thinking at the time? Li Yuan, how did you achieve such incredible results with your F-rank martial soul? Could you share it with us? Li Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the several microphones thrust in front of him. If I had known these people were this crazy, I would have worn a mask and sunglasses when I went out. All right, fellow reporters, we have to go inside now, please make way for us. Chen Rui shouted helplessly. Education department staff also helped maintain order. We finally drove in. The reporters were stopped at the gate, but they did not leave, unwilling to let go of this major breaking news. These well-informed reporters all know about this special recruitment program. It's easy to guess that with Li Yuan's extraordinary performance, major martial arts academies would definitely send people to recruit him. Moreover, there's a tacit understanding among martial arts academies regarding special recruitment. They would all contact the candidates through the local education bureau to ensure fair competition. If you wait here, you're sure to see specially recruited mentors from various universities. If we could capture footage of people from the 5 top martial arts academies, that would be explosive news. These people are crazy. Li Yuan looked back and sighed. That's what happens when you're too outstanding. But Li Yuan, this is just a small scene. When the special recruitment representatives from various schools arrive, you'll see what real madness is. As Chen Rui spoke, he parked the car in the parking space. The two got out of the car and walked towards the Education Bureau building. As soon as they entered the lobby on the first floor, a tall, thin man with an unremarkable appearance but a powerful aura appeared in front of them in a flash. Chen Rui's pupils suddenly contracted. Wow, so fast. He's probably at least a 4th-tier martial artist. This young man must be Li Yuan. He's truly a handsome and extraordinary person. The man looked Li Yuan up and down with shining eyes, and then shook his hand very warmly. Hello Li Yuan, I am Luo Tong, the director of the Special Recruitment Office of the Imperial Capital Qinhua Martial Arts Academy. I came to Pingqing specifically to see you with the utmost sincerity. Although our Tsinghua Academy is not among the Big Five, it is definitely a top-tier martial arts academy that is second only to the Big Five, with a strong faculty and abundant teaching resources. As long as you nod your head, an S-level special recruitment contract will be delivered immediately, along with a generous scholarship, abundant cultivation resources, high-grade cultivation methods and martial arts. Everything you need will be provided to meet your requirements. Luo Tong talked on, vigorously promoting his product. Don't underestimate our school just because it's ranked lower than the Big Five schools. Its strength and foundation are in no way inferior. You will definitely not regret coming to our Tsinghua College. Humph. What a joke. At that moment, a cold snort came. If, as you say, your strength and foundation are just as good, then why is your school ranked so low? Li Yuan, handsome young man, don't listen to his nonsense. Let me put it this way, the reason why the 5 greats are the 5 greats and not the 6 greats or the 7 greats is because there is an insurmountable gap between these 5 martial arts academies and the other martial arts academies. A voluptuous and sexy figure, clad in a cheongsam, emerged from the stairwell. Take the strength of the mentors as an example. Most of the mentors in other academies are at the 4th level, and only a few elite mentors are at the 5th level. And in the Big Five, the lowest level of mentors is level 5, and many are level 6. The 4th rank is called Master, the 5th rank is called Grandmaster, and the 6th rank is called Grandmaster. The difference is obvious. Besides, the voluptuous woman glanced at Luo Tong and said without any politeness, if Tsinghua is really that good, there's no need to wait downstairs and play the hijack trick. How can a shallow pond contain a true dragon? You. Luo Tong's face turned red with anger. But there was nothing they could say. Having lived in the capital, Luo Tong was well aware of this voluptuous beauty's strength and temperament. Fortunately, the voluptuous woman didn't continue to tease him, and swayed her hips as she approached Li Yuan. The cheongsam perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, showcasing her stunning figure. She has a beautiful face and delicate features. He stared intently at Li Yuan, making Li Yuan feel a little embarrassed. She smiled and extended her fair right hand to Li Yuan. Hello, handsome Li Yuan. My name is Su Mei, and I am the director of the Special Recruitment Office at Diwu Academy. Imperial Martial Academy. These 4 words themselves carry immense weight. Hello, Director Su. Li Yuan shook hands. Su Mei said, I'm sure you know why I've come. I'll get straight to the point, our Imperial Martial Academy is absolutely sincere. An S-level special recruitment contract, which includes a scholarship of 2 million per year. 1 low-grade cultivation method and 1 martial art. If you can reach the 4th level before graduation, I will give you 1 mid-grade cultivation method and 1 martial art for free. Up to Tier 4, you will be provided with alloy weapons of the corresponding level for free, Tier 1, F-grade alloy weapons Tier 2, E-grade and Tier 3, D-grade. After you reach Tier 4, you can enjoy a 30% discount when exchanging alloy weapons from the school. Furthermore, I see that you are skilled with a spear, and the academy will arrange a 6th-level instructor who is proficient in using a spear to teach you. How? Su Mei's charming smile carried a hint of confidence and composure. He seemed very confident in the chips he had thrown out. In reality, he was cursing inwardly. Damn it! That little bitch Lu Ruyan actually tried to trip me up at this time. Su Mei felt extremely helpless. Although she is the head of the Special Admissions Office, her authority is limited. Su Mei has direct authority over S-level special recruitment contracts. However, to obtain an S-plus special recruitment contract, authorization from at least 2 vice principals or higher-level executives is required. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy has 1 principal and 3 vice principals. The principal and 1 vice principal were both out on business and could not be contacted. Only 2 vice principals could be reached. Su Mei obtained authorization from one of them, but the other, who happened to be the grandfather of her nemesis Lu Ruyan, did not agree to the authorization. Therefore, all Su Mei could offer was an S-level contract. The S-level contract has more than enough terms to attract geniuses who have awakened S-level martial souls. But for Li Yuan, it might not be enough. Really? Before Su Mei could finish speaking and before Li Yuan could say anything, a deep, rough voice rang out. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is being far too stingy. Can't they even afford an S-plus special recruitment contract? How could a mere S-level contract be worthy of a peerless prodigy like Li Yuan? Kunlun Academy has prepared S-plus special recruitment contracts. We cordially invite Li Yuan to join us. Chapter 35, Universities Go Mad Over One Person. As the sound came, a burly man with a straight nose and square mouth strode in from outside. A powerful aura emanated from him. Wei Hong. Su Mei frowned slightly, realizing something was wrong. Beautiful Su, it's been 2 years, and you're still as radiant as ever. However, your S-level special recruitment contract is really not enough. Wei Hong smiled, walked up to Li Yuan, and said seriously. Li Yuan, please introduce yourself. I am Wei Hong, the director of the Special Admissions Office of Kunlun Academy. I represent Kunlun Academy and have come here specifically for you with an S-plus special recruitment contract. The S-plus special recruitment contract is far superior to the S-level contract, with scholarships alone amounting to 5 million per year. Cultivation methods, martial arts, and alloy weapons will be provided free of charge until you reach the 5th rank. After the 5th rank, you can exchange them for half price. As for mentors, among the 6th level mentors of Kunlun Academy, there are 2 who use guns as weapons. You can choose one of them to be your mentor. Su Mei had a bad feeling. Whether Kunlun Academy can emerge as the ultimate winner remains to be seen. But Imperial Martial Academy seems to have been eliminated early. S-level special recruitment contracts are completely insignificant compared to S-plus special recruitment contracts. That damned Lu Ruyan. Li Yuan, what do you think? Wei Hong asked with a smile. Just as Li Yuan was about to speak, someone else arrived. Li Yuan, before making a decision, why not listen to the conditions offered by our Yunlan Academy? A woman dressed in a white dress, with a cool and aloof temperament, elegant figure, and stunning beauty, moved gracefully, bringing with her a delicate fragrance. Nailin Yun, director of the Special Admissions Office, Yunlan Academy. Li Yuan, Yunlan Academy is recognized as the #1 martial arts academy in the South. Its strength and foundation need no further explanation. Yunlan Academy has also prepared an S-plus special recruitment contract for you. Regarding standard terms and conditions, I can only say that Yunlan offers more than other companies. Furthermore, the principal of my Yunlan Academy is a 7th level king known as the Falling Cloud Spear King, whose spear skills have reached a state of perfection. The principal said that if you come to Yunlan, he will take you as his personal disciple, teach you everything he knows, and even train you to be the next principal. The principal of Yunlan Academy is actually a 7th level king who has mastered the Tao through the spear, and he is willing to accept Li Yuan as his personal disciple. Such a precious opportunity would be coveted by anyone, not just 3rd-tier martial artists, but even 5th-tier grandmasters and 6th-tier grandmasters. In addition, Nailin Yun suddenly smiled and said, my Yunlan Academy has the most female students among the 5 greats, and most women admire strength. Li Yuan, with your talent and the principal's guidance, you will surely soar to great heights. You will be a star student as soon as you enter the college, and within 1 or 2 years, you will become a leading figure in the entire college. Besides, you're quite handsome too. As for Yunlan Academy, we have always advocated freedom of love. After saying that, Nailin Yun gave Li Yuan a knowing look. Li Yuan gave a slightly embarrassed but polite smile. Beside them, Wei Hong and Su Mei exchanged a glance, both cursing inwardly, shameless bastard. Offering money and resources, having strong individuals take on apprentices, and even becoming a candidate for school principal. That wasn't enough, they even resorted to using their femininity. No martial ethics. Don't mislead the younger generation. We martial artists should strive for excellence and progress. Women will only slow down your gun draw speed. A young man who looked to be around 30 years old strode in. I am Li Donglai, the director of the Special Admissions Office of Xinshao Academy. The young man had rosy lips and white teeth, was incredibly handsome, and had a pair of narrow, almond-shaped eyes. He wore a high ponytail, typical of men. If it weren't for his Adam's apple, Li Yuan would have thought he was a woman. Li Donglai glanced at the faces of the several directors of the Special Admissions Office with his phoenix eyes, and then fixed his gaze on Li Yuan. Li Yuan, come to Xinshao. S-plus special recruitment contract, guidance from a powerful expert, a spot in a secret realm, you can have whatever you want. Moreover, Xinshao is the closest of the 5 greats to Pingcheng. If you need anything, you can come back anytime. It's very convenient. As soon as Li Donglai finished speaking, Nailin Yun snorted coldly and said, Monkly, it's one thing for you to be clueless about romance, but you actually want to obstruct other people's freedom to love. What, do you really want all the young talents of my Dragon Kingdom to become monks? You say women only affect the speed of drawing a gun. I get angry just hearing that. Most of the top experts in my Dragon Kingdom have partners and children, but I haven't seen any expert stop advancing because of that. Don't try to control others with your narrow-minded views. It disgusts me. Nailin Yun's words were practically tantamount to pointing her finger at Li Donglai and cursing him. Strangely, Li Donglai didn't react instead, he seemed somewhat guilty. Wei Hong, Su Mei, and the others wore strange expressions. The light in his eyes gave Li Yuan a sense of déjà vu. Gossip. Indeed, the two directors of the special admissions offices of the Big Five universities were completely watching the show with expressions of schadenfreude. If each of them were holding a handful of melon seeds, it would be even more of a perfect picture. Could it be that these two people? Li Yuan glanced at Nailin Yun and Li Donglai, and could guess what was going on. At this moment, several more people strode over, afraid of being a step behind. Li Yuan, you are a born warrior, the perfect candidate for my War God Academy. Our academy's unique Berserker cultivation method is a mid-to-peak cultivation method that emphasizes entering the Tao through battle and cultivating martial arts through battle. We'll provide it to you for free if you come. If you're a born warrior, you should come to our military academy. Our academy is highly competitive, tough, and offers plenty of opportunities for combat. Moreover, as a military talent training base, graduates can join the army and obtain military rank. Not only can they fight to their heart's content, but they can also lead troops, conquer the north and south, and be ennobled. This is what a real man should do. Granting fiefdoms and titles? Do you think this is a feudal dynasty? Li Yuan, don't listen to him. The military academy operates under semi-military management, emphasizing discipline. For a prodigy like you, the restrictions outweigh the benefits. You should come to my Qinhua. Such a prodigy deserves to be among the top 5. Li Yuan, don't listen to these people's flowery boasts. Rankings speak for themselves. My Imperial Martial Academy is the undisputed #1 martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Coming to Imperial Martial Academy is the best choice. When was it officially recognized? How come my Xinqiao sect doesn't know about it? The path of martial arts emphasizes talent, but the guidance of a strong person is also crucial. It can save you from many detours. The principal of Yunlan Academy can definitely be your guide on the path of martial arts. Come to my Kunlun. Beside, watching these representatives from various schools, who were at least at the 4th level, arguing like ordinary citizens, Chen Rui was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. In just a short while, more than a dozen special recruitment officers from martial arts academies have arrived. The conditions offered were increasingly demanding. Forget about S-level special recruitment contracts, they're even throwing out S+ special recruitment contracts like they're free. On this day, universities are going crazy for one person. Chapter 36 The Grandmaster arrives in person. An extraordinary ambition shocks everyone. Hee, how lively. Luckily, I'm not too late. A hearty laugh rang out. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to contain a magical power that shook the soul. The words echoed in everyone's minds. The school representatives, who had been arguing fiercely just a moment ago, were all startled and fell silent, turning their heads to look at the main entrance. A figure, like an immortal, flew in from outside. That's right, it's flying. Soaring through the air, a grandmaster, someone exclaimed. Li Yuan's pupils also contracted, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. It really can fly? Flight. This is a skill that humankind has been striving for since ancient times. However, humans do not have wings, so they must use tools to achieve flight. Of course, that refers to Earth. In this world of advanced martial arts, anything is possible. Once a martial artist reaches the 6th level of cultivation, they can fly through the air and ascend straight to the heavens. So it's Senior Song Xiaohan. Su Mei, Wei Hong, and the others stood solemnly, their right fists held across their chests, and they bowed slightly in a martial arts salute. The representatives from the 5 greats were all at the 5th rank, while the representatives from other academies were all at the 4th rank. The person present at this moment was a 6th level grandmaster. His hair and beard were all white, and he was over 70 years old. But with a ruddy complexion, vigorous spirit, bulging temples, and long, even breaths, he exuded an aura as serene and dignified as a deep pool or a towering mountain. Unfathomable. Please don't stand on ceremony, everyone. I've come here specifically for my young friend Li Yuan. The old man smiled slightly and looked at Li Yuan. Young friend Li Yuan, I am Song Xiaohan. My purpose is the same as these others, but those from these universities are just directors of special admissions offices. As for me, I am the dean of the Martial Arts Academy of Tsengshuan Martial Academy. Not only is my martial arts cultivation higher than theirs, but my level is also higher. This is enough to show how much my Tsengshuan Martial Academy values you. No one could refute this statement. Within their respective universities, the directors of special admissions offices are only considered mid-level managers, while Song Xiaohan, as the dean of a college, is undoubtedly a high-level manager. Unexpectedly, he would personally take action. As expected, he was cunning and shrewd. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Song. Li Yuan bowed slightly in acknowledgement. You don't need to be like that. Who told you to have such monstrous talent in martial arts? Our Tsengshuan Martial Academy is eager to find talented people, and we will naturally give you, such a peerless genius, the due attention and attitude. Song Xiaohan laughed heartily, stroking his beard, and said. However, there is something I am very curious about, young friend Li Yuan. Has your martial soul mutated? Song Xiaohan stared intently at Li Yuan. Upon hearing this, everyone else also looked over. Based on Li Yuan's performance, all parties have made the speculation that his martial soul has mutated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why an F-rank martial soul could have such an explosive performance, let alone explain the miraculous flames that allowed Li Yuan to instantly kill a berserk beast. The possibility of a martial soul mutation is close to 100%, but it has not been verified. When Song Xiaohan asked this question, everyone naturally paid close attention. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Yuan slowly nodded. That's right, my martial soul has indeed mutated. This was the explanation Li Yuan had prepared long ago. Don't ask, the answer is that his martial soul has mutated. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Martial soul mutation. A bright future awaits. It represents power, it represents invincibility. Song Xiaohan smiled deepened as he said, then, the flames you used to kill the berserk beast must be a divine power granted to you by your mutated martial soul, right? Could you demonstrate it so that I can experience it? Li Yuan said, it is indeed a divine ability bestowed by the martial soul, but the consumption is too enormous. It's alright, with this old man here, you are welcome to give it a try. As Song Xiaohan spoke, he gently grasped Li Yuan's wrist. Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he sensed an extremely powerful and vast true energy, like a boundless ocean. At this moment, he was like a phone with its battery completely depleted, plugged into a power bank. If you used to be reluctant to even take out your phone to check the time, now you can just say Timmy. With a 6th-tier Grandmaster acting as a power bank, what is there to worry about? Li Yuan directly summoned the Samadhi True Fire. Call. A purplish-red flame danced at his fingertips, inconspicuous yet exuding extreme danger. The pupils of the other 4th-level representatives around them all contracted. This seemingly insignificant little flame actually made them feel uneasy. Even the person in charge of recruiting 5th-level Grandmasters from the 5 Greats changed his expression slightly, sensing a faint threat. What terrifying supernatural power! The person who used this technique was only a mid-level 1st-tier martial artist, yet he was able to threaten a 4th-tier master. Even a 5th-tier Grandmaster cannot be taken lightly. Li Yuan summoned the Samadhi True Fire in front of everyone, displaying his supernatural power, and the gazes of the crowd towards him became even more fervent. Alright, young friend Li Yuan, stop using your supernatural powers. Upon hearing Song Xiaohan's voice, Li Yuan extinguished the Samadhi True Fire. Young friend Li Yuan, Tsengshuan Martial Academy is full of sincerity. The S+ special recruitment contract is the most basic. Other academies have it, and Tsengshuan will have more. Suppressing his shock, Song Xiaohan said. Furthermore, my Tsengshuan Martial Academy has a secret realm called the Dragon Transformation Pool. Once you break through to the 3rd rank, you can enter the Dragon Transformation Pool and condense a high-quality inner core. Li Yuan asked in confusion, inner core? These are martial arts secrets. It's normal that you don't know them now since you've just become a martial artist. I'll tell you about them. Song Xiaohan explained patiently. The path of martial arts is strictly hierarchical and clearly defined. In addition to the 3 basic attributes of life level, speed and strength, each martial arts realm has its own corresponding signature ability. 1st-level martial artists emphasize external training of muscles, bones, and skin, and internal training of qi. The former refers to physical enhancement, while the latter means cultivating true qi within the body, which can cover the body surface and enhance defense. A 2nd-tier martial artist's true qi is liquefied, which strengthens the internal organs and meridians. Furthermore, the true chi can be released outside the body, allowing the user to use techniques such as sword chi to kill enemies from a distance. For third-tier martial artists, true chi is further condensed into a solid state, forming an inner core within the body, which can greatly increase the total amount of true chi, recovery speed, and instantaneous burst of power. And these inner cores also have different qualities, divided into 3 grades and 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank being the highest. Even a difference of 1 grade in the quality of the inner core can lead to a huge gap in strength. To put it simply, all other things being equal, a martial artist at the 3rd level of inner core can easily defeat 3 or 4 martial artists at the 1st level of inner core. Of course, the higher the grade of the inner core, the more difficult it is to condense. The vast majority of martial artists condense inner cores that are in the lower 3 grades. Song Xiaohan raised his head slightly and said with a smile, and the secret realm dragon transformation pool of my Zhangxuan Martial Academy is related to the quality of inner cores. If you condense your inner core in the dragon transformation pool, you're guaranteed at least a 5th grade rank. Luotong said, I had long heard that the dragon transformation pool of Zhangxuan Martial Academy was extremely mysterious, with only 3 spots available each year, making the competition incredibly fierce. I never expected that Zhangxuan Martial Academy would actually give away one of the spots. Song Xiaohan shook his head slightly and said, No, the quota for the dragon transformation pool that my Zhangxuan Martial Academy sent out was not an ordinary one. The dragon transformation pool opens on January 1st every year. If Li Yuan plans to break through to the 3rd rank in the middle of the year, are we going to make him wait for half a year? Our Zhangxuan Martial Academy would never delay Li Yuan like this. Song Xiaohan stroked his beard and said with a smile, What I mean is, no matter when Li Yuan breaks through to the 3rd rank, my Zhangxuan Martial Academy will forcibly open the dragon transformation pool for him to help him condense a high-quality inner core. Everyone was shocked by these words. The dragon transformation pool is a crucial secret realm of the Zhangxuan Martial Academy, opening at a fixed time each year and only accommodating 3 people at a time. However, if it were to be forcibly activated, the resources required would be astronomical, and even with the foundation of the Zhangxuan Martial Academy, it would probably be considered a major blow. I never expected Zhangxuan Martial Academy to be so generous. This is also why Song Xiaohan confirmed the mutation of his martial soul to Li Yuan and asked to witness the supernatural power in person. If Song Xiaohan had any hesitation before seeing the Samadhi true fire, now that he has witnessed its power, he has no more hesitation. Resource? Resources are for cultivation, for nurturing strong individuals. Li Yuan is absolutely worth the massive resources that Zhangxuan Martial Academy invests in him. Li Yuan, now you can make your choice. All eyes were focused on Li Yuan. Chapter 37 Li Yuan's Choice. Everyone stared at Li Yuan, anticipating his choice, when they heard a voice. How could the martial hall be absent from such a grand occasion? The group strode in, one of whom was Li Yang, the master of the Pingcheng Martial Hall. But at this moment, he was half a step behind a refined middle-aged man, who was clearly of higher status than him. Li Yuan, you haven't made your choice yet, have you? It seems it's not too late. Li Yang proactively introduced the refined-looking middle-aged man. This is Lu Jingji, the vice hall master of the Yin City Martial Hall. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Pingcheng is a prefecture-level city, and the branch hall established by the martial hall here is only a level 4 branch hall, which is the lowest-level branch hall. Yancheng is the capital of Xinjiang province and the most important town in the province. The Yancheng Martial Hall commands dozens of lower-level martial halls throughout the entire Xinjiang province. With a profound foundation and strong capabilities, it is a level 2 branch hall. The next level up is the Dragon Kingdom branch hall. To serve as the deputy hall master of a level 2 branch hall, one must at least be a grandmaster. Another grandmaster. A thought flashed through his mind, and Li Yuan bowed slightly to the refined middle-aged man, Palace Master Lu. Lu Jingji nodded, then said with a smile, I've long heard of Li Yuan's genius in Pingcheng, and seeing him today, I can confirm that he is indeed extraordinary. Li Yuan, I, the hall master, have come in person. I believe you can see the sincerity of my martial hall and the importance I place on you. An S-level contract, with maximum flexibility and leeway in terms of terms. The Genius Training Camp, just come and you'll be admitted without any tests. Moreover, the Grand Hall Master takes time to inspect the Genius Training Camp almost every year. As long as you perform outstandingly, you will have the opportunity to be personally received and guided by the Grand Hall Master. This is an opportunity that countless martial artists dream of. The martial hall's biggest bargaining chip is the personal guidance from the Grand Hall Master, who is widely recognized as the #1 martial artist on Blue Star. If we could get guidance from that person, we could soar to great heights. That's not just talk. Everyone present was filled with envy, even Grandmaster Song Xiaohan. Grandmaster? He was indeed a martial arts master, but compared to that person, he was nothing more than a child who had just learned to walk. There is a saying circulating in the martial arts world of Blue Star. If you don't cultivate martial arts, seeing the Grand Master is like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you cultivate martial arts, seeing the Grand Hall Master is like an ant seeing the blue sky. Many people sighed inwardly. With the martial hall offering such a powerful bargaining chip, it's likely that all the major martial arts academies will leave empty-handed this time. The master leads you through the door, but the practice is up to you. The Grand Hall Master's martial arts are divine, and no one dares to disobey him, but in the end, the path of martial arts still depends on oneself. Only through battle can one truly learn. The voice arrived before the person. Then, a burly, rugged-looking, and imposing man in military uniform strode in. Zhou Kaixian followed closely behind. I am Yushan, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Wuan Army of Xinjiang Province. The burly man in military uniform introduced himself, then looked at Li Yuan with his fierce eyes and said, "Having acquired both literary and martial skills, I will join the army to serve my country and protect my homeland. A true man should join the army to fight against alien beasts and protect our country. Li Yuan, come to the military. Our military has the War God Reserve Camp, which is on par with the Martial Hall's Genius Training Camp. The philosophy of my War God Reserve Camp is that real combat produces strong individuals, and strong individuals are produced through real combat. The warriors who emerge from the War God Reserve Camp can almost all overpower warriors of the same level." Yushan's eyes shone brightly, and his voice was loud and powerful. "Li Yuan, I've seen your martial arts exam video. You have a fighting spirit within you. You're a born warrior. Only the military can provide you with the most suitable stage." Wuan Army. It does not refer to any specific army. It is a general term for troops stationed in various places. The Dragon Kingdom has more than 30 provinces, and each province is guarded by a Wuan army to maintain order, suppress unrest, and defend against strange beasts. Yushan is the deputy commander of the Wuan army in Xinjiang province, and at least a grandmaster level expert. Today, the Heisei Education Bureau is truly a place of great prestige. There was one grandmaster, 6 or 7 grandmasters, and even more than 10 great masters. They all came for Li Yuan alone. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Li Yuan. Li Yuan, there's no need to feel guilty. Just listen to your heart and make a decision that you won't regret. Song Xiaohan stroked his beard and smiled. Chen Rui stood to the side, not daring to utter a sound. Having lived most of my life, I've never seen so many important figures before. Prior to this, one of Chen Rui's proudest experiences was having the opportunity to personally admire the demeanor of a grandmaster from afar. But today, not only grandmasters, but even great grandmasters have come. Among this group of big shots, Chen Rui's heart was beating faster and faster. However, Li Yuan, surrounded by a group of bigwigs, remained remarkably calm. He wasn't overly excited by these heavyweight offers. Li Yuan had been mentally prepared for this. What needs to be done now is to weigh the options, consider the differences, and make careful judgments. Make the best choice. After a moment's thought, Li Yuan first ruled out the martial hall and the military. The reason is simple: he doesn't want to be tied up. While it's true that it's good to have a big tree to lean on, the constraints and responsibilities are also greater. Even if you reach the top, you'll only become the hall master of the Dragon Kingdom's martial hall or the marshal of the Dragon Kingdom's military department. This was not what Li Yuan wanted. In this respect, a martial arts academy is more to my liking. The constraints are not strong, nor are they deeply binding. Therefore, Li Yuan's choice will only be made from martial arts academies. After a moment of contemplation, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Li Yuan took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I choose Songshuan Martial Academy. Li Yuan made this choice naturally because the Songshuan Martial Academy offered the best conditions. Other companies also offer S+ special recruitment contracts, so it's not unusual. However, the Dragon Transformation Pool is unique to the Songshuan Martial Academy. Moreover, the fact that a grandmaster from Songshuan Martial Academy came in person is enough to show their sincerity. In addition, Li Yuan possesses a killing system, so this aspect naturally needs to be considered. He had learned in advance that among the 5 top martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom, Kunlun in the north and Songshuan in the west had the heaviest killing aura. Not only does the academy frequently issue missions to students to hunt exotic beasts, but it also has several exotic beast hunting grounds to house exotic beasts for students to hunt. Choosing Sangshuan Martial Academy will definitely give you plenty of opportunities to gain kill points. After comprehensive consideration, Sangshuan Martial Academy is Li Yuan's best choice. Ha ha! Li Yuan, welcome to Sangshuan. Believe me, you will never regret your choice today. Song Xiaohan laughed heartily. The others all sighed inwardly, realizing they had ultimately missed out on such a peerless genius. Of course, it's just a pity it doesn't mean I'll develop any ill will towards Li Yuan or anything like that. A prodigy like Li Yuan is destined to become a powerful figure in the future. No one would be foolish enough to offend a future powerhouse. Mr. Song, congratulations! Congratulations, Elder Song, your Sangshuan Martial Academy has recruited a fine prospect. In the next few years of national martial arts exchange competitions, Song Xian will probably dominate. Everyone congratulated Song Xiaohan. Then they each went their separate ways. Li Yuan, I respect your choice, but I still believe that the military is the best fit for you. After you graduate from Sangshuan, if you are willing to join the army, our military doors will always be open for you. Yushan patted Li Yuan on the shoulder, then turned and left. As Lu Jingji, the deputy hallmaster of the Yin City Martial Hall, was leaving, he said, Li Yuan, our martial hall welcomes you anytime. After you graduate from Sangshuan, you can come anytime you want. Li Yuan's choice of Sangshuan meant that he was destined to be completely excluded from other martial arts academies. But he will eventually graduate from Sangshuan. After graduation, if you want to choose a faction to join, the martial hall and the military are both good choices. It's even possible that they might drop out of school midway. Therefore, both Yushan and Lu Jingji left these words before they left. Convenient. In this fierce competition for talent, Sangshuan Martial Academy, one of the top 5 martial arts academies, ultimately emerged victorious. Chapter 38 Apprenticeship Ceremony, the Rock-Solid Cultivation Method. Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear. Li Yuan, take a look. This is the S+ special recruitment contract prepared for you. If you are not satisfied with any of the terms, please feel free to bring them up, and we can discuss it. Education Bureau, in a reception room. Song Xiaohan chuckled and sent an electronic contract to Li Yuan's phone. What era are we living in? Who still uses paper contracts? Li Yuan picked up his phone and started checking it. This S+ special recruitment contract is not as long and tedious as the contracts in my previous life. On the contrary, it is not long. The main point was to clarify the various benefits and treatments that the school would provide to Li Yuan. Scholarship, 5 million per year for 4 years. Cultivation methods, choose one from intermediate and lower grades. Martial arts, starting from the first level, you can choose one martial art for each level you advance in your martial arts realm. You can choose low-grade martial arts for the first and second levels, and mid-grade martial arts for the third level and above. Alloy weapons, provided free of charge, their quality increases with Li Yuan's martial arts realm, exceeding the general level suitable for his current realm. Generally, F-grade alloy weapons are sufficient for a first-tier martial artist, and E-grade alloy weapons are sufficient for a second-tier martial artist. However, the alloy weapons provided to Li Yuan by Sangshuan Martial Academy are all 1 grade higher. First tier provides E grade, second tier provides D grade, and so on, up to Li Yuan's 5th tier, where A-grade alloy weapons are provided free of charge, along with lifetime free repair and maintenance services. Resource exchange, enjoy a 50% discount on all resources. Mentor, a 6th tier grandmaster who is proficient in marksmanship. There are 2 such mentors in the academy. You may choose one to become their disciple. Dragon Transformation Pool, no matter when Li Yuan breaks through to the 3rd rank, the school will forcibly open the Dragon Transformation Pool for him to help him condense a high-quality inner core. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of these conditions would be enough to cause a huge uproar. But at this moment, everything is concentrated in one contract. The significance of this contract is self-evident. How was it? Is there any doubt or dissatisfaction? Song Xiaohan took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "It's all right, just say what you want to say. Geniuses should be treated well." Li Yuan slowly shook his head, "I have no doubts and am very satisfied with the terms." Song Xiaohan's eyes lit up. "That's great. Since there are no problems, let's sign it." "Good." Li Yuan nodded, scrolled to the bottom of the contract, and signed his name with a few quick swipes. "Ha, Li Yuan, from now on, you are a student of my Sangshuan Martial Academy. I will send you a special admission notice and an enrollment guide later. Song Xiaohan looked at Li Yuan and said, normally, students will be assigned to departments and make their choices after they enroll and register. But special admission students are an exception. After being specially admitted, they can choose their department and advisor in advance. Li Yuan, what are your thoughts on this? Li Yuan gave a wry smile and said, Elder Song, I know nothing about the Tsangshuan Martial Academy, let alone my mentors. It's my fault, it was my oversight. Then let me give you a general introduction to the academy. Then, Song Xiaohan introduced himself to Li Yuan. Tsangshuan Martial Academy, one of the 5 top martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom, is located in Ningzhou City, Qingxia Province. It has 5 colleges. Martial Arts Academy, as the name suggests, it focuses on cultivating martial artists. It is the academy with the largest number of students, the highest level of equipment, and the strongest strength in Tsangshuan Martial Academy. It is the undisputed number 1 academy. Weapon Academy primarily teaches the skills of using various weapons and forging knowledge, as well as the identification, repair, and improvement of weapons. It can be understood as a weapon-making school. Manufacturing Academy primarily studies the properties and effects of various ores and herbs, as well as the production processes of elixirs, nutrient solutions, and energy solutions. It can be understood as alchemists. Tactical Academy, it focuses on cultivating students' tactical literacy and command ability. Most graduates of this academy will join the military, and Tsangshuan Martial Academy does have a cooperative relationship with the military in terms of talent training and transfer. College of Arts, it not only covers regular arts subjects such as physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, and geography, but also advanced subjects such as alien beast analysis and dimensional rift research. Of course, Tsangshuan Martial Academy is, after all, a martial arts academy, and martial arts training is a compulsory course regardless of the type of academy. This is also true for liberal arts colleges. It's just a difference in emphasis. After learning about the departments of Tsangshuan Martial Academy, Li Yuan immediately made his choice Martial Arts Academy. He didn't even consider it. The Martial Arts Academy is indeed the most suitable for you. Song Xiaohan nodded. I am the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, and I am also skilled with a gun. Song Xiaohan is one of the 2 6th-level grandmasters of Tsangshuan Martial Academy who are skilled in using spears. I made a special trip all the way to Pingqing this time, both for the school and for myself. This grandmaster clearly had the idea of taking on a disciple. Li Yuan naturally understood his unspoken meaning. Therefore, after a moment's thought, he said, Elder Song, may I become your disciple? Since there's a system in place, it doesn't matter who you choose as your master. The old man had come all this way, and his strength as a grandmaster was considerable. Moreover, he seemed quite pleasing to the eye, so Li Yuan granted his wish. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaohan was overjoyed. Yes. That's absolutely amazing. Alright, Li Yuan, today I will accept you as my personal disciple. Li Yuan immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Song Xiaohan, saying, Student Li Yuan greets teacher. Okay. From today onwards, you are my personal disciple, Song Xiaohan. Song Xiaohan was greatly pleased and in a very good mood. Come on, Xiao Yuan, get up quickly. Since you have become my disciple today, I naturally have to give you a gift as a token of my respect. As he spoke, Song Xiaohan picked up his phone and tapped it. Xiao Yuan, I've sent you a cultivation method and a spear technique. The cultivation method is called the rock cultivation method, and its grade is the peak of the middle level. When this cultivation method is mastered, not only will the body be as hard as a rock, but the will and state of mind will also be as firm as a rock, impervious to all laws and indomitable. You will understand its subtle uses once you begin your cultivation. This martial art is called the Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear. It is a low-grade peak-level martial art. The spear strikes like an azure dragon breaking through a mountain, and it is extremely domineering. It is an excellent offensive martial art. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Mid-grade peak cultivation method. Low-grade peak martial arts. It's definitely worth becoming an apprentice. Thank you, teacher, Li Yuan said. No need to be so polite. As your teacher, it's only right that I prepare a gift for you to formally become my student. Song Xiaohan waved his hand and said, These cultivation methods and martial arts are personal gifts from your master and do not count towards the number of times you can be gifted under the S+ special recruitment contract. Once you learn the rock cultivation method, you cannot learn any other methods at the same time. The cultivation method given as a gift in the contract is essentially wasted. I will convert it into blue star coins to compensate you later. As for martial arts, it doesn't matter if you learn a few more. Some people say that you can't bite off more than you can chew, but that applies to mediocre people. It obviously doesn't apply to a martial arts prodigy like you. For you, having more skills is never a bad thing. Li Yuan nodded. Trying to do too much at once will lead to failure. It doesn't exist. There is no martial art that cannot be mastered with enough kill points. If there is, it's because you don't have enough kill points. Chapter 39 Preaching, Instructing, and Resolving Doubts. Teacher, I just heard you say that a first-level martial artist can cover their body with true chi, but why can't I do that? Li Yuan raised his question. Li Yuan originally thought that the difference between a first-level martial artist and an apprentice was only an improvement in life level, speed, and strength, meaning that the physical body was stronger. However, Song Xiaohan had previously explained that a first-tier martial artist could cover their body with true chi to enhance their defense. Li Yuan was puzzled. Song Xiaohan laughed and said, Xiao Yuan, you can't do it because you haven't been exposed to the entry-level cultivation method yet. Only by mastering the basics of the entry-level cultivation method can one truly grasp the application of true chi at the current stage of martial arts. In the initial stage of the first level, one can initially mobilize true chi to gather at a certain point on the body surface for local coverage and enhancement, such as the fist, throat, heart, etc. At the mid-stage of the first level, one can cover the entire body with true chi, like a thin veil, greatly enhancing offensive and defensive attributes. At this point, ordinary firearms can hardly penetrate the defense. You are currently at this stage. Once you have mastered the rock cultivation method, you will be able to condense a thin veil of true chi. If you break through to the high stage of the first tier, your true energy will become increasingly dense, and the thin veil can evolve into armor. At that time, even high-damage firearms like sniper rifles will not be able to harm you in the slightest, making you truly invulnerable to blades and bullets. Li Yuan listened and nodded, understanding dawning on him. Initial stage of the first level, true chi manifests externally, with localized enhancement. Mid-stage of Tier 1, with a thin veil of true chi, fearless against firearms. High-level Tier 1, true chi armor, impervious to blades and spears. However, one needs to possess a high-level cultivation method to master these techniques. Normally, after the martial arts exam, candidates enter the martial arts academy, come into contact with the entry-level cultivation method, and then they can break through to the first level. Li Yuan, on the other hand, was already a martial artist before the martial arts exam. The breakthrough was so rapid that he hadn't even come into contact with any cultivation methods, which is why he couldn't find the right approach. Indeed, having a guide on the path of martial arts is crucial. Thank you for your explanation, teacher, Li Yuan said. There's no need for such formalities between us, teacher and student. As a teacher, I have the responsibility and obligation to impart knowledge, teach skills, and resolve doubts for my students. Song Xiaohan waved his hand and continued. I have given you the rock cultivation method. You can try cultivating it when you get back. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. It took me a month to get the basics right back then. You're so talented, you might be able to get the basics in less than a month. At that time, you will be able to condense the veil of true energy. Clearly, Song Xiaohan had high hopes for Li Yuan's talent. But Li Yuan secretly curled his lip. A month? He. Song Xiaohan seemed to have thought of something and said, by the way, Xiao Yuan, the registration time for new students of Songchuan Martial Academy is July 7th, which is still a month away. But as a special admission student, you can choose to register early. Going to school early allows you to familiarize yourself with the environment, get a feel for the atmosphere, and choose your dormitory. Moreover, the school's library, meditation room, and other facilities are open during holidays. Many second and third year students choose to stay at school during the holidays in order to use the school's resources for further study. For freshmen, the month before the start of the semester is crucial. Song Xiaohan looked at Li Yuan and said seriously, the martial arts exam is just a preliminary selection. The candidates are all apprentices who have only awakened their martial spirits 3 days ago. How much strength can they demonstrate? And how much can be learned from the martial arts test? The month following the martial arts exam is crucial. I have seen a genius who won the provincial martial arts exam, became complacent, and neglected his training. As a result, he was overtaken by others and became just another ordinary person. I have also seen people who had average martial arts exam scores, but through a month of training and improvement, they came from behind and made a name for themselves in the freshman competition, gaining more attention and resources, and thus surpassing those who had better martial arts exam scores. I've seen these kinds of things many times. Song Xiaohan sighed. As the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, he has witnessed the fall of geniuses and the rise of good-for-nothings. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Song Xiaohan remarked with emotion. Li Yuan said, "Teacher, I would like to report for duty early." Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of such an opportunity. Okay. Song Xiaohan nodded. I'll give you a day to pack your things and take care of your personal matters. Come back to school with me tomorrow at noon. Okay, teacher. Li Yuan is not impossible. In such a perilous world, being able to walk alongside a grandmaster instantly provides a sense of security. However, Li Yuan had another matter to attend to. Teacher, I have a favor to ask. Song Xiaohan smiled and said, "It's all right, just say it." Li Yuan said, "That's right, teacher. During the martial arts exam, I forcibly used my supernatural flame power to kill the Berserk Beast King, which exhausted my body and left me extremely weak. At the time, I was also a red-named player. But one examinee didn't take the opportunity to attack me and steal points. Instead, he protected me. I think. Could I use some of the terms in my S+ special recruitment contract to get him admitted to Tsangshuan Martial Academy?" Li Yuan added, "His name is Xiao Lingfeng. He has an A-level martial soul and is quite talented in martial arts. With Xiao Lingfeng's grades, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get into an ordinary martial arts academy, but his chances of getting into one of the top 5 are slim." But Li Yuan always remembered his kindness in protecting the Dharma. Therefore, he wanted to use some of his resources to try and help Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng. I noticed him when I watched your martial arts exam video. Although his talent is average, he is upright and honest, and has a good character. In the path of martial arts, sometimes temperament is more important than talent. This kid isn't bad. Song Xiaohan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, Sanchuan, will take this student, and I will issue him a C-level special recruitment contract. As for you exchanging your own resources, there's no need for that. My Sanchuan Martial Academy isn't that stingy." Li Yuan was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Originally, they only wanted Sanchuan Martial Academy to admit Xiao Lingfeng normally, but they didn't expect to give him a C-level special recruitment contract. This was a pleasant surprise. Song Xiaohan smiled and said, "I offered him a C-level special recruitment contract not entirely because of you, but also because of his own reasons. I admire people like that and I'm willing to give him a chance. Moreover, it's good that you repay kindness. We martial artists should be like that." Song Xiaohan made no secret of his admiration for Li Yuan. Then, he picked up his phone and made a call to the director of the Special Admissions Office of Tsangshuan Martial Arts Academy. Informed them of the situation. The other party seemed somewhat embarrassed. "Dean Song, I found that Xiao Lingfeng from Pingcheng only scored 2010 points in the martial arts exam. This score is really..." Song Xiaohan snorted coldly and said, "Why do you value that martial arts exam scoring system so much? It will distort the candidate's talents, do you understand? Do you know what alienation and concretization are? Does a high score necessarily mean a good student? Does a low score necessarily mean a bad student? How many negative examples have you seen over the years? This Xiao Lingfeng has an A-level martial soul, the Shadow Leopard, and his martial arts talent is also decent. More importantly, he has a good character, good morals, and a good belief in martial arts. I dare say that in the freshman competition, Xiao Lingfeng will definitely surpass some of the specially recruited students. Listen to me, give him a C-level special recruitment contract." The director of the Special Admissions Office had no choice but to comply. It seems it's time for the Special Admissions Office to make some changes. A group of people sitting in an office, drinking tea, chatting, and staring at a pile of cold scores, can that really filter out the real geniuses? After hanging up the phone, Song Xiaohan said with slight dissatisfaction. Then, looking at Li Yuan, he immediately put on a smiling face and said, "All right, Xiao Yuan, now it's your time. Take care of your personal matters and say goodbye to your relatives and friends. As for personal belongings, just pack a few changes of clothes and that's enough. The school has everything. Come to the education department at 12 noon tomorrow and come back to school with me." Li Yuan rose and took his leave. Song Xiaohan, on the other hand, squinted and looked out the window. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. There really are some fearless ghosts. His voice was deep and filled with a chilling killing intent. Subsequently, Song Xiaohan vanished in a flash. Chapter 40 Introduction to Cultivation Methods. The Veil of True Qi appears. To reiterate, our target this time is a boy named Li Yuan, who is suspected of having a mutated martial soul and an exceptionally high talent for martial arts. If they grow up, they will become a great threat. We must annihilate them this time, no matter the cost. Inside a residential house in Pingcheng, the dark, opaque curtains were drawn, making the light dim. There are 6 people in the room. A thin, vacant-eyed, middle-aged man with a goatee lowered his voice and whispered instructions. Yes. Regardless of the cost. The other 5 nodded emphatically and growled in low voices. Subsequently, all 6 of them stood up, formed a circle, and looked frantic. The beast god descends upon the world, and all spirits bow down. Blood sacrifice to the heavens, our sect will reign supreme. We honor beasts, and we worship in the name of the gods. Break through illusions and rule the world. As the slogan was shouted, the eyes of the 6 men revealed fervor. Heh, so it's a rat from the beast god cult. Suddenly, a voice, indifferent yet tinged with mockery, rang out. The 6 people were immediately alarmed and scattered, their true energy surging throughout their bodies as if facing a formidable enemy. Only then did they notice that there was another person in the room. An elderly man with white hair and beard but a vigorous spirit. Song Xiaohan. The middle-aged man with the goatee, who was leading the group, narrowed his eyes and spat out a name through clenched teeth. Since you know my name, how dare you lay a hand on my newly accepted disciple? Are you courting death? Song Zhao's tone was indifferent, but his killing intent was palpable. Blessed by the beast god, faith is immortal. Those who oppose me perish, those who submit to me prosper. Superior. The middle-aged man with the goatee roared, and with a flick of his wrist, a dark red scimitar appeared in his hand. Behind him, the leopard-shaped martial spirit avatar appeared. The other 5 men also suddenly sprang into action, each wielding a weapon, and attacked Song Xiaohan. However, you dare to show off your meager skills before an expert? Shame on you. Song Xiaohan gave a low shout. An invisible, terrifying pressure suddenly descended, as if the sky itself were pressing down. Instantly, all 6 members of the beast god cult bent their knees and slammed them heavily onto the ground, shattering the floorboards. They all knelt down. The martial spirit Dharma image of the middle-aged man with the goatee also shattered instantly. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. 1 4th tier and 5 3rd tier. If I hadn't come, you might have really taken advantage of the situation. Song Xiaohan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze disdainful. Old man Song, you shouldn't be so smug. Under the immense pressure of the Grandmaster, the middle-aged man with the goatee knelt on the ground, his face flushed red and veins bulging. But his expression was manic, and he roared through gritted teeth. The divine light of my beast god cult will eventually shine on every corner of the world. Noisy. Song Xiaohan spoke coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and came to the side of the middle-aged man with the goatee. He spread his right hand and placed it directly on the head. True energy surged wildly. His clothes moved without wind, and his hair and beard flew wildly. Ugh hi! The middle-aged man with the goatee screamed, his features contorted and his expression ferocious. A moment later, Song Xiaohan stopped, and the middle-aged man with the goatee collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. His face was filled with despair, and his breath was extremely weak. You actually destroyed my martial spirit. You evildoer, this is the end you deserve. Song Xiaohan's face was ashen. He then followed the same method and destroyed the martial souls of the other 5 people as well. Martial spirit is the foundation of martial arts. Once a martial spirit is destroyed, one becomes a cripple, completely cut off from the path of martial arts. Moreover, the body will become extremely weak, and after a year or 2 of lingering life, death will ensue. I am Song Xiaohan. Song Xiaohan made a phone call to the director of the Jinwu division in Pingcheng. The 6 members of the beast god cult in room 1001, building 2, Fondo Garden, Fondo Street, have been crippled by me. Send someone over to handle this. In the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, there are 2 main law enforcement agencies. The Public Security Bureau is for ordinary people, handling their cases and disputes. Most of its members are apprentices, with only a few low-level martial artists. The Jinwu Division, as its name suggests, is a law enforcement agency specifically for suppressing martial artists who cause trouble and break the law. Its members are naturally all martial artists. Beast God Cult, Humph. After hanging up the phone, Song Xiaohan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. They then left. On the other side, Li Yuan was unaware that he had been designated a kill target by the Beast God Cult, and even less aware that on his very first day as a disciple, his teacher had already averted a life-threatening crisis for him. He had just come out of the meeting room when he was pulled away by the director of education. Great talents can emerge from humble backgrounds, and geniuses can arise from small towns. These are all very rare and, at the same time, very honorable things. The Education Bureau naturally had to make a statement. Scholarship, 1 million, paid on the spot. However, the director of education made a small request, hoping that Li Yuan would accept an exclusive interview with Pingcheng TV. It didn't last long, only 20 minutes. Li Yuan did not refuse. After the interview, the education department arranged a car to take Li Yuan out through the back door, avoiding a group of reporters blocking the main entrance of the education department. Upon returning home, Li Yuan eagerly opened the rock cultivation method. After a careful examination, it was added to the panel. System, add points. Li Yuan decisively chose to add points. Instantly, a burly figure appeared in my mind, sitting cross-legged on a smooth, moss-covered rock beneath the waterfall, enduring its fierce impact yet remaining as steady as a rock, completely still. At the same time, a massive amount of experience from the rock-solid cultivation method flooded into Li Yuan's mind. It was as if he had been diligently studying this cultivation method for a long time. Let's look at the panel again. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neze Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, Mid-Stage of First Tier. Life Level, 13.5 plus. Cultivation Method, Intermediate Grade Rock Cultivation Method Beginner Plus. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Proficient Plus. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Kill value, 848. As expected of a mid-grade peak cultivation method, it has already raised my life level by 0.4 as soon as I started learning it. However, it's also very costly. Just getting started requires 500 kill points. Okay, let's try it out and see how it goes. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Li Yuan had a sudden thought. The vital energy rapidly circulated and surged through the meridians. The skin had a subtle glow. Immediately afterwards, a faintness seemed to seep out from the pores, quickly enveloping the whole body and forming a pale red, veil-like substance. It covers the entire body, providing comprehensive support and protection. Li Yuan walked into the kitchen, picked up a cleaver, and gently made a cut against his arm. I could clearly feel the resistance. The cleaver didn't even touch the skin, as it was blocked by the thin veil of true qi. Is this the true qi veil? Truly wondrous. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. If such methods were available during the martial arts exam, there would be no need for Samadhi True Fire to deal with a mere berserk rock armor rhinoceros. I wouldn't be afraid to fight that beast hand to hand. Then, Li Yuan struck while the iron was hot and flipped through. The Azure Dragon breaks the mountain spear. Once it's included in the panel, you can add points directly. Kill count 200. Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear, Beginner. What a fine Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear. It truly lives up to its reputation as an offensive martial art. Feeling the power of the Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear, Li Yuan was very satisfied. The Overlord's Formation Breaking Spear is characterized by its wide and sweeping attacks, which emphasize overwhelming opponents with its domineering offensive. It is more suitable for group battles and for finishing off enemies. The Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear is superior in terms of lethality and destructive power, and is more powerful than the Overlord Formation Breaking Spear when facing strong enemies. Okay. Li Yuan said good 3 times in a row. In those few short minutes, with the mastery of both the rock-solid cultivation method and the Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear, Li Yuan's strength was greatly enhanced. Chapter 41 No, you can learn the rock cultivation method in 2 hours? After adding points, Li Yuan found himself with nothing to do. Packing things? As a rough, straight man, all I need to bring when I go out is a pack of bitter tea, a pair of socks, and a change of clothes, and that's it. Saying goodbye to loved ones? The previous incarnation's parents had both passed away, and there were no relatives in the area, so there were really no relatives to say goodbye to. After thinking about it, Li Yuan decided to visit his homeroom teacher before leaving. In Li Yuan's memory, although the homeroom teacher Zhao Deju was very strict, he was also very responsible and did not discriminate against students based on their grades or family circumstances. He is a pretty good teacher. After leaving home, Li Yuan took a taxi to a shopping mall near Zhao Deju's house, bought some gifts, and then carried them to Zhao Deju's house. Sudden. Li Yuan frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Moreover, he always felt as if there was a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Li Yuan glanced back. No abnormalities were detected. Is it an illusion? Li Yuan shook his head and continued walking. 6 or 7 meters behind Li Yuan, a pregnant woman with a large belly was carrying a bag in one hand and supporting her lower back with the other. Walking slowly. Her eyes kept glancing at Li Yuan, seemingly casually. In his mind, he recalled the scene before the operation. Damn it! Song Xiaohan from Sanchuan Martial Academy actually came to Pingcheng in person. With such a grandmaster by Li Yuan's side, our chances of killing him are too low. Our deaths are insignificant, but if we fail to fulfill His Majesty the Beast God's decree, we will be condemned to death. The middle-aged man with the goatee, his face contorted with fervor, gritted his teeth and said, "We'll split into 2 groups. The 5 of you will come with me to act as a diversion and draw Song Xiaohan's attention. 38, you're just 1 step away from the 2nd tier. Your realm is low and your strength is weak, so you're less likely to attract attention. You'll be in charge of killing you. We risked our lives to create this opportunity for you, 38. You must kill the target at all costs." This pregnant woman was exactly 38 years old. Like the 6 who were eliminated by Song Xiaohan in Fondo Garden, they were all members of the Beast God cult. Her goal was to kill Li Yuan. The pregnancy claim is obviously false. No one would be wary of a pregnant woman. Her big belly is her best disguise. 38 quickened his pace slightly, gradually closing the distance between himself and Li Yuan. Soon, they approached Li Yuan. A cold glint flashed in the 38 eyes. Just as he passed by Li Yuan, his right hand flicked, and a dagger several centimeters long slid out from his sleeve. 38 gripped the dagger tightly, turned around, and slashed at Li Yuan's neck. The sharp dagger reflected a cold light, bursting with murderous intent. Die! 38 gritted his teeth and growled, his eyes flashing with a manic light. He could almost see the scene of this peerless genius having his throat slit with a single stroke, and a sense of pleasure welled up in his heart. However, the next moment, her pupils contracted and her expression changed drastically. Just as the dagger was about to touch Li Yuan's neck, a surge of true energy erupted, and Li Yuan's exposed skin began to glow. A pale red mist seeped from my pores and enveloped my entire body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Li Yuan slammed his toes on the ground and quickly retreated. Whoosh! The dagger flashed. However, it did not harm Li Yuan in the slightest. True Qi Veil? How is that possible? 38 was terrified. Although intelligence indicates that Li Yuan is very likely already a mid-level first-tier martial artist, how could he possibly have mastered the basics of cultivation in such a short time? How could one possibly use the true Qi Veil? A monster. A freak. However, the better Li Yuan performs, the more he must be killed. Kill! 38 screamed and brandished his dagger as he chased after Li Yuan. At the same time, true Qi quickly covered the surface of the body, and it appeared to be much thicker than Li Yuan's. Ah! Murder! Screams erupted as passers-by fled in panic. True Qi armor, at least high-level first tier. As Li Yuan retreated, he saw the assassin's true Qi armor and made a judgment in his mind. We are paying more attention to it now, but we are not afraid. So what if it's a first-level advanced stage? It's not like I haven't killed before. A thought flashed through his mind, and Li Yuan threw down the bags he was carrying. He turned and walked around the lamppost behind him. Clang! The next moment, the dagger flashed with a cold light, but it didn't hit Li Yuan. Instead, it scraped against the lamppost with a screeching sound. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, 38 did not give up and continued his assault. Li Yuan reached out and hooked the lamppost, forcibly changing his retreat. Using the lamppost as the center, he quickly circled around and approached the assassin from the side. He threw a punch. Upon seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in 38's eyes. What an overconfident fool! How could you, a mere mid-stage first-tier cultivator, possibly break through my true Qi armor? The moment you exhaust the force of your punch and lose your strength, I can easily take your dog's life. 38 deliberately didn't dodge, intending to use his true chi armor to withstand Li Yuan's punch and then counterattack. However, the next moment, she knew exactly what a stupid mistake she had made. With this punch, Li Yuan unleashed a burst of violent power, instantly breaking through the 38 layers of true chi armor with an extremely domineering attitude. The fist, carrying terrifying force, slammed into her left shoulder. Bang! 38 was sent flying sideways by the punch, crashing into the wall of a roadside shop and causing the wall to collapse. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. 38's face turned much paler, and his eyes were filled with horror. Is this supposed to be a mid-level first stage? That punch just now had at least 3,000 kilograms of force. Although the true chi armor reduced some of the force, the punches that the 38 bodies could withstand still weighed no less than 2,000 kilograms. This is equivalent to a punch from a beginner second-tier martial artist. Having taken such a heavy blow, 38's left shoulder blade was shattered. One of his arms is now useless. But she still didn't give up. With a roar, she dangled her left arm, gripped the dagger in her right hand, and charged towards Li Yuan with a scream. His eyes were filled with madness. Upon seeing this, Li Yuan's gaze turned cold. Court death. He was about to throw another punch. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside Li Yuan like a ghost. Teacher. Song Xiaohan nodded. With his left hand protecting Li Yuan, he raised his right hand and clenched his fist. A surge of powerful true energy erupted. The next moment. Boom! The assassin exploded, literally exploded. But there seemed to be an invisible barrier around the assassin, compressing the explosion into a very small area, and the pile of rotten flesh did not splatter everywhere. Teacher, this is. Li Yuan was shocked. Song Xiaohan said, this is a last resort commonly used by the Beast God sect. They use themselves as bombs to perish together with their target. The power is comparable to a full-force attack from a second-stage early-level martial artist. If I hadn't used my true energy to block the explosion, this whole area would have been destroyed. Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and a wave of fear washed over him. Self-destruction? Grass. What grudge could there be? They start using knives at the drop of a hat, and that's not all. Knowing they were no match, why did they still resort to self-destruction? Meanwhile, Song Xiaohan was even more shocked. In fact, he had already discovered the assassin's trail. The Beast God cult thought their plan was flawless, but they were clearly unaware of the Grandmaster's methods. Trying to outsmart a Grandmaster under his nose was simply wishful thinking. Just now, Song Xiaohan had been watching everything from the shadows, but he did not rush to make a move. He hoped Li Yuan would suffer a bit and learn a lesson. This is definitely beneficial for Li Yuan's growth. Having everything go smoothly is never a good thing. In Song Xiaohan's plan, Li Yuan should be unable to avoid the assassin's first attack, and he would save Li Yuan at the last moment. Result? Just as he was about to make a move to save him, he saw that Li Yuan was actually shrouded in a thin veil of true energy. What the heck? Wasn't the rock cultivation method only given to Li Yuan less than 2 hours ago? So, you've mastered it? What about the fact that I spent a whole month studying diligently to even get the basics down? Do you think I have a lot of time? That wasn't all. Li Yuan's other performances also greatly shocked Song Xiaohan. A keen intuition for crisis and the ability to remain calm and composed in the face of danger. Agile movements and extremely fast speed. And then there's that punching power of over 3,000 kilograms. What an extraordinary disciple I've taken in. Song Xiaohan was filled with emotion. Chapter 42: A New Journey. Sanchuan Martial Academy, here I come. Teacher, what exactly is going on? What is the Beast God cult? And why did she want to kill me? Li Yuan asked, recovering from his shock. Song Xiaohan composed himself, suppressing his shock, and said, Xiao Yuan, you need to know that our world is fraught with danger. Besides the threat of alien beasts, the human race is not a monolithic entity either. There is a small group of extremists who worship strange beasts as gods and call themselves the Beast God cult. They preach the nobility of alien beasts, advocating that humans should cede some fertile territory to alien beasts for survival. They even publicly stated that elderly humans should be offered up as food for alien beasts. They're just a bunch of lunatics and idiots. Even with Song Xiaohan's decades of self-control, he couldn't help but swear when the Beast God cult was mentioned. This shows how notorious the beast god cult was, and how it was universally condemned by both gods and men. The beast god cult not only causes destruction in various places, but also frequently assassinates young geniuses of our dragon kingdom. These bastards are completely digging up the roots of our dragon kingdom and severing its future. His intentions are despicable. Song Xiaohan looked at Li Yuan and said, "You became famous in the martial arts exam, so naturally they have their eyes on you." Actually, before this, I had already dealt with a group of beast god cult assassins. Song Xiaohan pointed to the muddy, butcher's block next to him. As for this, it's the first lesson I'm going to teach you. Crisis is everywhere and cannot be prevented at all times. We must always be vigilant. Your response just now, cough cough, was not bad. But it also has flaws. That's because you weren't ruthless enough. It was about to kill you, why didn't you just smash its head open with that punch? Did you hesitate to kill her because she was pregnant? Or did you underestimate her because you thought you were too strong and had victory in your grasp? Regardless of the reason, this kind of mentality is unacceptable. Just now, if I hadn't appeared in time, you would have been at close range of the assassin's self-destruction. Think about the consequences. Li Yuan nodded slowly with a solemn expression. The teacher's reprimand is correct, I have taken it to heart. Can't bear it? Underestimate the enemy? Perhaps, it's both. After all, it was a human being, not a beast. Before transmigrating, Li Yuan was just an ordinary, clueless young man on Earth. Killing strange beasts is like killing chickens and fish, you can do it without even blinking. But murder. Li Yuan couldn't bring himself to do it, and he was confident in his abilities and felt he could control the situation, so his thought at the time was simply to cripple the other party. As a result, they almost capsized in a ditch. This kind of mistake can only be made once, and it must never be made again. A person who isn't ruthless can't stand firm. If someone tries to kill me, I will kill them in return. Only the dead can be completely free of threat. Li Yuan secretly hardened his heart. Xiao Yuan, you don't need to worry too much. The beast god cult is nothing but a bunch of rats in the gutter, they're unlikely to amount to anything. A hint of disdain flashed across Song Xiaohan's face. Once you entered Sangchuan, even if the beast god sect had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to attack you. However, you should be more careful when you go out in the future. The beast god sect will not give up easily after failing this time. Song Xiaohan looked at Li Yuan and said, this is a crisis for you, but it is also a driving force and a test. Pressure helps you grow faster. You can't grow towering trees in a greenhouse. Li Yuan nodded and said, I understand, teacher. Good, I understand. Song Xiaohan nodded, then asked, Xiao Yuan, have you mastered the rock-solid cultivation method? Li Yuan directly admitted it. Hiding one's talents? Only an idiot would hide their talents. How did the S+ special recruitment contract come about? How do grandmasters become their personal disciples? Isn't it because Li Yuan has been exceptionally talented? The word concealing one's talents doesn't exist in Li Yuan's dictionary, and he doesn't know what keeping a low profile means. The key is to fully demonstrate one's talent and effort in order to gain more resources, opportunities, and benefits. Only then can you become stronger faster. As for the threat posed by the beast god cult? Grass. Before long, they directly destroyed this damned beastly cult. A bunch of traitors, they've really given them a hard time. How did you do that? Song Xiaohan's voice, tinged with shock, reached Li Yuan's ears. Li Yuan composed himself and said seriously, it's very simple. I just looked at it once, tried it out, and then I got the hang of it. Teacher, isn't that how you did it too? Song Xiaohan? Listen to what people are saying. Can you master it after just one viewing? What kind of martial arts prodigy is this? The next second, Li Yuan dropped an even bigger bombshell. Actually, I've also mastered the basics of the Azure Dragon breaking the mountain spear. Song Xiaohan? A martial arts prodigy? This person probably didn't completely forget their past life after reincarnation. Song Xiaohan's pupils erupted like an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. However, things quickly returned to calm. Ahem, Xiao Yuan, your cultivation speed is not bad. It's pretty good. Song Xiaohan stroked his beard, deliberately put on a stern face, and said earnestly. But you must know that there are always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. No matter how outstanding you are, there will always be people who are more outstanding than you. The world has no shortage of geniuses. Never be arrogant or complacent. Do you understand? Li Yuan chuckled inwardly, but didn't expose the old man. He obediently nodded and said, "This student understands." "You're a promising young man." Song Xiaohan was very satisfied and waved his hand, saying, "All right, go and take care of what you need to do. I'll handle things here. Be at the Education Bureau on time tomorrow." "Okay, teacher, then I'll trouble you." Li Yuan bowed in greeting. I found the bags and packages I had just thrown away, checked them, and found that the contents were fine. He dusted himself off and continued on his way to Zhao Dishu's house. Seeing Li Yuan walk away, Song Xiaohan immediately looked away, took out his phone, opened the group chat sharing happiness and leaving hardship, and sent a voice message. "Ha ha ha. Old guys, you'd never guess how monstrous my new disciple is. Holy crap, I only gave him the rock-solid cultivation method and the Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear in less than 2 hours, and he's already mastered both. Back then, when I offered him an S+ special recruitment contract, you old guys hesitated. How about that? Have you been slapped in the face yet? Just watch, my good disciple will make you old guys' jaws drop to the ground and you won't be able to lift them up." The group chat instantly erupted in excitement. Seeing this reaction, Song Xiaohan was very satisfied. He deliberately ignored everyone's questions in shock, and instead called Haishi Town protagonist. "Come out and clean the floor." Li Yuan visited his homeroom teacher to express his gratitude for his guidance and care over the 3 years of high school. After leaving Zhao Dishu's house, he called Fong Ping and invited him out for a big meal, saying a proper goodbye to his only good friend from high school. "You dog, get rich. Let's bark at each other, you rascal." As they put the drunken Fong Ping into the car driven by their family driver, the chubby boy grabbed Li Yuan's hand and mumbled something indistinctly. "Woof, I must woof." Li Yuan was both amused and exasperated. I watched Fong Ping get into his car and leave. Li Yuan went home and had a good night's sleep. The next day, Li Yuan got up early, dressed neatly, disassembled the black dragon spear into 2 parts, put on holsters, and carried them crosswise on his back. Then I put on a backpack. This is all the luggage I have. I went out and headed straight for the Education Bureau. You can't take this gun on the high-speed train. After meeting, Song Xiaohan said this. Here, give it to me. Li Yuan didn't understand why, but he did as instructed. He unloaded the gun and handed it to Song Xiaohan with both hands. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. With a slight flash of the ring on Song Xiaohan's finger, the black dragon spear vanished. A spatial ring. Li Yuan blinked. That's right, it is a spatial ring, Song Xiaohan said. The internal space of my ring is not large, only about 3 meters in length, width, and height, but it is enough to store weapons, pills, and other items. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Fantasy novels, they really lived up to their reputation. Wow, there really is such a good thing. Seeing Li Yuan staring at his spatial ring, Song Xiaohan asked with a smile, "Want it?" Yes. Li Yuan nodded, his eyes shining. She thought Song Xiaohan was going to give her one. But he turned around and said, "Then you'd better work hard. This stuff isn't cheap." Li Yuan? You old rascal, you're really wicked. Ha ha ha. Song Xiaohan laughed triumphantly, like a mischievous old man. You little brat, you deliberately mocked me yesterday with your cultivation methods and martial arts progress. Li Yuan pursed his lips. But deep down he thought, I must find a way to get one. With this good thing, I won't have to carry a long spear around every day anymore. Li Yuan, thank you. Xiao Lingfang also arrived and sincerely thanked Li Yuan. Clearly, he had received a special recruitment contract from Tsangshuan Martial Academy and knew that Li Yuan had helped him in this. Today, he will go to Tsangshuan Martial Academy with Li Yuan and Song Xiaohan to report for duty ahead of schedule. There's not much more to say after that. The city chief, the director of the education department, the director of the military affairs department, the director of the public security bureau, the principal of the number 3 middle school, and others escorted Li Yuan, Xiao Lingfeng, and Song Xiaohan to the high-speed rail station and watched them board the train. May my Pingcheng prodigy enjoy great fortune in martial arts and reach the pinnacle of martial prowess. Sitting in my seat, I looked out the window at the eye-catching slogans hanging high above. Li Yuan clenched his fist. My heart is filled with anticipation. This journey marks the beginning of a new adventure and the entry into a new world. Tsangshuan Martial Academy, here I come. Chapter 43, Welcome Program. The straight line distance between Pingcheng and Ningzhou is more than 2,000 kilometers. Considering the detours and stops along the way, Li Yuan thought he would not arrive until noon tomorrow. As a result, we arrived at the station before it even got dark. Li Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how incredible the high-speed rail was in this world. After getting off the high-speed train, I was greeted by a massive crowd. However, Li Yuan did not join the crowd, but instead followed Song Xiaohan through the martial arts-only passage. Convenient, fast, and spacious. Direct access to the underground parking garage. When Li Yuan boarded the driverless car sent by Tsangshuan Martial Academy to pick him up, most of the other passengers were probably still stuck on the platform. This small incident makes the statement martial artists are a privileged class even more concrete. Seemingly guessing what Li Yuan was thinking, Song Xiaohan said calmly, "In this world, martial artists are a privileged group. You might not be used to it at first, but you'll get used to it gradually. A martial artist's privilege does not come from force, but from dedication, contribution, and sacrifice. The relatively stable world you see is the result of generations of martial artists who fought and sacrificed their lives with their blood and lives." Song Xiaohan spoke with a touch of melancholy, as if recalling his glorious past. Li Yuan nodded. How could he not understand this principle? There is no such thing as a peaceful and carefree life, it's just that someone is bearing the burden for you. Warriors fight against alien beasts, protect their homes, risk their lives, and brave wind and fire. They are the guardians of this world, and it is reasonable for them to enjoy certain privileges. The car drove out of Ningzhou High-Speed Railway Station, took the elevated road, and sped along. They soon arrived at the main gate of Tsangshuan Martial Academy. This is Tsangshuan Martial Academy. Alright, you two little ones are new here, get out of the car and walk in, and get a feel for the atmosphere of Tsangshuan Martial Academy. Li Yuan and Xiao Lingfeng got out of the car, while Song Xiaohan himself took the car into the school. For some reason, Li Yuan felt that Song Xiaohan's look from the car at the end was a little strange. However, he didn't have time to think about it. As soon as I got out of the car, I was stunned by the huge gate tower in front of me. Magnificent, spectacular, majestic, and imposing. It is over 10 meters high and nearly 100 meters wide. On 4 thick, jet black pillars, dark gold dragon reliefs spiral upwards, exuding an incomparably domineering aura. Above the gatehouse are 6 large, bold characters written in a vigorous and elegant style, Tsangshuan Martial Arts Academy. Standing before this massive gate tower, Li Yuan seemed to feel a sharp and powerful aura emanating from it. This is the Zikangshuan, one of the 5 top martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom, also known as the Tsangshuan Martial Academy. Holy crap! Xiao Lingfeng tilted his head back, his pupils contracted slightly, and he uttered such a shocking sound. You're so vulgar. You're obviously uncultured. All you know is how to get by with your fuck. Li Yuan gave him a disdainful look. Then, he took a deep breath, focused his energy in his dantian, nodded heavily, and said, "Awesome." Xiao Lingfeng? No, buddy, you. Let's go in. Li Yuan laughed and patted Xiao Lingfeng's arm. The two walked together into the doorway. Tsangshuan Martial Academy welcomes the 2 new students. Do you see that tree-lined path? Go through to the end, and you'll see a few second-year students in charge of welcoming new students. If you don't understand anything, just ask them. Our students at Tsangshuan Martial Academy are very willing to help others. After checking the special admission notices for the 2 students, the security guard pointed into the campus and said this. Li Yuan and his companion thanked him and entered the campus. 2 more fresh-faced newcomers have arrived. I hope they don't get beaten up too badly. Watching the 2 figures disappear into the distance, the gatekeeper muttered to himself. As expected of the Tsangshuan Martial Academy, I felt a distinct sense of pressure from that gatekeeper just now. He was probably at least a second-level martial artist. Walking along the tree-lined path of Tsangshuan Martial Academy, Xiao Lingfeng could not hide his excitement. Tsangshuan Martial Academy. I have finally officially stepped into this legendary martial arts academy. So, let the legendary life of the future god of war begin now. Li Yuan shook his head. Who would have thought that Xiao Lingfeng, who was so serious in the misty forest, would also have such a childish side? Indeed, a youth without a touch of eccentricity is a wasted youth. The 2 walked along the tree-lined path. Soon, we reached the end. There was a simple awning there, with a table placed underneath. The 2 of them sat down on the back bench with an air of nonchalance. There was also a burly, bald young man standing there with his legs crossed, leaning against the table, arms crossed. Upon seeing Li Yuan and his companion approach, all 3 wore mocking expressions. Something's not right, be careful. Li Yuan whispered a reminder, took 2 steps forward, and smiled politely. Hello, senior. We are freshmen. My name is Li Yuan, and his name is Xiao Lingfeng. May I ask where we should register? Li Yuan? The bald young man narrowed his eyes, sizing up Li Yuan. That Li Yuan from Xinjiang province? The 2 young men who were sitting behind them also stood up. Li Yuan smiled and said, although my name isn't uncommon and there are definitely people with the same name, I think you're referring to me, senior. Did you hear that? It really is Li Yuan, the legendary genius who got the S+ special recruitment contract. The bald youth turned to look at his 2 companions and gave them a thumbs up. Zheng Song, are you scared? Yeah, according to the order, this batch of freshmen should be your target. You'd better be careful, or you'll lose face as a senior if you get beaten up by them. We'll laugh at you for the rest of our lives. Ha ha. The 2 laughed and joked with each other. Get lost. Do you think I, Zheng Song, am made of clay? Damn it. The bald young man named Zheng Song was somewhat annoyed. He cursed and then looked at Li Yuan with ill intent. Being able to get an S+ special recruitment contract is enough to prove that you are exceptionally talented. To be honest, in another semester, I'll probably be no match for you, but right now. Zheng Song clenched his fist, making a cracking sound. I've studied hard at school for a year and I'm about to enter my 2nd year. Dealing with you, a newbie, is a piece of cake. As soon as he finished speaking, his inner energy surged, and his clothes danced wildly. His body was quickly enveloped in a true chi armor. A sharp and powerful aura erupted. Li Yuan frowned. What do you mean by this, senior? Xiao Lingfeng's expression also became more serious. He had imagined what might happen when he reported for duty, but he never expected it to be like this. Zheng Song stared intently at Li Yuan and sneered, you specially recruited geniuses are all arrogant and look down on everyone. And our orientation department has the responsibility to use our fists to wake you up. No matter how much of a genius you are admired locally, once you come to Tsongshuan, you'd better put away your ridiculous arrogance. Because being a genius is merely a ticket to enter the Tsongshuan realm. Li Yuan nodded. Got it, you just want to fight, right? Ha ha ha. Zheng Song laughed loudly. You're not wrong. This is a regular welcome program for new students in Tsongshuan every year. Consider it a gift from your senior when we first meet. Look at the knife. 1 second he was all smiles, the next he grabbed a battle sword and launched a fierce attack. Hee, you old man, you've been praising him to the skies in the group, calling him a martial arts prodigy who's only seen once in a century. I'd like to see if this kid is really as monstrous as you say. On the side of the tree-lined avenue, on the rooftop of a tall building, several figures stood there. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, their eyes shone with divine light, and their temples bulged high. They all clearly possessed considerable martial arts skills. Song Xiaohan was among them. The speaker was a thin old man with a goatee. When your good disciple gets beaten to a pulp, I'd like to see where you'll put your old face then, the old man with the goatee said, glancing sideways. Song Xiaohan glared at him, enough nonsense, dare to make a bet? Let's bet, the old man with the goatee retorted without backing down. If your apprentice loses, your jar of azure sea pearl wine is mine. I knew you old devil were eyeing my fine wine. Song Xiaohan smiled and said, all right, I agree, but if my apprentice wins, I want your bottle of Essence of the Blazing Sun. You really dare to ask for that? That's a treasure comparable to a 7th-tier spiritual item. But I agreed. The old man with the goatee readily agreed. Although Zheng Song wasn't outstanding in his year, he was still at the peak of the 1st tier, with a life level of 19.9, and was about to break through to the 2nd tier. Peak 1st tier opponent against mid 1st tier opponent, the advantage is mine. Get your bar ready, ha ha ha. Looking at the confident old man with the goatee, Song Xiaohan chuckled inwardly. If I told you that Li Yuan just instantly defeated a peak 1st tier opponent yesterday, wouldn't you be shocked? The others watched the two make their bet with smiles on their faces. Obviously, this is not surprising. Oh? They've already started fighting. Someone said something softly. All of them looked down at the tree-lined path. Chapter 44. This is a freshman? Seeing that Zheng Song would attack without warning, Li Yuan cursed under his breath and pushed Xiao Lingfeng away. The two of them dodged Zheng Song's powerful slash from the left and right. After dodging, Li Yuan reached behind his back with his right hand. It was completely empty. Then it dawned on him that the Black Dragon Spear had been entrusted to Song Xiaohan for safekeeping due to the high-speed rail security check. Who stole my Black Dragon Spear? It doesn't matter, I still have my fists. At this moment, Li Yuan still had the mind to let his mind wander, which shows that he was not flustered at all. Peak of Tier 1? The previous peak first tier cultivator had his true chi armor shattered by a single punch from him, his shoulder blade broken. Hopefully, the peak first tier fighters from Sanchuan Martial Academy can be somewhat more effective. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Li Yuan's true energy surged, instantly condensing into a thin veil of true energy. A veil of true chi. The other two senior students' expressions changed simultaneously upon seeing this. Back then, it took them almost 2 months after enrolling to master the cultivation method, and even then, they could only manifest their true energy to cover a local area. As for the true Chi Gauze, it took almost half a year to achieve. But Li Yuan, a freshman who arrived early, was already able to condense a thin veil of true Chi. You should know. It's been less than a week since the martial soul awakening, and only 2.5 days until the martial arts exam ends. In such a short time, not only did he reach the middle stage of the first level of martial arts, but he also managed to master an entry-level cultivation method. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Song's pupils also contracted, and he was horrified. He instantly abandoned his underestimation of his opponent. His realm has improved so quickly, and his martial arts training has progressed so rapidly. This freshman is truly a prodigy. No wonder he's a genius who managed to get an S+ special recruitment contract. Zhang Song let out a low roar and his sword strikes became even faster. Swish, swish, swish. The snow-white blade flashed. A net was formed, enveloping Li Yuan. The senior students are trying to intimidate the new students, but the purpose is to learn from each other, not to take their lives. Therefore, Zhang Song's knife was not sharpened. Even so, getting hit by it is definitely not pleasant. Li Yuan had no weapon at hand, so he wouldn't be foolish enough to take Zhang Song's knife to test the quality of his true chi veil. Quickly dodge. When Li Yuan was tested at the Haizhou Martial Hall, his speed had already reached 24.7 ms, which was close to the entry standard of the first order mid-stage. At that time, Li Yuan's life level was only 11.5, and he had not yet come into contact with any cultivation methods for entering the first grade. And now, Li Yuan's life level has reached 13.5, and he has also entered the beginner stage of the rock cultivation method. Naturally, they are not comparable. Its burst speed can reach 48 or 49 meters per second. The entry standard for the first stage of the second order is 50 ms. In terms of speed alone, Li Yuan is already very close to the first stage of the second rank. In contrast, although Zhang Song's life level is 19.9, which is only 0.1 away from the entry standard of the first stage of the second tier, his speed is still quite far behind. He can only reach a speed of 45 ms. In other words, Zhang Song couldn't catch up with Li Yuan at all. He swung his sword, panting heavily, for a long time, but couldn't even touch the hem of Li Yuan's clothes. I'm telling you, this S+ specially recruited genius, all you do is hide? Zhang Song shouted angrily. I have never felt so frustrated. He tried to fight a junior student whose martial arts level was lower than his own, but the junior student walked him around like a dog. Li Yuan retorted, you wielded such a long knife and attacked me, an unarmed man, and you even launched a sneak attack. You talk as if it's something to be proud of. What he said made perfect sense, and Zhang Song was speechless. Good. I don't use a knife. Don't run away. A real man faces things head-on. With that, Zhang Song tossed aside his sword and clenched his fist. Want to taste the power of my fist? Li Yuan shouted, my punches are just as fierce. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuan stopped dodging and attacked Zhang Song with his fist. Good timing. Zhang Song shouted, took a step forward, and unleashed a powerful punch with his right fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. It would be a disgrace if a second grader couldn't win quickly against a first grader. Even if Li Yuan is an S+ specially recruited genius, it won't work. What's more, there are 2 guys watching over us. If this drags on any longer, we'll be harassed by those 2 guys for the rest of our lives. Zhang Song had lost his patience and was determined to teach this new student a lesson. Bang bang bang. The two quickly engaged in combat. Fists and feet collided, and true energy clashed, producing a series of muffled sounds. The trees on both sides of the tree-lined avenue swayed incessantly due to the strong wind, making a rustling sound. Ah, that's great. Li Yuan laughed wildly. As expected of a student from Tsongshuan Martial Academy, his strength is far superior to that beast god cult assassin. It can withstand his torment. It's a good target and a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. Li Yuan fought harder and harder, becoming increasingly fierce. On the other hand, Zhang Song became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Wow, that's fast. That was a powerful punch. The attack was fierce, like a storm, and he actually felt somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, with each collision, he felt his true chi armor tremble, and the pressure was immense. Should we lose? No. Never underestimate the strong will of a senior student, you bastard. Boom fist. Smash it. Zhang Song stomped his right foot on the ground, leaped high into the air, pulled his right arm back, and then launched a fierce attack. His fist slammed down on Li Yuan like a heavy hammer. Faced with such a fierce attack, Li Yuan neither dodged nor evaded, neither avoided nor yielded. Now that we've warmed up our muscles and joints enough, this farce should come to an end. And it should end in the most visually striking way. Li Yuan bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity. My feet felt like they were rooted to the ground. The rock cultivation method was activated, and true energy surged rapidly within the body. At this moment, Li Yuan stood firm as a rock, unafraid of any impact. Get out of here! Li Yuan roared. He suddenly straightened his legs and simultaneously clenched his right fist, throwing a punch upwards. The force originates from the ground, is generated through the legs and waist, and is transmitted to the fist. Unleash maximum punching power. This punch has a force of over 3,000 kilograms. Can you withstand it? He's still a freshman, and his combat experience is too limited. He actually dared to take my powerful punch head-on. Zhang Song thought to himself. It seems he can already see the scene of Li Yuan being knocked down by his own punch. However, the next moment, he realized what it meant to have ideals that are lofty but reality that is harsh. With a loud bang, their fists collided. Zhang Song's expression changed drastically. He felt a violent force coming towards him, as if his punch was not hitting someone else's fist, but hitting a solid steel mountain. In that instant, the true chi armor covering Zhang Song's fist shattered. Immediately afterwards, the violent fist force, with an extremely savage and domineering attitude, broke through the true chi armor and slammed hard into Zhang Song's fist. Then, Zhang Song was sent flying by the punch, like a kite with a broken string. Holy crap! The other two senior students were shocked and quickly rushed out to catch Zhang Song. Even with their combined strength, the immense force emanating from Zhang Song still forced them to retreat 4 or 5 steps before finally stopping. Looking at Li Yuan again, his face quickly filled with shock and horror. Zhang Song was even more disheveled. My finger bones were broken, and waves of excruciating pain shot through me. My entire right arm trembled uncontrollably. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. The look in his eyes as he looked at Li Yuan was filled with horror. This is a freshman? A rebirth defying the heavens, terrifying beyond belief. Chapter 45 Basic Information. Senior, you flatter me. Li Yuan smiled warmly, like a spring breeze, and began to speak. At this moment, the moon is bright and the stars are few, and a gentle breeze is blowing. Moonlight streamed down the tree-lined path, casting a long shadow of the boy. Zhang Song gritted his teeth, the intense pain causing cold sweat to pour down his forehead. The way they looked at Li Yuan was filled with shock, a hint of barely perceptible fear, and admiration. It's contradictory. But this is a true reflection of Zhang Song's inner thoughts. Gurgle. Zhang Song swallowed hard, struggled to his feet, and said, Li Yuan, Jr., you are really strong, I am completely convinced. He was defeated by Li Yuan, and in such a domineering and unparalleled way, he was crushed head-on. Zhang Song had nothing to say and was completely convinced. He finally understood why Li Yuan was able to get the college's S+ special admission quota. The other two senior students no longer looked at Li Yuan with any mockery or provocation, their gazes were now filled with shock and awe. This freshman is defying the heavens. So, senior, could you tell me now what the procedure for early registration is like? Li Yuan stepped forward and asked with a smile. Zhang Song, jerked by the intense pain, hissed and said, the registration process is actually very simple. I'll take you there. It is the responsibility of the orientation department to help new students register. Only. When other new students arrived, they were all beaten up by the senior students, leaving them bruised and swollen, limping, and in tears as they were led to register by the senior students. But with Li Yuan, it was the other way around. But the other two had no intention of making fun of Zhang Song. Li Yuan's overwhelming victory made them realize that Zhang Song wasn't weak, he was simply too strong. If you put the two of them up there, the result would be the same. In that case, thank you very much, senior. Li Yuan was polite, completely unlike his previous domineering demeanor. You are welcome. Zhang Song gave a wry smile. Then, he took out a pill the size of a soybean, which was crystal clear. A look of pain appeared on his face. This is the Jade Bone Pill, a first-tier elixir that has the effects of promoting blood circulation, regenerating muscle, and reconnecting broken bones. It can be redeemed in the school's resource database, with a unit price of 10 credits. If one is injured while on a mission or hunting exotic beasts, taking the Jade Bone Pill to recover is definitely worthwhile, but now, it's safe to say they lost a fortune. Not only did he get a beating, he also lost 10 credits. However, Zhang Song did not harbor any resentment or other emotions towards Li Yuan because of this. It's very simple. He was beaten into submission. Ha ha ha. What do you think, old ghost Tang? How's my apprentice? Song Xiaohan laughed heartily, glancing sideways at the old man with the goatee beside him. This is unbelievable. A freshman, not only at the mid-stage of the first level of martial arts, but he actually mastered the basics of the rock-solid cultivation method in just 2 days. Moreover, the speed and punching power he just displayed are almost at the entry level for the first stage of the second tier. The old man with the goatee kept exclaiming in amazement. The others also looked surprised. Even those who are used to seeing geniuses are still amazed by Li Yuan's performance. Enough talk, a bet's a bet. Give me the essence of the blazing sun. Song Xiaohan held out his hand. Here you go, take it. You're acting like a death knell, but I'm not going to renege on my debt. The old man with the goatee angrily took out the essence of blazing sun and threw it at Song Xiaohan. Ha ha. Song Xiaohan laughed triumphantly. Junior brother Li Yuan, junior brother Xiao Lingfeng, you are new here and must not know much about the school's situation and system. Let me explain it to you properly. Zhang Song harbored no resentment and dutifully introduced Li Yuan and Xiao Lingfeng to each other on the way to report for duty. Let's talk about what just happened. It wasn't meant to make things difficult for you. It's actually a tradition of our Sanchuan Martial Academy. This is mainly for specially admitted students who arrive early. Most of the specially recruited geniuses are arrogant and look down on others, and this mentality is obviously harmful to martial arts cultivation. Therefore, the school specially arranged for second-year students to form a welcoming department to specifically curb the arrogance and pride of these geniuses. Even if the specially admitted students are geniuses, they have only been exposed to martial arts for a few days, so they are obviously no match for the second-year students. Certainly. Zhang Song looked at Li Yuan with a complicated expression. There are always exceptions. Li Yuan asked, are there many exceptions like me? It's not a matter of how many or how few, this is truly one of those rare occurrences. Zhang Song had a helpless expression on his face. We senior students are all little geniuses from various places, okay? I spent an extra year cultivating. If any random freshman could easily defeat us, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? We might as well all drop out and go home to grow sweet potatoes. In the path of martial arts, once you reach the later stages, let alone a year, even if you cultivate for 3, 5, 7, or 17 or 18 years, you may still stagnate. However, the initial stage of martial arts is a time of rapid improvement, and the difference between training for 1 year more and 1 year less is absolutely enormous. It's perfectly normal for a genius freshman who awakens an S-level martial soul to be thoroughly humiliated by a second-year student with an A-level or even B-level martial soul. Anyway, Zhang Song had been at Sanchuan Martial Academy for a year and had never heard of any new students beating up upperclassmen. Unexpectedly, I encountered this unprecedented situation myself. Zhang Song? On the bright side, at least he's made his mark in the history of Sanchuan Martial Academy. Zhang Song comforted himself in this way. In school, the most crucial thing is credits. You can think of academic credits as the hard currency of our Sanchuan Martial Academy. Credits can be exchanged for cultivation methods, martial arts, alloy weapons, elixirs, and all kinds of rare and precious materials in the school's resource library. You can even hire powerful people to do things for you. In theory, if you have enough credits, you could even hire a grandmaster to fight for you. Of course, the credits required to hire a grandmaster might have to be accumulated from the time of the Yuan man to the present. Zhang Song made a joke, then continued. As for ways to earn credits, there are many. For example, recycling. Every part of a mythical beast is valuable. Its fur, bones, teeth, and blood are all worthwhile. High-level mythical beasts are especially valuable. You can exchange these items for academic credits by recycling them into the school. Similarly, there are alloy weapons, various rare and precious materials, etc. The school has specialized appraisers to evaluate and price them. You can also take on tasks at the school's task center, and you can earn corresponding credits by completing the tasks. Of course, you can also exchange it with blue star coins, but very few people do that because it's too expensive and not worth it. For example, the jade bone pill I just took is worth 10 credits in the school's resource library. If you were to buy it outside, the market price would be around 1 million blue star coins. That is to say, the purchasing power of 1 credit within the school is equivalent to 100,000 blue star coins outside. But if you exchange blue star coins for academic credits, it would take 200,000 blue star coins to exchange for 1 academic credit. We've lost half our money, inside and out. Zhang Song shrugged. But Songchuan Martial Academy implements a credit system, partly to provide students with preferential treatment and convenience. On the other hand, it also provides motivation for trainees. Do you want high-grade cultivation methods in martial arts? Do you want a high-grade alloy weapon? Do you want all kinds of miraculous elixirs and rare treasures? You want it? Then work hard to improve your strength, and then do missions and kill alien beasts. As for exchanging blue star coins for academic credits, this is equivalent to taking a shortcut. Songchuan Martial Academy does not encourage such behavior, but it will not completely block it either. After all, if someone is really rich, then that is their ability and advantage. Therefore, a very low exchange rate was set. Li Yuan and Xiao Lingfeng exchanged a glance and nodded in understanding. Our school covers an area of over 50,000 acres, and each year we enroll more than 1,000 new students, totaling approximately 5,000 students across all 4 grades. The school has 5 colleges, which are. Zhang Song continued to introduce the basic situation of Songchuan Martial Academy. Before long, they arrived in front of a building. This is the new student registration area, let's go in. Zhang Song led Li Yuan and Xiao Lingfeng into the building. Chapter 46 In Songchuan, there is no fairness, only strength reigns supreme. Li Yuan, your dormitory is the number 1 luxury villa. The initial password is your student ID number. Please change the password and register your fingerprint and facial recognition as soon as possible after checking in. This is your one-form system, please keep it safe. At the new student registration desk, a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s with permed hair processed Li Yuan's enrollment and then handed him a brand new smartwatch with a smile. Basically, everything in school can be done through one form, which has several basic functional modules such as credit system, task hall, resource library, leaderboard, black market trading, etc. You can explore and learn about it on your own. Your student registration information has been entered into the system, and the 100 credits given as a bonus for new student registration have been credited to your account. You can check and use them through one form pass. The middle-aged woman was very kind, patient, and gentle. After all, he's an S+ specially recruited genius. Moreover, he is tall, handsome, and dashing, making him instantly likable. Furthermore, the fact that she was able to secure a position at the freshman registration office of Songchuan Martial Academy is enough to show that this middle-aged woman is no ordinary person. She could tell at a glance that the second-year student who brought Li Yuan and Xiao Lingfeng was unsteady on his feet and had weak blood and qi, clearly indicating that he was injured, and that the injury was recent. Then, considering the school's traditional welcome activities, the truth is about to be revealed. The second-year students tried to intimidate the freshmen, but ended up getting completely dominated by them. This freshman is awesome. In Songchuan Martial Academy, those who are powerful can gain more goodwill. Thank you, Auntie, Li Yuan said politely with a smile. Oh, you're welcome. If you have any questions at school, feel free to come and ask me anytime. The middle-aged woman waved her hand with a smile. Then he looked at Xiao Lingfeng. His smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold expression. Xiao Lingfeng, you are in dormitory number 47 Yellow Building, a double room. This is your one-form pass. Xiao Lingfeng. Does the discrimination have to be so obvious? The woman glanced at it and said, What, you feel it's unfair? You're not satisfied? Xiao Lingfeng immediately shook his head. No. I don't care what you think, but you must remember, in Sangchuan, there has never been the word fair. The woman said coldly with a stern face. Only strength is respected, and potential is paramount. To gain respect and preferential treatment, you either need to demonstrate strength that surpasses all others, or show potential that will attract the attention of the higher-ups. If there is neither strength nor potential, then there is no point in discussing anything. Xiao Lingfeng took a deep breath, bowed slightly to the woman, and said solemnly, "Thank you for your teachings, teacher. I will remember them." The woman's expression softened slightly. She thought to herself that although Xiao Lingfeng's talent and strength were only so-so, his character was good, so it was not in vain that she gave him a few pointers. After leaving the freshman registration area, Li Yuan asked Zhang Song, "Senior, can you tell me about these sky and yellow dormitories? They seem quite different." "Your feeling is correct." Zhang Song smiled slightly and said, "The student dormitories are divided into two main sections, a special recruitment area and a regular area, which, as the names suggest, correspond to special recruitment students and regular students, respectively. The dormitories in the special recruitment area are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, corresponding to the special recruitment contracts of levels S, A, B, and C. All of the heavenly level villas are detached villas, with only 18 in total. The largest, most luxurious, and highest equipped villa is the heavenly level number 1. Apart from the heavenly level number 1, the other 17 are of equal level. The number 1 villa has been empty for many years, and no one has ever moved in because no genius of the same generation has ever appeared until you appeared." Zhang Song looked at Li Yuan with envy and amazement in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the number 1 villa, which had been vacant for many years, has found an owner this year. This is definitely big news for the Sangchuan Martial Academy. But don't worry, although no one has moved in yet, there are state-of-the-art cleaning robots that clean regularly, so there are absolutely no problems with hygiene. Zhang Song continued his introduction. Earth-level rooms are deluxe single rooms, profound-level rooms are standard single rooms, and yellow-level rooms are double rooms. Even the yellow-level double rooms are much better than the dormitories in the regular area. I'm in the regular area. Zhang Song barely made it into Sangchuan Martial Academy last year. In his hometown, he was a genius admired by all and the pride of his fellow villagers. But when Sangchuan arrived, although they weren't at the bottom of the class, they were definitely at the lower end. Seeing Li Yuan's treatment now, I'm tired of saying I envy him. Before long, Zhang Song led Li Yuan and Xiao Lingfeng to the dormitory area for specially recruited students. Earth level, profound level, and yellow level are all in this building, occupying the 5th and 6th floors, the 3rd and 4th floors, and the 1st and 2nd floors respectively. Junior brother Xiao Lingfeng, you are yellow level number 47, so you should be on the 2nd floor. The villa complex over there is at the heavenly level. That one, which is like a castle, is the number 1 villa in the world. Alright, you two juniors, get some rest. I'll head back now. Having completed his mission, Zhang Song departed. In Sangchuan Martial Academy, strength is paramount, and this is clearly demonstrated in the dormitory allocation alone, Xiao Lingfeng remarked. Then he looked at Li Yuan and said, "Brother Yuan, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to live in a regular dormitory, let alone a yellow-level double room. I am deeply grateful and will repay this kindness in the future." Xiao Lingfeng was filled with gratitude. Li Yuan said helplessly, "I told you long ago there's no need to be so polite, but you're still being so polite." Xiao Lingfeng said solemnly, "Brother Yuan, don't worry. You've carried me into the Sangchuan Martial Academy. I won't let you down, nor will I embarrass you. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and become stronger." Li Yuan nodded. Sangchuan Martial Academy is a new beginning. Let's work hard together. Yes, keep trying. Strive. Xiao Lingfeng nodded emphatically and then said, "Brother Yuan, I'm going up now. You should go back and get some rest too." Good. The two separated. Li Yuan arrived at the gate of Villa number 1. On one side of the main gate, the 4 large gold-plated characters Tianzi number 1 are engraved, exuding a sense of prestige. "Hey, you there." Just then, a somewhat frivolous voice came from behind. A guy with a slightly messy, parted hairstyle and a somewhat roguish charm walked over with his hands in his pockets. He looked Li Yuan up and down, rubbed his chin, and said, carrying a bag, looking travel-worn, with a clear sense of naivete in your eyes, "A freshman, right? You're a freshman, and instead of going back to your dorm to study the one-form system, what are you doing running around outside?" This is the most prestigious villa, number 1 in the heaven category. Although it's currently unclaimed, it's not a place you can just casually look at. The roguish-looking guy spoke in a nonchalant manner. Thank you, senior. May I ask your name? Li Yuan blinked and asked. Your junior, though a bit reckless, is at least polite, the roguish-looking boy chuckled. Remember, my name is Rin Changfeng, I'm a junior this year, and I live in room number 13, which is a deluxe single room. Rin Changfeng raised an eyebrow at Li Yuan and asked, and you, junior? Me? Li Yuan said with a slight smile. My name is Li Yuan. I'm home. Ah? Ren Changfeng was stunned for a moment, seemingly not quite understanding. Li Yuan didn't say much and directly entered the password. Hey, don't press those buttons randomly, you. Before Ren Changfeng could finish speaking, a clear and pleasant AI voice rang out. Welcome home, master. At the same time, the heavy alloy doors slid open to both sides. The villa, which was originally pitch black, suddenly lit up with a click-click-click sound. Ren Changfeng? Chapter 47 Luxury Villa. Smart Butler. No, buddy? Ren Changfeng craned his neck, staring at Li Yuan with a look of utter shock. This number 1, is your dorm room? No. Li Yuan shook his head. Ren Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Li Yuan had come to visit through some connections. The next second, Li Yuan said in a serious tone, this is my mansion. Ren Changfeng? LLL. She's not your mother anymore. With a flick of the finger, the rap begins. With a small mouth open, birdsong and fragrant flowers fill the air. But Li Yuan interrupted the spellcasting in an instant. Senior, would you like to come in and have a look around? I'm fine too. Ren Changfeng immediately shut down the engine. The legendary villa number 1 in the heavenly realm, even those incredibly powerful and arrogant S-level specially recruited geniuses weren't qualified to enter. Old Ren has finally gotten ahead of them. Hey. Ren Changfeng followed Li Yuan into the number 1 VIP room. Wow. As expected of number 1, this is absolutely amazing. Other top-tier villas have a building area of 500 square meters and a yard of 1,000 square meters. And this number 1 villa has a building area of 1,000 square meters and a yard of 2,000 square meters, which is twice the size of other villas. TSK, this is outrageously extravagant. As soon as he stepped into the villa's courtyard, Ren Changfeng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked around. This is a villa in the traditional Chinese style. Blue bricks and gray tiles, flying eaves and brackets, carved beams and painted rafters. It features elements such as artificial hills, fountains, flowing water, small bridges, and pavilions, with flowers, trees, and shrubs arranged just right. Stepping into the villa, you'll find large slabs of natural marble paving the floor, smooth and shiny. Various solid wood furniture pieces and modern appliances are perfectly integrated, without giving people any awkward or chaotic feeling, clearly the work of a famous designer. Hello, master. A clear, crisp voice rang out. The light and shadow converged, forming a palm-sized image in the air of a cute girl with big eyes and twin ponytails, wearing a light blue dress. Hello, master. I am your personal smart butler. From today onwards, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Please bestow a name upon me, master. The big-eyed, adorable girl danced gracefully in front of Li Yuan, as lively as an elf. This is the legendary 5th-generation smart home assistant. Ren Changfeng's eyes widened in astonishment once again. Then I think about that 3rd-generation kid in my dorm who's practically an idiot. I'm totally blown away. Smart home assistant? Li Yuan looked at Ren Changfeng, he didn't understand. Ren Changfeng reached out to tease the girl while saying, that's right, almost every teacher and student in the school has one, which can help with many tasks. In addition to basic functions such as schedule reminders and visitor reception, it can also tailor a training plan according to your actual situation and select suitable tasks according to your needs. The smart butler can control all electronic devices and robots in the villa, and can also be linked to the 1-meter system to leave an electronic clone in the 1-meter system, so that even when you are away, you can still use some of the smart butler's functions. The smart home system has been continuously iterated, updated, and optimized since its 1st generation, and the 6th generation is said to be coming to market soon. But now, the 5th generation is the most advanced. Only professors and deans in the school are qualified to use it. The other top-tier villas are only equipped with the 4th generation. I didn't expect that the top-tier villa would actually have the 5th generation. Ren Changfeng was so envious he was practically drooling. Li Yuan said oh, and looking at the agile girl flying around in front of him, he said, I'll call you Chi-Chi. Thank you for the name, master. Kiki is happy to serve you. The girl spread her arms and spun around once, looking very excited. Tell me the basic information about the person next to me. Li Yuan wanted to experience the smart butler service. Chi-Chi looked at Ren Changfeng, blinked her big, watery eyes, and her clear voice rang out. Ren Changfeng, from Shachan, Nanhu Province, possesses the A-level martial soul, Wind Chaser Shadow Wolf. In 5200, he scored 8,050 points in the martial arts exam and was specially recruited into Tsongshuan Martial Academy with an A-level special recruitment contract. He is currently a third-year student at the Martial Arts Academy, with a martial arts cultivation level of the early stage of the 3rd tier. A month and a half ago, his life level was 31.7. He is skilled in using the Tang sword and his moves are ruthless. He has a carefree and outgoing personality, is very sociable, and is lecherous, especially fond of mature women. She's slandering me. She's slandering me. Ren Changfeng shouted immediately, reaching out to cover Chi-Chi's mouth. But Chi-Chi is merely a holographic avatar of the smart butler, she has no physical form. Alright, Chi-Chi. Li Yuan glanced at Ren Changfeng, who was looking exasperated, and raised his hand to interrupt, then said, Give me a Coke, ice cold, canned. Senior Ren, what would you like to drink? Green tea, Ren Changfeng said irritably, his face dark. Did you hear that? Li Yuan looked at Chi-Chi. Please wait a moment, master. Iced canned cola and green tea will be delivered shortly. Chi-Chi smiled sweetly. Li Yuan invited Ren Changfeng to sit down on the sofa. Soon, a silly-looking robot brought over a can of cola and a glass of green tea. Holy crap! I remember now. Ren Changfeng took the green tea and slapped his thigh. Li Yuan. No wonder your name sounded familiar when I heard it earlier. You got the S+ special admission contract from the school, right? No wonder I was able to stay in the top-tier room. Look at my head, I've gone crazy from practicing swordsmanship. Li Yuan smiled and nodded, that's right. It really was you, I knew it. Ren Changfeng stared at Li Yuan with burning eyes, seemingly eager to try his luck. However, he quickly calmed down. Forget it, you just enrolled. Even if you're a genius, you're only at the first stage of the first level. It would be a bit unfair to fight you now. However, with your talent, you will definitely be able to enter the 3rd tier in your 2nd year. I will not have graduated by then either. You must come with me to the arena for a match. I'll have to test your abilities, US plus genius. Li Yuan felt no emotion whatsoever, in fact, he even felt a little amused. 2nd-year student entering 3rd grade? He. By the way, Li Yuan, a friendly reminder, you must be careful when choosing a mentor. Ren Changfeng took a sip of tea and said seriously. Most of our instructors at Tsongshuan Martial Academy are 5th-level grandmasters, and a small number are 6th-level grandmasters. Compared with other martial arts academies, our teaching staff is much stronger. But there are also differences in strength among mentors. When choosing a mentor, besides matching them with the weapon you are good at, the most important thing is to look at their strength. The stronger one's strength, the more powerful one's connections, resources, and foundation become. The difference between a grandmaster and a great grandmaster is not small. Even among grandmasters, or among great grandmasters, there are differences. However, becoming an apprentice is a two-way selection process. Students choose mentors, and mentors also choose students. It's not like just anyone will be accepted. Of course. Ren Changfeng glanced at Li Yuan and said, someone as abnormal as you is definitely in high demand, so there's no need to worry about failing to become an apprentice. Li Yuan said, actually, I already have a teacher. They're really in high demand, Ren Changfeng asked casually. Who's your teacher? Li Yuan smiled slightly and said, my teacher is none other than Song Xiaohan, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy and a grandmaster. Ren Changfeng. Chapter 48 First Experience in the Gravity Chamber. Ready to exchange for martial arts weapons. Awesome. Ren Changfeng gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. I heard that Dean Song hasn't taken on any new students in the last 2 or 3 years, but I didn't expect him to make an exception this year. It seems you're even more perverted than I thought, actually developing a fondness for talent even for Dean Song. He seemed to have thought of something. Ren Changfeng suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. With you around, I can only imagine how lively the school will be in the next few years. Li Yuan, I'm really looking forward to your performance. Perhaps it won't be long before you're able to crush the second-year students. Once you're in the second year, you'll probably be able to beat the third-year students to a pulp. Damn, I'm starting to feel threatened myself. Ren Changfeng rubbed his face. Being defeated by someone from a higher grade or someone in the same grade is acceptable, but if I were defeated by someone from a lower grade like you, I would lose face. I'm outta here, I need to hurry up and improve my skills. Ren Changfeng is also a man who acts on impulse. After saying that, he stood up, greeted Li Yuan, and walked outside. They walked to the door, then turned back. Hey Li Yuan, come on, let's add each other as friends on Ebiaotong. If you don't understand anything at school, feel free to ask me. I'll take care of you. Ren Changfeng thumped his chest loudly. Li Yuan is not impossible. Although this guy is a bit impulsive and carefree, he's generally a decent person. Li Yuan doesn't care whether his friends have talent or not. Anyway, none of them have his talent. The two exchanged their one-form accounts, and a second person appeared in Li Yuan's friend list. The first one is Xiao Lingfeng. Then, Ren Changfeng waved his sleeve and left. After seeing Ren Changfeng off, Li Yuan wandered around the villa, carefully examining the place where he would live for the next few years. The 2,000 square meter courtyard is very spacious and has a nice view. The villa has 2 floors above ground and 1 floor below ground. The first floor includes a living room, kitchen, and guest bedrooms. The second floor has bedrooms, bathrooms, etc. There's not much to say, it's just an ordinary mansion. The key is on the basement level. Martial arts room. Virtual capsule. Medicated bathtub. Gravity chamber. Chi-Chi, let me introduce you, Li Yuan said softly, standing in the center of the basement living room. Yes, master. As the light and shadow converged, Chi-Chi's figure appeared next to Li Yuan, and her clear voice rang out. The martial arts room is 300 square meters in area and 5 meters high. The walls, floor, and ceiling are all made of a special C-grade alloy with memory function and force dissipating effect. It cannot be damaged by those below the 4th rank, and a 4th rank martial artist can cause slight damage, but it will recover quickly. The virtual pod boasts a 90.57% level of realism and can connect to the school's Songshuan Trial Tower for virtual combat, improving martial arts proficiency. Furthermore, rewards will be given based on the trial tower level and ranking. The medicinal bath is mainly used to relieve and repair physical damage and fatigue caused by training in combat. The gravity chamber can be set to up to 10 times the normal gravity, allowing for physical training and helping to push human limits in a high-gravity environment. Listening to Chi-Chi's introduction, Li Yuan was inwardly amazed. As expected of you, Songshuan Martial Academy. I never expected the student dormitories to have such luxurious amenities. 1 word, awesome. 2 words, absolutely awesome. So, we need to test the saltiness of this gravity chamber first. Li Yuan entered the gravity chamber. The space is not large, only about 20 square meters, and the furnishings are simple with no long items. Please wait a moment, master. The life level must be tested before using the gravity chamber for the first time. Chi-Chi followed her in. The results came out quickly. The owner's life level has been detected as 13.5. It is recommended that the maximum gravity not exceed 3 times, and the first use should not exceed 2 times. Li Yuan nodded. Let's try turning on double gravity first. Yes, master. Kiki did as instructed immediately. Li Yuan frowned, feeling a slight discomfort. I tried jumping in place, and it felt like I was carrying a heavy object. But that's all, it's perfectly within acceptable limits. 3 times gravity. Yes, master. Buzz. It felt as if an invisible pressure was pressing down hard. Li Yuan clearly felt his body become very heavy, his heart rate increased, and he had difficulty breathing. However, it is far from reaching its limit. 4 times gravity. Master, at your current level of life, 4 times the gravity would be dangerous. 4 times the gravity. Li Yuan raised his voice, revealing an undeniable determination. Yes, master. Chi-Chi was only offering suggestions and warnings out of safety concerns, and since Li Yuan insisted, she naturally had to comply. Under 4 times the force of gravity, Li Yuan's pressure increased sharply. It feels like carrying a mountain on my back. It was very tough. However, it still hasn't reached its limit. 4.5 times. Yes, master. Boom. Although Li Yuan had prepared himself mentally, the moment the force of 4.5 times gravity pressed down, he still bent his knees and knelt on one knee. My heart was pounding in my chest, like a drumbeat. Li Yuan could even hear the sound of blood rushing through his veins. Under 4.5 times the gravity, it's not just the feeling of carrying a heavy object, but rather that your entire skeleton, muscles, internal organs, and even cells are under all-around pressure. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heavy breathing sounds filled the air. Large beads of sweat slid down Li Yuan's forehead, dripping onto the ground and splashing up in small sprays. Master, the cultivation method works better when practiced under gravity, Shichi reminded her. Good. Li Yuanxiang supported himself and sat cross-legged. Activate the rock cultivation method. Under 4.5 times the force of gravity, even the speed of circulating true qi slowed down considerably. At first, Li Yuan's body trembled uncontrollably, but as the rock cultivation method was activated, he gradually adapted. Her complexion is gradually returning to normal. Training in a gravity chamber is not about training for as long as possible. It's best to balance work and rest, and maintain a proper rhythm. Shichi monitors all of the master's physical indicators in all aspects and concludes that the master has reached the current physical limit under 4.5 times gravity. For the first training session, 15 minutes is the best time. Shichi's voice came through. Li Yuan focused on his cultivation and did not respond. Under the influence of gravity, every second felt like an eternity. It was extremely arduous. But Li Yuan gritted his teeth and persevered. 15 minutes, slow and long. Finally. Time is up. Li Yuan was panting heavily, his whole body was soaked in sweat, and a large puddle of sweat was flowing down his body. Congratulations, master. The first cultivation session has yielded the best results. Your life level has increased from 13.5 to 13.7. Li Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard Shichi's good news. In just 15 minutes, the life level increased by 0.2. A bountiful harvest. However, Li Yuan also knew that this was because it was his first time using the gravity chamber and his first time breaking through his physical limits, so the improvement effect was the most significant. In future cultivation, there won't be such obvious improvements. Even so, the gravity chamber still brought Li Yuan a great surprise. And cultivating in a gravity chamber can not only elevate one's life level, but also improve one's physical constitution at that current life level. Even if people have the same life level, their physical strength will vary. On the one hand, it is determined by the quality of the martial soul. On the other hand, it is influenced by acquired factors. For example, if Zhang San's life level is 20.0, and we assume that 100 represents his current physical strength, then after training in the gravity chamber, even if his life level remains unchanged, his physical strength index can be improved from 100 to 101, 102, or even higher. This is where the gravity chamber truly shines. Li Yuan has decided that he will train in the gravity chamber every day whenever he has free time. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. After emerging from the gravity chamber, Li Yuan, guided by Qi, entered the medicinal bathtub. Rest, recover, relax. The path of martial arts involves the exploitation and even destruction of the body, which inevitably has a negative impact on the body. If it cannot be recovered in time, it will not only affect the efficiency of cultivation, but if it continues, it may accumulate and eventually lead to serious hidden injuries to the body. That would be a losing proposition. The medicated bathtub was designed to solve this problem. Lying in the medicinal bath, Li Yuan closed his eyes comfortably. Phew, it's even more comfortable than ordering a 3,888 meal. By the way, there are still some good things in my S+ special recruitment contract that I haven't redeemed yet. Li Yuan began to ponder. The scholarship has been received, so there's no need to consider cultivation methods. What we can exchange right now are martial arts techniques and alloy weapons. Li Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Qi. Qi, open the school resource library. Chapter 49 Void Star Treading Steps, High Difficulty in Cultivation? Yes, Master, Kiki will now open the school resource library for you. As Qi spoke, she raised her little hand. A huge light screen, like a scroll, slowly unfolded in front of Li Yuan. There are several main modules above. Cultivation methods, martial arts, weapons, elixirs, rare and precious materials, etc. Li Yuan glanced at it and said, "Open the martial arts library and display all low-grade martial arts techniques in the categories of spear techniques and fist and palm techniques." Yes, Master. The content of the light screen changes, switching to Martial Arts Library. The results were then filtered and displayed according to Li Yuan's criteria. Master, the selection process has been completed according to the criteria. The martial arts library contains 63 low-grade spear techniques, 108 low-grade fist techniques, 36 low-grade leg techniques, and 72 low-grade palm techniques. Many. As expected of Songchuan Martial Academy, its foundation is indeed profound. This is just the general martial arts library. It's important to know that many grandmasters and great grandmasters have their own unique skills, which they only pass on to their disciples and don't keep in the martial arts library. Just like the Azure Dragon breaking the mountain spear that Song Xiaohan taught Li Yuan, it cannot be found in the martial arts database at all. Want to learn? There is only one way, to become a disciple of Song Xiaohan. This is why Ren Changfeng reminded Li Yuan to choose his mentor carefully. At this moment, Li Yuan was a little dazzled. With so many options, how long will it take to choose? I now master 2 types of spear techniques. The Overlord Breaking Formation Spear is wide and powerful, suitable for group battles, while the Azure Dragon Breaking Mountain Spear has even greater destructive power and is suitable for attacking strongholds and breaking through defenses. With these 2 gun techniques, the damage and output are already sufficient, and there is no need for a third one in the short term. What I lack most right now is a means of survival. Methods of survival include defense, movement, speed, and stealth. After a moment's thought, Li Yuan said directly, display low-grade martial arts techniques related to speed and movement. Yes, master. Kiki did as instructed immediately. The content on the light screen has changed, and the amount has decreased significantly. There are 13 low-grade martial arts techniques that meet the master's requirements. Li Yuan checked them one by one. Low-grade martial art? Heavenly Gang Wind and Cloud Steps. Combining the chi of Heavenly Gang and mobilizing the power of wind and clouds, it can instantly gain a powerful burst of speed. Low-grade martial art? Ghostly Night Walk, suitable for movement in dark environments, as if blending into the darkness, silent and stealthy like a ghost. Low-grade martial art? 9 Heavens Moon Grabbing Step. Practicing this step is like stepping into the 9 heavens to grasp the moon. The body is light and the speed is amazing. After mastering it, one can use the force in the air to achieve a double jump. Low-grade martial art? Spirit Ape Leaping Skill makes the body like a spirit ape, greatly increasing speed and agility. They all look incredibly impressive based on their introductions. Although both are martial arts related to movement and speed, they have different focuses. Some emphasize explosive speed, some are agile, and some are unpredictable. Li Yuan was suffering from decision paralysis. Suddenly, he saw another martial arts manual, and his eyes lit up. Low-grade martial art? Void Star Treading Step. Cultivated by absorbing the power of countless stars, when used, the figure instantly bursts forth, stepping on starlight with lightning speed. At its peak, it can even traverse the void and chase stars and the moon. When used under starlight, its power is doubled. Note, this movement technique, when mastered to proficiency, grants invincibility at the lower grade at mastery, it rivals the middle grade, and at perfection, it is comparable to the upper grade. However, the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high. Extremely high. Extremely high. If not for the difficulty of cultivation, this martial art would undoubtedly be considered upper grade. The fastest known progress is 3 years to entry level, 10 years to proficient, and never reaching mastery in a lifetime. Choose carefully. Martial arts proficiency is divided into beginner, proficient, master, advanced, and perfect. This low-grade martial art, at the mastery level alone, makes one invincible among low-grade movement techniques. Practicing to the great mastery level is comparable to a mid-grade skill. Practicing to the perfect level is comparable to a high-grade skill. Terrifying. Now there's no need to hesitate, choose it. Therefore, decision-making difficulties only arise because all options are mediocre. If there were even one outstanding option, would there still be difficulty in choosing? He. As for the note mentioning that the cultivation difficulty is extremely high, who the hell cares? Do I have to tell you even if I have cheat codes? This kind of martial art, which is extremely difficult to cultivate and incredibly powerful once mastered, is practically made for a prodigy like Li Yuan. Therefore, Li Yuan didn't hesitate at all and decisively exchanged 4 Void Star Step. Student Li Yuan, student ID XXX. Successfully redeemed Void Star Step, and it has been sent to the student's school account. Please check. The smartwatch beeped with a notification. Li Yuan immediately operated the smartwatch. A semi-transparent light screen was projected from the smartwatch. Li Yuan immediately checked the Void Star steps. A moment later, it was indeed added to the panel. Moreover, the plus sign is lit up, which means that with Li Yuan's current kill count, he can fully meet the requirements for leveling up to the basics. Without any hesitation, Li Yuan simply tapped the plus after Void Star step. Immediately, this scene comes to mind. A figure was walking under the starry sky with mysterious steps. With each step, illusory stars would appear beneath his feet, dazzling and bright. The whole person seemed to blend into the starlight. It appears to move slowly, but in reality it is as fast as the wind, and it has a strange, unpredictable, and elusive quality. At the same time, countless cultivation experiences and insights from the Void Star steps were poured into Li Yuan's mind. It was as if he had spent countless nights studying and practicing diligently under the starlight. Let's look at the panel again. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neza Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, Mid-Stage of First Tier. Life Level, 13.7+. Cultivation Method, Intermediate Grade Rock Cultivation Method Beginner. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low-Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Proficient, Low-Grade Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear Beginner, Low-Grade Void Star Stepping Step Beginner. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Kill value, 148. The savings I accumulated through the martial arts exam are almost gone. We need to figure out a way to get some kill points next. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Li Yuan looked at Chi-Chi. Recommend some ways to hunt down alien beasts. Kiki responded immediately. First, you can accept missions in the mission hall, follow the mission instructions to hunt down the specified beasts, and you can also get mission rewards. Secondly, the school controls several beast hunting grounds where exotic beasts are kept for students to hunt, in order to hone their combat experience and willpower. Third, teaming up with other students to leave the city and venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts is extremely dangerous. Given Master's current martial arts level, Chi-Chi does not recommend this method. Li Yuan began to ponder. The third possibility can be ruled out: he's still a young kid. Venturing into the wilderness recklessly is like trying to go to the toilet with a lantern you're looking for shit. The first option, while offering mission rewards, likely involves targeting only a few or even a handful of monsters, making the acquisition of kill points too inefficient. The most suitable place for Li Yuan is still the beast hunting ground. Chapter 50, Exchange for an E-grade weapon and embark on a killing spree. Beast hunting grounds. As the name suggests, it was actually a hunting ground. However, what's kept inside isn't wild beasts, but exotic creatures. To put it bluntly, this is for the trainees to train. A martial artist isn't just someone who strikes a few fancy poses and kicks a few broken planks. It will involve bloodshed, battles, and carnage. Simply cultivating oneself can only produce hothouse flowers, possessing martial arts prowess but lacking combat ability. Such a martial artist is nothing more than a delivery man when facing a strange beast. Guess what this delivery is? The purpose of the Martial Arts Academy is to cultivate combat-ready martial artists who are capable, courageous, and skilled in combat. And that is the significance of the mythical beast hunting ground. A large area has been specially designated for raising exotic beasts, which trainees can use for fighting, hunting, and honing their skills. Sanchuan Martial Academy has 4 beast hunting grounds: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and super. The main distinguishing factor is the grade of the exotic beasts kept inside. In the primary beast hunting grounds, most of the beasts are mid-tier Tier 1, and a few are high-tier Tier 1. There are also a very small number of peak first-tier beasts, and even a few beasts that have reached the initial stage of second-tier beasts. Generally speaking, students who dare to enter the beginner-level beast hunting grounds must have at least a high-level first-tier martial arts realm, with most reaching the peak of the first-tier realm before they can enter. If you lack the strength, entering the beast hunting grounds rashly will not be a training exercise. It's suicide. Hoping for school rescue? I'm sorry, but once you enter the beast hunting grounds, you are solely responsible for your own life and death. The school will absolutely not interfere. They would only help collect the body intact afterward to prevent the student from being eaten by the monster, and then give the family a little more blue star coins as compensation. It's ruthless and cruel. But this is also to prevent trainees from developing a dependency mentality. After all, once we leave the wilderness, no one will come to our rescue. Therefore, the beast hunting grounds are risky, and caution is advised if you wish to enter. My strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary first-tier peak. Now, having also learned the top-tier movement and speed-based martial art Void Star Step, I now possess a means of self-preservation. They are already in an invincible position. Even second-tier beasts cannot pose a threat to me. Li Yuan was not an indecisive person. Make a decisive decision. Tonight, get a good rest and recharge your energy. We'll head to the beginner-level beast hunting grounds tomorrow. Hunt down exotic beasts and earn kill points. Nothing was said that night. Soon, the golden crow rose and the jade rabbit set. A new day has begun. Li Yuan woke up in the large bed of the luxurious villa, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After washing up, I went out and called Xiao Lingfeng, my dining buddy, to go to the cafeteria for lunch together. Sanchuan Martial Academy has 3 canteens: Bamboo Garden, Lilac, and Begonia. Li Yuan and Xiao Lingfeng were new to the area and didn't know anything about the restaurants, so they simply chose the nearest one, Juyuan restaurant. We arrived at the cafeteria quickly. As soon as they stepped through the gate, they were both stunned. Are you crazy? You call this fancy restaurant a cafeteria? It has a large space, a nice environment, and a wide variety of food. The aroma is wonderful. Compared to this cafeteria, Li Yuan felt that the university cafeteria in his previous life was simply a roadside stall. And more importantly, it's free. At Sanchuan Martial Academy, students don't have to spend a single penny on accommodation or meals. Certainly. The free meals are only available on the first, second, and third floors, and are just enough to satisfy your appetite. If you want to eat spiritual foods and medicinal cuisine with various effects, you have to go up to the 4th floor and pay for them. Moreover, it's very expensive. It's quite normal for a meal to cost several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. Li Yuan and Xiao Lingfeng did not go up to the 4th floor to dine, they simply had breakfast on the 1st floor. They then parted ways. Xiao Lingfeng needed to go back to his dormitory to focus on his cultivation and strive to break through to the 1st level as soon as possible in preparation for the freshman competition after the start of the semester. Li Yuan, on the other hand, went to the school supplies department. Martial arts techniques can be redeemed online via smartwatches to obtain electronic versions. However, it's best to experience alloy weapons in person before making a decision. Style, weight, feel, and material are all important influencing factors. Only by actually trying it out can you choose the one that suits you best. The place where alloy weapons are stored and exchanged is the supplies department. The materials department was located in a 3-story building, somewhat similar to the government service hall that Li Yuan had seen in his previous life. However, these are not business windows, but rather individual business rooms with ample space. They are responsible for services such as exchange, recycling, repair, and maintenance. As Li Yuan entered the lobby on the 1st floor, he saw many senior students handling their business there, most of whom exuded a menacing aura. Several people had bloodstains on their clothes. These are the students of Sanchuan Martial Academy. Rather than calling them trainees, they are more like a group of iron-blooded warriors. Li Yuan took a number and waited quietly. He called his name very quickly. Li Yuan entered the number 08 exchange room. The space is quite large, approximately 100 square meters. He was greeted by an old man with a bulbous nose who looked somewhat unkempt. "Young man, what would you like to exchange?" The old man sat in his chair, picking his toes, and asked casually without even lifting his eyelids. Li Yuan stepped forward and said, "Hello teacher, I am an S+ specially recruited student, here to exchange for an E-grade alloy weapon." "You're Li Yuan?" The old man immediately looked up and sized Li Yuan up and down. As expected of an S+ specially recruited genius, he is indeed a handsome and talented person. Li Yuan gave a slightly embarrassed but polite smile. "Ha, you're quite an interesting little guy. You're talented, but not arrogant. I like that." The old man offered a compliment, then his expression turned serious as he asked, "What kind of weapon do you wish to exchange for? Are there any requirements?" Li Yuan said, "The spear should be between 2 and 2.5 meters long and weigh no less than 120 kilograms. The shaft can be a little thicker." "Oh? I didn't realize you were such a strong, muscular man." The old man made a joke. Then, the old man had Li Yuan swipe his smartwatch on a machine to confirm his identity and permissions. After that, he got up and went into the back office to retrieve the E-grade alloy long gun that met Li Yuan's requirements. Not long after, the old man came back in a forklift. Several long spears were placed on top. "Come on, try it yourself," and take whichever one you like. Good. Without a word, Li Yuan tested the guns one by one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spear swept across the ground, producing a series of whistling sounds. Beside him, the old man kept nodding, his eyes full of admiration. Soon, Li Yuan has made his choice. It is 2.3 meters long and weighs 160 kilograms. It is completely black. The gun has some unique patterns on its body and feels great in the hand. Moreover, it can be disassembled into two sections for easy carrying, making it a very clever design. It's practically a Black Dragon gun plus. Let's call you Black Dragon 2. Li Yuan stroked the spear, thinking to himself. Are you sure you want this? 160 kilograms, isn't it a bit heavy? The old man asked. Li Yuan said, it's not heavy, it's just right. All right, then I'll redeem this for you. The old man quickly made the changes in the background. From now on, this gun, numbered E081, is yours. This is the matching holster. In addition, if it gets worn out or damaged, it can be brought back for repair and maintenance. Of course, there's a fee. Understood, thank you, teacher. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude. He split the Black Dragon spear into two pieces, put them into holsters, and carried them crosswise on his back. Leave. With guns in hand, it's time to embark on a killing spree. Chapter 51. Entering the hunting grounds, politely rejecting the senior. The beast hunting grounds cover a very large area. Even the smallest beginner-level beast hunting grounds are far larger than the Tsongshuan Martial Arts Academy campus. It's impossible to set it up inside a school. In fact, all 4 beast hunting grounds are located outside Qingzhou City. Many years ago, several grandmasters and great-grandmasters from the Tsongshuan Martial Academy cleared out 4 areas to serve as hunting grounds for exotic beasts. They kept exotic beasts inside for the trainees to hunt. Furthermore, there are strong individuals from the school stationed there to maintain the stability of the beast hunting grounds, clear the surrounding area, and prevent it from being attacked by external beasts. To get from Tsongshuan Martial Academy to the beast hunting grounds, you need to take the school bus. With the help of the smart butler Chi-Chi, Li Yuan was naturally able to obtain this information. Head directly to the school bus D4 boarding point. The school bus runs every hour, and Li Yuan arrived just in time. The school bus arrived in just a few minutes. Swipe your card, get on the bus, and let's go. An hour later, the school bus arrived at the beginner-level monster hunting ground. Li Yuan and the other students who were on the bus all got off. Looking around the place. In the distance, clouds and mist swirl around the towering mountains. These mountains in front of us, along with a large area around them, are all within the hunting grounds for strange beasts. It covers an area of over 200,000 mu. It contains countless strange beasts and has a strict hierarchy. High-level mythical beasts often occupy better locations. For example, the mountaintops or areas near rivers or water sources are generally the territories of second-tier or peak-tier first-tier beasts. Those who are weaker wouldn't dare to venture there rashly. Most ordinary students will deliberately avoid these places to avoid encountering second-tier beasts. However, the distribution of mythical beasts does not entirely conform to this pattern, and mythical beasts do not stay in one place for a long time. In other words, even if you deliberately avoid them, you may still encounter powerful monsters. If you run into someone, that's fate. It's entirely beyond our control. Outside the beast hunting grounds, there are 3 high-voltage electric fences spaced 10 meters apart, with a minefield in the middle, forming 5 lines of defense. In addition, a turret stands every 100 meters. It is equipped with state-of-the-art radar, machine guns, and suicide drones. The system will automatically lock onto and attack any strange beast that appears within the warning range. In addition, strong individuals are stationed at the school for extended periods. This ensures absolute safety. In any case, over the years, the beast hunting grounds have only experienced minor disturbances, never any major ones. Newborn? When Li Yuan swiped his smartwatch to enter, the security staff frowned and said sternly, "Nonsense. What do you think the beast hunting grounds are? This is no joke. The lowest level of the beasts inside is mid-level first rank, and there are even second-rank beasts. Moreover, once you enter the beast hunting grounds, you are responsible for your own life and death. Even if there is danger, the school will absolutely not come to the rescue. You're playing with your life." The staff members looked very serious. Li Yuan said, "As far as I know, the entry requirements for the primary beast hunting grounds are mid-stage of the first rank to early stage of the second rank, right?" That's true, but you're just a freshman, you can. The staff member's voice abruptly stopped before he could finish speaking. Because he saw that the freshman who had arrived early had actually condensed a thin veil of true energy. True chi veil. Mid-stage of the first rank. You're Li Yuan? That S+ specially recruited genius? The staff were utterly shocked. Among the freshmen, only Li Yuan, who supposedly obtained an S+ special recruitment contract, has reached the middle stage of the first tier. Li Yuan nodded calmly, that's right. May I go in now? The staff member frowned and said, your martial arts cultivation does meet the entry requirements for the beginner-level beast hunting ground, but I still advise you to reconsider. Perhaps you don't have a clear concept of how dangerous the beast hunting grounds are. Let me put it this way, the beast hunting grounds are like a martial arts exam venue with the danger level magnified 10,000 times. Not only are there more and stronger monsters, but there is also no protective shield and no powerful figures to come to our rescue. I'm not kidding you, people really do die. In fact, almost every year, students die in the beast hunting grounds. There was even a peak-level student who lost his life in the beast hunting grounds. The waters here are very deep, you can't handle it. Let's train for a few more months before coming back. The staff members kindly tried to persuade them. Clearly, they did not want a genius like Li Yuan to perish due to momentary carelessness and complacency. Li Yuan said, I know what I'm doing. I won't joke around with my life. I want to go in. You, okay. Seeing this, the staff could no longer stop them. They processed the paperwork directly for Li Yuan. Beginner beast hunting grounds, entrance fee is 5 credits. After 24 hours, 2 credits will be charged for every 12 hours. Less than 12 hours will be counted as 12 hours. However, since this is your first time here, the entrance fee is waived. But if you stay in the beast hunting grounds for more than 24 hours, you will have to pay credits. Sure enough, without academic credits, it's impossible to make any progress at Sungchuan Martial Academy. If Li Yuan hadn't signed the S+ special recruitment contract, he would have needed to spend credits to exchange for martial arts and alloy weapons from the resource pool. To enter the beast hunting grounds, you also need to use academic credits as an entrance fee. It seems I'll have to find a way to earn some credits in the future. Of course, the most urgent task is to hunt down exotic beasts and gain kill points. Strength is the foundation of everything. As long as you are strong enough, nothing else matters. Li Yuan successfully entered the beast hunting grounds. This time, he was well prepared. The backpack contained a tactical flashlight, compressed energy biscuits, and energy liquid. There are also bandages, wound medicine, and antidote pills. They were clearly treating the beast hunting grounds like a martial arts test, planning for a protracted battle. Excuse me, are you a first-year student? As soon as Li Yuan entered the beast hunting grounds, he heard someone speaking to him and turned around to look. The speaker was a tall, pretty girl with a ponytail. Holding a long sword and dressed in tight-fitting clothes, her figure was clearly visible. Yes, is there something you need? Li Yuan asked. The girl had a faint smile on her face and said, I am Zhou from the 2nd grade. Junior, the beast hunting grounds are no joke. Didn't you see the sign at the entrance? Once you enter, you are responsible for your own life and death. Just 2.5 months ago, one of our classmates died in the beast hunting grounds. Zhou expression darkened, and she continued, Junior brother, you are new to martial arts, and your martial arts training and combat experience are definitely insufficient. It is too dangerous for you to enter the beast hunting ground alone. Why don't you team up with us? I am at the peak of Tier 1, and I have 2 teammates, both of whom are at the high level of Tier 1. Just as Li Yuan was about to say something, a tall, thin boy with a perm walked over carrying a long, narrow sword and said to him, Sorry, Junior, I was just joking with you. Our team is full. Then he looked at Zhou, right, Zhou? Zhou frowned slightly. Wang Chong, don't be so stingy. This junior has no experience. It's too dangerous for him to go into the beast hunting grounds alone. Wang Chong lowered his voice and said, Whether it's dangerous or not, that's his own choice. Nobody forced him. If you bring such a burden into the team, not only will our efficiency in hunting alien beasts be affected, but if he acts recklessly and causes trouble, we will also be in danger. But Zhou was clearly still reluctant to watch Li Yuan go to his death. At this moment, Li Yuan spoke up, Senior, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need to team up. Zhou wanted to try to persuade him again, but after Li Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving her with only his tall and arrogant back. Sigh, let's hope he's lucky. Zhou sighed. What a reckless fool who doesn't know his own limits. Wang Chong shook his head and made this assessment. Chapter 52. My big gun is already itching for a fight. Li Yuan knew his senior meant well, but he was confident in his own abilities. They don't need anyone to take care of them. And teaming up with others will inevitably slow down the efficiency of hunting monsters. This is clearly not what Li Yuan wanted to see. Therefore, he chose to hunt alone. With a big gun in hand, I have nothing to fear. Li Yuan even felt a sense of excitement and anticipation. My big gun is already itching to fire. So, let the slaughter begin. Li Yuan chose the nearest mountain and set its summit as his destination. I plan to fight my way from the foot of the mountain to the top. He is currently at level 13.7 in life and at the middle stage of the first level of martial arts. But in actual combat, they could absolutely crush a peak first-tier opponent. As for whether he can defeat a second-stage initial fighter, Li Yuan felt there shouldn't be any problem. But I've never tried it. Therefore, if Li Yuan were to encounter a tier 2 early stage beast at the mountaintop, he wouldn't mind using it to test his true strength. Not long after setting off, Li Yuan encountered the first strange beast in the beast hunting ground. Looking at the massive rhinoceros in front of him, which resembled a small tank and was covered in thick rock armor, Li Yuan shook his head speechlessly. Isn't that veteran actor Rock Armor Rhinoceros? It really is true that you can meet someone anywhere in life. Whoosh! Li Yuan swung his spear, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. The gun swept through the air, emitting a whistle. Then, Li Yuan beckoned to the rock-armored rhinoceros with his finger. Roar! The rock-armored rhinoceros seemed to feel insulted and provoked, and immediately flew into a rage. With a low growl, it swung its thick limbs and charged towards Li Yuan. The heavy footsteps pounded so hard that the pebbles on the ground bounced. It has a single, sharp, black horn on its head. It resembles an ancient siege engine. Incredibly fierce and awe-inspiring. Facing the charging rock armor rhinoceros, Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, brandished his spear, and took a step forward. With a nimble movement, he easily avoided the head-on collision of the rock armor rhino. He slipped to its side. Make a decisive move. Azure Dragon, Mountain Breaking Spear. Li Yuan let out a low roar, gripped the gun tightly with his right hand, his arm muscles bulged, and his true energy surged, erupting instantly. A gun, spinning rapidly, thrust straight out. Swift and fierce. Like a green dragon crashing into a mountain, it carries terrifying destructive and penetrating power. Laugh. Faced with this domineering and unparalleled spear strike, the heavy armor that made the rock armor rhinoceros famous was simply no match for it. It was easily pierced by the sharp E-grade alloy in an instant. Blood splattered. The massive body of the rock-armored rhinoceros seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force, and it fell sideways, crashing heavily to the ground with a bang. A gaping hole, almost as thick as an arm, was gushing blood from his body. Roar! Roar! The rock-armored rhinoceros roared wildly. Driven by excruciating pain and the sight of blood, he grew increasingly frenzied. He struggled to get up. But Li Yuan didn't give it that chance at all. He moved with lightning speed, charging forward with a gun. The spear flashes like a dragon. Bang! Like a watermelon, the head of the rock-armored rhinoceros was pierced and blown apart by this shot. Slayed 1 mid-tier tier 1 rock-armored rhinoceros, kill value plus 21. A great start. Li Yuan was in a great mood. During this period, my strength has indeed improved a lot. Back then, when facing the rock-armored rhinoceros, we had to engage in close combat, dodge, and maneuver. But today, one shot and he's dead. This is the result of my hard work and sweat. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Continue the hunt. Slay 1 mid-tier tier 1 Shadow Fiend Black Panther, kill points plus 20. Defeat 1 tier 1 mid-stage Mythical Fox, kill value plus 19. Slay 5 mid-tier tier 1 Black Demon Army Ants, kill value plus 103. Slay 1 tier 1 mid-stage Beast Centipede, kill value plus 22. Li Yuan, armed with only a gun, transformed into a ruthless killing machine, unleashing a frenzied slaughter in this rudimentary beast hunting ground. They seemed tireless and never tired. Neza is the #1 killing god in the 3 realms, the embodiment of killing without saving. Furthermore, Li Yuan also awakened the killing system. Neza's martial soul plus slaughter system. Li Yuan is destined to embark on a path of becoming a god of death. Right now, it's just getting started. Roar! Awooh! Li Yuan mistakenly entered the territory of the Gale wolves. Wolves are not considered to be individually strong among wild animals, they can't even beat a mongrel. But wolves are social animals. They either don't send out any troops, or if they do, it's likely to be a whole group. These wolf-like animals clearly retain the pack-living habits of wolves. At that moment, Li Yuan encountered a pack of Gale wolves. It has 12 heads. They are all first-order intermediate stages. One of the swift-wind wolves was larger and more imposing than the others. It was probably the Wolf King, approaching the high level of the first tier. If it were anyone else, being surrounded by 12 swift wolves known for their speed would have terrified them. Even a high-level or peak-level first-tier martial artist would be in grave danger if trapped in such an encirclement. But Li Yuan was not afraid at all. Instead, a hint of surprise appeared in his bright eyes. In his eyes, each of the 12 Gale wolves seemed to have a number jumping around on its head. That represents the kill count. The beast hunting grounds are so big that even if more beasts are thrown in, the density won't be high. Killing them one by one is obviously inefficient. The swift wolf, a pack-living mythical beast, is Li Yuan's favorite. We can harvest it on a massive scale. Whoosh! Li Yuan swung his arm, and the spear made a sound. It seems to be a desire for killing. Surrounded? No, it should be that this whole pack of Gale wolves was surrounded by Li Yuan all by himself. He chose to take the initiative. He took a step forward and charged directly at the Wolf King. Roar! The Wolf King howled. The other swift wolves instantly pounced on Li Yuan. Get the hell out of here! Li Yuan roared. With a swing of the spear, it seemed to transform into a ferocious black dragon, sweeping out fiercely with powerful and domineering force. Overlord's formation breaking spear, second formation, Mad Dragon breaks the formation. Area of effect damage. Bang bang bang. Several sounds merged into one. Several swift-wind wolves that rushed close to Li Yuan were swept away by the fierce spear. Nothing could stop Li Yuan's progress. Li Yuan rushed to the Gale Wolf King and fired a shot with lightning speed. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold light, exuding a chilling killing intent. The fifth move of the Overlord's formation breaking spear, cold light cuts through the wind. Whoosh! This shot was incredibly fast. The trajectory of the spearhead could not be detected at all that could be seen was a flash of white spear light. Even the swift Wolf King, known for its speed, had no time to dodge. In a rush, they could only forcefully avoid the vital points. Laugh! The spear tip pierced directly into the shoulder of the Gale Wolf King, causing a spray of blood to gush out. The Wolf King fell heavily backward. Swish! Li Yuan swept his spear left and right, knocking away the charging Gale wolves. He quickened his pace and continued his attack on the Wolf King. To capture the thief, first capture the king. To break through the formation, first kill the general. Take down the Wolf King first, then slowly harvest the rest. Awah! Sensing danger, the Gale Wolf King growled urgently, as if summoning other Gale wolves to its rescue. At the same time, he quickly jumped up and fled. Whoosh! The Gale wolf is incredibly fast even when injured, it remains as swift as the wind. And that's where the name Swift-Wind Wolf comes from. But Li Yuan is faster. There's no need to use the Void Stepping Star step at all. Relying solely on physical speed, one can reach 50 ms. With explosive speed, it caught up with the Gale Wolf King in just a few breaths. Swish, swish, swish. He fired 3 shots in a flash. It directly shredded half of the Gale Wolf King's body into minced meat. With such horrific injuries, he naturally wouldn't survive. Then, Li Yuan turned around and finished off the remaining Gale wolves. Slayed 12 mid-tier Tier 1 monsters, Gale wolves, kill value plus 244. A bountiful harvest. Li Yuan used the pelt of the last Gale wolf to wipe the blood off the tip of his spear. Then he carried the big gun and left. Continue searching for the next target. Chapter 53 Team Up? Sorry, I want a solo. Li Yuan, wielding a large spear, went on his way, killing as he went. The goal is clear, the summit. In the worldview of mythical beasts, the mountaintop is a rather special place, usually occupied only by the most powerful mythical beasts in the vicinity. It is a symbol of its strength and status. They wouldn't dare touch a weak or inferior beast. Because of this pattern, ordinary trainees rarely head to the mountaintop when entering the beast hunting grounds. Most only go up to the middle of the mountain and then stop. The closer you get to the mountaintop, the greater the chance of encountering a powerful beast. But Li Yuan is different. He was knowing there were tigers in the mountains, yet still venturing into the tiger's den. Only powerful alien beasts can put some pressure on Li Yuan. Moreover, the kill points gained after a kill will be higher. Li Yuan, wielding a large spear, swept through the mountains and forests like a bulldozer. Unbridled and reckless. Every strange beast he encountered fell victim to his spear. On the other side of this mountain. It's somewhere a little above the mountainside. There were two boys who looked about 70 or 80% alike, each holding a sword. They are twin brothers. The older brother is named Zhao, and the younger brother is named Zhao. Their martial arts realms are both at the high level of the first tier. At this moment, the brothers Zhao and Zhao are fighting against 8 gale wolves. Swish, swish, swish. The snow-white blade flashed. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Their moves were swift and ruthless. Moreover, the two cooperated perfectly. Their positional changes, coordinated moves, and mutual assistance were all spot on, as if they had a telepathic connection. With 2 against 8, not only was there no danger, but they actually gained a slight advantage. Laugh. Laugh. The two shook hands and simultaneously tightened their arms, instantly switching positions. At the same time, they struck. The two swift wolves died instantly, going to the Yellow Springs together. After the battle, the balance of power between the two sides tilted further. The remaining 6 gale wolves were no match for the two and were soon killed. Great, little tiger, our teamwork is getting better and better. Zhao Long wiped the blade and chuckled. Of course, we're identical twins, we're totally in sync. Zhao Hu nodded, then suddenly said, Brother, how about we go to the top of the mountain and take on the challenge? Go to the top of the mountain? Zhao Long frowned. He naturally understood what his younger brother meant. At the mountaintop, the most powerful mythical beast on the mountain is most likely lurking. Peak of Tier 1. Even the first stage of the second order. If it were a one-on-one fight, neither of us would be a match for that beast on the mountaintop. But when the two of us brothers join forces, it's definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. At least, it's 1 + 1 is equal to 3. Zhao Hu spoke with great interest. These mid-level and high-level Tier 1 beasts can no longer pose any threat to us. This kind of experience is meaningless. Only peak-level Tier 1 beasts can put pressure on us and make our blades even sharper. Zhao Long frowned and said, But what if the peak of the first tier isn't at the top, but at the beginning of the second tier? We'll sneak up the mountain, no shooting. Zhao Hu seemed quite confident, spreading his left hand and using his right index and middle fingers to mimic walking, saying, If it's the peak of the first tier, we'll go for it. If it's the early stage of the second tier, we'll retreat. Zhao Long pondered for a moment. With a gritted teeth. Dry. Being timid and hesitant is not the true nature of a martial artist. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu was overjoyed. Brother, that's right. Perhaps we can use the pressure from that beast on the mountaintop to break through to the peak of the first tier. Zhao Long nodded, pointed his sword towards the mountaintop, and said, sword in hand, follow me. Walk. The two brothers, full of fighting spirit, headed towards the mountaintop. 2.5 hours later. Li Yuan, carrying a large spear, arrived at the mountaintop with an arrogant air. The mountaintop is a platform, roughly the size of half a football field, where a huge tiger is fast asleep beneath a crooked old tree. Lying there, it looked like a small hill. A hot air exhaled from his large nostrils left 2 distinct trails on the ground below his head. On either side of its mouth, a sharp fang, each over 30 centimeters long, protrudes, giving it a ferocious and domineering appearance. Beside it, there were piles of bones, scraps of meat, fur, and debris. It must have been the leftovers of the strange beast it ate. Saber-toothed tiger, a second-tier, early-stage exotic beast. Looks like I'm in luck. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first second-tier beast he had encountered, making it an excellent test of his strength. Li Yuan tightened his grip on the spear, preparing to strike. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he stared intently at the other side. He said in a deep voice, Come out. Don't misunderstand, classmate, we meant no harm. 2 boys emerged from behind a large tree and stopped 5 meters away from Li Yuan. They casually brandished their swords to indicate that they meant no harm. Li Yuan asked, Who are you? My name is Zhao Long, and this is my younger brother, Zhao Hu. We are both second-year students at the Martial Arts Academy. Zhao Yilong glanced in the direction of the saber-toothed tiger, and seeing that the beast hadn't been awakened, he lowered his voice and asked, "What's your name, classmate?" Li Yuan said calmly. Li Yuan, Zhao Yilong suggested, that saber-toothed tiger is a tier 2, early-stage beast. How about we team up to take it down? Originally, when he saw that the strange beast entrenched on the mountaintop was a saber-toothed tiger at the early stage of the second tier, he was already prepared to retreat. The early stage of the second tier was definitely not something that the two brothers could handle at their current level. But after seeing Li Yuan, she changed her mind. Although Zhao Yilong did not know Li Yuan, seeing that he had the courage to come to the mountaintop, he must be quite strong, at least at the high level of the first rank, or even the peak of the first rank. If the three of them team up, they might have a chance to take down the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger is a treasure trove, especially its iconic saber teeth. If they are well preserved, each one is worth at least 20 credits. If you include the bones, blood, flesh, skin, fur, nails, etc., a saber-toothed tiger like this is enough to earn 100 academic credits. There's an office of the school's resource department right at the entrance to the beast hunting grounds, so you can recycle things nearby. After it's done, we'll split the profits 40-60, you get 40%, and the two of us brothers get 60%. Zhao Yilong said with a smile. In his view, Li Yuan had no reason to refuse. After all, the two of them only account for 60%. Li Yuan alone can get 40%. Li Yuan got the better deal. However, I refuse, Li Yuan said calmly. Li Yuan, do you not trust our abilities? We are all at the high level of Tier 1, and we cooperate well. If we join forces, we have a chance to hunt down a Tier 1 peak beast. Zhao Yilong said in a deep voice. He wanted to try again. And you don't need to worry about us blackmailing you. Even if a student is in danger within the beast hunting grounds, the school will not provide assistance. However, if any incidents of students plotting against, betraying, or ambushing occur, the school will definitely deal with them swiftly and decisively afterward. No one would harm their classmates in the beast hunting grounds. Li Yuan's tone remained calm. I refuse to cooperate because I want to hunt alone. What? You? Zhao Yilong was shocked. After saying that, Li Yuan picked up his spear and strode towards the saber-toothed tiger. The tip of the gun dragged on the ground, leaving a crooked mark. Holy crap, is this guy really that brave? Zhao Yihu looked at Li Yuan's back with surprise and said, Bro, what do we do now? Zhao Yilong gritted his teeth and said, let's see how things go first. If things don't look right, we'll retreat. On the field, Li Yuan was already close to Saber-Tooth. The saber-toothed tiger instantly opened its scarlet eyes. Chapter 54 is so intense, and you're saying you're only a first-year student? Roar! The saber-toothed tiger bared its sharp fangs and let out an angry growl. As the king of this mountain, no strange beast has ever dared to disturb him. But now, an ignorant human has brazenly appeared here. The saber-toothed tiger felt its authority had been challenged. With a low growl, he flipped over and leaped into the air. Despite its large size, it doesn't appear bulky. Instead, it exudes a sense of strength and power. Strong limbs and sharp teeth. Especially those two huge and sharp saber teeth, like ivory, but even more ferocious and sharp, extremely intimidating. Thump thump. The saber-toothed tiger stomped its two front legs on the ground. Then, it used its hind legs to propel itself forward, its forelimbs stomping rapidly on the ground as it charged fiercely toward Li Yuan. It wants to tear this human apart and eat him. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Facing the saber-toothed tiger exuding terrifying power, instead of retreating, they advanced, dragging their spears as they charged forward. As they approached, they took a step forward, flipped over, and leaped into the air. He held the gun with both hands and slashed downwards. Bang! The saber-toothed tiger was enormous, yet exceptionally agile. He actually dodged the shot. The gun slammed into the ground, creating a deep trench as thick as an adult's thigh, raising clouds of dust. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger opened its blood-red maw and roared. The vibrations made Li Yuan's ears ring. The tiger's roar is one of the saber-toothed tiger's signature moves. At the same time, using its forepaws for support, it twisted its body violently, crashing towards Li Yuan like a small mountain. Li Yuan moved nimbly and dodged. The saber-toothed tiger then swept its tail. Its thick, powerful tail, like a steel whip, lashed fiercely at Li Yuan with a whistling sound. Li Yuan pushed off with both legs, his whole body leaning backward instantly, forming an angle with the ground, and quickly retreating. They successfully dodged the saber-toothed tiger's attack. Tigers typically use the following moves: pounce, swipe, and snipe. Unexpectedly, this tiger-like beast also uses the same 3 tricks. Having figured out the saber-toothed tiger's tactics, Li Yuan stopped wasting time. He slammed his palm on the ground, and his whole body spun rapidly like a top, leaping behind the saber-toothed tiger. The moment his feet touched the ground, the spear shuddered, and the spearhead throbbed as it thrust out. The chrysanthemum that points directly to the saber-toothed tiger. Swish swish. Laugh. To strike straight at the heart of the enemy's stronghold. The saber-toothed tiger shuddered instantly and let out a shrill scream. Blood gushed wildly from his anus. Roar! Roar roar! The saber-toothed tiger went completely berserk, twisting its body and lunging madly at Li Yuan. Stimulated by the excruciating pain and the sight of blood, the speed actually increased even further. But Li Yuan neither retreated nor yielded, neither dodged nor avoided. Draw your gun immediately. Azure Dragon Mountain Shattering Spear. A flash of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon. Laugh. The advantage of the long spear became apparent. Before the saber-toothed tiger could pounce, the sword pierced its wide-open mouth, penetrating its head and exiting from the back of its skull. Blood spurted wildly. But the beast's strength and ferocity were on full display at this moment. Even with its head pierced by a bullet, the saber-toothed tiger did not die immediately. Instead, it used its last bit of strength to swing its tiger claw at Li Yuan. Sharp teeth protrude from the fleshy palm, each over 10 centimeters long and extremely sharp. It reflected a chilling light in the sunlight. If you get hit, you'll definitely be disemboweled. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Li Yuan turned around and swung his leg back, his strong thigh sweeping out like a tree trunk. The trouser legs rubbed together, making a rustling sound. Bang! A muffled thud was heard. Li Yuan's kick unleashed a force exceeding 3,000 kilograms, sending the saber-toothed tiger flying sideways. It landed heavily, rolled several times, and finally stopped after crashing into the crooked tree. His head lolled to the side, and he was already lifeless. Fresh blood gushed from its wide-open mouth. Defeat 1 Tier 2, Initial Stage Saber-Toothed Tiger, Kill Points plus 80. Kill Points gained. Moreover, through this battle, Li Yuan gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. He hadn't even used his full strength before quickly killing the second-tier, early-stage saber-toothed tiger. Therefore, it can be inferred that if one exerts full strength, even against a mid-level second-tier opponent, even if one cannot kill them, defeating them should at least not be a problem. In short, it's absolutely awesome. On the other side, Zhao Yilong and Zhao Yihu were both dumbfounded. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. Holy crap! This guy's really something. I've never heard of such a formidable person before. Could it be? Zhao Yihu frowned. A third-year student? Zhao Yilong pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "It should be a third-year student. We've all seen those formidable second-year students, and there's definitely no one like this among them. It can only be a third-year student." After saying that, the two stepped forward. "Senior strength is formidable. We brothers have certainly learned a lot today," Zhao Yilong said with a smile. Senior? Li Yuan's expression turned somewhat strange. However, he didn't explain anything, but instead said, "You just said that this saber-toothed tiger is worth 100 credits? Zhao Yilong nodded and said, "That's right, that's still a conservative estimate." Li Yuan said, "Give me 80 credits, and this corpse is yours. Are you in or not?" Ah. Zhao Yilong was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. "You mean you'd sell me the saber-toothed tiger's carcass for 80 academic credits?" Li Yuan nodded. He didn't have a spatial ring. Such a large tiger would be too much of a burden. Although there is an office of the school's resource department at the beast hunting grounds, it's still troublesome to make the trip back and forth. Li Yuan's primary task remains hunting down exotic beasts and acquiring kill points. I don't want to waste time on other things. So we decided to make our move right here. Although it's a bit of a loss, it's convenient and saves a lot of trouble. Brother, I checked. The saber-toothed tiger's carcass is perfectly preserved, even its fur is almost undamaged, Zhao Yihu whispered. Zhao Yilong also glanced at it. All I can say is that Li Yuan's 2 shots were indeed very deliberate. One spear pierces the chrysanthemum, another pierces the head. The fur was preserved as intact as possible to maximize the value of the carcass. Take it back for recycling. 100 credits is the most conservative estimate. Perhaps the buyback price could reach 110 or even 120 credits. A huge profit. After a moment's thought, Zhao Long immediately said, "Okay, deal. Senior, could you tell me your student ID number? I'll transfer your credits." Sanchuan Martial Academy allows students to trade academic credits privately. 5202 XXX Li Yuan recited a string of numbers. Ha? 5202? Zhao Long blinked in confusion. First year. The 5202 at the beginning of the student ID number represents students from the class of 2052. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu always thought that Li Yuan was a third-year senior. Upon checking the credits, it turned out to be first year? Are you crazy? That's amazing. You're a first grader? Is there no law left? Is there no law anymore? Yes, I just registered yesterday, you two seniors. Li Yuan grinned, deliberately emphasizing the word senior. Zhao Long, carrot. Zhao Hu? It's a shame those two called me senior right away, now they're embarrassed. Li Yuan said, "Senior, please transfer the money. I need to continue hunting alien beasts." Oh, okay. Zhao Long quickly transferred 80 credits to Li Yuan. During this process, he also saw Li Yuan's name. After the transaction is completed, Li Yuan casually slung the spear over his shoulder and strode away. Holy crap, are the juniors these days really this good? He's only a first-year student, and it hasn't even officially started school yet, and he easily defeated a second-tier early-stage saber-toothed tiger in a one-on-one fight. We've both been training at the Sanchuan Martial Academy for a year now, and we still have to go around saber-toothed tigers. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Watching Li Yuan leave with his spear on his shoulder, Zhao Hu sighed in astonishment. "Alright, stop nagging and come help," Zhao Long shouted, standing beside the saber-toothed tiger's carcass. "They're here." Zhao Hu responded and ran over. Together, the two carried the saber-toothed tiger's carcass down the mountain towards the resource department office at the exit. Chapter 55, More points added, attributes skyrocket. Somewhere in the beast hunting grounds, on a thick, lush tree, Li Yuan sat on the tree trunk, chewing on compressed energy biscuits and drinking energy liquid. The black dragon spear was stuck in the tree trunk above his head. The dried blood on the gun gave off a faint smell of blood. Li Yuan's clothes and hair were also stained with a lot of blood. After more than 5 hours of continuous fighting, Li Yuan entered the mountain from the east, climbed all the way to the top, killed the second-tier initial stage alien beast saber-toothed tiger on the summit, and then fought his way down the mountain to the west. Even Li Yuan was somewhat exhausted from the intense battle. So he found a big tree, ate something, and rested for a while. Li Yuan brought up the control panel. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neze Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, Mid-Stage of First Tier. Life Level, 13.7 plus. Cultivation Method, Intermediate Grade Rock Cultivation Method Beginner Plus. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Proficient Plus, Low Grade Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear Beginner Plus, Low Grade Void Star Stepping Step Beginner Plus. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Kill Value, 1840. Before I knew it, my kill count had once again surpassed 1000, reaching a very considerable number. So, it's time for another round of fun skill point allocation. System, give me some points. Li Yuan did not hesitate to use these kill points. Simply because he deeply understood the principle that, to do a good job, one must first have the right tools. The stronger you are, the safer and more efficient you are at killing monsters, and the more kill points you can gain. Adding stat points will also rapidly increase your strength. A virtuous cycle. The more you kill, the stronger you become. Having kill count displayed on the panel is useless except for looking good. Only by adding points can you translate them into an increase in strength, and also gain new kill points more quickly to continue improving your power. Having figured this out, Li Yuan naturally wouldn't hesitate. Add some points. We absolutely have to add a lot more. Of course, his kill count wasn't particularly high, not enough to justify Li Yuan's excessive arrogance. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. There should be a priority when allocating skill points. First and foremost is the level of life, which naturally needs to be as high as possible. Li Yuan immediately added points, raising his life level from 13.7 to 16.0. Reaching a life level of 16.0 means that Li Yuan's martial arts realm has entered the high stage of the first tier. This marks another qualitative leap. This skill point allocation cost 320 kill points. Next are the ability to sustain combat and the ability to recover. After all, Li Yuan was prepared for a long battle, and this aspect had to be guaranteed. Therefore, after reaching the life level, Li Yuan chose to add points to the rock-solid cultivation method. This mid-grade peak cultivation method, when it was only the introductory stage, consumed a full 500 killing points for Li Yuan. Now, going from beginner to proficient consumes 1000 kill points at once. It's like a bottomless pit. However, after experiencing the powerful true energy brought by the proficient level of the rock cultivation method, Li Yuan felt that such an investment was well worth it. It feels like a small pond has turned into a lake. Finally, Li Yuan chose to add points to his martial arts skills. As one's level of life increases and one's martial arts realm breaks through, the total amount of true chi and its recovery speed also increase. Naturally, it would be time to improve monster killing techniques. Kill count 200. Overlord's Formation Breaking Spear, Proficient Master. Kill count 200. Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear, Beginner Proficient. After adding points, a total of 1,720 kill points were consumed. The investment is huge. The harvest was also enormous. Looking at the panel again, Li Yuan's face immediately showed a satisfied smile. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neze Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, High Stage 1. Life Level, 16.0. Cultivation Method, Intermediate Grade Rock Cultivation Method Proficient. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low-Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Master, Low-Grade Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear Proficient, Low-Grade Void Star Stepping Step Beginner. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Kill value, 120. In just half a day, I broke through a small level in martial arts. The mid-grade peak cultivation technique has reached the proficient level. The proficiency of each of the two low-grade martial arts techniques will also be increased by one level. I just want to ask, who else is there? Feeling his power surge, Li Yuan was filled with pride. It felt as if a broad and promising road was slowly unfolding before me. With the support of a god-level martial soul and a heaven-defying system, it would be difficult for him not to take off. Just then, a huge leopard-like beast leaped out from the side, biting the thigh of a wild boar-like beast that Li Yuan had just killed under the tree, and began to devour it. They clearly treated this like a buffet. Li Yuan thought, "Hey, you little kitten, how rude of you to eat other people's food like that, did you even ask beforehand?" Li Yuan was very angry. The consequences are severe. He immediately grabbed a large gun and descended from the sky. Laugh. A bullet through the head. He instantly killed this high-level Tier 1 beast. Slay 1 Tier 1 high-level beast XX Leopard, kill value plus 40. Li Yuan didn't even glance at the corpse before drawing his gun and leaving, showing extreme ruthlessness. We've rested enough, it's time to begin the next round of killing. Damn it! Why isn't that second-tier beast staying in its territory? Why is it running around like this? A tall, thin boy with a perm was running away while cursing through gritted teeth. It was Wang Chong. His condition was not good at the moment. His left arm was a bloody mess, seemingly torn by the claws of a strange beast, and he had lost a lot of blood. A little to the side of Wang Chong, Zhou Yu, the senior who had invited Li Yuan to team up, and another member of their team, Wu Fangfang, were also fleeing for their lives. Zhou Yu is in relatively good condition and has no obvious injuries. But Wu Fangfang was in a worse situation. Blood was gushing from her left thigh, which not only greatly affected her speed, but if it continued to flow like this, she would soon lose too much blood. Although martial artists have strong physical abilities, they cannot withstand such a large amount of bleeding. We should treat Wu Fangfang's wounds immediately and stop the bleeding. But they dared not stop. The two of them carried Zhou Yu and fled for their lives, with a second-tier early-stage alien beast relentlessly pursuing them. It was a huge, imposing black bear-like beast. With strong and powerful limbs, it stands more than 3 meters tall. Its entire body is covered in thick black hair, its skin is rough and its flesh is thick, and it possesses immense strength. Fangs and claws are the most ferocious weapons. A Tier 2, initial stage beast, Silver Ring Bloodscale Bear. A very ferocious mythical beast. Zhou Yu and her two companions were also unlucky. They had been deliberately avoiding areas where high-level beasts might appear, but they still ran into the silver ring bloodscale bear. They are no match at all. Upon meeting, both Wu Fangfang and Wang Chong were injured. Only Zhou Yu, who was slightly stronger, did not suffer any significant injuries. There was no other way but to run for your life. The silver ring bloodscale bear clearly wasn't going to miss out on this sumptuous dinner, roaring as it relentlessly pursued the bear. The silver ring bloodscale bear was already quite fast, and with Wu Fangfang and Wang Chong both injured, escape became even more impossible. The silver ring bloodscale bear was getting closer and closer. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and roared, "Zhou Yu! If this continues, we'll all die." Zhou Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" Wang Chong glanced at Wu Fangfang and said, "With Fangfang on our backs, no one can escape." The implication is that he wanted to abandon Wu Fangfang and escape. Chapter 56 Senior, how have you been? No, don't leave me. Wu Fangfang understood Wang Chang's implied meaning and quickly pleaded. To be abandoned means death. Zhou Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Fangfang is our classmate and our comrade in arms." Wang Chong roared, "If there were even the slightest chance, do you think I would be willing to abandon my comrades?" But as you can see, that beast is getting closer and closer, and with Fangfang in tow, the three of us can't escape. Rather than die together, it's better to keep our bodies useful so we can kill more monsters and avenge her in the future. Zhou Yu also knew that what Wang Chong said was true. If they run at full speed, they still have a chance to escape. However, with her thigh injury, Wu Fangfang's speed would inevitably be affected, making it almost certain that she would be caught up by the silver ring bloodscale bear. At that time, I fear all three of them will be in danger. That makes sense, but Zhou Yu just couldn't bring herself to abandon her companions. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy footsteps of the silver ring bloodscale bear grew closer. A fierce aura seemed to be surging forth. Grass. Wang Chong cursed. I looked back. The silver ring bloodscale bear is already close in. His lips twitched twice, and with a gritted teeth and a determined heart, he released his grip on Wu Fangfang's hand. I'm sorry, I don't want to die. I still have parents and younger siblings. If I die, they will be very sad. I don't want to die here. I can't die here. Sorry. Wang Chong shook off Zhou Yu and Wu Fangfang, abandoning them, and fled for his life alone. Zhou Yu, don't abandon me, let's escape together, don't abandon me. Wu Fangfang pleaded, her voice trembling with tears. Zhou Yu clenched her teeth. I will not abandon my comrades. His voice was firm and resolute. It's foolish, but that's Zhou Yu's choice. Without Wang Chang's help, Zhou Yu's speed was further affected as she carried Wu Fangfang. The silver ring bloodscale bear quickly caught up. Roar! He roared. The silver ring bloodscale bear pounced fiercely, its massive body hovering in the air, casting a heavy shadow on the ground. Zhou Yu and Wu Fangfang were both in despair. However, at that moment, whoosh! A whooshing sound rang out. Suddenly, a jet-black spear, like a ferocious and domineering black dragon, burst forth from the forest. The snow-white spearhead reflected a chilling light. The gun barrel spun, tearing through the air and producing a sharp, chilling whistle. Laugh! The spear spun directly and pierced the silver ring bloodscale bear's side ribs, creating a bloody hole as thick as an adult's upper arm. Moreover, the immense force of the spear sent the silver ring bloodscale bear flying to the side. With a thud, it hit the ground, making a dull thud. Roar! Roar! The silver ring bloodscale bear let out an angry roar. His eyes were filled with ferocity. The giant bear slammed its paw heavily on the ground, got up, and was about to sweep away the large gun on its body. But just then, a tall figure rushed over at top speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the silver ring bloodscale bear, leaped up, and rode directly on its back. A fist the size of a sandbag slammed down. Bang, 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 bang. Punch after punch. Fists rained down on him. Every punch lands squarely. The sound was terrifying. Each punch carries a terrifying force of over 3,000 kilograms. The silver ring bloodscale bear's head was smashed to pieces after taking several punches. At first, it roared and struggled. Soon, there was no more movement. His head was almost smashed. Red and white, stained with blood. The scene was somewhat inappropriate for children. All of this happened extremely suddenly. Zhou Yu and Wu Fangfang only came to their senses after the silver ring bloodscale bear was killed. The two women stared blankly at the tall, arrogant figure riding on the silver ring bloodscale bear, their pupils trembling with shock. That's incredible. A dignified second-tier, early-stage alien beast was instantly killed in front of him, just like a chick. His strength is probably already at the mid-stage or even high stage of the second tier. Terrifying. Thank you so much for saving my life, classmate. Zhou Yu quickly led Wu Fangfang forward a couple of steps to express her gratitude. Senior Zhou Yu, how have you been? Li Yuan turned around and grinned. His face was splattered with blood. She revealed her snow-white teeth. It looks rather creepy. Li Yuan? Zhou Yu was stunned. Isn't this the junior she met at the entrance to the beast hunting grounds? Then, Zhou Yu overheard part of the conversation between the staff at the beast hunting grounds and Li Yuan, and learned that the latter was a freshman. She was even thinking of teaming him up and taking care of him. Result? Only half a day had passed, and he was actually saved by a junior from elementary school. He was seriously wounded by a gunshot and killed by several punches. That's a Tier 2, Stage 1 beast. If it weren't for the fact that her team of 3 had been overwhelmed by the silver ring bloodscale bear in a single encounter, leaving everyone injured, Zhou Yu would have almost thought that the silver ring bloodscale bear was fake. You're so amazing. Zhou Yu's pretty face couldn't hide her shock. I even invited you to team up with me back then, intending to take care of you. So, your strength has already surpassed mine by so much. Li Yuan jumped off the corpse of the silver ring bloodscale bear and laughed. Senior, although I didn't team up with you, I still remember your kindness. With the crisis resolved, Zhou Yu felt much more relaxed. Looking at Li Yuan, he said, Junior, you've only just arrived and you're already so amazing. It makes us senior students feel ashamed. Just lucky. Li Yuan smiled slightly, then asked, by the way, didn't your team have someone else? Could it be that he? Zhou Yu's expression darkened, and she said, just now, he abandoned us and ran away to save his own life. Li Yuan said, I see. In such a critical moment, wanting to survive is not wrong, and I can understand that. Then, she changed the subject, her tone becoming much colder. But understanding is one thing, but that doesn't stop me from looking down on people like that. Furthermore, I will never be friends with such a person. Understanding does not equate to acceptance. Understanding does not equate to forgiveness. It can only be said that those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Zhou Yu nodded. She shared similar thoughts with Li Yuan. She could understand Wang Chang's choice to survive, but deep down she couldn't forgive his abandonment. Understand, but don't respect. However, Zhou Yu didn't say anything more, but simply helped Wu Fangfang bandage her wound to stop the bleeding. Senior, are you interested in this big, clumsy bear corpse? Li Yuan drew his spear, pointed the tip at the silver ring bloodscale bear's corpse, and asked. Zhou Yu looked at him and quickly guessed what he meant. You want to trade the corpse to me? Li Yuan nodded. That's right, I still need to continue hunting exotic beasts and don't have time to recycle them, so I'd like to ask you for a favor, Senior. Zhou Yu smiled gently. Saying you're helping is too much. You just saved both of our lives. This little thing is nothing to us. Here's what I'll do, Junior. I'll give you 200 credits. I'll take this body and dispose of it. Li Yuan said, this corpse is in such a state that I beat it up, it's not worth 200 credits anymore. Senior, don't give me a high price just because I saved it. But I really don't know much about it, so 100 credits it is. Junior, you. Zhou Yu wanted to say something more, but seeing Li Yuan's firm attitude, she stopped dwelling on the issue. Li Yuan was awarded 100 credits on the spot. Are you sure you can handle this? Li Yuan asked, looking at the two girls, one of whom was seriously injured. Zhou Yu said casually, don't worry, the resource department's recycling center offers door-to-door recycling services. As for me, don't underestimate me, okay? I'm at the peak of the first tier. As long as I don't encounter any more second-tier beasts, I'll be fine. Go ahead, Junior, don't waste your time. Zhou Yu waved her hand. In that case, I'll be going. Please be careful. Li Yuan acted decisively, drawing his gun and leaving. Chapter 57, Were all the strange beasts killed? This is fucking bizarre. There are monster corpses everywhere. I haven't seen a single one breathing along the way. When I came in, I specifically checked the notice posted outside. The beast hunting grounds just received a new batch of live beasts a week ago, so there should be plenty. But we've been wandering around here for so long, and it still hasn't opened for business. Could it be that some powerful person killed all the monsters before us? Who could be so strong? Inside the beginner-level exotic beast hunting grounds, Chen Anping and Su Nianfeng, second-year students of the Martial Arts Academy at Sangshuan Martial Academy, looked at the corpse of the strange beast on the ground with puzzled and helpless expressions. They originally came in as a team to train and, incidentally, to collect some valuable materials from exotic beasts to recycle and exchange for academic credits. Result? I've been wandering around here for ages, and I haven't even seen a single living beast. All I saw along the way were corpses. Moreover, these strange beasts all died in extremely gruesome ways. Some had their heads burst open like watermelons, while others had bloody holes as thick as arms in their bodies. Some of them were even completely reduced to a pile of rotten flesh. One can imagine how domineering and violent the person who made the move was. It was as if a humanoid monster was sweeping through, killing everything in its path. The corpses left on this ground. Whatever the reason, let's speed things up. We can't just make a wasted trip, wasting credits and gaining nothing at all. That would be a huge loss for us. After discussing it, the two decided to stop being so cautious and meticulous. Let's speed things up and accelerate the exploration. Finally. More than half an hour later, Chen Anping and Su Nianfeng finally spotted the first living beast beside a stream. It was an ugly toad. Although it's called a toad, its size is comparable to that of a calf. He was lying on the ground, looking like a wild boss. Its entire body was covered in sarcomas, gleaming with a disgusting dark green light, its eyeballs bulging out, and its mouth wide open. Green poison toad. A first-tier peak-level alien beast. Its offensive and defensive attributes are not very high, and its speed is also just average. But this beast is highly poisonous. Whether it's saliva, blood, or claws, they all contain toxins. Moreover, he is very unattractive to the audience. Therefore, under normal circumstances, very few trainees would choose to fight against such disgusting alien beasts. If you lose, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Even if you win, you'll still feel incredibly disgusted. It really proves the saying, a toad on your foot, it may not bite, but it's disgusting. This green poisonous toad is both biting and disgusting. But at this moment, the two boys found the green poisonous toad, covered in disgusting bumps, to be exceptionally handsome. It's even kind of cute. Both of them were on the verge of tears of joy. If they can't find the strange beast, they'll probably have made a wasted trip and returned empty-handed. Chen Anping and Su Nianfeng exchanged a glance, then nodded simultaneously. Then, one to the left and one to the right. One man wields a sword, the other a knife. They charged toward the toad. However, just when the two were still 8 or 9 meters away from the green poison toad, a sharp, chilling whistling sound suddenly rang out. Both of them felt a jolt in their hearts and instinctively dodged to avoid it, glancing warily around. Suddenly, a huge, long, thick, and black thing shot out. Like a giant arrow shot from a ballista, its snow-white tip reflects a cold glint in the sunlight. It swept through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. It was incredibly fast. Croak! The green poisonous toad squeaked in surprise. Then, laugh! The giant arrow pierced right through it. It was pinned to the ground, trembling violently. The green poisonous toad is incredibly resilient. Even with its body pierced through, it didn't die, letting out a shrill scream and struggling frantically. However, no matter how much it struggled, it could not budge an inch. Only then did the two boys realize that it wasn't a giant arrow at all, but a pitch-black spear. Immediately afterwards, the sound of wind breaking rang out. A tall, imposing figure leaped out, landing heavily with a dull thud, leaving deep footprints on the ground. He was actually holding up a huge rock with one hand. It's like the Overlord lifting a tripod with one hand. This scene is visually stunning. It was none other than Li Yuan. He lifted the boulder with one hand and ran wildly. As he approached the green poison toad, he took a step forward and slammed his foot into the ground with a loud bang. The area where he landed collapsed, while Li Yuan leaped high into the air. Instead, he held the boulder with both hands. It slammed down fiercely. Thump! The boulder, like Mount Tai pressing down, crushed the green poison toad into a bloody pulp. The dark green, highly toxic liquid splattered wildly. The two boys reacted quickly, retreating and using the thick tree as cover to avoid being splashed with that disgusting stuff. After quickly dealing with the green poison toads, Li Yuan drew his spear, walked to the stream, and washed the blood and venom off the spear shaft and tip. He also washed his hands and face. During such a long battle, Li Yuan couldn't maintain his true chi armor at all times, so he inevitably got splattered with blood. Wash it, and you'll be healthier. Classmate? Just then, a voice came from behind. Li Yuan had actually noticed the two people's presence long ago. The reason he threw the spear from a distance earlier was twofold. Firstly, he found the appearance of the green poisonous toad disgusting, and secondly, he wanted to steal the monster. First come, first served. Li Yuan rubbed his hands with the stream water, stood up, and looked back. What's up? Shen Anping laughed and said, Classmate, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask if you know who killed all the strange beasts in this mountain. Li Yuan said calmly, It's me. Shen Anping and Sun Yanfang's expressions changed simultaneously. Although they had some guesses after witnessing Li Yuan's thunderous attack, they felt that this person had almost wiped out all the alien beasts. But hearing him admit it himself now still leaves me deeply shocked. Your classmate looks unfamiliar, Sun Yanfang said. Li Yuan said, I only reported for duty the day before yesterday, so it's normal that you think I look unfamiliar. This was Li Yuan's second day in the beast hunting grounds. Upon hearing this, Shen Anping and Sun Yanfang were even more shocked. You only reported for duty the day before yesterday? Could it be you, a freshman? Their heads started buzzing. What the heck? Are freshmen this weird these days? Li Yuan grinned. He didn't say anything. He has finished cleaning. He picked up his spear, turned, and left. We must continue hunting down the strange beasts. I don't have time to chat here. Watching Li Yuan's retreating figure, Shen Anping and Sun Yanfang grinned and grimaced, respectively. My heart was in turmoil, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. One person wiped out all the strange beasts on the entire mountain. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly killed a peak-level first-tier green poison toad. And that astonishing speed and power. This is simply inhuman. Holy crap, awesome. This year's freshman competition is sure to be a good show. Shen Anping and Sun Yanfang exchanged a glance, both seeing the expectant glint in each other's eyes. Chapter 58 Is this kid cheating? The freshman competition is also a tradition of Songshuan Martial Academy. As the name suggests, it is a grand competition among the newly admitted students each year. It is both a stage for freshmen to showcase their strength and potential and a way for academy mentors to select their students. Moreover, if you perform exceptionally well in the freshman competition, you'll definitely receive a reward. However, under normal circumstances, returning students rarely pay attention to the freshman competition. Because they've all been through it, it's nothing special. Moreover, their martial arts level and vision are far beyond what the freshmen can compare to. Watching the freshman competition is like an adult watching children fight. It's meaningless. But now, Shen Anping and Sun Yanfang suddenly realized that this year's freshman competition would definitely be very exciting. Putting everything else aside, that incredibly impressive freshman alone was enough to give the entire school a little shock during the freshman competition. This is a show you absolutely shouldn't miss. But that's a story for another time. The freshman competition is still a little over a month away. Right now, let's think about what to do. How so? Sun Yanfang asked Shen Anping. The latter sighed and said, There's nothing we can do. With that powerful guy around, I don't think we have a chance against the monsters anymore. We might as well get out of here sooner rather than later. Sigh, that's true. Sun Yanfang shook his head, equally helpless. It's a tragedy to enter the beast hunting grounds at the same time as such a formidable person. There was no point in the two of them staying any longer. So I decided to leave early. However, before leaving, the two of them ran to the green poison toad that had been smashed into a pulp and used a special container to collect some of the green poison toad's juice and blood. This thing can also be taken to the school for recycling in exchange for academic credits. Although it's not much, it's enough to offset the cost of the entrance fee to the beast hunting grounds. It won't result in a loss. At the same time, Management Office of the Beast Hunting Grounds. Several middle-aged people were sitting together, discussing something. Before them was a huge light screen with some light spots on it, roughly showing the distribution of the strange beasts. However, now, half of the light screen is almost devoid of light spots. That means that most of the strange beasts in that area are dead. There was also a smaller light screen next to it, which was currently displaying the scene of Li Yuan killing the alien beast. This can't go on. We just replenished our supply of new beasts a week ago, and in just a few days, half of them have been killed. At this rate, by this time tomorrow, they'll probably be almost all wiped out. That must be Li Yuan, the freshman recruited this year through the S+ special recruitment contract, right? That's right, such a rapid improvement is truly astonishing, and his martial arts talent is also exceptionally high. Of the two low-grade spear techniques he uses, the Overlord Breaking Formation Spear and the Azure Dragon Breaking Mountain Spear, he's probably proficient in the former and skilled in the latter as well. It's terrifying. Li Yuan's martial arts level is within the admission range, but his true strength is simply unbelievable, especially since he is a freshman. How about we talk to him and get him to stop? If word gets out, people will laugh at us. Do you think my Sangshuan Martial Academy can't afford this kind of loss? That's true, but the original purpose of setting up the beast hunting grounds was to give students training and accumulate combat experience. But as you've seen, Li Yuan's strength has already far surpassed the most powerful beasts in the beast hunting grounds. The beginner-level beast hunting grounds can no longer serve the purpose of training. To put it bluntly, Li Yuan's rampant hunting of beasts doesn't seem to have brought him any improvement or benefit whatsoever. I still think it's inappropriate. Within the rules, we have no reason to stop it. All of them were in charge of the beast hunting grounds, and they were all feeling a real headache. The strange beasts in the beast hunting grounds did not appear out of thin air. Those were all captured or purchased by people specially sent by the Sangshuan Martial Academy. Once deployed, they will be wiped out by the trainees within a short period of time. If there are no exotic beasts in the hunting grounds, can it still be called a hunting ground for exotic beasts? Therefore, the exotic beast hunting grounds need to be replenished with exotic beasts from time to time. A new batch was just replenished a week ago. Normally, at the rate of consumption, it should have been able to hold on for at least a month or two. Result? They ran into Li Yuan, a bulldozer. They swept through everything in their path, killing everything in their path. It was simply unreasonable. In just over a day, they cleared out half of the exotic beasts in the hunting grounds. If this continues, the entire beast hunting grounds will soon be cleared out. Therefore, these responsible persons began to discuss this matter. Some suggested that Li Yuan come out early and show mercy. Of course, this was not because they were reluctant to part with the beasts, but mainly because with Li Yuan's strength, he could no longer serve the purpose of training in the primary beast hunting ground. Killing more would be a waste. However, some people oppose this, because Li Yuan's actions were not in violation of any rules and were entirely within the scope of the rules, so there is no reason to release him. Both sides held their own opinions, and neither could convince the other. And just then, the office door suddenly opened, and a gust of wind rushed in. Before the group could speak, a figure appeared at the doorway. He strolled in, hands behind his back. Dean Song. Dean Song. The group quickly stood up and bowed in greeting. The person who arrived was none other than Song Xiaohan. The group treated Song Xiaohan with utmost respect, partly because he was the school's top student, the dean of the martial arts academy, and also served as the school's executive vice principal, making him one of the school's top leaders. But the more important reason is Song Xiaohan's ability. Grandmaster. In this world of advanced martial arts, strength is the only thing that matters. Having a position but lacking ability will likely make others look down on you. But as long as you have the ability, no one will dare to disrespect you, regardless of your position. Song Xiaohan's strength as a grandmaster ranks among the top in the school. These junior beast hunting ground managers naturally dared not show the slightest disrespect in front of a grandmaster. Dean Song, what brings you here? A square-faced middle-aged man asked cautiously. Song Xiaohan, with his hands behind his back, said calmly, I've heard that someone wants my disciple to leave the beast hunting grounds ahead of schedule. I'd like to ask, which article of the provisional regulations on the management of beast hunting grounds is this based on? Your disciple? The square-faced middle-aged man realized what was happening, and his expression changed drastically. Li Yuan? Li Yuan is your disciple? Song Xiaohan said, that's right, he is my newly accepted personal disciple. The square-faced middle-aged man quickly said, I see. We were behind on the news. Dean Song, please don't misunderstand. We were just discussing it and didn't really intend to let Li Yuan come out ahead of schedule. It is a blessing for our school to have such a brilliant talent as Li Yuan this year. Congratulations to Dean Song on the birth of such a talented student. Congratulations, Dean Song. The others also offered their congratulations in unison. Song Xiaohan gave a soft hum. Then, he turned and left. Don't be fooled by his calm exterior, he's actually seething inside. What the heck? This kid, his progress is too fast. Those other people could only see the progress of Li Yuan's martial arts, but Song Xiaohan could see that Li Yuan not only made progress in martial arts, but also that the rock cultivation method had reached the proficient level. Absolutely monstrous. This kid, is he cheating? Song Xiaohan rubbed his teeth, feeling a bit dreadful about life. If he could cultivate to the level of a grandmaster, he must have been an unparalleled genius who amazed the entire country when he was young. They've made great strides and reached their current level. But compared to his apprentice, Song Xiaohan suddenly felt that his so-called talent. That's simply not enough. The more prodigious this kid is, the better our old Song's eye for talent is. Ha ha. When I was young, I was the #1 genius in 10 provinces and 8 cities. Now that I'm old, I'm still a discerning mentor who can recognize talent. Song Xiaohan clapped his hands and laughed, then strode away. Chapter 59, 7,000 kill points. Amazing attributes. Azure Dragon Mountain Shattering Spear. Die. Li Yuan roared, his spear flashing like a dragon, piercing the head of a giant hyena in front of him. They instantly killed the beast, which had reached the early stage of the second tier. Slayed one ferocious hyena, a tier 2, early stage beast kill points plus 81. Call. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, the panel appears. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neza Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, High Stage 1. Life Level, 16.0 plus. Cultivation Method, Intermediate Grade Rock Cultivation Method Proficient plus. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner plus, Low Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Master plus, Low Grade Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear Proficient plus, Low Grade Void Star Stepping Step Beginner plus. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire 1000 kill points required for the next draw. Kill value, 6879. Li Yuan's face immediately broke into a smile. A bountiful harvest. After 3 consecutive days of intense fighting and slaughter, Li Yuan couldn't even remember how many alien beasts he had killed. Later on, it became almost mechanical to fire the gun. They ruthlessly reaped the lives of countless strange beasts. During this process, Li Yuan's combat experience and fighting spirit were greatly enhanced. Certainly. What made Li Yuan even happier was that his kill count skyrocketed. The kill count is close to 7,000. When was Li Yuan ever so wealthy? I've fought my way here, and I've killed most of the beasts in the beast hunting grounds. The remaining ones are all low-level beasts, and they're scattered here and there. Continuing to kill them would be too inefficient and a waste of time. This beast hunting expedition may be coming to an end here. Li Yuan thought to himself. He used the black dragon spear to insert the hyena's corpse into the spearhead, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and headed towards the exit of the beast hunting ground. As he walked, he pondered how to allocate so many kill points. Anything else is just empty talk. Only the level of life is the most fundamental, the most basic, and the most important. Everything else can be considered later, but the level of one's life must be elevated. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Li Yuan silently prayed, "System, give me some points, increase my life level." This time, Li Yuan didn't hesitate to add points. He directly and aggressively clicked the plus next to life level, raising it all the way to 20.0. This also means that Li Yuan's martial arts realm has officially entered the second stage. Consumes 680 kill points. Call. Li Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air. Second tier martial artist. According to what Song Xiaohan once said, after a martial artist cultivates to the second level, their internal energy becomes liquefied and can be released outside the body. Since that's the case, Li Yuan was intrigued and wanted to give it a try. He immediately activated the rock cultivation method, and his true energy instantly began to circulate, becoming far more powerful and vast than before. If Li Yuan's true energy before the points were added was like a small stream, then now it is at least a large river. And that's not even the most important thing. Quantitative change is merely a superficial phenomenon. The real qualitative change is that a portion of the true energy changes from a gaseous state to a liquid state. This is a fundamental change. It's a qualitative change. The ability resulting from this qualitative change is the release of true qi outside the body. Li Yuan focused his true energy and felt it rapidly gathering towards the fingertips of his right hand. He flicked his finger. Call out. A burst of true energy shot out. With a thud, it struck the trunk of a tree like an invisible marble, leaving a noticeable mark. Of course, this doesn't mean that the power of true qi released from the body is so small. Rather, Li Yuan had not learned martial arts such as palm techniques, fist techniques, and finger techniques, and was unable to systematically and efficiently circulate his true qi. That's why its power is greatly reduced. If he were to use his spear techniques at this moment to release his true energy, not only would the power be greater, but the range would also be much longer. However, considering that the hyena carcass was still stuck in the black dragon spear, Li Yuan did not try it. But this has made me realize my own shortcomings. My offensive martial arts consist of only 2 spear techniques. If I don't have my spear, or if the environment restricts its effectiveness, my combat power will inevitably be greatly reduced. Looks like I'll have to learn some martial arts techniques like fist and palm techniques. Li Yuan thought to himself. Next, add more points. Rock-solid cultivation method. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Li Yuan's mind, standing in the middle of the rushing Yangtze River, unmoved by the fierce impact of the raging flood, like a pillar that stabilizes the sea. The vast amount of experience and understanding related to the rock cultivation method appeared in Li Yuan's mind. Rock cultivation method, proficient master. A mastery level of the rock cultivation technique is at least sufficient to meet Li Yuan's needs during the second stage. For the time being, there is no need to invest killing points in cultivation methods. Looking at the remaining 4,000 or so kill points, Li Yuan didn't hesitate and directly drew his divine power. Li Yuan had long coveted Neza's magical powers. The power of the Samadhi True Fire made Li Yuan even more eager to learn about other supernatural abilities. Now, we can finally have a giveaway. Extract directly. With a series of crisp clinking sounds, the extraction was completed quickly. Lotus Incarnation, Lotus Root as bones, Lotus Leaves as clothing, greatly enhances the speed of true qi recovery and the ability to recover from injuries incomparably holy and spotless, greatly improves resistance to negative statuses such as poison resistance and mind charm. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Based on the description, the Lotus Incarnation should be a passive supernatural power. While it doesn't possess any particularly cool or overpowered abilities, it undoubtedly greatly enhances Li Yuan's survivability, tankiness, recovery, and resistance. This eliminated one of Li Yuan's weaknesses. It made up for the shortcomings. Li Yuan felt refreshed and invigorated, all his fatigue gone, and his condition had returned to its peak. This is the power of the Lotus Incarnation. With such supernatural powers, when encountering a powerful enemy in the future, even if you can't kill them outright, you can wear them down to death. Li Yuan was overjoyed. After thinking for a moment, finally, we got to add points. Kill value 500. Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear, Proficient Master. Kill count 1000. Void Star Step, Beginner Proficient. Looking at the panel again, it can only be described as luxurious. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neza Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, Early Stage of 2nd Rank. Life Level, 20.0 plus. Cultivation Method, Intermediate Grade Rock Cultivation Method Mastered. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low-Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Master Plus, Low-Grade Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear Master Plus, Low-Grade Void Star Stepping Step Proficient. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire, Lotus Incarnation. Next draw requires 10,000 kill points. Kill value, 1699. His life level has been elevated, and his martial arts realm has entered the second stage. The cultivation method has been upgraded to the mastery level. The Azure Dragon Breaking Mountain Spear has been upgraded to the mastery level. Void Step Star Walk has been upgraded to the proficient level. Li Yuan's strength has clearly undergone a qualitative change. This trip to the exotic beast hunting grounds was a complete success. Li Yuan quickened his pace and headed towards the exit. Chapter 60-30-70, 3 moves to take care of all 7 of you. The exit of the beginner level beast hunting ground. Many students from Xiangchuan Martial Academy were waiting here. For no other reason than to see the legendary monster hunter who single-handedly cleared out the entire hunting grounds. In the past few days, almost all the students who came to the beast hunting grounds have heard that there is a person who is so fierce that he is inhuman. He is killing and reaping wildly in the beast hunting grounds, and has almost taken over all the beasts in the beast hunting grounds. Some even say that this amazing person is still a newcomer. Li Yuan is suspected to be this year's national martial arts exam champion. Yes, just as Li Yuan was wreaking havoc in the beast hunting grounds, the martial arts exam results were released. The top scorers from each province have been announced. Meanwhile, the top scorer in the national exam also found a place. It was Li Yuan of Pingcheng in Xinjiang province. Exceptionally high score, mutated martial soul, S+ specially recruited student. Layer upon layer of buffs, layer upon layer of auras, all emanating from one person. This person is destined to attract countless eyes and amazement. As the saying goes, once the list of martial arts exam results is released, who in the world does not know you? Moreover, as many people know, this year's national top scorer was recruited into Sanchuan Martial Arts Academy with an S+ special admission quota. At this moment, the new student who was frantically killing in the beast hunting grounds is none other than this martial arts champion. Naturally, everyone became even more curious about him. Since there are no monsters to kill in the monster hunting grounds anyway, I might as well stay here and wait to see what it's like. They're here. Someone shouted something. Immediately, everyone turned to look. A tall, arrogant figure walked slowly and steadily from a distance. He carried a large, black spear on his shoulder, with something heavy seemingly hanging from the tip. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was the carcass of a ferocious hyena. He casually carried the second-tier, early-stage alien beast on his shoulder. It added a touch of fierce and ruthless aura to him. The person who arrived was naturally Li Yuan. He hadn't expected there to be so many people at the exit. Despite being stared at by so many people, Li Yuan did not feel uncomfortable. He maintained his rhythm, kept his eyes straight ahead, and remained calm. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they arrived at the Resources Department office. Second tier, early stage alien beast, ferocious hyena, retrieved. Ha! Oh. The staff member was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening, and quickly said, "Put it down, we'll assess the price." Good. Li Yuan placed the hyena carcass on the ground. The Resource Department staff immediately conducted an assessment. They quickly offered a buyback price of 114 credits. Li Yuan did not haggle and returned the hyena carcass to the Resource Department, while 114 credits were credited to his account. In addition to the 80 credits Zhao Yilong traded and the 100 credits Zhou Yu traded, this is also included. Li Yuan earned 294 points from this trip alone. Li Yuan was penalized 10 credits for exceeding the time limit in the beast hunting grounds. His current total credits are 384. Even setting aside the huge improvement in his strength, just looking at the credits alone, Li Yuan has made a huge profit from this trip. After earning the credits, Li Yuan prepared to return to school. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hello? Are you just going to leave like that?" Li Yuan turned around and saw that the person speaking was a tall and robust young man. He had a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and rugged features. "Who are you?" Li Yuan asked, frowning. "My name is Lu Dating. I'm a second-year student at the Martial Arts Academy." The young man snorted coldly and said, "Your name is Li Yuan, right? You freshman, you have no manners at all. You single-handedly slaughtered almost all the beasts in the beast hunting grounds. What are we upperclassmen supposed to do?" The beast hunting grounds are open to all students in the school whose martial arts level is from the middle stage of the first tier to the beginning stage of the second tier. But because of you alone, all of us have made a wasted trip and lost the opportunity to gain experience. Don't you think you should give us an explanation?" Lu Dating crossed his arms, stared intently at Li Yuan, and shouted loudly. "Exposing your big ass?" Li Yuan sneered. He said, "Don't try to pull that old-timer act on me. If I violate any rules, the management of the beast hunting grounds will naturally punish me. But obviously I didn't. If that's the case, does what you just said hold water?" Li Yuan's face was ashen, and he said in an icy tone, "Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back to school." After saying that, Li Yuan turned and left. He didn't want to waste his time here. Stop. But sometimes, things are like that. The tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. Lu Dating shouted and quickly rushed in front of Li Yuan, blocking his way. "Did I let you leave?" At the same time, several other young men also came to Lu Dating's side and said to Li Yuan, "Exactly. No matter how awesome you are, you're still a freshman. As a freshman, you should know how to respect your seniors. If you don't know how to be polite, we seniors don't mind teaching you. I need to teach you what rules and decorum are. Li Yuan frowned, his face instantly darkening. These people seem to be taking advantage of our kindness. At this moment, a girl with a ponytail walked out and said to Lu Dating, what are you doing? Junior brother Li Yuan did nothing wrong. The beast hunting grounds are all about skill, so why are you criticizing him? It was Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, this is none of your business, get out of the way. Lu Dating waved his hand and said, this is no longer just about the beast hunting grounds. More importantly, this freshman doesn't know any manners at all. He dared to speak to his seniors in that way. I must teach him a lesson today. In Sangchuan Martial Academy, one must know how to respect one's seniors. You? Zhou Yu frowned slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Then they heard Li Yuan's gentle voice. Senior, it's okay, I can handle it. Zhou Yu turned to look at Li Yuan. The latter grinned at her. Zhou Yu then stepped aside. Although Lu Dating is quite strong, it is said that he recently broke through to the second rank, and he also has several first-rank high-level and first-rank peak helpers. But Zhou Yu inexplicably had confidence in Li Yuan. This freshman junior might not be at a disadvantage. Very good, you didn't become a coward who only hides behind girls. You've made me look at you in a slightly different light. Lu Dating sneered. Li Yuan said coldly, stop talking nonsense. Just say what you want. I don't have time to waste here with you. Okay. Lu Dating laughed in exasperation, clapping his hands and saying, Li Yuan, you're really arrogant. It seems that your good results in the martial arts exam have made you develop an arrogant habit, which is not a good thing for you. Today, your senior will give you a free lesson. Let me show you what it means to be low-key. Lu Dating narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. You are the top scorer in the national martial arts examination, so you must have some skills. Don't accuse me of bullying the younger generation. Take 3 of my moves. If you don't fall to the ground, this matter is over. Li Yuan smiled. Why are you pretending to be such a master in front of me? I'll take 3 more of your moves. You, and you, all 7 of you are in cahoots, come at me together. We'll solve the problem once and for all. Li Yuan called out names one by one, directly challenging multiple opponents to a duel. Whoosh! The scene immediately erupted in an uproar. Li Yuan actually wants to take on 7 opponents at once? Are you crazy? How dare you? Lu Dating's face showed anger, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. I felt slighted. You don't really think you can take on all 7 of us by yourself, do you? Li Yuan said calmly, let's split it 30-70. Ha ha ha. Lu Dating laughed loudly, you dare to challenge a 30-70 split? I really don't know whether to say you have courage or you're stupid. Li Yuan shook his head. He said very seriously, no, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, 3 moves, and I'll take care of all 7 of you. Chapter 61 Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. 3 moves, and I'll take care of all 7 of you. Li Yuan's words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. One word flashed through everyone's minds at the same time: arrogant. Forget about trying to take on 7 people at once. They were even so arrogant as to finish the fight in 3 moves. The word arrogant is far more than enough to describe it. Kid. You're being way too arrogant. What do you take us for? Trash? Young people shouldn't be so hot-blooded. The young men around Lu Dating shouted loudly. He was clearly quite angered by Li Yuan's arrogant words. Lu Dating raised his hand, signaling the others to be quiet. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Li Yuan, and slowly spoke, his voice low and slightly hoarse. It seems that the halo of being the top scorer in the martial arts exam, as well as the S+ special admission quota the school gave you, has indeed given you some unrealistic fantasies. Do you think you're a genius? That's absolutely right. You are indeed a genius. Give you some time, and we will all be left far behind you. But right now, you're not qualified to be so arrogant in front of us senior students. Lu Dating was clearly furious as well. Today, I'm going to teach you to respect your seniors, and to be humble. As soon as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, Lu Dating drew his battle sword. The snow-white blade reflected a cold light in the sunlight. I am Lu Dating, a second-year student at the Sangchuan Martial Arts Academy. Please enlighten me. Li Yuan sighed softly. I'm just stating a fact objectively, so why do you think I'm arrogant? I told you, all 7 of you, come at me together. Arrogant. Lu Dating roared. Take one of my moves first, then we'll talk about everything else. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Dating swung his arm and flipped his wrist. The cold light reflected from the snow-white blade instantly illuminating Li Yuan's eyes. Under normal circumstances, exposure to strong light can affect the eyes, and may even cause very short-term blindness. This is the perfect opportunity to make a move. In that instant, Lu Dating moved. With a single step, the sword in his hand slashed at Li Yuan's side at an extremely tricky angle. The blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. That strike was incredibly fast. Lu Dating's lips curled slightly, as if he could already see Li Yuan being defeated by him in one move. However, often the ideal is far from reality. A large, jet-black spear swept across the room swiftly, standing upright in front of Lu Dating's battle blade. The next moment. Clang! A loud clang of metal clashing rang out. Sparks flew as the blades and gun barrels clashed. Lu Dating felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, and he instantly realized that his tiger's mouth had definitely been cracked. At the same time, a tremendous and violent force swept in. The energy erupted from his body instantly through the battle blade. The arm holding the knife was bent and folded completely out of control. Lu Dating was greatly surprised. Without even thinking, he kicked the ground hard with both feet, leaned his upper body backward, and shifted his body to the right, hoping to dissipate the force. Lu Dating's response was correct and timely, without any problems. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the power Li Yuan unleashed. Faced with this violent and immense force, simply trying to deflect it is simply not enough. The power that wasn't dissipated was poured entirely onto Lu Dating. Ta-da! Lu Dating's body was completely out of control as he was forced to retreat rapidly. The sound of their feet stomping on the ground was dull. He retreated 7 or 8 meters before suddenly pushing off the ground to stop his backward movement and maintain his balance. Looking at Li Yuan again, Lu Dating's eyes were already filled with horror. What incredible strength! Lu Dating's pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in surprise. He was newly entered the second stage, with a life level of 20.3. When he unleashed his full power, his punching force could reach more than 2,000 kilograms. He didn't use his full strength when he drew his sword just now. It's more of a tentative element. But that single slash also carried a force of over 1,500 kilograms. However, Li Yuan easily blocked it and knocked him back 7 or 8 meters. Judging from Lu Dating's perception, the force that Li Yuan unleashed when he swung the spear was probably at least 2,000 kilograms. Even more than 2,500 kilograms. This value already exceeds the maximum power that Lu Dating can unleash. What's even more terrifying is that Li Yuan definitely didn't go all out just now. He stood still, without moving his feet. There were no significant changes in the body. He simply raised his gun casually and parried. He could unleash a force of no less than 2,500 kilograms. If he were to unleash his full power, how terrifying would it be? Lu Dating was shocked, and everyone else around him looked at Li Yuan as if he were a monster. What happened? How could he so casually defeat Lu Dating, who was at the initial stage of the second tier? You must be kidding. Is it a fixed match? Lu Dating's eyes twitched twice, and he gritted his teeth, saying, he is indeed very powerful. Let's attack together. Ah. The other 6 people were surprised. I thought Lu Dating was joking. But seeing his serious expression and focused gaze, one could tell that Lu Dating was serious. They exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Li Yuan. Lu Dating completely abandoned his contempt and mockery, looking at Li Yuan with a serious expression, adjusting his breathing and composure. Your strength exceeds my expectations. It seems that when you said you could take on 7 people at once, it wasn't just arrogance, but rather a matter of skill and daring. Since that's the case, Lu Dating took a deep breath and said, then the 7 of us will go together. This is an acknowledgement of your strength, not an attempt to bully the weak with numbers. Li Yuan casually swung his spear and said indifferently, enough with the nonsense. Since you've already jumped out to cause trouble, stop pretending to be so honorable. We're all martial artists, let's let our strength speak for itself. Good. Lu Dating roared. I'll hold them off from the front, while you look for opportunities on the flanks. Superior. Lu Dating was the first to charge out with his knife, heading straight for Li Yuan. The other 6, each armed with their own weapons, charged out from both sides. 3 men were armed with knives, 2 with swords, and 1 wielding a spear. Contain? If you want to control me, you'd better see if you have the ability. Li Yuan's gaze turned cold. With a single step forward, the spear shot out like a dragon. The black dragon spear transformed into a ferocious dragon, roaring as it charged forward. The snow-white spear tip trembled slightly but rapidly, pointing directly at Lu Dating. Good timing! Lu Dating roared. Knowing Li Yuanli's strength, he dared not underestimate him and instantly changed to gripping the hilt of the knife with both hands, then thrusting the knife upwards. It was obvious that he wanted to break through Li Yuan's spear with a single blow and knock it away. The approach is correct. The movements are also reasonable. However, he seems to have overlooked a crucial point: power. Although the force required to deflect the spear at this angle is not very large, it would be completely impossible to deflect it if the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Clang! A crisp, explosive sound erupted. Lu Dating's expression changed drastically. He felt as if his slash hadn't struck a spear at all, but rather, struck an incredibly thick alloy pillar. It gave him the feeling that he was completely unshakable. The black dragon spear remained completely still. The angle did not shift at all. On the contrary, Lu Dating's hands broke apart simultaneously under the enormous recoil force, his tiger's mouth split open, and blood spurted out. The battle sword also flew out of his hand. It spun around a few times with a whoosh sound, then stuck diagonally into the ground. Before the sword could hit the ground, Li Yuan's spear had already struck. Lu Dating's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression changed drastically. I want to hide. But it was too late. Laugh. One shot pierced Lu Dating's left shoulder. The spear tip, dripping with bright red blood, pierced out from behind Lu Dating. Chapter 62 says it's 30-70 split, so it's 30-70 split. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, Li Yuan had already killed Lu Dating with a single shot. Immediately afterwards, without pausing, he pulled his arm back. Laugh. The spear was pulled from Lu Dating's body, once again bringing with it a spurt of blood. Lu Dating groaned, staggered forward a few steps, and fell to the ground. Li Yuan ignored him. After retrieving the black dragon spear, he clasped his hands together and bent his legs. The body's center of gravity lowers. He suddenly swung it. Call. The black dragon spear swept horizontally to the left with a chilling whistling sound and immense force. Clang. Bang. Bang. The 3 youths on the left were sent flying by the impact. Li Yuan released the gun barrel with both hands at the same time, took a step forward, and quickly came to the side of the gun. He kicked the gun barrel. The black dragon spear rammed out horizontally. Bang bang bang. He knocked all 3 young men on the right flying. Then, the black dragon spear bounced back into Li Yuan's hand. It happened in the blink of an eye. Surrounded by onlookers, Li Yuan truly did what he had promised beforehand, defeating 7 people in 3 moves. The other 6 youths were all right. It was simply swept away. Just think of it as being hit head-on by a speeding truck. They're all martial artists with high life levels and good endurance. At most, they'll just feel a bit sore all over, but nothing serious will happen. But Lu Dating is different. His shoulder was pierced by a gunshot, and then Li Yuan roughly pulled the gun out. Such a large, gaping hole, with fresh blood gushing out. Half of Lu Dating's body was stained with blood. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face had turned deathly pale. He quickly took out some medicine to stop the bleeding and relieve the pain. Furthermore, there are resident medical personnel at the beast hunting grounds who will immediately take action. This brought the situation under control somewhat. Li Yuan really hit him hard. No way. Why did Lu Dating have to be the one to stick his neck out? If you're the first to jump out and cause trouble, then you should be prepared to get a severe beating. Holy crap! What happened? I was just bending down to tie my shoelaces. How did the fight end? Lu Dating is already at the 2nd level, and Zhang Liang and the other 6 are all at the high level and peak of the 1st level. The 7 of them joined forces, yet they were easily defeated by Li Yuan. A monster. This guy calls himself a freshman? Even among sophomores, you couldn't find many who could beat him. Are all freshmen this weird these days? So, they weren't just arrogant and conceited, they actually have real strength. Awesome. Hey! Looks like this year's freshman competition is going to be interesting. Exclamations erupted from the surrounding crowd. Everyone was utterly shocked by Li Yuan's strength. In previous years, the best among the freshmen, able to withstand several moves from a second-year student in a one-on-one fight. Only the top 2 freshmen have a chance to defeat a second-year student. But this only applies to one-on-one duels. Moreover, the senior student's strength was below average in their grade. Furthermore, even if they are defeated, it will most likely be a hard-fought victory. Even so, it was enough to amaze everyone. And now, right under everyone's noses. Li Yuan, however, defeated 7 people in one go, and these 7 people were not bad at all, especially Lu Dating, who was one of the top students in the second year. Unbelievable. Explode. Abnormal. Outrageous. These kinds of words were in everyone's minds. Whoosh. Li Yuan flicked his spear and turned to leave. Li Yuan. Lu Dating's voice came from behind. What, you're not convinced? Li Yuan stopped, but did not turn around, and said indifferently. If I'm not as skilled as others, there's nothing to be upset about. Lu Dating shook his head, stood up with a pale face, looked at Li Yuan's arrogant back, and gritted his teeth, saying, I just want to know how much of your strength you used just now. Li Yuan didn't speak, but slowly raised one finger. 1%. Lu Dating's pupils contracted sharply. With only 10% of his strength, he annihilated himself and 6 classmates? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Perhaps he's just talking nonsense? Lu Dating wanted to verify this further, but Li Yuan didn't want to waste any more time there and left directly. The crowd quickly moved to the sides, making way for them. At this moment, almost everyone in the primary beast hunting ground is a second-year student. As a first-year student, I don't have the strength or courage to come to the beast hunting grounds, and my martial arts level is far below the entry threshold for the beast hunting grounds. 3rd or 4th grade. Their strength has long exceeded the highest level limit of the primary beast hunting ground, making them unable to enter the primary beast hunting ground and only able to go to the intermediate, advanced or even super beast hunting grounds. However, at this moment, these second-year students, who had been cultivating at Sangshuan Martial Academy for a year, were all defeated by Li Yuan, a freshman who had only been there for a few days. That's how Sangshuan Martial Academy is. Strength is paramount. If you're strong, you're awesome. Others will respect you. Even if they are in 2nd grade and you are only in 1st grade. If you are weak, no one will pay attention to you. It's that simple, that straightforward. TSK, TSK, TSK. This Li Yuan is simply defying the heavens. According to the entrance registration records, Li Yuan was only at the mid-stage of the 1st rank when he entered the beast hunting grounds. How did he become the 2nd rank in just 3 days? Even cheating wouldn't be this outrageous. Anyway, we've finally seen this expert off. I reckon the next time he enters the beast hunting grounds, he'll be aiming for the intermediate level. Now that you mention it, I'm actually looking forward to Li Yuan bringing some small shocks to the intermediate level beast hunting grounds. Ha ha ha. The heads of the beast hunting grounds management office exchanged smiles. Li Yuan didn't think that much about it. He was already sitting on the school bus. Suddenly, it dawned on me that I had already broken through to the 2nd tier. According to the S+ special recruitment contract, you can not only receive a D-grade alloy gun, but also a new martial art. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to undergo martial arts realm certification at the school's martial arts hall office. Once the verification is complete, you will gain the right to claim the reward. In that case, we'll go straight to the verification process after we get back to school. As for concealing one's strength? In Li Yuan's dictionary, there is no such word as hiding one's strength. If you have talent, you should show it. If you have the ability, you should demonstrate it. Only by performing exceptionally well can one gain more attention and resources. This is also the ideology that Li Yuan has always adhered to. Chapter 63. To practice this fist technique, one must first practice the fist technique itself. There are many instruments available for testing life levels, speed, and strength of various brands and models. The accuracy may vary, but it is generally close. Sangshuan Martial Academy naturally also has such instruments, and many of them. Each dormitory in the Special Admissions Academy is equipped with one, so they can be tested at any time. However, if one wishes to have their martial artist's identity and martial arts level certified, only the Martial Hall has the authority and qualification to do so. Only the martial artist's identity and martial arts level certified by the Martial Hall are universally recognized. For example, with Li Yuan's current life level, speed, and strength, he has definitely reached the standard of a second-tier initial stage martial artist. However, if he only tests in private, the new data will not be updated in the Tsunchuan Martial Academy's academy system. Only after being certified by the Martial Hall will the information be synchronized to the Tsunchuan Martial Academy's academy system. Only in this way can Li Yuan obtain the qualification to exchange for alloy weapons in martial arts. Fortunately, there is a Martial Hall office located within the Tsunchuan Martial Academy, so there is no need to travel outside the school to the Martial Hall for certification. After returning to school by school bus, Li Yuan went straight to the Wudian office. Even though it's just an office of the Qingzhou Martial Hall branch, it's still very impressive. It doesn't occupy a large area, but it's magnificent and doesn't lose the style of the Martial Hall. When Li Yuan arrived at the certification office, there were already several students waiting in line. Li Yuan took a number and waited quietly. Taking advantage of this time, he accessed the school's resource library through his smartwatch, allowing him to select his preferred martial arts techniques in advance. The semi-transparent panel of the resource library slowly unfolded in front of Li Yuan. Li Yuan set it to visible only to myself, so others cannot see it. I currently have 2 spear techniques. There's no need to increase the number for now. As long as I cultivate the Overlord Breaking Formation Spear and the Azure Dragon Breaking Mountain Spear to a higher level, it will be enough to meet my offensive needs. The movement technique Void Star Step is sufficient, and it is effective for both self-defense and pursuit. In this way, my 4th martial art should be selected from aspects such as fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, and leg techniques to improve the combat effectiveness of bare hands. Let's go with boxing. True romance comes from punches that land squarely on the skin. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Li Yuan filtered the martial arts database, retaining only low-grade fist techniques. A total of 108 films. Li Yuan examined it carefully. Li Yuan checked them one by one. Low-grade martial art Wind Shadow Fist, it combines the speed and agility of the wind, making the punch so fast that it creates a phantom, making it difficult to catch the trace of the punch, and difficult to parry and defend against. Low-grade martial art Thunderclap Fist, the punch moves like a thunderclap, and its power is like lightning. Moreover, when mastered, the punch can contain the power of lightning, increasing its power in paralyzing the opponent. Low-grade martial art Blazing Fist, the punch carries flame-like energy and can burn the opponent. Low-grade martial art Ninefold Fist, when punching, the hidden force is stacked to increase the power. When mastered to the extreme, 9 layers of hidden force can be stacked in one punch, and the power will increase dramatically. Ugh, my decision-making indecisiveness is acting up again. Li Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze wandering back and forth between the names and indirections of various boxing techniques. I hope to choose a martial art style that best suits me. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes lit up, his gaze settling on a particular style of boxing. Low-grade martial art Overbearing Crushing Fist instantly unleashes terrifying fist power, concentrating all the body's true energy into one point. The punch is fierce and domineering, with extremely strong destructive and penetrating power. The stronger the physical strength, the greater the power of the punch. Note 1: to practice this fist technique, one must first hone one's fists. One must undergo triple tempering with flames, ice, and lightning, forging one's fists to a level comparable to high-grade alloys before beginning to practice the crushing fist. Furthermore, during the practice, one must constantly refine and improve the strength of one's fists, otherwise, one's fists will collapse before one can strike an enemy. Note 2: the higher the level of mastery of this fist technique, the greater its power. However, the greater the damage to the practitioner, the more it inflicts harm on the practitioner. It's a case of to injure the enemy, first injure yourself. For every 1,000 points of damage inflicted on the enemy, 300 points are lost on oneself. Over the years, these hidden injuries accumulate, and eventually, both fists will be completely ruined. Those who practice this fist technique almost universally suffer a very bleak old age. 2 points to note. It has one more item than Void Stepping Stars. Clearly, this martial art also has a fatal weakness. Li Yuan took a look and realized that this weakness was indeed extremely fatal. One is that cultivation is difficult. Before you can start practicing your fist techniques, you must first refine them, and you must undergo the triple tempering of ice, fire, and thunder before you can be qualified to practice the Overbearing Collapse Fist. Cultivation is also extremely difficult. It's somewhat like the Iron Palm or Thousand Spider Poison Hand Kung Fu and martial arts novels, which requires enduring great suffering to master. The second weakness lies in hidden injuries. The higher the level of mastery of the overbearing collapse fist, the greater its power becomes, but at the same time, the greater the damage it inflicts on the user. To defeat one person is to injure the enemy by 1,000 while losing 300 of your own. Fighting two people would mean losing 600 of your own resources. The more you fight, the more damage you will suffer. No wonder it is said that those who practice the overbearing collapse fist almost always end up in a miserable situation in their old age, perhaps even losing the use of their hands. Even the 7 wounds fist would be ashamed of its after effects. That's really domineering. Originally a powerful martial art, it has 2 fatal weaknesses that cause countless people to be afraid and hesitate to try it. But Li Yuan said, "Who the hell cares? Does mastering the overbearing crushing fist require insane self-torture? Does it require painful training? Sorry, I have a system. With just a few points, I can skip the cultivation process and directly master it. Using the overbearing collapse fist technique will injure the user before injuring the enemy, leaving behind hidden injuries that are difficult to eradicate." Excuse me, I have a lotus incarnation, I'm afraid of your little hidden injury? In other words, the 2 fatal weaknesses of overbearing collapse fist are a complete joke to Li Yuan. In the eyes of others, overbearing Benquan may be overbearing, but it is also overbearing to oneself, so one can only painfully give it up. But for Li Yuan, without its weaknesses, the overbearing collapse fist is an extremely powerful fist technique with power comparable to a mid-grade martial art. In terms of sheer power, it's hard to find any of the other 107 low-grade martial arts that can compare to the overbearing collapse fist. The price-performance ratio is extremely high. There's nothing to hesitate about then. Li Yuan had chosen overbearing collapse fist in his heart. Once the martial arts realm certification is completed, the redemption privileges will be granted. After closing the martial arts library, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel hopeful. Soon it was his turn. Li Yuan immediately got up and entered the authentication room. The instruments are similar to those used in the Haijo Takenin Palace. Li Yuan was already familiar with it and immediately began the testing. The results came out quickly. Life level, 20.0. Speed, 69.78 ms. Punching power, 4,989 kilograms. Chapter 64 is now certified, and features brand new attributes. The Qingzhou Martial Hall, the office of the Tsangshuan Martial Academy, is open to the students of the Tsangshuan Martial Academy, and these talented students improve their martial arts realm very quickly. Therefore, the instruments used for certification by the office can only certify up to the peak of the 4th tier. Once you surpass the peak of the 4th rank, you'll need to get certified at the Qingzhou Martial Hall. Therefore, Li Yuan is unlikely to have blown up the testing equipment this time. This allowed them to obtain accurate data on their own punching power. But this is not Li Yuan's limit. Because he only used a small portion of his true energy and did not enhance his martial spirit power. Even so, a single punch can unleash a force of nearly 5,000 kilograms, and 5,000 kilograms of punching force is one of the entry standards for the middle stage of the 2nd rank. In other words, even without using his full strength, Li Yuan, who had just entered the 2nd stage, could still deliver a powerful punch comparable to that of a mid-stage 2nd stage martial artist. Of course, the same applies to speed. It is very close to the entry-level standard of the 2nd stage. In other words, although Li Yuan has only just entered the 2nd tier, his speed and punching power are absolutely comparable to those of a mid-stage 2nd tier martial artist. But if we're talking about actual combat ability, let alone the mid-stage of the 2nd tier, even the high stage of the 2nd tier would be no match for Li Yuan. Unless the other party is also a shameless cheater. After leaving the Wudian office, Li Yuan opened his personal information on his smartwatch. The martial arts realm section has been updated to 2nd stage, initial stage. Furthermore, Li Yuan also gained the authority to exchange for a D-grade alloy weapon and a low-grade martial arts technique. There's no rush with alloy weapons, I'm already quite comfortable with this E-grade Black Dragon gun. The skill to be exchanged now is the low-grade martial art, overbearing collapse fist. Li Yuan didn't hesitate and exchanged the money immediately. Student Li Yuan, student ID XXX. Successfully redeemed overbearing crushing fist and sent it to the student's school account. Please check. A notification came from the smartwatch. Li Yuan immediately operated his smartwatch to view the overbearing crushing fist. A moment later, overbearing crushing fist was already included in the panel. Furthermore, Li Yuan's current kill value of 1699 is definitely worth adding points to. And so, it's time for another relaxing and enjoyable time to add skill points. Li Yuan simply tapped the plus after overbearing pump zone. Immediately, this scene comes to mind. A burly man, shirtless, with bronze skin and bulging muscles like cast iron, had arms with muscles that looked like tiny mice lying there. His fists were covered in thick calluses, almost like alloy. It is constantly being tempered by flames, ice, and thunder. Then, the burly man began practicing his boxing. A powerful punch sends a gust of wind through the air. Each punch was powerful and domineering, causing the air in front of them to compress violently. A vast amount of cultivation insights and experiences from the overbearing collapse fist appeared in Li Yuan's mind. And this is the formal introduction to this domineering martial art. Li Yuan struck while the iron was hot and added more points. He directly upgraded overbearing collapse fist all the way to the master level. Li Yuan clenched his fist. You can clearly feel the domineering power contained in the fist. It seemed as if it could kill a mid-stage second-tier alien beast with a single punch. As expected of the domineering Benquin crushing fist, it is indeed domineering. Li Yuan looked at his own panel again, and the attributes were simply amazing. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neze Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, Early Stage of Second Rank. Life Level, 20.0 plus. Cultivation Method, Intermediate Grade Rock Cultivation Method Mastered. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Master Plus, Low Grade Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear Master, Low Grade Void Star Stepping Step Proficient, Low Grade Overlord Crushing Fist Master. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire, Lotus Incarnation. Next draw requires 10,000 kill points. Kill value, 599. Such attributes, such strength. Don't say that there are no rivals in the second grade. Even among the third-year students, probably most of them couldn't beat Li Yuan. Li Yuan is only in first grade, no, to be more precise, he just registered early and hasn't officially started school yet. He's not even in first grade, he's more like a preschooler. This is outrageous. My achievements today are all thanks to perseverance and hard work. Li Yuan thought to himself. Then he decisively returned to his luxurious villa, number 1 in the world. First, I took a cold shower to wash away the blood and grime and relax my body. Then I went directly to the gravity chamber. The last time I used the gravity chamber was the last time. On that occasion, Li Yuan, whose life level was only 13.5, could only endure up to 4.5 times the gravity. This time, Li Yuan's life level broke through 20.0, and his physical attributes were completely different from before. Gravity chamber, let me see your limits. Chi-Chi, activate 6x gravity. Yes, master. Chi-Chi did as she was told. The gravity was directly adjusted to 6 times. There's some pressure, but this is far from my limit. 7 times. Yes, master. Kiki adjusted the gravity to 7 times. Instantly, Li Yuan's legs buckled, his knees slammed heavily to the ground, his breathing became rapid, and his heart pounded like a drum. Li Yuan could even hear the sound of blood rushing through his veins, like a river flowing. His forehead was quickly covered with large beads of sweat. The internal organs felt immense pressure. This scene was practically a reenactment of Li Yuan's first use of the gravity chamber, when he activated 4.5 times the gravity. Li Yuan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth to persevere. 7 times the force of gravity is roughly the limit he can currently withstand. Cultivating under 7 times the gravity is the most suitable. Going any higher would cause physical breakdown, and the losses would outweigh the gains. If it's lower, the pressure will be insufficient, and efficiency will slow down. Li Yuan understood this, so he gritted his teeth and persevered, practicing the rock-solid cultivation method. Master, Chi-Chi is monitoring your various health indicators at all times. According to scientific reasoning, at your life level of 20.0, half an hour of cultivation under 7 times gravity is the optimal time. Chi-Chi's clear voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, a countdown timer appeared in front of Li Yuan. 29:59. 29:58. 29:57. Time ticked by second, neither too fast nor too slow. But for Li Yuan, every second was extremely difficult. This is a process of constantly pushing the body to its limits, which is destined to be painful and agonizing. But as long as you persevere, the rewards will be gratifying. Li Yuan was well aware of this. Therefore, he persisted. Half an hour finally passed, and Chi-Chi adjusted the gravity back to 1. Li Yuan felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders, breathing in large gulps of fresh air. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and there were large water stains where he was sitting. It was as if he had just jumped out of the pool. Master, after 30 minutes of cultivation, your life level has increased by 0.1, from 20.0 to 20.1. Chi-Chi's voice reached my ears. Li Yuan was immediately overjoyed. Although the efficiency of arduous cultivation in raising one's life level is far lower than that of adding points. But this is also an essential process. Adding points can only improve one's life level, the level of martial arts training methods, etc., but it cannot improve a person's will. Li Yuan didn't want to become a useless person with high martial arts skills but low practical abilities. So, he needs to temper and hone his will through battles, killings, and ascetic practices. This is the right path. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. Li Yuan got up and rushed into the medicinal bath. Call. Cool. Chapter 65 Virtual Pod. Soaking in the medicinal bath, Li Yuan seemed to feel a warm current flowing through his internal organs and meridians. Every cell in my body is breathing joyfully. This feeling is very comfortable. Moreover, the fatigue caused by days of high-intensity combat, as well as the physical damage caused by training under 7 times gravity, are rapidly subsiding and being repaired. Li Yuan squinted his eyes in comfort. A moment later, the fatigue vanished, and my body returned to its peak condition. Whoosh! Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. Chi-Chi, please give me a detailed introduction to the virtual pod and the trial tower. Li Yuan suddenly thought of something and spoke up. Yes, master. Chi-Chi flew out as nimbly as an elf, flapping her wings in front of Li Yuan, her clear and melodious voice ringing out. The virtual capsule has a 90.57% simulation accuracy, and once inside, an electronic clone can be formed in the virtual space. The electronic clones will not replicate life levels or corresponding speed and punching power. Everyone's initial life level in the trial space is uniformly 16.0, punching power is uniformly 1,500 kilograms, and speed is uniformly 36 ms, which is equivalent to the entry standard of a mid-level first-tier martial artist. Furthermore, the virtual space cannot replicate the martial soul, nor the buffs and enhancements that come with it, including innate abilities and supernatural powers. With the same initial physical attributes and the martial spirit being shielded, it's equivalent to everyone starting from the same point when entering the virtual space. As Chi-Chi spoke, she gently waved her little hand, unfolding a semi-transparent light screen in front of Li Yuan, and then gave a detailed explanation in conjunction with video GIFs. The main factors affecting strength in virtual space are cultivation methods, martial arts, and combat experience. For example, the Master's rock-solid cultivation method has been cultivated to the mastery level, and the Overlord formation breaking spear has also been cultivated to the mastery level. These can all be almost perfectly manifested in the virtual space. And the Zhangchuan Trial Tower is the most important functional module in the virtual space. Students use their electronic clones to challenge and ascend the Zhangchuan Trial Tower. In the process, they can improve their martial arts proficiency and combat experience. In addition, the Zhangchuan Trial Tower has a trial ranking list which ranks players based on the number of levels they have cleared. The ranking list is reset on the first of each month and finalized on the last day of the month. Rewards are distributed based on the ranking list. There are additional rewards if a record is broken. As Li Yuan listened to Chi-Chi's introduction, he stroked his chin and nodded slowly. So, the virtual pod is actually a login device. By entering the virtual space through the virtual pod, you can challenge the Zhangchuan Trial Tower and determine your ranking and receive rewards by climbing the tower. Kiki nodded with a smile. Yes, Master, your understanding is absolutely correct. To put it simply, it's just a ranking competition. Receive rewards based on your rank. The only difference is that each season is a little shorter, lasting only 1 month. That's quite interesting. Having the same physical attributes means that the Zhangchuan Trial Tower allows martial artists of different martial arts levels to compete on a relatively fair stage. Li Yuan developed a strong interest. He checked the date. Today was June 13th, and the season was almost halfway over. There is still some time. You can try out the depths of the Zhangchuan Trial Tower. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Li Yuan stepped out of the medicinal bathtub, put on a clean and refreshing bathrobe, and then went directly to the virtual reality pod. This is a large cabin with a silver-gray color scheme and a very high-tech feel. The main part is made of a special transparent glass material, through which you can see the ergonomically designed reclining chairs inside. Activate the virtual pod. Li Yuan gave the order. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The virtual capsule door opens. Li Yuan took off his shoes and went straight into the virtual pod. The hatch closed. Student detected, name, Li Yuan, student ID, 5202XXX, life level, 20.1, meets virtual pod access requirements. Connection in progress. Scanning the entire body to read cultivation progress. Connection successful. Accompanied by a notification sound, the light and shadow shifted before Li Yuan's eyes. He found himself in a peculiar space. Looking around, all that could be seen was a vast expanse of white. In the distance, there was a black tower of unknown height, hidden in the white mist, which gave it a mysterious air. Nearby, there were 4 light screens floating, each displaying several large characters. Leaderboard. Hall of Fame. Arsenal. Practice room. Battle room. Li Yuan blinked, his gaze falling on the leaderboard. The leaderboard unfolds like a scroll, displaying the current rankings. Rank 1, Zhu Tianjiao, 87th floor, 46.57%. Second place, Yi Han, 87th floor, 43.29%. Third place, Su Mengyue, 86th floor, 100%. Li Yuan also saw a familiar name. 64th place, Ren Changfeng, 71st floor, 99.46%. Of course, this does not mean that Ren Changfeng ranks 64th in strength among the students of Songshuan Martial Academy. After all, the virtual pod cannot replicate the student's life level and martial arts realm. In the virtual space, it is not uncommon for a second-tier martial artist to advance more floors of the tower than a third-tier martial artist. However, this is enough to demonstrate Ren Changfeng's extraordinary abilities. After all, being a genius is just the entry requirement for entering the Songshuan Martial Academy. Everyone in the school is a genius. It is already quite remarkable that Ren Changfeng has achieved such a ranking. As for Li Yuan himself, since he hasn't started the tower climbing trial yet, his ranking is not displayed. Li Yuan's gaze lingered on the top 3 for a moment before he looked away. Perhaps in just a few days, my name will appear in that spot. Li Yuan looked towards the Hall of Fame. The so-called Hall of Fame is actually the virtual record of Songshuan Martial Academy. Those who can leave their names here are either those who have broken a record or those who are currently the record holders. Examples include highest historical trial level reached, fastest historical clear time to 100 levels, and highest consecutive clear time without a single loss. Li Yuan did not pay much attention to this, because all those names were unfamiliar to him. But soon, it will become a name you are familiar with your own name, which is undoubtedly the one you are most familiar with. Li Yuan then looked at the arsenal. Splash! An armory resembling a covered walkway appeared before Li Yuan. Looking around, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks. All kinds of cold weapons are available. Even some less common weapons, such as the Amei dagger, the Meridian Mandarin duck axe, the dragon head guillotine, and the fist dagger, were also equipped. Each type of weapon comes in various styles. For example, just the word knife alone includes ring pommel sword, tang sword, goose feather sword, miao sword, broadsword, curved sword, and so on. Each style also has different weights, textures, colors, etc. In short, it can be summed up in one word: it will definitely allow everyone to find their most suitable and satisfactory weapon in the virtual space. Li Yuan then selected a suitable large gun from the armory according to his own usage habits. It is 2.32 meters long and weighs 164 kilograms. It is completely black. It is very similar to Li Yuan's E-grade Black Dragon gun. Li Yuan tried it and was very satisfied. Then save it to your virtual inventory, and you can use it directly the next time you come in, without having to select it again. As for the practice room and battle room, they are very simple. The former allows students to practice inside and get used to the electronic clone in advance. It can also be used as a virtual training room for martial arts training. If they gain some insights, their real-world martial arts skills can also be improved. The latter allows you to invite a specific target to engage in combat sparring. Li Yuan had a fairly good understanding of the major functional modules of the virtual space. So next. Then it's the Songshuan Trial Tower's turn. Li Yuan turned his gaze to the tall tower standing in the white mist in the distance. Chapter 66 Trial Tower, Record Broken. The black tower stands tall amidst the white mist. From a distance, there were blurry black shadows, adding to the sense of mystery. Li Yuan knew that it was the Sanchuan trial tower. He strode forward. Strangely enough, even though it looked quite far away, Li Yuan took a step and appeared directly at the entrance of the Sanchuan trial tower. It was as if they had teleported. Li Yuan looked up. The 5 powerful, flowing characters of the Sanchuan trial tower came into view. A sharp and vast aura swept over us. The Sanchuan trial tower is the most important and most valued feature of the virtual space by the students. Since he was already there, Li Yuan figured he should at least go in and see what was going on. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Li Yuan raised his hand and pushed open the door of the Sanchuan trial tower, stepping into the water-like doorway. The scene before my eyes changed. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in my ear. Student Li Yuan, student ID 5202XXX, current floor, 0. Start the challenge level 1? Li Yuan answered directly, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed and he found himself on a circular platform, 10 meters in diameter, surrounded by a churning sea of clouds, as if he were high in the sky. Whoosh! A giant rat, large enough to be an adult husky, suddenly appeared in front of Li Yuan. It was covered in dark brown fur, had blood-red eyes, and teeth as sharp as short daggers. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It emits a sharp cry. Dark Fang Rat, High Level Tier 1. A line of text appeared above the giant rat's head. Advanced Tier 1. I didn't expect it to be so intense right from the start. It should be noted that the physical attributes life level, speed, punching power of the electronic clones of the students in the Sanchuan trial tower are equivalent to the entry standard of a first-level high-stage martial artist. In other words, the monsters on the first floor of the Sanchuan trial tower are beings at the same level as the students. It's estimated that some students will have to put in a lot of effort just to get through the first level. But Li Yuan smiled slightly. First level advanced stage. Isn't this just plain food delivery? Squeak. The Dark Fang Rat let out a sharp cry. Li Yuan didn't want to waste time with it, so he decisively flashed away and charged out. He was not carrying a gun. Instead, he threw a punch. Perfect timing. Let's see just how domineering the overbearing crushing fist is. Li Yuan rushed in front of the Dark Fang Rat, pulled his right arm back, and then threw a powerful punch. It pointed directly at the Dark Fang Rat's head. The Dark Fang Rat squeaked, seemingly trying to escape. But it's too slow. Bang! One punch. The Dark Fang Rat literally exploded. It exploded completely. Red and white, splattered everywhere. The overbearing crushing fist is just that overbearing. Li Yuan was quite satisfied with the power of this boxing technique. It can definitely be used as one of your signature features. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the first level of the Sanchuan trial tower in 2.5 seconds. Continue the challenge level 2? This didn't even break the record? Li Yuan noticed that there was a record for the fastest completion of a specific level in the Hall of Fame. There is only one possibility. Someone cleared the first level faster than Li Yuan. Abnormal. However, after thinking about it again, Li Yuan accepted it. After all, Sanchuan Martial Academy has recruited more than 1,000 geniuses every year for so many years. Over the years, how many outstanding talents have there been? Li Yuan was confident that among his peers, he could not find anyone with a higher level of martial arts skill than him. Even at the next level, there are almost none. But 2 or 3 grades higher. Has no one yet mastered or even reached a certain level in a particular martial art? Furthermore, it cannot be ruled out that some students have practiced mid-level martial arts. Therefore, it is not surprising that he cleared the first level in a shorter time than Li Yuan. It seems that Sanchuan Martial Academy is indeed full of hidden talents. We should not underestimate the people of the world. With that thought in mind, Li Yuan entered the second floor. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the second level of the Sanchuan trial tower in 2.3 seconds. Continue the challenge to the third floor? Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the third floor of the Sanchuan trial tower in 2.1 seconds. Continue the challenge to the fourth floor? Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the fourth floor of the Sanchuan trial tower in 2.2 seconds. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the fifth floor of the Sanchuan trial tower. Congratulations to student Li Yuan. Li Yuan fought his way through the levels. It was a complete annihilation. No beast could withstand his punch. If so, then give me another punch. If that still doesn't work. Li Yuan then took out his spear. Although the overbearing crushing fist is powerful, Li Yuan's most proficient and favorite attack method is still the spear strike like a dragon. He advanced rapidly through the trial tower, making rapid progress. Finally, when Li Yuan cleared the 8th floor, he broke the record. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the 8th floor of the Tsanchuan trial tower in 3.4 seconds. Break the record for the shortest first-time clear time on the 8th floor, 3.8 seconds. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for entering the Hall of Fame. Honor, holder of the record for fastest completion of the 8th floor of the Tsanchuan trial tower. Reward, 10 credits. Congratulations to student Li Yuan on his first entry into the Hall of Fame. Reward, 5 credits. Continue the challenge to the 9th floor? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Getting into the Hall of Fame so easily? It's not difficult at all, buddy. It turns out that this clearance time record only counts the first time a certain floor is cleared, subsequent clearances are not counted. Unfortunately, I didn't realize this before, so I didn't go all out. Now it seems that I wasted several opportunities to break the record. But it's not too late to know now. From now on, we should cherish every opportunity to clear a level for the first time and break as many records as possible. This is a great opportunity to earn some credits. Li Yuan thought to himself. With a thought, he directly entered the 9th floor. Little did he know the sensation his casual record-breaking move had caused at the school. Breaking records is not surprising. But if a new student breaks the record by arriving early before the start of the semester, that's a different story. Chapter 67, New Students Break Records One After Another. Shocking the administration. Oh? Someone broke the record for the first clear time of the 8th floor of the Tsanchuan trial tower? Let me see who it is. Li Yuan, level 5202. Ha! Level 5202. Tsanchuan Martial Academy, Trial Tower Management and Monitoring Department. Inside the office. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Du Dihai received a notification from the system that someone had broken the record for clearing the 8th floor, so he checked it. I initially thought it was that old schemer from the senior year who had been patiently waiting to break through the tower, only to launch a full-scale attack after his cultivation and martial arts progressed to a higher level, hoping to break the record. In fact, some people do just that. They give up the monthly ranking rewards and focus solely on breaking the record. So they don't rush through the tower in the early stages, only in their second or even third year, when they have cultivated their martial arts to a higher level and have a greater chance of success, before choosing to rush through the tower and have a better chance of breaking the record. In fact, the record holder for clearing the 8th floor of the Tsanchuan trial tower was originally a senior student who only attempted to clear the tower for the first time in the second semester of his second year. Du Dihai originally thought it was another veteran student who had been biding his time for years and was about to explode. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be freshman from the class of 2015. Du Dihai thought he had misread it. I took off my glasses and rubbed my eyes. Let's look at it again. The words class of 5202 are still there. Du Dihai's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly pulled up the video showing how he passed the game. A moment later. This young man, holy crap! Du Dihai exclaimed in surprise. Such speed, such explosive power. Although everyone in the trial tower has the same life level, initial speed, and initial punching power. Life level 16.0, initial punching power 1,500 kilograms, initial speed 36 ms. But speed and punching power are different from life levels. Life level is fixed and cannot be changed. As long as it is within the virtual space, the life level is fixed at 16.0. Speed and punching power, however, can be improved through one's own means. For example, mastering a certain advanced power generation technique can greatly enhance punching power, and it is quite normal to deliver a punch with a force exceeding 1,500 kilograms. For example, mastering a certain speed-based martial art can significantly increase speed, allowing one to unleash speeds far exceeding 36 ms, which is not uncommon. This is also an important factor in distinguishing between different levels of strength. You only have an initial punching power of 1,500 kilograms and a speed of 36 ms. And explosive punching power of 2,000 kilograms, speed of 40 ms. In terms of tower climbing efficiency and the highest floor reached, I clearly outclass you. In the video, a tall, upright young man dressed in black, wielding a large black spear, unleashes his spear with the speed and power of a dragon the moment the monster spawns. It directly punctured the monster's head and blew it apart. The completion time was frozen at 3.4 seconds. Previously, the fastest completion time was 3.8 seconds. Li Yuan shortened this record by a mere 0.4 seconds. Li Yuan, this year's National Martial Arts Exam Champion, S+ Special Recruitment Contract. He was accepted as a personal disciple by Dean Song. Dean Song truly has a discerning eye. Such a prodigy has a limitless future. Du Dihai remarked with emotion. At that very moment. Ding! You have a new record broken, please check it out. Du Dihai's expression changed slightly, and a guess formed in his mind. Impossible, right? If that were really the case, it would be too outrageous. With this in mind, Du Dihai clicked on the back-end messages to view the details. The first clear time for the 9th floor of the Tsongshuan Trial Tower has been reduced from 3.6 seconds to 3.1 seconds. The record breaker is Li Yuan. It really was him. This young man, I'm really fucking mad. Du Dihai was shocked. Before he could recover from the shock of the previous record, Li Yuan had already broken the record for the second time. If breaking a record once is already considered extraordinary for a freshman, then breaking the record twice in a row is simply incredible. However, this is not the end. Immediately afterwards, the record for clearing the 10th floor of the Tsongshuan Trial Tower has been broken. The record holder is Li Yuan. The time record for clearing the 11th floor of the Tsongshuan Trial Tower has been broken. Tsongshuan Trial Tower, 12th floor. Trial Tower level 13. 14th floor. One level after another, the record for clearing time was broken one after another. Moreover, the record breakers were all the same person. Li Yuan, a new student. Inside the office, I listened to a chorus of holy crap. Gradually, Du Dihai became numb. Every few seconds, you'll receive a notification that a record has been broken. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and a woman with short, ear-length hair and a very spirited air walked in. She is Zhao Yumei, the director of the Management and Monitoring Department of the Tsongshuan Martial Academy Trial Tower. He was also Du Dihai's direct supervisor and immediate boss. As soon as I entered the office, I heard Du Dihai muttering, holy crap, over there. What are you doing, Lao Du? Be mindful of your behavior. Zhao Yumei said sternly. Director, you've arrived. Du Dihai immediately stood up, pointed at the screen, and said, someone is breaking records like crazy. Crazy? Breaking records? Zhao Yumei asked, puzzled. How is it crazy? Du Dihai said, you can see for yourself. Zhao Yumei stepped forward and looked backstage. A few seconds later, I was shocked by the record-breaking messages that kept refreshing in the background. I was terrified. Holy crap! Zhao Yumei also swore. Li Yuan? Is that the S+ specially recruited student? Zhao Yumei had obviously heard of Li Yuan's name as well. Du Dihai nodded and said, yes, director, that's him. Zhao Yumei exclaimed in astonishment, what a prodigy! With such a student, Tsongshuan is destined for prosperity. Keep an eye on it for now. After saying that, Zhao Yumei walked out of the office. I made a phone call. Hey bro, do you remember that C-level special recruitment spot? Just a few days ago you were complaining to me that in order to recruit Li Yuan, Dean Song actually gave his friend a special recruitment contract as an exception. And if I remember correctly, you yourself were against Li Yuan getting the S+ special recruitment contract, right? I'm calling to tell you some news. Right now, Li Yuan is breaking through the Tsongshuan Trial Tower and has already broken the record for clearing more than a dozen floors in a row. I also heard some news that Li Yuan went to the beginner-level beast hunting ground and killed all the beasts there by himself. He also fought 7 senior students, including Lu Dating, who had just entered the second tier. Do you know what this means? To recruit such a prodigy with an S+ special recruitment contract is absolutely a stroke of luck. Zhao Yumei's brother, Zhao Yusong, is the director of the Special Recruitment Office of Tsongshuan Martial Arts Academy. There were some differing opinions about recruiting Li Yuan with an S+ special recruitment contract at the beginning. It was Song Xiaohan who overruled the objections and made the final decision in his capacity as the school's executive vice president and dean of the Martial Arts Academy. Later, Song Xiaohan asked Zhao Yusong to give Xiao Lingfeng a C-level special recruitment contract, which Zhao Yusong also complained about. I felt that this was unnecessary, and I also felt that Song Xiaohan was using his power to intimidate people. He certainly wouldn't dare say it to his face. So, I complained about it to my sister behind her back. But now that Zhao Yumei has learned of Li Yuan's explosive performance, she immediately understands that her brother was clearly in the wrong. Song Xiaohan truly has a discerning eye. Li Yuan is such a prodigy that even if he were offered another S+ special recruitment contract, it would be an absolute bargain. Geniuses are common, but discerning mentors are rare. That's why he's the executive vice principal. It's clearly not just because of his abilities. That vision, that foresight. You have to admit it. Chapter 68. A heartbroken male college student appears. Meanwhile, there is a special dormitory area for recruited students. Inside the single room of dormitory number 27. A burly young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a shiny bald head was opening a virtual reality pod, lying inside, and preparing to charge into the tower. In the dormitory of the specially recruited students of Songchuan Martial Academy. Luxury Villa Heaven, Luxury Single Room Earth, Standard Single Room Mystery, Double Room Yellow. Each is equipped with an independent virtual pod, which allows for quick access to the virtual space and entry into the Songchuan Trial Tower. However, regular student dormitories do not have this feature. To enter the virtual space, students need to go to the school's computer lab and rent a virtual pod. This also reflects the preferential treatment that Songchuan Martial Academy gives to specially recruited students. The student who entered the virtual pod at this moment is named Zheng Tianfang, a third-year student at the Martial Arts Academy. Majored in marksmanship. The moves are wide and powerful, fierce, and domineering. In a way, he and Li Yuan are following the same path. In 5200, Zheng Tianfang entered Songchuan Martial Academy with an A-level contract. Now, after 2 years of cultivation, his martial arts realm has reached the early stage of the third rank, and he is not far from the middle stage of the third rank. He had indeed entered the Songchuan Trial Tower before, but only reached the 5th floor at most. Then it stopped. Because his goal isn't to climb the leaderboard every month, but to break records and get into the Hall of Fame. He endured it all. To this day, Zheng Tianfang has mastered 2 spear techniques to the proficient level, 1 movement technique to the skilled level, and has also mastered fist and palm techniques to the beginner level. Zheng Tianfang felt that the time was ripe. He couldn't wait any longer. After all, the rewards for the monthly rankings are quite generous. Zheng Tianfang has already missed 2 years, and today, he's about to start his ascent. Record broken. This time, I'm only going to do 3 things in the virtual space: break records, and break records like hell. Zheng Tianfang was ambitious and full of confidence. I lay down directly into the virtual pod. Connect to virtual space. Tianfang, keep it up. We all believe in you and will keep an eye on your progress. Old Zhang, it's time to give the Songchuan Trial Tower a little shock. Awesome, bro. As soon as he entered the virtual space, Zheng Tianfang received messages from several friends. It's clear that everyone thinks highly of him. Zheng Tianfang replied to each of them, and then began his ascent of the tower. They quickly passed the first 5 levels. Because Zheng Tianfang had already cleared the game 5 times, he couldn't break the record even if he cleared it in a shorter time. However, this process can be a good opportunity to stretch your muscles and get used to the virtual space and electronic clone. Congratulations to student Zheng Tianfang for clearing the 6th floor of the Songchuan Trial Tower in 3.2 seconds. Continue the challenge to the 7th floor? A notification sound plays. Zheng Tianfang felt a pang of annoyance. What a pity, the record for clearing the 6th floor is 3.1 seconds, just a little bit short. It's okay, I'll break the record on the 7th floor. Zheng Tianfang entered the 7th floor. A moment later. Congratulations to student Zheng Tianfang for clearing the 7th floor of the Songchuan Trial Tower in 3.6 seconds. Break the record for the shortest first-time clear time on the 7th floor, 3.7 seconds. Congratulations to student Zheng Tianfang for entering the Hall of Fame. Honor, holder of the record for fastest completion of the 7th floor of the Songchuan Trial Tower. Reward, 10 credits. Congratulations to student Zheng Tianfang on his first entry into the Hall of Fame. Reward, 5 credits. Ha ha. That's more like it. I've endured for 2 years, all for this day. This is just the beginning. Next, I'm going to break records one after another. Zheng Tian was overjoyed. Full of energy. Proceed directly to the 8th floor. Soon, the level was cleared. Congratulations to student Zheng Tianfang for clearing the 8th floor of the Songchuan Trial Tower in 3.6 seconds. Continue the challenge to the 9th floor? Zheng Tianfang? I remember the record for clearing the 8th floor was 3.8 seconds, but it took me 3.6 seconds. Why didn't this break the record? Zheng Tianfang frowned. Did I remember wrong? Never mind, let's go to the 9th floor first. Zheng Tianfang didn't investigate further, thinking he had misremembered. It didn't disrupt my rhythm of clearing the tower. Go directly to the 9th floor. Congratulations to student Zheng Tianfang for clearing the 9th floor of the Tsanchuan Trial Tower in 3.7 seconds. Continue the challenge to the 10th floor? Zheng Tianfang? Something's not right, absolutely not right. I clearly remember that the time to clear the 9th floor was 3.8 seconds, there's absolutely no mistake. What's going on? Zheng Tianfang suddenly thought of a possibility, his brows furrowed, and he immediately sent a private message to a friend. Brother, check the record holders for clearing the 8th and 9th floors of the trial tower. The other party replied very quickly. Holy crap! Old Zhang, guess what I just saw? The clear time records for the 8th and 9th floors were broken just over half an hour ago. The current records are 3.4 seconds and 3.6 seconds respectively. Zheng Tianfang's expression changed instantly. He quickly asked, who is it? Could it be old Dang from the 4th grade? The other party replied, you're wrong. The one who broke the record is a freshman named Li Yuan, the national top scorer who was admitted through the S+ special recruitment contract. Zheng Tianfang. Holy crap? A freshman? Breaking 2 levels of the trial tower record before the school has even officially started? This is going to the heavens. No sooner had Zheng Tianfang finished speaking than his friend replied immediately, Old Zhang, I regret to inform you that Li Yuan broke the record not by 2 levels, but by 12 levels. Wait a minute, in the time it took to say that, he broke another level, and now he has 13 records in his hands. Zheng Tianfang. What the heck? I, Zheng Tianfang, have endured for 2 years, hoping to have a big one, but now, all I can do is poop? What made Zheng Tianfang even more devastated was that Li Yuan passed the test only half an hour earlier than him. If Zheng Tianfang had started climbing the tower a little earlier, he could have broken the record and entered the Hall of Fame first. Even though Li Yuan quickly broke his own record, at least he had it once and could receive a reward. But now, the original record for completion time has been broken, and the new record is even shorter. In other words, the difficulty for Zheng Tianfang to break the record has undoubtedly increased significantly. Old Zhang, the honor of our 3rd grade rests on your shoulders. A friend sent me this message. Zheng Tianfang narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Rest assured. No matter what, I'm still a 3rd-year student. No matter how monstrous Li Yuan is, he can't possibly ride roughshod over me right now. I, Zheng Tianfang, will break his record. Zheng Tianfang regrouped and continued his efforts. He vowed to break Li Yuan's record for the fastest clearance time. The ideal is very lofty. However, after a while, if it is released, why does it originate? No. A heartbroken male college student appeared. Chapter 69 Newcomer Li Yuan makes a strong debut. No, buddy. My time to clear the 14th floor was previously 4 seconds, and I've even reduced it to 3.8 seconds, but I still haven't broken the record. Li Yuan, you're fucking cheating. On the 14th floor of the Tsanchuan Trial Tower, Zheng Tianfang looked utterly dejected, almost questioning the meaning of life. He used almost all his strength. Full speed burst. Kill the monsters on this floor as quickly as possible. I thought I could break the record, but I didn't. This means that Li Yuan's clearance time was shorter than 3.8 seconds. He's an absolute monster. A freak. A pervert. Zheng Tianfang was roaring inwardly. No, how could I, Zheng Tianfang, give up so easily? If I didn't make it to the 14th floor, I'll keep trying to the 15th. I really don't believe it. Zheng Tianfang took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and growled, and to the 15th floor. Soon, the light and shadows shifted before my eyes. Zheng Tianfang appeared on the 15th floor of the Tsanchuan Trial Tower. This time, I'm charging up my ultimate move in advance. I'll kill the monster the moment it shows its head. I refuse to believe I can't break your record. Zheng Tianfang thought to himself. With a long spear in hand, he gripped the shaft tightly with both hands. Bend your knees slightly and lower your center of gravity. His whole body was like a fully drawn bow. Gathering momentum, gathering strength. The gun barrel trembled slightly. Swift wind-piercing cloud spear. This is Zheng Tianfang's most proficient martial art, characterized by its speed of spear thrusts and considerable penetrating power. One of the moves is called wind and thunder piercing the sky. The longer the charging time, the faster the speed and the greater the power. In actual combat, it is rare to have the opportunity to build up power for a single strike. However, this tactic can be quite useful in the trial tower. Zheng Tianfang immediately began to gather his strength as soon as he appeared on the 15th floor. The moment the beast shows its head, it will be instantly killed. He adjusted his breathing, his eyes slightly narrowed. His eyes were fixed on what was ahead. The next moment, a strange beast has appeared. A glint of light flashed in Zheng Tianfang's eyes. Die! He shouted loudly. He seemed to be riding the wind, or perhaps speeding away on lightning. The gun tip vibrated slightly and rapidly. With the momentum of the charge, a thrust of the spear burst forth. A faint sound of thunder could be heard. Truly extraordinary. Laugh. A single shot pierced the head of a leopard-like beast. The leopard-like beast died instantly, turning into data fragments that slowly dissipated. However, but a second leopard-like beast appeared nearby, roaring as it pounced on Zheng Tianfang. Grass. I forgot that there wasn't just one beast on this floor, there were two of them. I'm dizzy. Zheng Tianfang's frustrated voice rang out. If it were a strange beast, given its style of attacking by building up momentum and then unleashing it, it would take a very short time and would most likely break Li Yuan's record. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. The 15th floor contains two strange beasts. Killing one instantly is useless. You have to kill both sides to clear the game. The first 14 levels each have only one strange beast, but they differ in species and strength. Unfortunately, this floor has both ends. The plan failed. Zheng Tianfang was extremely annoyed. If I had known, I would have used the strategy of building up momentum beforehand when I was on the 14th floor. Even the wisest person can make a mistake. Zheng Tianfang cried out in his heart. The rhythm was inevitably affected. Although the second leopard beast was eventually killed, the time taken, not to mention breaking Li Yuan's new record, it couldn't even break the original record. Zheng Tianfang slapped his head in frustration. Try to adjust your mindset. Enter the 16th floor. Zheng Tianfang still did not give up. However, some things cannot be achieved simply by not giving up. As the levels of the Tsangshuan trial tower increase, the strength of the beasts also increases, and in most levels, there are no fewer than two beasts. In other words, Zheng Tianfang's strategy of building up momentum and advance will be less effective after level 15. This makes it increasingly difficult for him to break Li Yuan's record. At the same time, on the other side, call. Whoosh. Bang. The 27th floor of the Tsangshuan trial tower. A tall and imposing figure, with a powerful and unrestrained gait. Like a cheetah, moving as fast as thunder. A jet-black spear in his hand tore through the air, emitting a chilling shriek and whistle. The spear swept out like a black dragon whipping its tail, causing waves of air to ripple. Laugh. The spear shot out like a dragon, piercing the head of a black tiger and exploding it. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the 27th floor of the Tsangshuan trial tower in 18.7 seconds. Break the record for the shortest first-time clear time on the 27th floor, 18.9 seconds. Congratulations to Hall of Fame student Li Yuan, Honor +1, Honor, holder of the fastest clear record for the 27th floor of the Tsangshuan trial tower. Reward, 10 credits. Congratulations to student Li Yuan. You have accumulated 20 Hall of Fame honors. Reward, 20 credits. A pleasant notification sound rang out. Li Yuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. Before I knew it, I had accumulated 20 Hall of Fame honors. This means that Li Yuan has broken the record for clearing 20 floors in a single session. At level 10, there is also a stage reward. Accumulating 10 Hall of Fame honors will earn you 20 credits. I never expected that the Tsangshuan trial tower would be such a good place to earn credits. Good, keep it up. Li Yuan had no idea that his continuous record-breaking progress had inadvertently shattered the Hall of Fame dream of a pure and innocent young man. He just wanted to challenge his limits. Let's see how far we can go. Without stopping, we went straight to the 28th floor. For the rest of the time, Li Yuan became completely absorbed in climbing the tower and conquering the challenges. It brings back memories of my childhood when I first encountered the little Tyrant game console. Immerse yourself in it and enjoy it. Tired and bored? The goal is to pass the level. Li Yuan treated the Tsunshuan Trial Tower as a highly realistic AR puzzle game. There is a reward for each level you pass. Positive feedback is very likely to motivate people and inspire their drive. I don't know how much time has passed. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the 65th floor of the Tsunshuan Trial Tower in 24.1 seconds. Break the record for the shortest first-time clear time on the 27th floor, 26.8 seconds. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for entering the trial rankings, ranking 100th. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. They've made the list? The trial leaderboard has only 100 spots. To be included on the list, you must be in the top 100. Those ranked outside the top 100 will only be shown as not on the list. Even the bottom 100 are enough to demonstrate their martial arts talent, combat experience, and combat awareness. You should know. The competitors are all geniuses. From the top scorer in a province to the most outstanding student in a city. Which student who can enter Tsunshuan Martial Academy is not a genius who is honored, enjoys flowers and praise, and is highly regarded in the local area? To be able to break into the top 100 among such a group of geniuses is quite an achievement. If we add another prerequisite, it's that you, as a freshman, break into the top 100 of the trial rankings. This gold content. Think about it carefully. Ranked 100 on the trial ranking? That's not my ultimate goal. Keep going. Li Yuan swung his spear and grinned. Go directly to the 66th floor. Chapter 70: The Collapse of the Tao Heart. Just as Li Yuan began his climb up the rankings, the news had already spread like wildfire. Some of the rumors came from the Trial Tower Management and Monitoring Department, while others came from Zheng Tianfeng's friends. Breaking records in a crazy series. They've surged into the top 100 of the trial ranking. Such an event, even if it happened to 3rd or 4th graders, would be enough to cause a small-scale sensation. Not to mention, the protagonist of the incident turned out to be a freshman who had just registered and had not yet officially started school. The news spread. It's no less than dropping a depth charge into a calm lake. Boom! It exploded. Immediately, many students who were eating in the cafeteria or had just returned from outside the school rushed to the front of the school library. Here stands a huge and imposing black stone monument. It is nearly 20 meters high. The stone carvings of knives, spears, swords, and halberds on both sides appear ferocious and domineering. It is surrounded by a ring of dark gold stripes. In the middle, 100 rankings are displayed. This black stone tablet is the Trial Honor Monument. As the name suggests, this section will display the specific names, rankings, and current tower floors of the top 100 players on the trial leaderboard. For those who made the list, having the list prominently displayed in front of a bustling library is undoubtedly an inspiration. After making the list, you will not only receive a reward, but you will also get to be recognized by the entire school. Who could refuse such a benefit? For those who didn't make the list, this ranking will undoubtedly serve as a driving force, motivating them to improve themselves and strive to climb the rankings. Competition at Tsunshuan Martial Academy is fierce, and the trial rankings are constantly changing. The top 100 people we see today will likely be pushed off the list by those who rise to the top tomorrow. Therefore, it doesn't usually attract much attention. It mainly attracts attention after the rankings are finalized at midnight on the last day of the month. But today is an exception. Less than half of the month has passed. Many students then came to the Trial Honor Monument and looked up at it. Most of the attention was focused on one name: Li Yuan. Li Yuan, a new student. At this time, inside the single dormitory room number 13, Ren Changfeng lay inside the virtual pod, condensing an electronic clone within the virtual space. Clearly, he had also heard the news and knew that Li Yuan was climbing the tower and had already entered the trial rankings. However, Ren Changfeng has a virtual reality pod in his dormitory, which allows him to directly connect to the virtual space to view the leaderboard, so he doesn't need to go all the way to the library to see the Trial Honor Monument. I heard that Zheng Tianfeng has been biding his time for 2 years, and now he's going to break records, rack up credits, and get his name in the Hall of Fame. But then I ran into Li Yuan, that little pervert. Ha ha. Zheng Tianfeng's expression right now must be hilarious. Ren Changfeng chuckled to himself as he opened the leaderboard. Li Yuan, you're really too overpowered, aren't you? Aren't you even giving us old students a chance to survive? They've only been here a few days, and they've already blown away the bottom-ranked player's chrysanthemum. Ren Changfeng muttered to himself as he scrolled down the leaderboard. Sudden. His eyes widened and his expression changed. Holy crap! Didn't they say they just entered the rankings and were in the top 100? How come they've jumped to the top 80 in such a short time? I'm only ranked 71st. Damn it, if I get assaulted by a freshman like you, my reputation as Ren Changfeng will be ruined. Don't come any closer. Ren Changfeng shouted exaggeratedly. Then I immediately ran to the trial tower. Start climbing the tower like crazy and clearing the levels. He didn't want Li Yuan to catch up with him or even surpass him. There are quite a few people who share similar thoughts with Ren Changfeng. Most of them are third-year students. In fact, the majority of those listed on the trial list are third-year students. Fourth-year students, unless they are particularly bad, are at least at the third or even fourth rank, and have a certain level of strength. Most of them are not on campus. They are either out training or doing missions, or they have already taken up positions somewhere. Some have joined the military, some have gone to the martial hall, some have gone to government departments, or have accepted invitations to serve certain conglomerates or families. Some students have also formed adventure teams to hunt exotic beasts. Not many remained on campus. Second-year students, due to their short training time and limited strength, have only a very small number of top students with the ability to climb the rankings. Therefore, the third-year students almost always dominate the trial rankings every year. And now, the sudden emergence of newcomer Li Yuan has propelled him to the top of the list. Those who felt the crisis the most were naturally the third-year students. As a result, many third-year students, like Ren Changfeng, felt a sense of crisis and immediately entered the virtual space to start climbing the tower and breaking through the levels. School clinic. Lu Dating and a few friends treated their injuries here, and walked out of the infirmary with grim faces. Especially Lu Dating. He was considered one of the top-ranked students in his second year. Having just entered the second grade, I've already reached the first stage of the second level. He is somewhat famous. I was originally planning to establish my authority and announce that I had broken through to the second tier, but showing off turned into making a fool of oneself. He also suffered a serious injury. His shoulder was pierced and left a bloody hole. He died before he could even begin his mission. Lu Dating was almost driven mad with frustration. Everyone else was also in low spirits. Brother Lu, what are your plans next? Someone asked, breaking the silence. Lu Dating gritted his teeth and said, the beast hunting grounds have all been cleared out, and I'm injured. I don't have a better option for the time being. I've decided to go all out to try and get into the top 100 when the rankings are finalized, so I can at least save some face. Yes, Brother Lu, you can definitely do it. Just then, several students walked by quickly, chatting as they went, and their conversation caught Lu Dating's attention. Holy crap, Li Yuan is really defying the heavens. Just now the group was discussing whether he could break into the top 90, and now he's already in the top 80. Seriously, that's perverted. If I hadn't also tried the trial tower, I would have thought it was some kind of easy mode. I've only ever reached the 50th floor at most. How did Li Yuan, a freshman, manage to do that? He's almost at the 70th floor. If it's not closed, it means it's open. The group chatted as they walked away. Lu Dating stood there, stunned. Li Yuan? Top 80 on the trial ranking. Holy crap! Lu Dating's mentality collapsed. His ultimate goal was simply to break into the trial rankings. Even if he came in last, it would still be considered a success. That's a way of saving face. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan actually made it into the top 80. Lu Dating's shoulders slumped as a deep sense of powerlessness and despair washed over him. Comparison is the thief of joy. Chapter 71, Ranking Climb Shocks the Entire School. Sanchuan Trial Tower, 66th floor. It turned out to be a vast, boundless grassland. In fact, the space of the Sanchuan Trial Tower increases as the number of floors increases. The first 10 floors are only about the size of a basketball court. Floors 11 to 20 are roughly the size of 2 basketball courts. The 21st to 30th floors are equivalent to the area of a football field. Once the trial tower reaches level 60, the single level space becomes larger and more realistic, simulating a grassland ecosystem. The grass is lush and green, stretching as far as the eye can see. This design is also because, as the number of trial tower levels increases, the strength and number of the beasts also increase simultaneously. The space is too small, and you can't really work out properly. Now, Li Yuan stood holding a gun. With the gun pointed downwards, blood slid from the tip, dripping onto the ground and splashing up small, bright red blood flowers. Li Yuan also had some bloodstains on his body, and he exuded a sharp and murderous aura. Around him were the corpses of 8 wild boar-like beasts, each as large as an adult elephant. The large bloodstains filled the space with a stench of blood. Ironback steel boar, a peak tier 1 exotic beast. This level has already surpassed the level of the electronic clones that students condense within the trial tower. Moreover, with its thick skin and steel needles on its back, it's like a giant hedgehog, possessing not only exceptional defensive capabilities but also making it impossible to attack with its thick, long, and hard steel needles. It is definitely one of the most troublesome of the top-tier first-order beasts. Most trainees would probably be instantly killed if they encountered the ironback steel pig. Being able to engage in a few exchanges is already quite impressive. However, if one could kill the ironback steel boar in a one-on-one situation, that's absolutely outstanding. Reaching the top 200 on the trial leaderboard shouldn't be a problem. If you can kill 2 ironback steel boars, you'll have a great chance of officially making it into the top 100 of the trial ranking. In fact, on the 65th floor of the trial tower are 2 ironback steel pigs. Li Yuan officially made it onto the list, ranking 100th, after killing the 2 ironback steel pigs on the 65th floor. The difficulty skyrockets on the 66th floor. There are only 2 ironback steel pigs on the 65th floor. And the 66th floor. There are 8 heads. It's 4 times harder. No. With the number of ironback steel pigs quadrupling, the difficulty of clearing the level will definitely not be just quadrupled, it will probably be 6 or 8 times greater. But Li Yuan still passed the level with ease. All of ironback steel pig's tricks were useless against Li Yuan's big spear. Its defenses could not withstand the attack of the big gun. Its steel needles couldn't even touch the hem of Li Yuan's clothes. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the 66th floor of the Tsangshuan Trial Tower in 35.9 seconds. Break the record for the shortest first-time clear time on the 66th floor, 45.1 seconds. Congratulations to Hall of Fame student Li Yuan, Honor +1, Honor, holder of the fastest clear record for the 66th floor of the Tsangshuan Trial Tower. Reward, 10 credits. The trial tower notification sounded. Li Yuan didn't linger and went straight to the 67th floor. The scene before them changed again, transforming into a vast desert. The hurricane howled, whipping up sand and dust. When you step on the ground with your feet, you can clearly feel that the soft sand cannot support your body and you sink a little. A realistic desert scene. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, faint sounds arose around them. Li Yuan stared intently. Then he saw several protrusions appear in the sand, rapidly approaching him. It seems that something is hidden under the sand. To burrow underground and move stealthily. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, tightened his grip on his right hand, and swept the gun out. Whoosh! The spear's edge flashed, carving a deep trench in the desert. 3 shoes, each the size of a crocodile and covered in dark red armor, flew up from the sand. Crimson armored scorpion. A first-tier peak-level alien beast. It has armor, is poisonous, and is adept at burrowing underground. In a setting like the desert, they are like fish in water, taking full advantage of the favorable conditions. Moreover, the 3 crimson armored scorpions that Li Yuan summoned were not all of them. To Li Yuan's left, right, and behind, crimson armored scorpions rapidly approached from beneath the sand. A quick glance revealed at least 10 first-tier peak alien beasts attacked. It is enough to leave the vast majority of trainees struggling, or even facing perilous situations. But Li Yuan was not afraid at all. There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. The more exotic beasts that come, and the stronger they are, the more his fighting power will be stimulated. If it's too weak, then it's just too boring. Whoosh! Whoosh! Call! The big gun kept firing. Sweep! Straight thrust! A downward slash! A diagonal flick! The jet black spear, like a ferocious and domineering black dragon, raged across the desert. The powerful force caused air to ripple and the sand to fly around. Under Li Yuan's overwhelming and terrifying offensive, the crimson demon armored scorpions were unable to withstand it at all. One by one, they were either thrown away, pierced, or smashed. The dark red liquid stained large areas of sand. One after another, the crimson armored scorpions died violently. Clearing the level is just a matter of time. In front of the library at Sangshuan Martial Academy. Before the Trial of Honor Monument. More than 100 students rushed to the scene after hearing the news. There were not only second and third year students, but also some fourth year students who were still in school or had just returned to school. They all came to see what was going on. Many mentors also came. After all, it's already quite impressive that a newcomer has already made it to the top of the trial rankings right after joining. Not to mention, Li Yuan's rise to fame is not just a matter of making it onto the list. He kept improving his ranking. That's the most perverted thing. Such an unprecedented event naturally attracted the attention of many people. The rankings at the top of the trial leaderboard represent only a portion of the participants. Many other students and mentors did not come to the site but instead entered the virtual space to check the rankings. Of course, some veterans on the list felt the pressure and immediately started climbing the tower to climb the rankings, just like Rin Changfeng. Those ahead of Li Yuan are worried about being overtaken by him. Those who had already fallen behind Li Yuan were even more unwilling to be surpassed by a freshman, so they naturally wanted to get their revenge. Then, many senior students entered the Sangshuan Trial Tower. They started working hard to climb the tower and climb the leaderboard. According to the school's history, a total of 36 freshmen made it onto the trial rankings within a month of the start of the semester. Of these, 24 had only been on the list before being removed when the final rankings were determined. Only 12 remained on the list at the time of the final rankings. Among these 12, the highest ranking was 91st. These 36 students were all exceptional geniuses. After a period of honing their skills, they almost all became regulars on the trial rankings, and their later achievements were also quite good. Excluding those who died prematurely due to accidents, the worst among them cultivated to the peak of the 4th tier, just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. A burly instructor with a beard and a rugged face spoke in a deep voice, his hands behind his back. Li Yuan is the first person to enter the trial list as a freshman before the official start of the semester. And his ranking has already entered the top 80. And judging from this trend, his ranking is likely to improve further. Chapter 72: Chu Yunxiao's rise to prominence. Beside the burly instructor were several other figures, all of whom were also school instructors. And to serve as an instructor at Sangshuan Martial Academy, one must at least be a grandmaster. After hearing the burly instructor's words, the other instructors nodded in agreement, their expressions showing surprise. 100th and top 80. It seems like there's only a 20-place difference. In fact, they are worlds apart. They are completely incomparable. The most obvious example is the 8 first-tier peak alien beasts, the ironback steel pigs, in the 66th trial tower. That's a hurdle. I don't know how many people they stopped. But Li Yuan overcame that hurdle. Li Yuan's performance was truly astonishing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a new student could do this before the start of the semester. It's said that Li Yuan has already reached the 2nd level? What a little monster. While other freshmen are still striving to become formal martial artists, Li Yuan has already surpassed the vast majority of second-year seniors. No. Judging solely from his martial arts level, Li Yuan has indeed only surpassed the vast majority of second-year seniors. But in terms of actual combat, I think that among all the second-year students, there are only a handful who can be Li Yuan's match. Yes, that's true. My good-for-nothing disciple, Lu Dating, was easily defeated by Li Yuan when he first entered the 2nd tier. Li Yuan's explosive performance in the trial tower is enough to show that his martial arts skills and combat experience are also extremely excellent. His true combat strength is definitely not weaker than that of a high-level 2nd tier. It's a pity. Dean Song beat me to it. Otherwise, I would have snatched such a prodigy and taken him under my wing no matter what. Several counselors whispered among themselves. He made no secret of his admiration for Li Yuan. Among the many trainees present, there were gasps of surprise, exclamations, and murmurs of discussion. Holy crap, this guy is awesome, he's made it into the top 80. This is insane. It's hard to believe that this is a freshman. Such grades would be considered excellent even for third-year students. For a freshman, it's absolutely phenomenal. Are you crazy? The semester hasn't even officially started and you've already smashed through the trial rankings? How did he do that? Let's not even talk about the earlier levels, just the 66th level alone has a whopping 8 peak level tier 1 ironback steel bores. Being gored by 8 bores at once, who could withstand that? I've been stuck on this level for ages, I can't find a way to break through it at all, my raw strength isn't enough, I have absolutely no hope of passing it. Li Yuan, how did he do that? It moved. It moved. It moved. Li Yuan's ranking has moved again. Holy shit. Holy crap, this is really defying the heavens. Amidst gasps of surprise, the trial rankings suddenly changed. Rank 75, Li Yuan, 67th floor, 100%. Countless students and mentors were shocked by what they saw, their eyes filled with disbelief. Miracle. No. Miracle. This is simply a miracle. With such an explosive performance right after registering for school and before classes even started, who knows how many more jaw-dropping things he'll do in the next few years? Holy crap! Li Yuan is already ranked 75th, that's insane. Li Yuan's era is coming. Everyone gasped in surprise. Among the crowd stood a striking young man with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a tall, upright figure. He looked up at the name Li Yuan on the trial honor monument, his pupils contracted slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Li Yuan. As expected of an S+ specially recruited genius, and as expected of the national champion in martial arts exam, well, you win. It's well deserved that you were allocated the number 1 villa in the garden. But the boy clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. An indomitable look appeared on his face. I, Chu Yunxiao, will not admit defeat. Just wait and see. The path of martial arts is long. You may be ahead for a while, but you won't stay ahead forever. I, Chu Yunxiao, will definitely surpass you. Chu Yunxiao, the top scorer in the martial arts examination of Qingxia province, scored 10100, ranking 4th in the country. Li Yuan is undoubtedly number 1, with a score that is far ahead of the competition in Sky High, securing him the title of national champion. The second place winner is Long Outyan from Daijing, with a score of 10,150. He was admitted to Daijing Martial Arts Academy with an S-level special recruitment contract. If Li Yuan hadn't suddenly appeared, this year's martial arts exam champion would have been Long Outyan. The third place winner is Chu Yunxiao. Don't underestimate him just because he only came in third place. In previous years, with Chu Yunxiao's grades, he would have had a great chance of becoming the national champion. This year, he only came in third place not because he was bad, but because his peers were too strong. Back then, all 5 top martial arts academies offered Chu Yunxiao S-level special recruitment contracts. In the end, Chu Yunxiao chose Sangshuan Martial Academy. His choice of Sangshuan Martial Academy was not only because of its good conditions, but also because he was from Qingzhou, and Sangshuan Martial Academy was located in Qingzhou, which could be considered as supporting a local martial arts academy. Also, another very important reason is Li Yuan. Chu Yunxiao was very proud. He was not convinced that his martial arts exam score was worse than Li Yuan's. I think the martial arts exam is just an appetizer. Only after becoming a true martial artist can you have a proper meal. Upon learning that Li Yuan had chosen Sangshuan Martial Academy, Chu Yunxiao did not hesitate for a moment and directly chose Sangshuan Martial Academy as well. He wanted to defeat Li Yuan at the Sangshuan Martial Academy. His cultivation progress was also very fast. He had excellent martial arts talent, and with the support of his family, he had already become a true martial artist before he even reported for duty. We are now close to breaking through to the middle stage of the first tier. The progress can be described as incredibly fast. Chu Yunxiao was originally full of confidence and went directly to Villa number 1 to find Li Yuan, preparing to have a friendly, ruthless sparring session with him. They came up empty-handed. It was only later that I learned that Li Yuan had gone to the beast hunting grounds. Chu Yunxiao went to the beast hunting grounds again, only to find out that Li Yuan had killed all the beasts there and returned to school. So Chu Yunxiao ran back to school. He then learned news that shocked him. Li Yuan actually climbed to 75th place on the trial rankings. Are you kidding me? 75 people. Chu Yunxiao was a native of Qingzhou, and his family was quite powerful. Before enrolling in the academy, he had heard of the Sangshuan Martial Academy's trial rankings. It is also clear that the students who make the list are the best of the best. I've never heard of any freshman being on the list before the semester even started. And it's still 75th place. What kind of monster is this? Xu Yunxiao was on the verge of his Dao heart collapsing. However, he was still quite resilient. After some internal struggle, he reshaped his martial arts mindset and did not become discouraged as a result. Xu Yunxiao firmly believed that he would not always lag behind Li Yuan. Certainly. It's definitely not going to be a challenge against Li Yuan anytime soon. That's not a challenge. That's called asking for a beating. Chapter 73 Song Xiaohan's Arrangements. Inside an office at Sunchuan Martial Academy. Song Xiaohan sat casually in the chair, legs crossed, with a faint smile on his face, clearly in a good mood. Sitting opposite him was the old man with the goatee who had made the bet with him. The old man with the goatee was named Tang Xiaolin. Both are Grandmaster-level experts, both serve as executive vice presidents of the Sunchuan Martial Academy, and both concurrently hold the position of Dean of the Weapon Academy. He is one of the absolute top leaders of Sunchuan Martial Academy. Tang Xiaolin and Song Xiaohan were friends, partners, and rivals when they were young. They fought from the age of 18 to 80. Both sides had their wins and losses. But this did not create enmity, on the contrary, their relationship grew better and better. Despite their usual bickering and apparent animosity, when it comes to a real crisis, they are absolutely true friends who can trust each other completely. Old Song, your new disciple is truly astonishing. Tang Xiaolin said something, then said seriously, why don't you give him to me? Just tell me what you want, and I'll definitely fulfill it. Dream on. Song Xiaohan glared at Tang Xiaolin and said, I finally managed to take on such a good disciple, how could I give him to you? Besides, Li Yuan is a spearman, what can you, a knife user, teach him? Tang Xiaolin chuckled awkwardly and said, just kidding, don't take it seriously. But then again, Li Yuan is quite the little monster. How many jaw-dropping things has he done? Tang Xiaolin said with some shock. On the first day of registration, he beat the second-year students to a pulp. The next day, I went to the beginner-level beast hunting ground and stayed there for 3 days. I practically cleared out all the beasts in the hunting ground by myself. Then he actually fought against 7 opponents and defeated 7 second-year senior students, led by a second-level initial stage martial artist. Then I went back to school and started climbing the leaderboard. I made it into the top 80 in one go. Judging from this momentum, there's no guarantee they won't make it into the top 50. TSK, TSK, TSK. Tang Xiaolin remarked with considerable emotion, what a monster. He has already reached the second tier before the start of the semester, and his actual combat strength is no less than that of a high-level second tier. What else could this be but a monster? Song Xiaohan said arrogantly, that's right, don't you even know whose disciple you are? Tang Xiaolin glanced at him sideways, you should be secretly happy that you got such a good deal. You've only been Li Yuan's disciple for a few days. His extraordinary performance is entirely due to his own innate talent and martial arts prodigy. How much does it have to do with you as his teacher? Never mind that. The fact is, my disciple, Song Xiaohan, was already this outstanding before the official start of the semester. Song Xiaohan clapped his hands and laughed. Admittedly. As Tang Xiaolin said, Li Yuan's current extraordinary performance has little to do with Song Xiaohan. After all, Song Xiaohan simply recruited Li Yuan into the school using an S+ special recruitment contract, took him as a disciple, and gifted him cultivation methods and martial arts. In addition, I introduced Li Yuan to the signature abilities of martial artists below the 3rd rank. The formal teaching guidance has not yet begun. Li Yuan's achievements today are entirely due to his talent and hard work. Speaking of which, Song Xiaohan indeed stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck. But does it matter? When the news spread, everyone would say that Song Xiaohan, the vice principal of Sunchuan Martial Academy and a grandmaster-level expert, had a keen eye for talent and was skilled at teaching, which is why he was able to cultivate such a monstrous student as Li Yuan. Listen to it. How prestigious is that? In fact, Li Yuan's appearance is definitely a great thing for the school. Tang Xiaolin said seriously, besides bringing various benefits to the school by cultivating such a monstrous talent, Li Yuan's sudden emergence and various extraordinary performances are undoubtedly an inspiration and spur to the students. That's right. Song Xiaohan nodded and said, it's just like the catfish effect. These kids have been too comfortable in school for too long, and a relatively stable and fixed pattern has formed, which has caused many of them to lose their drive. But now, this little guy Li Yuan, as a freshman, has shown an invincible attitude. Not to mention the second-year students, even the third-year students felt a strong threat. It is conceivable that after some time, even fourth-year students will be able to feel intense pressure from Li Yuan. And this threat and pressure will become the driving force that motivates them to strive to become stronger and forge ahead. Song Xiaohan stroked his beard and said, "The trial ranking is a good example." According to the back-end data, right after Li Yuan made it onto the list, more than 60 of the original 100 people have now entered the Songchuan trial tower and started climbing the tower to climb the rankings. If you don't want to be overtaken and trampled on by your juniors, you have to work hard. He. As if he had thought of something, Song Xiaohan laughed happily. Tang Xiaolin looked at him and said, "Old Song, the challenges and tests your good apprentice will face next will not be small." His current momentum is putting pressure on the other trainees, but he also feels pressure himself. If he suffers a defeat, not only will there be all sorts of voices from the outside world, but it will also be a huge blow to his own martial arts spirit. After all, his current opponents are not his fellow students, but senior students who are 1, 2, or even 3 years ahead of him. It is very likely that at some point, in some matter, you will stumble or run into a wall. Tang Xiaolin looked directly at Song Xiaohan and said, "We need to make plans for them as soon as possible." Song Xiaohan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I do believe that my disciple can handle these matters well." That's what he said, but Song Xiaohan was actually still a little worried. The higher you fly, the more praise and envy you receive, and the more beautiful the scenery you see. But once you fall from a great height, the injuries they suffer will be very serious. Song Xiaohan had witnessed more than once or twice how geniuses could collapse from their Taoist heart and become despondent due to a temporary setback. He certainly didn't want his most valued disciple to end up in the same situation. To avoid risks, there are essentially 2 methods. Or, just keep marching forward triumphantly, invincible to the end. No matter what opponent you encounter, no matter what happens, you will always end up victorious. Alternatively, one can experience a devastating failure, then rise from the ashes, rebuild and solidify one's Tao heart. In this way, even if one experiences failure again in the future, the consequences will not be too severe. Thoughts flashed through my mind. A glint of light flashed in Song Xiaohan's eyes. It seems they already have an idea. Then, I picked up my phone and made a call. He cut to the chase, "Go back to school immediately." Without asking any questions or hesitating, the person on the other end of the phone immediately replied, "Okay, teacher." Chapter 74 Unstoppable Momentum, Continuing the Challenge. Songchuan Trial Tower, 73rd floor. The scene on this floor is actually a huge volcano. Active volcano. Lava spewed out from time to time, falling from the sky like meteorites to the earth, creating deep craters like cannonballs. Large areas of the surrounding land were scorched black and emitting blue smoke. The entire space was extremely hot due to the presence of magma and active volcanoes. That lava isn't just for show. If you get it on you, it will definitely cause you a lot of trouble, just like encountering lava in real life. Therefore, the challenge on this level, besides the strange beasts, is the magma. You either need to use your agility and skill to dodge the lava. Alternatively, one can rely on internal energy or other defensive methods to withstand the attack. Otherwise, if they get hit by lava, they'll be eliminated without even the beasts needing to intervene. The strange beast on this level is a being called the Blazing Fire Serpent. As the name suggests, this is a fire attribute monster that can adapt well to high temperatures and magma environments and has extremely high fire resistance. It can even remain in magma for a short time without being harmed. In other words, even if hit by falling lava, you will only suffer impact damage, but almost no burning damage. Also, the Blazing Fire Serpent also possesses a fire poison technique. It can inflict fire poison on the target through wounds, posing a great threat and even slowing down the flow of true qi. They are an extremely troublesome opponent. Not to mention, there aren't just 1, but 3 Blazing Fire Serpents on this floor. 3 Tier 2 initial stage beasts, and they are fire attribute beasts that are very well adapted to magma environments. This is a huge test for anyone. Of course, anyone here does not include Li Yuan. The Blazing Fire Serpent was indeed troublesome, and the falling lava was certainly a threat, but for Li Yuan, both were things he could avoid. Nothing else? Li Yuan's greatest strength lies in his Void Star Stepping technique. Fast, agile, and quick. Neither the magma falling from the sky nor the fiery serpent's hissing could threaten Li Yuan. With the activation of the Void Star Stepping technique, Li Yuan's figure seemed to become illusory. It felt as if starlight was twinkling beneath my feet. Every step taken leaves behind a trail of starlight, mysterious and profound. The speed is extremely fast. All threats can be easily avoided. Moreover, Li Yuan's attacks were incredibly ferocious. The great gun roared, like a black dragon wreaking havoc. Compared to a dragon, what is a mere snake worth mentioning? Whoosh! A flash of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon. The black dragon spear struck like a giant dragon, exploding with ferocity. It was like a black lightning bolt, incredibly fast. A fiery serpent was unable to dodge in time and was pierced through the body. Li Yuan used his spear to lift the blazing fire serpent, then with a sudden jerk, the force was transmitted through the black dragon spear to the blazing fire serpent. Bang! The blazing fire serpent exploded instantly. First, then the second. Li Yuan's lips curled slightly, and without pausing, he darted out. A shot came crashing down violently. Bang! A deep trench was smashed into the ground. One of the blazing fire serpents had part of its body smashed flat, and after a couple of frantic twists and struggles, Li Yuan smashed its tongue with a single spear thrust. There's only one left. Li Yuan turned his gaze to the last remaining blazing fire serpent. He took a step forward and charged forward with ferocity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fiery serpent raised its head, flicked its tongue, and with a swish of its lower body, soared into the air. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. It seems like he wants to bite Li Yuan. Li Yuan's gaze sharpened as he saw a mass of lava falling from the sky. Li Yuan quickly changed his position to dodge the lava, and at the same time thrust out with his spear. The gun barrel trembled. It passed right through the lava. Carrying magma that was shooting everywhere, it went straight into the mouth of the blazing fire serpent. With a whoosh, it pierced through the back of his head. The last blazing fire serpent is dead. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the 73rd floor of the Tsangshuan Trial Tower in 41.5 seconds. Break the record for the shortest first-time clear time on the 8th floor, 50.7 seconds. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for entering the Hall of Fame. Honor, holder of the record for fastest completion of the 73rd floor of the Tsangshuan Trial Tower. Reward, 10 credits. Continue the challenge to the 74th floor? Without hesitation, Li Yuan replied, yes. The scene changes. Li Yuan arrived at the 74th floor of the Tsangshuan Trial Tower. The scene on this floor is a huge tropical rainforest. Looking around, all you can see are dense, towering trees. The trunk is so thick that it would take several people to encircle it. The vines are like giant snakes and the canopy is enormous, blocking out the sky and the sun. Swish, swish, swish. A soft sound rang out. Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and he raised his gun to be on guard. In such an environment, it would still be dangerous if a fast-moving or stealthy beast were to ambush you. Li Yuan didn't want to suffer an unexpected setback. After all, his current life level is only 16.0, which is equivalent to the mid-stage of the first-tier martial artist level. The beasts on level 73 are already 3 early-stage tier 2 beasts, so the beasts on level 74 will definitely not be lower than early-stage tier 2 beasts, and their number will most likely not be less than 3. If you are too careless, you may still fail. Li Yuan was confident in his abilities, but he would never do anything foolish like being careless or rashly aggressive. No matter when, no matter where. Maintaining basic vigilance is essential. Li Yuan gripped his spear tightly, his gaze focused, adjusted his breathing, and slowly walked forward. Sudden. Whoosh. A whooshing sound rang out. Li Yuan reacted quickly, pushing off the ground with both feet and rapidly retreating backward. At the same time, the spear spiraled out. The tip of the gun gleamed with a cold, sharp light. They attacked the strange beast that had suddenly appeared. It was a large bright green praying mantis, very similar to the double-bladed praying mantis Li Yuan had encountered in the martial arts exam. Both had protruding eyes, a raised back, and their entire bodies were covered with a hard, bright green shell. They also had 2 sharp sides. However, the biggest difference between this mantis and the 2-sword mantis is that this mantis's sides are extremely large. It is a size that is completely disproportionate to its actual size. Giant blade mantis. Second tier, initial stage alien beast. It can be seen as a plus version of the dual-wielding mantis. Those 2 enormous sides are its sharpest weapons. Its sharpness is comparable to that of grade E alloy. Faced with Li Yuan's thrusting spear, the giant blade mantis instantly crossed its twin blades to block in front of it. Clang! A sound like metal clashing came from the air. The giant blade mantis was instantly knocked away, and cracks appeared on its 2 giant blades. It's a miracle it didn't die. They simply couldn't withstand Li Yuan's ferocious attacks. However, this jungle is clearly the home ground of the mantis. After being knocked away, the giant mantis bounced a few times and quickly disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Li Yuan, skilled in martial arts and daring, picked up his spear and gave chase. Chapter 75. The top 50 shocked the entire audience. Whoosh! Li Yuan moved swiftly through the jungle like a gust of wind. With each step, mysterious and fantastical starlight flashes where your feet land, as if you are walking on stars. Not only was it incredibly fast, but it was also agile and swift as the wind. Whether it's a thick, towering tree, a giant vine that winds its way like a python, or thorns, bushes, and swamps, nothing could stop Li Yuan's progress. It couldn't even have the slightest impact on him. Tap tap. Two soft sounds mingled together. Li Yuan was almost sideways, at an angle to the ground, and his feet quickly and lightly touched the trunk of a thick tree. Starlight bursts forth on the tree trunk. Li Yuan used the reaction force to rush out in another direction. He reached out and hooked his hand on a vine hanging from the sky, using the momentum to swing and chase after the giant mantis. This jungle is the home ground of the mantis. It is extremely familiar with the terrain and is fast and agile. With a bend and a push from the hind leg, one can leap several meters, or even tens of meters. In a single leap, they fled swiftly. But Li Yuan's speed was by no means slow. They are agile and light. When you step on thorns, bushes, or swamps, it's as if there's nothing there, you don't sink at all. The phrases walking on snow without leaving a trace and flying over grass in martial arts novels are no more than this. Whoosh! Li Yuan lightly touched the ground with his toes and stepped onto the thorns. The stars are dazzling, like a dream. With just a light touch, the thorns swayed slightly twice, and Li Yuan used the momentum to propel himself forward, rapidly pursuing the giant mantis and closing the distance. Sudden. A faint sound, like a sharp blade cutting through the air, came from the side. It was barely audible. It is almost impossible to detect. Very subtle. But Li Yuan, with his keen senses, noticed it. And responded instantly. His arm muscles tensed, and he stepped forward, holding the gun horizontally to his right. The next moment. Clang! Two flashes of cold light passed by. At the same time, a sound like metal clashing came from the air. A second giant mantis attacked from the side, its two giant blades striking out at Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan blocked it with his spear. However, the force carried by the giant side still slightly affected Li Yuan's figure, causing him to shift to the left. At the same time, the third giant mantis swooped out from Li Yuan's left. The two giant blades crossed and slashed at Li Yuan in an X shape. Meanwhile, the giant mantis that Li Yuan had been chasing turned back and attacked Li Yuan head-on. In that instant, Li Yuan was simultaneously attacked by three giant mantises that had reached the early stage of the second tier. For anyone else, let alone being attacked from three sides, even facing just one would be extremely dangerous, and they might even die on the spot. But Li Yuan remained unfazed. He thought to himself, thank goodness this came, saves me the trouble of searching and chasing after them everywhere. Void stepping stars. Li Yuan roared. Beneath my feet, starlight bursts forth in dazzling brilliance. Its form became illusory. In an instant, Li Yuan defied all logic and spun to the right. At the same time, rotate the spear. Dissipate the force of the giant mantis's massive blade striking the spear from the right, and move to its side and rear. With a sudden, powerful thrust of his thigh, like a thick tree trunk, he swept out with a whooshing sound as he delivered a side kick. Bang! A muffled thud. Li Yuan's powerful kick landed directly on the back of the giant mantis, the immense force sending it flying towards the other giant mantis. Clang! Ding ling guan long. The two giant mantises collided head-on. Although the giant mantis was physically strong, it couldn't withstand the force of Li Yuan's kick. They collided head-on, and everyone was completely disoriented. In that brief moment of stunned silence and bewilderment, the god of death descended. Li Yuan kicked a thick tree trunk hard and turned around to attack. The spear thrust straight in, like a dragon exploring the sea. The gun tip pierced the air, emitting a chilling shriek. Laugh! With a single, ferocious shot, the two giant mantises that had collided head-on were pierced through together, skewering them like candied hawthorns on a stick. Green juice splattered. The giant mantis let out a shrill scream and struggled frantically. It is a strange beast after all, with strong vitality. Even if its body is pierced, it will not die so easily. Li Yuan's eyes turned cold, and his arm trembled violently. He circulated his true energy, using the spear as a medium, and instantly transmitted it to the two giant mantises. Bang! Bang! The true energy erupted within the giant mantis's body, exploding like fireworks. The two giant mantises strung together exploded instantly. It literally means exploded. The armor was shattered, the body was torn to pieces, only the two pairs of giant blades remained relatively intact. After dealing with the two giant mantises, Li Yuan swept his spear horizontally, knocking away another giant mantis that was charging at him head-on. The giant blades were smashed in two by the terrifying force of the spear. The giant mantis let out a piercing scream. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of your weakness to kill you, Li Yuan used the void step star treading step to quickly catch up. Call! The spear swept through the air, carrying immense force, and slammed down fiercely towards the giant mantis. Bang! It exploded again. The third giant mantis exploded. Fast, agile, and powerful. Li Yuan's fighting power and explosiveness are truly exaggerated. Even a second-tier, early-stage giant blade mantis couldn't withstand it at all. 3 heads. They were all dealt with by Li Yuan. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for clearing the 74th floor of the Tsongshuan Trial Tower in 57.9 seconds. Break the record for the shortest first-time clear time on the 8th floor 1 minute 4.4 seconds. Congratulations to student Li Yuan for entering the Hall of Fame. Honor, holder of the record for fastest completion of the 74th floor of the Tsongshuan Trial Tower. Reward, 10 credits. Continue the challenge to the 75th floor? The notification sound from the Tsongshuan Trial Tower rang out at the opportune moment. Although Li Yuan had already cleared 74 floors in a row, he felt energetic and did not feel tired. Yes. Li Yuan gave a low shout. Choose to enter the 75th floor of the Tsongshuan Trial Tower directly. Continue. Let's go all out and see how many floors we can get to. My God. It moved. It moved again. Li Yuan's ranking jumped up again. Holy crap. She even cleared the 75th floor? Just like that, she's jumped straight into the top 50? The password. I'm still stuck on the 15th floor, while he's already cleared the 75th floor. This is really, comparing goods is like throwing them away, comparing people is like dying. Stop talking, master, I'm bowing down in admiration. Terrifying. In front of the library. Beneath the monument of trials and honors. Many students exclaimed in surprise as they watched Li Yuan's ranking on the leaderboard rise once again. Gasps of cold air could be heard from time to time, which did contribute to slowing down the greenhouse effect in this other world. At this moment, Li Yuan's ranking has become 49th place, Li Yuan, 75th floor, 100%. Top 50 on the trial ranking. And that's how Li Yuan got in. Chapter 76, killed in an instant without even seeing a shadow of a strange beast? After being shocked too many times, you become numb. This is what is known as being used to it and not finding it strange. When Li Yuan first broke into the top 100 of the trial rankings as a freshman, the shock was absolutely devastating. His ranking continued to rise, which also shocked countless people. But Li Yuan's ranking continued to rise. The sensation it caused was not as great as it had been at the beginning. Because everyone's expectations have been raised by Li Yuan's repeated shocks. Even if Li Yuan were to break into the top 10 now, it wouldn't seem like anything earth-shattering. Indeed, some trainees believe that Li Yuan has the potential to be among the top 10. Of course, some other trainees felt that although Li Yuan was very strong, there was a limit to how strong he was. Being able to enter the top 50 had already shocked many people, and being able to enter the top 40 was enough to blow people's minds. As for the top 10, they don't even look at what kind of monsters are in the top 10. Each one of them is a prodigy with countless accolades. Moreover, they have an advantage that Li Yuan can't match at all, and that is age. Or more specifically, cultivation time. In the early stages of martial arts development, the impact of time is enormous. I have cultivated for 2 more years than you. Even if you are more talented than me, it will be difficult for you to surpass me. Of course, if the time frame is extended further, then it is indeed possible to catch up and surpass others by virtue of superior martial arts talent. Just like on a running track. Zhang San runs 10 meters first, and then Li Si starts running. Although Li Si is faster than Zhang San, he started later and it will take time for him to catch up with Zhang San. At the very least, it shouldn't be difficult for Zhang San to maintain a lead for the first 10 meters or so. Having an early start gives you a huge advantage, especially in the early stages. But as the distance increases, Li Si's speed advantage gradually becomes apparent, and the distance between him and Zhang San will slowly close. Until catch up. Exceed. Li Yuan is just like Li Si. His talent in martial arts is beyond doubt. This is evident from the martial arts exam results, the beast hunting grounds, and the Tsangshuan trial tower. No one can question this. But Li Yuan had only just embarked on the path of martial arts. It's already a miracle that we've come this far. Even the most talented person has their limits, right? It's impossible for you to have already overwhelmingly surpassed all other students in the school before the semester even started. You should know that everyone who can enter Tsangshuan Martial Academy is a genius. Moreover, the cultivation time is even longer. Especially the 3rd and 4th graders. The best among them have all become 3rd or even 4th tier martial artists. His martial arts level was naturally quite high. Give Li Yuan time, and he will surpass everyone. It shouldn't be a problem. But at least for now, he can't possibly surpass those true prodigies. Those holding opposing views are locked in a bitter debate. Neither of them could convince the other. They all felt they were absolutely right. In this atmosphere, Li Yuan made rapid and unstoppable progress. They directly reached the 80th floor of the Tsangshuan trial tower. The scene here is a huge stone forest. Thick stone pillars stand tall, each no less than 20 meters high. Fortunately, these stone pillars were not particularly dense and were spaced apart from each other. Otherwise, Li Yuan's spear would have been difficult to maneuver. Li Yuan, standing among them, gripped his rifle tightly and remained vigilant. Such a scenario makes it very easy for someone to be ambushed. Li Yuan was highly focused, his muscles tense. The true chi veil covered his entire body. The electronic clone's life level was only 16.0, and its martial arts realm was only at the middle stage of the 1st tier. Therefore, it could not condense a true chi armor, but could only condense a true chi veil. However, even among those who use the same true chi veil, the defensive capabilities vary from person to person. This depends on the strength of one's internal energy. Clearly, Li Yuan's true chi veil is quite resilient. A true chi armor powerful enough to surpass many people. This is also a major reason why Li Yuan was able to overcome all the challenges. Even if ambushed, they will not be defeated immediately. However, there are always exceptions. Li Yuan was cautiously moving forward when suddenly he felt a powerful force coming from behind him, a force of thousands of kilograms erupting from his back. In that instant, the veil of true energy began to vibrate violently. To deflect force, to defend. But the force was too strong, too great. It was impossible to resist. Laugh. Li Yuan felt like he was flying. The world spun before my eyes. Then, Li Yuan then saw his lower body still on the ground. Meanwhile, his upper body was suspended in mid-air. I was cut in half at the waist? Such a thought flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Then, he found himself outside the Tsangshuan trial tower. Student Li Yuan, you have died on the 80th floor of the Tsangshuan trial tower. Your survival time is 2.5 seconds. Failed to complete the mission. Should we continue trying? An electronic voice came through. Li Yuan frowned. What the heck? They were wiped out in an instant without even seeing a glimpse of the beast? How can we tolerate this? Yes. Li Yuan roared. They were teleported back to the 80th floor of the Tsangshuan trial tower. I really don't believe it. A few seconds later. Student Li Yuan, you died on the 80th floor of the Tsangshuan trial tower, with a survival time of 2.4 seconds. Failed to complete the mission. Should we continue trying? Holy crap! This time, their survival time was even shorter. No, I was on high alert, and I activated my true chi veil to its maximum, yet I was still instantly killed? Try again. Student Li Yuan, you have died on the 80th floor of the Tsangshuan trial tower. Your survival time is 3.2 seconds. Failed to complete the mission. Should we continue trying? Again. Student Li Yuan, you have died on the 80th floor of the Tsangshuan trial tower. Your survival time was 2.9 seconds. Failed to complete the mission. Should we continue trying? Yes. Let's keep the challenge going. Student Li Yuan, you have died on the 80th floor of the Tsongshuan Trial Tower. Your survival time is 3.5 seconds. Failed to complete the mission. Should we continue trying? After several times, Li Yuan looked utterly bewildered. Despite numerous attempts, he still couldn't discern what the strange beast that had attacked him was. The longest I survived was no more than 5 seconds, and that time I used Void Step to escape as soon as I entered. The result was obvious, it didn't work. They were still ruthlessly defeated. This also made Li Yuan realize that it was impossible to pass the level by simply going through the motions. Either they lacked the necessary strength. Alternatively, it could be due to a complete lack of knowledge about the types and abilities of the strange beasts. Or both. In short, Li Yuan was certain of one thing: even if he tried 10,000 more times, the result might not change much. It definitely needs to settle down and reflect some more. And at that moment, Li Yuan received a message. Xiao Yuan, come over here for a moment, I'll take you to meet someone. It was a message from Song Xiaohan. Okay, teacher. Li Yuan replied immediately. Chapter 77, 12th Senior Brother. Rank 27, Li Yuan, 80th floor, 0.01%. In front of the Tsongshuan Martial Academy Library, on the trial leaderboard, Li Yuan's final ranking was 27. This caused an uproar among the crowd. Holy crap! 27th place, out of the top 30. That's absolutely outrageous. Li Yuan's ranking has remained at 27th for some time now, and his progress in clearing the 80th floor has never exceeded 0.01%. It seems that he has hit a bottleneck. The 80th floor of the trial tower. I heard that this floor is a big hurdle, and many people are stuck here. Look, from 27th to 18th place, they are all stuck on the 80th floor. Even so, it's still terrifying enough. He's just a freshman, and school hasn't even started yet, and he's already this explosive. If he's allowed to cultivate and improve at school for a few months, wouldn't he become even more unstoppable? Source God. I kneel before you. To be honest, I didn't take this so-called National Martial Arts Exam Champion too seriously at first, and I even thought it was a bit of a waste to recruit him into the school with an S+ special recruitment contract. But I didn't expect. I was too naive. This is simply a monster among monsters. Holy crap! We actually have such a weirdo in our year. I've heard that Li Yuan is not only highly talented and strong, but also handsome, and his spear is long, thick, and hard. I really want to get to know him. Nothing more to say, just awesome. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. A gasp of amazement rippled through the crowd. They are all geniuses, and in their respective hometowns, they are all geniuses who enjoy countless flowers, applause, praise, and envious, jealous, and hateful glances. They are the pride of their hometown and the object of countless people's discussion and envy. But now, these so-called geniuses, however, exclaimed in amazement at another genius who was even more monstrous and abnormal. It really proves that saying, genius is merely the threshold to my understanding. If you weren't a genius, you wouldn't even have the chance to witness Li Yuan's performance. The story of Li Yuan climbing the tower to climb the rankings has come to a temporary end. It's clear he's hit a roadblock. In other words, it's commonly known as getting stuck. Moreover, the level was extremely difficult to pass despite multiple attempts. The progress never exceeded 0.01%. This is something that cannot be solved by effort and trying. The main issue is the gap in hard power. It needs to settle and reflect a bit more before it can pass the test. Even so, it was already quite shocking. The newcomer jumped straight to 27th place on the list. Although the final rankings are not yet set, this position will not change much when they are finalized at the end of the month. At most it will be squeezed to around 30th place. It is still enough to shock countless people. Not only the students, but also the instructors and staff from various departments of the school who knew about this news were deeply shocked. Countless people's jaws dropped to the ground, and they couldn't even pick them up. Over the years, Tsongshuan Martial Academy has cultivated so many geniuses. When has such a monster ever appeared? For a considerable period of time to come, this matter will be a frequent topic of conversation among the teachers and students of Tsongshuan Martial Academy. And the name Li Yuan will resonate throughout the entire school. Rise to prominence overnight. Who in the world doesn't know you? Inside the single dormitory room number 13. Oh my god. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. I tried my hardest, but there's no way I could get past the 73rd floor. Li Yuan, you little pervert. Ren Changfeng came out of the virtual reality pod and shook his head. But soon, he grinned. Hee hee, luckily your ranking improved rapidly. They've all gone for the top 30. There are plenty of embarrassing seniors now, so it won't make a difference if I'm one of them. Hee hee hee. Ren Changfeng laughed. He had just made some effort and passed through the 71st and 72nd floors, but on the 73rd floor, he was unable to deal with the blazing fire serpent and got stuck at this level. But their ranking did improve. We've now reached number 51. I almost made it into the top 50. Originally, Ren Changfeng was spurred on by Li Yuan, which is why he rushed to break through the barrier, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being surpassed by Li Yuan. Actually, it's not just Ren Changfeng, the senior student who was overtaken by Li Yuan. There are plenty. Meanwhile, the older students who were standing in front of Li Yuan also felt threatened. Especially those senior students who are stuck on the 80th floor. Who knows if Li Yuan will suddenly unleash his full potential and clear the 80th floor? A sense of crisis. Li Yuan instilled a strong sense of crisis in almost everyone. As Song Xiaohan and Tang Xiaolin called it, the catfish effect. The appearance of such a little monster can indeed greatly motivate and inspire other students in the school. If you don't want to be surpassed, then strive to be the first. It's currently just the Tsengshuan Trial Tower. This does not represent the full extent of their strength. After all, in the virtual space, everyone's life level is 16.0, and their martial arts realm is the middle stage of the first tier. But after some time, the threat that Li Yuan poses to these veteran geniuses goes far beyond just the Tsengshuan Trial Tower. In reality, in terms of actual combat strength, Li Yuan would pose a threat to countless people. Those who are truly intelligent and geniuses can foresee this. So, what they need to do is not only to climb the tower and climb the rankings in the Tsengshuan Trial Tower, but more importantly, to accelerate their cultivation and improvement in the real world. Others are more talented than you and work harder than you, so what about you? Li Yuan was unaware of the sensation his impulsive tower climbing had caused. After receiving a message from his teacher Song Xiaohan, he exited the virtual reality pod and went to his teacher's location. The instructors at Tsengshuan Martial Academy all have their own residences on campus. Especially for someone like Song Xiaohan, who is powerful grandmaster and holds a high position executive vice principal and dean of the Martial Arts Academy, his residence is even more luxurious. A detached villa with a yard. Compared to Li Yuan's number 1 villa, it is bigger, more impressive, and more luxurious. When Li Yuan arrived, he saw that beside Song Xiaohan, there was another young man in Song Xiaohan's house who was muscular, with short black hair, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was very handsome and rugged. He was sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing Li Yuan enter, the young man cast a glance at him. Teacher. Li Yuan nodded politely to the young man before approaching Song Xiaohan. Yes, you've arrived. Song Xiaohan nodded and pointed to the short-haired youth, saying, Xiao Yuan, let me introduce you. This is your 12th senior brother, Gu Hanfeng. I'm going into 4th grade this year. He was originally training in another city, so I specifically asked him to come back to school. 12th senior brother? Li Yuan blinked. He had long heard that Song Xiaohan had taken in a total of 12 disciples before him. I am the 13th son. Most of the previous disciples have already graduated from Tsengshuan Martial Academy and are developing in their own ways, and all of them are doing very well. Among them, 3 have already become grandmasters. The 12th disciple, who was Li Yuan's last disciple before him, had not yet graduated and was still in school. I'm in 4th grade now. Li Yuan had been wondering when he would be able to see his 12th senior brother, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Li Yuan smiled at Gu Hanfeng and said, Hello, senior brother. Gu Hanfeng stood up with a smile and said, Junior brother, hello. Although I am in another place, I have heard of your name. I know that our master has taken in another disciple with extraordinary talent. Meeting you today, I can see that you are indeed a handsome and talented person. And what you did really shocked me. As expected of the national champion in martial arts exam, impressive. Gu Hanfeng gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. He wasn't just being polite, he genuinely admired Li Yuan's talent. Chapter 78 Sparring Among Fellow Disciples. Gu Hanfeng came all the way from freshman. Martial arts exam, admission, registration, start of school. Then 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade. Now that the 3rd grade is over, students will officially be 4th graders after the start of the new school year. He naturally understands the psychological journey he has taken, as well as the brutal and fierce competition. Li Yuan's ability to surpass all the nation's geniuses in the martial arts exam and win the national champion title, and to surpass many senior students within just a few days of registering for school, is simply astonishing. Gu Hanfeng's ability to enter Sangchuan Martial Academy and be valued and accepted as a disciple by Song Xiaohan is enough to show his high talent in martial arts. Even with Gu Hanfeng's talent, he still felt inferior to Li Yuan. Faced with his senior's praise, Li Yuan felt a little embarrassed. He immediately transformed into Brother Lucky, exclaiming Lucky 3 times in a row. At this moment, Song Xiaohan waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, you brothers have now officially met and gotten to know each other. In my life, I, Song Xiaohan, have not taken many disciples. But each and every one of them is an exceptional individual. You two are my youngest disciples. You should support and help each other in the future." Song Xiaohan was quite proud when talking about his students. He then looked at Li Yuan and said, "Xiao Yuan, I called you here today not only so that you and your fellow disciples could meet and get to know each other, but also for another important matter." Li Yuan straightened up. He knew that Song Xiaohan wouldn't suddenly call him over for no reason. Then Song Xiaohan said, "I called you over because I wanted you to spar with Hanfeng." Li Yuan. Is this some kind of joke? Although Li Yuan was very confident in his efforts and natural talent. But after all, he has only been practicing martial arts for a short time. He's only at the early stage of the 2nd tier. Li Yuan estimated that his current combat strength was enough to defeat a mid-level 2nd tier opponent, a high-level 2nd tier opponent, and even a peak 2nd tier opponent. He believed he could put up a fight and win. Gu Hanfeng is already at the peak of the 3rd rank. He had already formed an inner core within his body, and was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 4th level martial arts master. Moreover, Gu Hanfeng is a genius who can fight beyond his level. Perhaps he can even escape unscathed or even win against a 4th level master. He would definitely be considered a pervert by others. Li Yuan knew that he was no match for Gu Hanfeng at this stage. Only by using the Samadhi True Fire can there be a chance. But the Samadhi True Fire. It's too powerful. Either it missed. If the shot hits, then Gu Hanfeng's life will most likely be over. In a friendly sparring match, Li Yuan would never use a deadly move like the Samadhi True Fire. Without resorting to his trump card, Li Yuan knew very well that his chances of winning against Gu Hanfeng were almost zero. Junior brother, don't misunderstand. What the teacher means is that I should suppress my martial arts level to the early stage of the 2nd tier and spar with you. Gu Hanfeng said with a smile. Suppressing one's cultivation level? If you say that, I'm no longer sleepy. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Good. A 2nd stage beginner fighting a 3rd stage peak opponent, without using Samadhi True Fire, indeed has no chance of winning. But if a 2nd order 1st stage fighter fights another 2nd order 1st stage fighter, isn't that a piece of cake? The advantage lies with me. And it's also beneficial to spar with true geniuses. Meanwhile, Song Xiaohan, standing next to him, laughed like a cunning old fox. He naturally guessed Li Yuan's thoughts and knew that the latter had great confidence in him. At the same time, I thought to myself, youthful. My dear disciple, I know your combat strength far surpasses that of your peers. Wouldn't you take that into consideration? Even if Hanfeng suppresses his cultivation level to the early stage of the 2nd tier, his martial arts progress far surpasses yours. More combat experience. In this sparring match, the advantage lies in the cold wind. Song Xiaohan looked at Li Yuan with a smile. Your journey has been far too smooth. It's time for you to experience some setbacks. It will be good for your growth. A moment later. Sangchuan Martial Academy, Martial Arts Arena. The so-called martial arts arena is actually a fighting ring. Sangchuan Martial Academy is a martial arts academy. The students of this academy are all martial artists. As martial artists, they naturally have many exchanges, sparring, and conflicts. Whether it's friendly exchanges and discussions or violent friction and conflict, you need a venue. This venue is the martial arts arena. The Sangchuan Martial Academy has a total of 13 martial arts training platforms. This is for students to practice or compete with each other. The training platform is made of a special alloy, which is not only strong but also has a memory function, making it not easy to be damaged. Even if it is damaged, it can repair itself. This saves a lot of maintenance costs. Li Yuan and Gu Hanfeng are currently at Martial Arts Arena number 08. It is a medium-sized training platform with a diameter of 50 meters. The two stood on the stage respectively. Each of them carried a large spear. They were all Song Xiaohan's disciples, so naturally they were skilled with the same weapons guns. Moreover, to ensure fairness, Gu Hanfeng used the same E-grade alloy gun as Li Yuan. Li Yuan's black dragon spear was jet black and thick. Gu Hanfeng's E-grade alloy gun was silver gray and equally robust. Clearly, both of them follow a powerful, sweeping, and aggressive approach. Alright, you can begin. When fellow disciples spar, no one should be killed. It's okay if you get injured, I'll heal you. Let go and do whatever you want. Song Xiaohan briefly explained the rules, then his gaze sharpened, and he whispered. Let's begin. Whoosh. As soon as they finished speaking, Li Yuan and Gu Hanfeng simultaneously flexed their arms, gripping the gun barrels with their hands, one in front of the other. To set up a gun. The gun barrel was pointed at the opponent. Then, attack simultaneously. Tap 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 tap. A series of light, dense footsteps sounded. The two rushed toward each other. Li Yuan thrust his spear straight forward, Gu Hanfeng parried with his own spear, then swung his spear at Li Yuan, who held it to his side to block. Clang 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 clang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Swish swish. The two exchanged blows, engaging in a fierce battle. The spear swung wildly, its whistling sound never ceasing. The snow-white spearhead reflected a cold light. The forces collided, and true energy surged. An invisible shockwave was generated on the training platform. As soon as they started fighting, Li Yuan realized something was wrong. Although Gu Hanfeng suppressed his martial arts realm to the early stage of the second tier, making him the same level as Li Yuan, the instant kill and crushing situation that Li Yuan had imagined did not materialize. Gu Hanfeng's combat strength is indeed not weak. Really? No wonder he's a genius who was accepted as a disciple by his teacher. His practical combat skills are indeed very strong. This was the first time Li Yuan had encountered an opponent of the same level who could withstand his attacks. This only fueled his fighting spirit even more. The offensive gradually intensified. Gu Hanfeng was even more shocked. He was well aware of his own combat abilities. At first, when Song Xiaohan asked him to suppress his cultivation level and spar with Li Yuan, Gu Hanfeng didn't take it too seriously. He treated it almost like a game. I feel like I've gone through so much training, improvement, and battles. Having survived countless trials of life and death, forged in blood and fire. Moreover, their martial arts level is also higher. Even if the levels are the same, Gu Hanfeng felt that his chances of winning were getting closer and closer to 100%. The teacher's instruction to cripple the junior's arrogance, let him taste the bitterness of failure in advance, and get over this hurdle sooner so that he won't collapse if he encounters setbacks in the future, will be completed with ease. That's what Gu Hanfeng thought. But after they fought, they found that it wasn't like that at all. Junior brother's practical combat skills are very strong. A swift victory? There was absolutely no chance. Looks like we need to get serious. Gu Hanfeng thought to himself. The offensive intensified instantly. Chapter 79. Li Yuan's strength revealed, Song Xiaohan shocked. Whoosh! Gu Hanfeng strode forward, gripped the gun barrel tightly in his right hand, and thrust it forward with a sudden movement. The gun head vibrates and rotates. A spear shadow spiraled out with a whooshing sound. The snow-white spear tip reflected a cold light, its attack fierce. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted and disturbed by the shot. The piece is gone. Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately recognized that this spear strike was a move from the Azure Dragon breaking mountain spear. Moreover, judging from the details of his gun handling, his proficiency is at least at the master level. But Li Yuan's lips curled slightly. Proficient is all that matters, who isn't? Li Yuan shook his arm, and the spear in his hand seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit, trembling slightly and emitting a buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuan let out a low shout and charged forward, his spear flashing like a dragon. Both are Azure Dragon mountain breaking spears. The spearhead tore through the air like a roaring dragon, charging forward with ferocity. A master-level Azure Dragon mountain shattering spear. Off the field. Song Xiaohan's expression changed slightly, and his pupils contracted. The Azure Dragon spear is his specialty, his signature martial art. Song Xiaohan's mastery of the Azure Dragon mountain breaking spear is absolutely unmatched. With Song Xiaohan's keen eyesight and familiarity with the Azure Dragon breaking mountain spear, he could immediately tell that the two men on the field had both reached the proficient level in their use of the Azure Dragon breaking mountain spear. Gu Hanfeng is alright. He officially started practicing the Azure Dragon breaking mountain spear in the second semester of his first year, and it has been 2.5 years now, so it is not surprising that he has reached the mastery level. But Li Yuan, he only got it a few days ago. Being able to formally enter the field on the second day was already enough to surprise Song Xiaohan. But Li Yuan not only entered the field, but also skipped the proficient stage and went straight to mastery. Given the level and difficulty of the Azure Dragon breaking mountain spear technique, those who can get started in 2 days can be called geniuses. Those who become skilled in 2 weeks are martial arts prodigies, 1 in 10,000. Li Yuan, on the other hand, reached the proficient level within 2 weeks. This cannot be described simply as a martial arts prodigy. It's simply evildoer, monster, abnormal. Even with Song Xiaohan's temperament and his many years of experience, he couldn't help but feel his heart surging with emotion and turmoil at this moment. Gu Hanfeng on the field was equally shocked. As Song Xiaohan's disciple, Gu Hanfeng's martial arts talent is beyond doubt. Even he was only qualified to practice the Azure Dragon breaking mountain spear in the second semester of his first year. Gu Hanfeng was well aware of the power and difficulty of mastering this low-grade peak spear technique. With his talent in martial arts, it took him 3 months to beginner, a year to become proficient, and nearly 2.5 years to reach the master level. In other words, Gu Hanfeng had only recently mastered the Azure Dragon mountain breaking spear to the proficient level. His speed is already considered quite good among his fellow disciples. But Li Yuan, although Gu Hanfeng didn't know exactly when Li Yuan came into contact with the Azure Dragon breaking mountain spear, even if he obtained the Azure Dragon breaking mountain spear martial art on the day he accepted the Songshuan Martial Academy's S+ special recruitment contract, it would still be less than 2 weeks now. It just so happened. So she's become proficient just like that? Are you kidding me? To be honest, Gu Hanfeng was really a bit discouraged at this moment. However, this also aroused Gu Hanfeng's fighting spirit and will to fight. He wanted to see just how capable this junior apprentice, who had only been a student for a few days, really was. Clang! In a flash, the two spears clashed. Sparks flew as the gun tips rubbed together. It emits a piercing, sharp sound. The intense collision caused a surge of energy. The two men, each holding a gun, passed each other. In the instant they passed each other, Gu Hanfeng freed his left hand and punched Li Yuan in the side. At the same time, Li Yuan also threw a punch with his left fist. Bang! Their fists collided violently, like meteorites colliding. True energy erupted from the fist. With a loud boom, a wave of air swept outwards. Both of them used the recoil to move backward. The moment they landed, they simultaneously lightly touched the ground with both feet and turned to rush towards their opponent. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Fists and feet clashed, spears clashed. They fought fiercely together. The battle was extremely close. Junior brother, we were taught by the same master, yet you can't break through his moves. Gu Hanfeng shouted as he swept his spear across, forcing Li Yuan back. Li Yuan. That's true. The two primarily used the Azure Dragon mountain breaking spear technique. Both of them had mastered this marksmanship to the proficient level. The shooting posture, angle, force, and variations are almost identical. It's difficult to determine a winner. Just then, Gu Hanfeng's expression suddenly shifted slightly, because he heard Song Xiaohan's voice in his ear. Speed and punching power limits raised to mid-second tier. This is a telepathic message. Only Gu Hanfeng could hear it, Li Yuan could not. The so-called speed and punching power limit increased to the middle stage of the second tier simply means that one can unleash the strength of the middle stage of the second tier, but on the surface, the martial arts realm is still the early stage of the second tier. That's tantamount to cheating. Song Xiaohan had clearly realized that in a battle between equals, Gu Hanfeng would almost never be able to beat Li Yuan, and of course, Li Yuan would never be able to beat Gu Hanfeng either. It's highly likely that the match will end in a draw. A draw is not what Song Xiaohan wants to see. He wanted Li Yuan to taste the bitterness of defeat. Therefore, he secretly transmitted his voice, allowing Gu Hanfeng to unleash his mid-stage second-tier strength. Upon hearing his master's telepathic message, Gu Hanfeng was slightly taken aback. However, he accepted it quickly. He was also very clear about his mission, to deliver a defeat to his junior brother. But now, Gu Hanfeng knew very well that if they continued fighting like this, he would have almost no chance of defeating Li Yuan. Only by improving our strength can we succeed. Since that's the case, junior brother, I'm sorry. Gu Hanfeng let out a low roar and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. He seemed to be riding the wind, rushing towards Li Yuan with incredible speed. As his legs galloped forward, there seemed to be an unusual phenomenon of surging winds in clouds. It was none other than the low-grade movement technique, the Heavenly Gang Wind in Cloud Steps. Li Yuan had also noticed this movement technique before. It combines the chi of heaven and the power of wind and clouds to achieve a powerful burst of speed in an instant. It is definitely a pretty good movement technique. Unfortunately, Li Yuan had a better option, the Void Star Step. Therefore, the Heavenly Gang Wind and Cloud Steps were not considered. But to be fair, this movement technique is really not weak. When the footwork is executed, the speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hanfeng had already approached Li Yuan. The large guns, accompanied by sharp whistles, charged swiftly forward. The already ferocious and explosive Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear becomes even more powerful with the added speed of the Heavenly Gang Wind and Cloud Step. Where the gun barrel swept, a distinct ripple appeared in the air. Li Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. He took a single stride forward. Where we landed, starlight suddenly appeared, dazzling and mysterious. Void stepping stars. It was put into practice. Li Yuan seemed to be bathed in starlight, standing on stars. Their forms seemed to become illusory, mysterious, and enigmatic. It was so fast that it even left after images. Void star stepping technique. Song Xiaohan's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise. Now! This highly respected and high-ranking grandmaster could no longer remain calm. Chapter 80: The Overbearing Crushing Fist, One Punch Shatters Everything. Void Stepping Stars. This movement technique is very famous in Songchuan Martial Academy. The main reason lies in the notes and the description of this martial art. This movement technique, when mastered to proficiency, makes one invincible at the lower grade at mastery, it rivals the middle grade, and at perfection, it is comparable to the upper grade. However, the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high. Extremely high. Extremely high. If not for the difficulty of cultivation, this martial art would undoubtedly be of the upper grade. The fastest known progress is 3 years to entry level, 10 years to proficient, and never reaching mastery in one's lifetime. Choose carefully. This note, on the one hand, clarifies the power and effectiveness of the Void Star Stepping technique. On the other hand, it also emphasizes the extremely high difficulty of cultivation. Even the person with the fastest cultivation progress took a full 3 years to barely enter the gate. In fact, at first, some people did not believe in superstition. Just because others can't cultivate doesn't mean you can't. Who knows, I might just be the legendary protagonist. So he tried to cultivate. The result is, all the credits were wasted, time and energy were squandered, and in the end, nothing was gained. They couldn't even get in. Gradually, no one dared to try this martial art anymore. Because there are too many precedents to follow. The note mentioning the high difficulty of cultivation is indeed not an exaggeration. But now, Li Yuan has actually mastered the Void Star Stepping step. That's not the main point. The key point is, Li Yuan actually mastered it. Old Mo once practiced the Void Star Treading step and even reached the proficient level, but his execution of the Void Star Treading step completely lacked the charm of Xiao Yuan's. Could it be? He's mastered the Void Stepping Star technique to the proficient level. Song Xiaohan was extremely shocked. He immediately accessed the training ground monitoring system, copied the video from earlier, and sent it to his old friend Old Mo, who had cultivated the Void Stepping Star step to the proficient level. Soon, Lao Mo called Song Xiaohan via video. Song Xiaohan answered the call. A screen of light was projected in front of me. A rugged face with a full beard appeared in the picture. Old Song. Holy shit. Is the video you sent me real? Or is it some kind of AI-generated video? Are you kidding me? Void Stepping Stars Mastery? Old Mo shouted exaggeratedly. It's truly shocking. He had practiced the void stepping star step for many years and had a deep understanding of the difficulty of this movement technique. For so many years, I've remained at the proficient level. There is absolutely no hope of mastering it. But now, Song Xiaohan sent a video in which the young man actually performed the master level void star step. How could old Mo not be shocked? Seeing his strong reaction, Song Xiaohan chuckled inwardly. It did offer some psychological comfort. See? So I'm not exaggerating. This old guy was just as startled. Song Xiaohan said calmly, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. You're not mistaken, that is indeed the master level void step. Moreover, the one who performed this was my newly accepted disciple, Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Old Mo was slightly taken aback and said, Is that the Li Yuan who was the national champion in martial arts this year? I heard that your school recruited him with an S+ special recruitment contract. That's right, it's him. Song Xiaohan nodded. They felt quite proud of their keen eye. Old Mo sighed, You old fellow, you're quite lucky to have such a prodigy disciple. What luck? Song Xiaohan immediately became displeased, his eyes widening as he said, It's because I have a discerning eye. Old Mo said, All right, you're impressive. But old Song, I absolutely have to meet your disciple another day. I really want to know how he did it. Holy crap, he actually managed to cultivate the void star stepping technique to the master level. It's unbelievable. Old Mo's face was full of shock. He was starting to question the meaning of life. If Lao Mo hadn't been very familiar with Song Xiaohan and knew that he wouldn't joke about something like this, he probably wouldn't have believed it was real even after seeing the video. Song Xiaohan nodded and said, No problem. Anyway, as a grandmaster, you wouldn't be so embarrassed to come empty-handed to ask for advice from a junior. Oh, right. Song Xiaohan seemed to have thought of something and grinned, saying, As the saying goes, the accomplished are teachers. If you ask my disciple for cultivation insights on the void star steps, then shouldn't you call me Grandmaster? Go to hell. Old Mo immediately glared at him and chuckled, then cursed. He said, I have no interest in seeing your old face. Hurry up and show me the situation on the stage. Song Xiaohan immediately flipped the camera. The footage from the martial arts arena was captured on camera. At this time, on the martial arts stage, the battle between the two had reached its most intense point. Gu Hanfeng stepped on the Heavenly Gang wind and cloud steps, his steps creating ever-changing winds and clouds, with Heavenly Gang chi surging within them, making his movements agile and swift. Li Yuan, on the other hand, used the void star treading step, stepping on stars and bathing in starlight, which was mysterious and wondrous. The two of them were faster than the other. Each one is more formidable than the last. Their movements were intertwined, and their spears clashed. The battle was extremely fierce. But the stalemate didn't last long before Gu Hanfeng clearly began to feel like he couldn't hold on any longer. In terms of marksmanship and martial arts skills, the two were almost equal. However, in terms of movement speed, Gu Hanfeng was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, Li Yuan's void stepping stars is said to grant invincibility at the mastery level. The Heavenly Gang wind and cloud steps technique is indeed quite powerful. But it certainly can't compare to void steps. One step ahead leads to another. Of all martial arts techniques, none are invincible except for speed. As long as you're fast enough, you can seize opportunities and gain an advantage in everything you do. If you are at a speed disadvantage, that would put us in a very passive position. Just as Gu Hanfeng was about to be defeated, he heard Song Xiaohan's voice transmission again, speed and punching power upgraded to the high level of the second tier. Gu Hanfeng immediately did as instructed. The speed increased suddenly. Li Yuan frowned, clearly sensing something was amiss. They quickly realized that this was clearly cheating. However, we'll still fight. Li Yuanka still has one trump card up his sleeve. That is, the overbearing crushing fist. Mastery level of overbearing crushing fist. Previously, when the two exchanged blows, Li Yuan did not use any boxing techniques, it was purely a collision and explosion of physical strength. But now, let's end this sparring match with a powerful, overwhelming punch. Whoosh! Clang! The two large spears clashed and sparked from the friction. Li Yuan and Gu Hanfeng also quickly closed in on each other. As the distance between the two men closed during the spear duel, they naturally had to use fists and feet to determine who was superior. Gu Hanfeng threw a punch. Li Yuan also threw a punch. This wasn't just an ordinary punch, it was a domineering, devastating punch. As soon as he threw the punch, Li Yuan immediately felt his true energy surge powerfully within his body, like a roaring dragon or a tiger descending a mountain. Just one word. Violent. Explode. Brave. As expected of the overbearing crushing fist, it's damn overbearing. Moreover, the word collapse is enough to illustrate another characteristic of this martial art, that is, the force will be released instantly from a point, forming a mountain collapse momentum. Bang! The two men's fists collided. True chi erupts. Click. A soft sound was heard. Gu Hanfeng's expression suddenly changed, his body trembled, and he quickly retreated. His left fist, with its fingers twisted irregularly, was clearly broken. One punch, and Gu Hanfeng was crushed. Chapter 81 Special Physique? Mutated Martial Soul? Tap tap tap. Gu Hanfeng was blasted backward by Li Yuan's domineering punch. He quickly stepped on the ground with his feet, retreating all the way to the edge of the martial arts stage. He still couldn't neutralize the force or stop his retreat. He fell straight off the stage. Fortunately, he adjusted his posture in time and did not fall. Bend your legs to relieve the force. It landed relatively steadily. But his left arm and left fist weren't feeling well. The fist collided head-on with Li Yuan's domineering punch, unleashing its full power and ferocity, directly breaking Gu Hanfeng's finger and causing a sharp pain in his entire right arm. Bones, muscles, skin. They were all under tremendous pressure. Even Gu Hanfeng's entire left side was somewhat numb. The big gun also clattered to the side. Senior brother, you flatter me. Gu Hanfeng looked up at the sound and saw that Li Yuan had arrived at the edge of the martial arts stage at some point and was looking at him with a smile. A storm of emotions surged within me. Gu Hanfeng naturally knew that Li Yuan was exceptionally talented and far surpassed his peers in strength. Therefore, if Gu Hanfeng were defeated by Li Yuan while both were at the first stage of the second rank, he would not be particularly surprised or astonished. But now, Gu Hanfeng is constantly improving his strength. Second order middle section. Second order advanced stage. Even in the final moment of the punch, Gu Hanfeng felt threatened and subconsciously raised his punching power to the peak of the second level. In other words, Gu Hanfeng, with his peak second tier strength, was defeated by Li Yuan, who was at the early second tier level. How could he not be shocked by this? Let's recall the battle just now. The two were evenly matched in their Azure Dragon breaking mountain spear techniques, both at the master level. Their execution was equally matched, making it difficult to determine who was superior. However, in terms of footwork and fist techniques, Gu Hanfeng then felt ashamed of his own inferiority. His Heavenly Gang Wind and Cloud steps were not as profound as the Void Star steps. And the final punch he unleashed was not as domineering as the overbearing crushing fist. That movement technique, ghostly and demonic, swift as the wind, elusive and unpredictable. That fist technique was so domineering, fierce, and violent, it was difficult to resist. This junior brother is a monster. And on the side, Song Xiaohan's expression also changed drastically. He flashed to the martial arts stage and grabbed Li Yuan's left fist tightly. Stare intently. Xiao Yuan. What you just did was a powerful, overwhelming punch. Song Xiaohan stared intently at Li Yuan and asked in a deep voice. Li Yuan nodded, yes, teacher. Nonsense. Song Xiaohan's face immediately hardened, and he reprimanded him sternly. Didn't you see the description of the overbearing crushing fist? This martial art injures the user before injuring the opponent. Over the years, it will accumulate many hidden injuries, and in the end, both of your fists will be ruined. Martial artists who have practiced the overbearing crushing fist, especially those who have reached a level of proficiency or above, almost all have a very bleak old age. How could you practice such an evil skill? Song Xiaohan was very anxious. He didn't want his most talented and gifted disciple to ruin himself like this. Your talent in martial arts is exceptionally high, you progress rapidly in any martial art you practice. But you shouldn't blindly pursue strength and choose to take shortcuts by practicing this kind of unorthodox martial art. Song Xiaohan's expression was serious and his tone stern. They wanted to pull Li Yuan back from the edge of the cliff. At this time, he was so preoccupied with the aftereffects of the overbearing Banquan that he couldn't even think about how Li Yuan had mastered it. This martial art not only has daunting side effects, but it is also extremely difficult to master. If you want to learn boxing, practice boxing first. The characters have the same pronunciation and similar appearance, but their meanings are different. To master the overbearing crushing fist, one must hone one's fists with ice, flames, and lightning in a triple process, bringing them to a strength comparable to alloys. Only then can one formally begin training. Even without those terrible after effects, the sheer difficulty of the training is enough to deter countless people. It's less like practicing boxing and more like self-harm. The sheer speed with which Li Yuan mastered the overbearing crushing fist to the master level is no less as astonishing as his mastery of the void stepping star step. However, Song Xiaohan didn't have time to think about that right now. Looking at the concern and worry in Song Xiaohan's eyes, and feeling the importance he placed on him, Li Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, and the apprenticeship had only lasted a few days. But it's clear that Song Xiaohan genuinely cares about Li Yuan. Whether it stems from a respect for martial arts prodigies and geniuses or from a teacher's care for their students, this concern is genuine. Li Yuan was deeply moved. With a slight smile, he said, "Teacher, there's no need to worry. My physique is special, and practicing the overbearing crushing fist will not have any side effects." Song Xiaohan frowned. "I was surprised. Can it make one immune to the after effects of the overbearing crushing fist? This is truly an unheard of wonder." Song Xiaohan immediately gripped Li Yuan's wrist tightly and, using a method similar to taking a pulse, carefully and meticulously examined Li Yuan's body with his inner energy. From skin to muscles to bones, including blood vessels and meridians. "I checked everything carefully." Slowly, his expression softened slightly. "My mind also relaxed." He looked at Li Yuan with a rather strange gaze. Because he discovered that Li Yuan's practice of the overbearing crushing fist had not resulted in any hidden injuries. The domineering nature of the overbearing Bangquan is not only reflected in its domineering nature towards the enemy, but also in its extreme domineering nature towards oneself. Hidden injuries begin to form the moment one begins practicing the overbearing crushing fist technique. Either you don't even get started, you're nothing. Once you start learning, the hidden injuries begin. Furthermore, as one's cultivation level increases and the number of times the technique is used rises, hidden injuries will gradually accumulate and worsen. Judging from the domineering Bangquan that Li Yuan just used, he has not only entered the door but has also surpassed proficiency and reached the mastery level. Hidden injuries will inevitably form. And Li Yuan has only used it once. At this time, hidden injuries are most obvious. Skeletal muscles vibrate at a specific frequency, and veins are also compressed. However, after carefully examining Li Yuan, Song Xiaohan found nothing unusual. No hidden injuries. What are the costs of exemption? What kind of amazing constitution is this? Xiao Yuan, what exactly happened to you? Song Xiaohan stared intently at Li Yuan and asked in a deep voice. Li Yuan scratched his head, looking puzzled, and said, "Teacher, actually I don't know either. Anyway, the moment I came into contact with the overbearing collapse fist, I inexplicably knew that practicing and actually using the overbearing collapse fist would not cause any hidden injuries. I was initially skeptical, but once I actually mastered the basics of cultivation, I discovered that there were indeed no hidden injuries. So I was completely relieved." Li Yuan thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "Perhaps it's because of my special physique? Or maybe it's due to a mutation in my martial soul? I'm not sure either. Physical constitution? Martial spirit?" Song Xiaohan frowned, a thoughtful expression on his face. Chapter 82. Old Ginger is spicier. The human body is extremely mysterious. It contains countless treasures that can never be exhausted. The human body itself is the greatest treasure. Human beings have not yet reached a high level of self-development. There are indeed some individuals among humans with special physical constitutions who can exhibit different abilities. For example, some people are born with great resistance to attacks from certain elements, and may even be almost immune to attacks of that attribute. For example, some people are born with superhuman strength, and can unleash punches comparable to those of a first-level martial artist during their apprenticeship. For example, some people can see in the dark, some people have super hearing, etc. If Li Yuan's physique is special, allowing him to avoid the hidden injuries caused by the domineering collapsing fist, it's not impossible. Certainly. The other possibility Li Yuan mentioned, the mutation of the martial soul, is also possible. Martial spirit mutations are extremely rare, occurring only once every few years. Therefore, even Song Xiaohan did not have a particularly good understanding of the specifics of the martial soul mutation. In other words, humanity as a whole lacks a clear and systematic understanding of martial soul mutations. We are unsure why mutations occur, unable to predict their direction and consequences, and unaware of the changes they will bring. Li Yuan's martial soul is mutated, there is no doubt about that. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why he would have such an extraordinary performance after awakening an F-level martial soul. Based on the current situation, Li Yuan's martial soul mutation is most likely to bring about two improvements. Firstly, it accelerated his cultivation speed, allowing him to make rapid progress in his martial arts realm in such a short time. He was a first-level initial stage martial artist upon awakening, and his realm rapidly improved during the martial arts exam, reaching the first-level advanced stage. After reporting to Tsongshuan Martial Academy, his improvement was also extremely fast. In just a few days, he had already become a second-level martial artist. Most students of Tsongshuan Martial Academy can only become second-level martial artists in their second year, and only a few outstanding individuals can advance to the second level before entering their second year. Such rapid cultivation speed is most likely due to the enhancement brought about by the mutation of the martial soul. The second improvement is in martial arts talent. Li Yuan's speed in cultivating martial arts was even faster and more exaggerated than his improvement in realm. This is most likely a change brought about by the mutation of the martial soul. And now, Li Yuan has proposed a third change that may be brought about by the mutation of the martial soul, namely, that practicing the overbearing crushing fist will not cause hidden injuries. That possibility certainly exists. Etc. Suddenly, Song Xiaohan realized something, his expression changed, and he said, "Xiao Yuan, how did you master the overbearing crushing fist? I didn't see you tempering your fists with ice, flames, and lightning." Li Yuan himself certainly did not have the conditions to practice the triple fist technique. You can only redeem the items you need from the school's resource library. But with his current credits, Li Yuan doesn't have nearly enough of this special material. Then Li Yuan said, I didn't use ice, flames, and lightning to temper my fists. When I first got them, I just wanted to practice them and get a feel for them, but I accidentally mastered them." "You accidentally mastered it?" Song Xiaohan's lips twitched twice. "Listen to what people are saying. You actually mastered the domineering collapsing fist, which is so difficult to learn, so effortlessly. Or was it an accident? At once? Versailles. An absolute Versailles." Beside him, Gu Hanfeng was also filled with shock. He had naturally heard of the infamous overbearing crushing fist. When Gu Hanfeng was selecting martial arts from the martial arts library, he noticed overbearing collapse fist and knew that it was an extremely domineering fist martial art. It is extremely powerful. But Gu Hanfeng still didn't choose. "I was deterred by the difficulty of cultivation and the hidden injuries." But Li Yuan actually mastered it, and not only did he master it, he did so by accident. He would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. It can also provide immunity to hidden injuries. What kind of amazing constitution is this? Gu Hanfeng's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, old Mo, who was video chatting with Song Xiaohan, also started shouting exaggeratedly, showing no demeanor of a grandmaster. Clearly, Li Yuan's performance had also greatly shocked him. He kept asking questions. Li Yuan knew very well that the fact that Song Xiaohan could talk to him in such a casual and nonchalant manner meant that the other party was no ordinary person. He is most likely a grandmaster as well. Li Yuan naturally had to show sufficient respect to grandmasters. He answered whatever Lao Mo asked. Of course, the existence of the system cannot be revealed. Basically, they just blame everything on the mutation of the martial soul. Rapid advancement in cultivation level? It was caused by the mutation of the martial soul. Is martial arts training fast? It was caused by the mutation of the martial spirit. No hidden injuries were formed? It's still due to the mutation of the martial soul. Li Yuan just says what he wants, whether you believe him or not is your business. And this is indeed a plausible reason. Cold Wind, have you realized your shortcomings after today's sparring match? I think you've gotten a bit cocky lately. You must know that there are always people more capable than you, and mountains beyond mountains. You may think you're a genius, but you should know that the world is full of geniuses. No matter how talented you are, there will always be someone more talented than you. Song Xiaohan stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently at Gu Hanfeng, and said earnestly, Take your junior brother, who has just started learning, for example. I'm sure you've seen his talent. Do you still dare to call yourself a genius in front of him? Next, you need to calm your mind, focus on your cultivation and improvement, understand? Gu Hanfeng. Goodness. Didn't you say you'd ask me to teach this young junior brother a lesson? How could this be? So, it's suddenly become my junior brother teaching me a lesson? But Gu Hanfeng simply couldn't refute it. It's because he was indeed defeated by Li Yuan. Moreover, he lost to Li Yuan, who was at the peak of the second tier, despite his strength being at the early stage of the second tier. There's really nothing to say about that. What Song Xiaohan said makes a lot of sense. It must be said that Gu Hanfeng was somewhat arrogant, a prodigy, and a disciple of a renowned master. Furthermore, it has few rivals in its class. Gu Hanfeng's mindset is inevitably somewhat skewed. Today's exchange truly taught him a vivid and engaging lesson. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Gu Hanfeng nodded emphatically. I understand, teacher. I will reflect on my actions and improve. This child is teachable. Song Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction. I thought to myself, old ginger is indeed spicier. The original intention of this competition was to let Li Yuan taste the bitterness of defeat. As a result, Li Yuan's strength was so great that he actually defeated Gu Hanfeng, whose strength was limited to the peak of the second tier. This was clearly unexpected for Song Xiaohan. However, he changed his mind at the last minute and decided to teach Gu Hanfeng a lesson. Since they're all my disciples, what difference does it make who I teach? Moreover, judging from Gu Hanfeng's expression, he had clearly gained something and had some insights. So it wasn't a complete waste of time. But Song Xiaohan looked at Li Yuan, his eyes flickering. Perhaps a different teaching method should be adopted for Li Yuan. Chapter 83: Activating Permissions in Advance. A moment later. Inside Song Xiaohan's villa. The medical robot was treating Gu Hanfeng's injuries. His left fist, his entire left arm, and even the left half of his body were severely damaged by Li Yuan's domineering and powerful punch. There was a bone fracture, muscle strain, and significant damage to the meridians and blood vessels. It still needs to be dealt with promptly to avoid more serious consequences. At this moment, Gu Hanfeng's heart was still filled with turmoil. Before this, Gu Hanfeng was actually somewhat arrogant. He was proud of his talent and also proud to be able to become a disciple of Song Xiaohan, a grandmaster. Moreover, Gu Hanfeng is one of the few rivals among his peers at Sunchuan Martial Academy. He's one of the top monsters in his grade. He was considered a peerless genius by other geniuses. Moreover, he is not the kind of person who has a high level of skill but is useless in actual combat. Gu Hanfeng has a wealth of experience in battle and fighting, and his actual combat ability is very strong. Almost invincible among those of the same level. Even when facing beasts or heretics whose martial arts level surpasses his own, he is often able to win and even kill them. But today, Gu Hanfeng, however, experienced a complete and utter defeat with Li Yuan, his junior brother who had just enrolled. This is not even a defeat among equals. He eventually unleashed the power of a peak second-tier cultivator, but it still couldn't change the outcome of his defeat. A second-tier peak fighter attacked a second-tier early-stage fighter, and was instantly killed. Do you even know how to play? Gu Hanfeng's heart was naturally not at peace at this moment. He also truly and deeply understood the real meaning of the saying, there are always people better than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. Ignoring Gu Hanfeng's complicated thoughts, Song Xiaohan called Li Yuan into his study. Looking at Li Yuan with a complicated expression, he said, "Little Yuan, tell your teacher the truth, how high is your actual combat strength right now?" Li Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "If I use my full strength, defeating a peak second-tier opponent shouldn't be a problem, but a beginner third-tier opponent? I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure." Hiss. Even though he was somewhat prepared, Song Xiaohan was still deeply shocked to hear Li Yuan say such words. Even at the initial stage of the second tier, one can defeat a peak second-tier opponent. Although Li Yuan said he was unsure if he could fight a third-tier first dan opponent, based on Song Xiaohan's own perspective and experience, it's probably not impossible for him to fight a third-tier first dan opponent. At least getting out unscathed is definitely not a problem. Perhaps the game can end in a stalemate and a draw? Even. It is possible to defeat even the first stage of the third rank. Oh, right. Song Xiaohan suddenly remembered the mysterious flames he had seen when watching Li Yuanwu's martial arts test video. which was the supernatural power brought about by the mutation of Li Yuanwu's martial soul. The power of that flame would make even those at the mid-stage, high stage, or even peak of the third tier shudder, let alone those at the initial stage of the third tier. In other words, if Li Yuan really uses all his trump cards and unleashes all his supernatural powers, he is guaranteed to be able to instantly kill a third tier early stage opponent. Of course, that's a last resort. Because at Li Yuan's current level of life, if he were to use his supernatural powers, he would instantly drain all his true energy and power, just like last time, leaving him almost completely unable to resist. It's a situation where if you can't kill the enemy, you're just waiting to die. Regardless, Li Yuan's true strength still deeply shocked Song Xiaohan. And this also solidified a certain belief in him. Xiao Yuan, I'm going to let you get involved in the mission ahead of time. Song Xiaohan pondered for a moment, looked directly at Li Yuan, and said, normally, freshmen are not allowed to take on missions or go out to do missions after they enroll and before they graduate from their first year. This is a hard and fast rule. You can't even team up with older students. Only by following a mentor can one leave the school to undertake missions. This is also to protect trainees and prevent them from dying before they have grown up due to carelessness and lack of experience. Song Xiaohan paused for a moment, then continued, even in the second year, in principle, the school does not encourage students to go out on missions. The situation will only change when you reach the third grade, or when your martial arts level reaches the third rank or above. At this point, the school is no longer simply encouraging students to go out and do missions. It even becomes somewhat mandatory, because towering trees cannot be grown in a greenhouse. Only by experiencing wind and rain can they grow strong. If you just stay in school all the time, even if you cultivate to the level of Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster, you will still be a high level but low combat power waste. Only through battle and fighting can one become a true warrior. The school sets targets and assigns credits each semester, hoping that students can gain experience outside the school. Song Xiaohan looked at Li Yuan and said, Xiao Yuan, normally you can't go out to do missions right now, but considering that your actual combat strength has reached the third level, I can make an exception and give you this permission. It allows you to accept missions and go out to complete them. Of course, this is just a suggestion, the decision is yours. Going out on a mission? Li Yuan blinked, pondered for a moment, and said, Teacher, I'm willing to do the mission. This is indeed a good way to improve. The beast hunting grounds have been cleared out and cannot be replenished in the short term. If Li Yuan wants to quickly improve his strength, doing missions is undoubtedly a good choice. Actually, Li Yuan originally intended to study the mission. Unexpectedly, Song Xiaohan was the first to make this suggestion. This was exactly what Li Yuan wanted. He has no problem with it. Upon receiving Li Yuan's reply, Song Xiaohan's eyes lit up, revealing an expression of appreciation. Indeed, he has courage and boldness. Song Xiaohan said, all right. In that case, I will grant you mission permissions. However, Xiao Yuan, since this is your first time handling a mission, you should start with a simpler one. We must not be too rash. Experience is important, but survival is even more important. Only by surviving can you talk about the future. Do you understand? Song Xiaohan looked at Li Yuan with a solemn expression. Li Yuan nodded emphatically and said solemnly, Don't worry, teacher, I understand. Good. Song Xiaohan immediately used his authority as the executive vice president to grant Li Yuan task permissions. Granting task permissions to a prospective first-year student is unprecedented in the many years since the Tsongshuan Martial Academy was founded. But special cases are handled specially. Li Yuan's talent and ability allowed him to stay at school for a year without worry. It's a complete waste and a waste of time. Only through combat can one quickly improve their strength. Only through trials of blood and fire, and the tempering of life and death, can one grow rapidly. Become a true predator. This is Song Xiaohan's philosophy. As the executive vice president of Songshuan Martial Academy and dean of the Martial Arts Academy, he naturally had this authority. Li Yuan's one-form system quickly received a notification. Congratulations, student Li Yuan, you have gained the permission to accept tasks from the task system. We wish you all the best. Upon receiving this message, Li Yuan understood that his task permissions had been activated. You can now enter the task system to accept, complete, and turn in tasks. Xiao Yuan, there's one more thing you need to keep in mind. After granting Li Yuan task permissions, Song Xiaohan looked at him and uttered 3 words with a serious expression. Beast God Cult. Chapter 84 Rules are meant to be broken. Song Xiaohan frowned and said, This is a notorious and evil organization that has committed numerous atrocities. Every member of it is an extremist. They worship mythical beasts and believe that humans should coexist peacefully with them, or even revere them. They believe that alien beasts are the true essence of life's evolution, and they even attempt to combine humans with alien beasts in some way to achieve a stronger evolution. When the beast god cult was mentioned, Song Xiaohan's face clearly showed disgust. In short, the beast god cult is a bunch of lunatics. In order to achieve their goals, the beast god cult often conducts targeted assassinations of geniuses from various regions. They are attempting to cut off the lifeblood of our dragon kingdom and cause a break in its development. Last time, it was because of your outstanding performance in the martial arts exam that the beast god sect put you on their kill list and sent people to Pingqing to kill you. They just failed. Song Xiaohan's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing in them. But the beast god cult is definitely not an organization that gives up easily. The last assassination attempt failed, so they will continue to keep an eye on your movements in secret. They will definitely try again once they have the chance. If you stay in the school, even if those bastards from the beast god cult had 1,000,000 times the courage, they would never dare to lay a hand on you, and they certainly wouldn't have the ability to come to my Sangshuan Martial Academy and kill my students. But once you leave the campus, if the beast god cult finds out your whereabouts, they will definitely take action against you. Beast god cult? Li Yuan frowned slightly. I remembered that woman who pretended to be pregnant. It was truly insane, and they used any means necessary. In the end, he even risked self-destruction to take Li Yuan with him. Fortunately, Song Xiaohan arrived at the critical moment and blocked the energy of the self-destruction for him, otherwise, Li Yuan would most likely have suffered serious injuries. They really are a bunch of lunatics. The key is, the beast god cult doesn't follow any rules. It's impossible for them to suppress their strength and exchange skills with you. Last time, when they killed Li Yuan, who was only at the high level of the first rank, they sent out many second-rank martial artists, and even the weakest woman was at the peak of the first rank. The result, naturally, was failure. However, the next time the beast god sect attacks Li Yuan, it is conceivable that they will send even stronger and more people. Most of them need to start at level 3. And it's definitely not just 1 or 2. Faced with such hospitality, Li Yuan felt truly unworthy of it. At this moment, Song Xiaohan said again, I'm telling you this just to remind you to pay more attention and be careful in everything you do, but there's no need to be afraid because of it. Don't worry, our school is not something the beast god cult can infiltrate. And your missions will be kept strictly confidential. In addition, I will arrange for someone to act as your stand-in during this time, pretending that you are always at school, to draw attention to you. Li Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. If that's the case, then there's no problem. If that's the case, then I have nothing to be afraid of. Song Xiaohan reminded him, however, when you are out and about, you should also be careful to conceal your identity, pay close attention, and be extra cautious in everything you do. Li Yuan said, Don't worry, teacher, I understand. Alright, go ahead and choose a suitable task, then you can set off. Song Xiaohan waved his hand. Students take their leave. Li Yuan bowed and then left. He closed the door behind him after leaving. Senior brother, how are you? Upon arriving at the living room on the first floor, Li Yuan asked Gu Hanfeng a question. The latter waved his hand, It's okay, I'm tough and can take a beating, it's no big deal. But junior brother, you are really amazing. That's really fierce. Gu Hanfeng gave Li Yuan a thumbs up and said sincerely. He now truly admires Li Yuan. Although Li Yuan would definitely be no match for Gu Hanfeng if he went all out, Gu Hanfeng had no doubt that if he gave Li Yuan some more time, not too long given Li Yuan's terrifying growth rate, he would catch up with him before the official start of the semester. Within a month, I might be able to leave myself behind. Gu Hanfeng was completely convinced. Li Yuan felt a little embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, I'm sorry, senior brother. You were being lenient with me, but I ended up hurting you. Gu Hanfeng quickly said, It's alright, it's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's my own lack of strength. To be honest, at the last moment on the martial arts stage, I actually unleashed strength equivalent to the peak of the second tier, but I was still defeated by you. In fact, I should be the one who feels embarrassed. The two looked at each other and smiled. No one dwelled on who felt embarrassed or who had wronged whom. There's no need for fellow disciples to act like this. In this world of advanced martial arts, the bonds between fellow disciples are far stronger and deeper than in my previous life. In their previous lives, those who were called fellow disciples were actually more often referred to as classmates. Apart from a few close friends, most of them are just nodding acquaintances, exchanging pleasantries and favors. But in the world of martial arts, fellow disciples are more like comrades in arms. It is an extremely strong, reliable, solid, and reliable relationship that can withstand the test of time. We practiced together when we were young. After completing their training, former fellow disciples are likely to become comrades in arms and supportive assistants. In some ways, fellow disciples and master-disciple relationships are even more reliable than kinship. So, both Gu Hanfeng and Li Yuan were willing to befriend each other, and they both recognized each other's talent and character. As the two were talking, a calm and authoritative voice came. Xia Yuan, go ahead. Hanfeng, come to my room. Yes, teacher. Both of them bowed at the same time. Then, Li Yuan smiled at Gu Hanfeng, then turned and left. Gu Hanfeng went upstairs to Song Xiuhan's study. After leaving Song Xiuhan's villa, Li Yuan headed towards his dormitory. As they walked, Shichi opened the mission system. A semi-transparent light screen was projected from the smartwatch, which was the task system interface. Li Yuan can control this interface to be visible only to himself, visible to designated people, or publicly visible to all. At that moment, he set it to visible only to myself. The task system has a relatively simple interface. There's nothing fancy about it. The key is to make it simple, direct, and clear. Li Yuan glanced at it and immediately grasped all the main functions. The main interface is the task hall, which displays various tasks. There is a filter function in the upper left corner. You can filter tasks based on criteria such as task difficulty, task type, task reward, and task radius. Mission types include investigation, kill, escort, and protection. Task rewards, as the name suggests, are the rewards you get after completing a task, and they are divided into credits, blue star coins, special materials, etc. The mission radius is essentially the distance from the mission location. In addition, the most noteworthy aspect is the task difficulty. The Tsangshuan Martial Academy's mission system categorizes all missions by difficulty level, using a star rating system. 1 star is the easiest, and 5 stars is the hardest. Even for a 1-star mission, one must have a martial arts level of at least level 3 to accept it. In principle, those below level 3 are not allowed to perform tasks. In fact, many years ago, Tsangshuan Martial Academy did not have such restrictions, and there was no restriction that first-year students were not allowed to do tasks. Anyone can do the task as long as they are willing. The result is, the mission failure rate is too high, and the trainee mortality rate remains high as well. Many geniuses are arrogant, inexperienced, and lack the ability to take on missions rashly. As a result, not only do they fail the missions, but they also suffer, become disabled, or even die. The task system is designed to train, improve, and motivate trainees. However, if the mortality rate is too high, then it will be a losing proposition. That's why Tsangshuan Martial Academy changed the rules, mainly to protect the lower grade and weaker students. But now, Li Yuan stated, rules are meant to be broken. I am Li Yuan. First-year prospective students? Martial arts realm, second stage, initial level. However, they gained the permission to complete tasks. Can you handle this? Chapter 85 Mission, Destroy the Beast God Cult Stronghold. Li Yuan set the difficulty level to 1-2 stars for conditional filtering. Li Yuan will not consider missions of higher star ratings for the time being. Besides the rewards, the main purpose of doing tasks is to gain experience and improve your character. But it's definitely not about sending them to their deaths. Acting within one's means is the right path. Forcing yourself to choose a high difficulty mission when you're not strong enough. Failure of the mission is a minor matter. Risking one's life would be truly foolish. It's obvious that Li Yuan isn't a fool. He did not become arrogant or complacent because of his cheat-like abilities. Therefore, for his first attempt at the task, Li Yuan followed his heart and chose a lower difficulty level. Let's test the waters first. As for more difficult tasks, that's for later. After Li Yuan selected the conditions, the task system interface refreshed, hiding high difficulty tasks and only displaying tasks with 1-star and 2-star difficulty. Task name, collect wolf fangs. Task difficulty, 1 star. Mission type, kill collect. Task requirements, collect the fangs of 10 Swiftwind wolves. Mission information, Swiftwind wolf, a peak level tier 2 beast, known for its speed. Primarily found in Swiftwind Wolf Valley, 50 kilometers west of Qingzhou. They are social beasts, with a minimum of 5 individuals per encounter. Task reward, 15 credits. Mission name, Slay the Bear King. Mission difficulty, 2 stars. Mission type, kill. Mission requirement, kill 1 Earthshaker bear. Mission information, Earthbear, a mid-tier tier 3 beast, possesses thick hide, immense strength, and is ferocious and savage. Several martial artists have perished under its paws. A week ago, someone spotted the Earth Bear in the Rampage Forest, 80 kilometers northeast of Qingzhou. This mission can be completed in a team, supporting up to 3 players. Task reward, 30 credits. Task name, Conservation Research Team. Mission difficulty, 2 stars. Task type, protection. Mission requirements, join the research team's security detail and protect the research personnel. Mission information, an 8-member research team from the Dragon Science Academy will arrive in Qingzhou at the end of the month to conduct research and collect samples of exotic beasts and mutated plants. None of the researchers in the team are martial artists, therefore, a dedicated security team will be in place. The security team has a maximum capacity of 12 members, and 7 have already signed up, leaving 5 open positions. Mission reward, 50 credits awarded if the research team suffers no casualties. The reward is halved for each casualty. If more than 3 casualties occur, the mission is considered a failure, and all participants will have 100 credits deducted. Li Yuan kept browsing the tasks. Although they are all low difficulty tasks, they are not actually that easy to complete. Take the Kill the Bear King mission for example. The mission objective is a mid-level tier 3 beast. To kill it reliably, you would need to be a high-level tier 3 martial artist. However, the fact that the mission allows multiple people to team up lowers the barrier to entry considerably. 3 early-stage tier 3 martial artists working together to kill a mid-stage tier 3 bear king shouldn't be a problem, as long as they coordinate well and perform consistently. The real challenge was the task assigned to the Protection Research Team. To put it bluntly, the research team consisted of a group of researchers who were physically weak. When they went deep into the wilderness to conduct sampling and research, they were easily attacked and surrounded by strange beasts. The difficulty of protecting the researchers in the dangerous wilderness was unimaginable. Protecting the target is far more difficult than killing the target or protecting oneself. Especially in a wilderness area, the slightest carelessness or mistake could lead to an accident for the person being protected. Moreover, the people being protected are not just one, but a group. This adds even more difficulty. Furthermore, there are penalties for failing the mission. In any case, Li Yuan would not choose such a task. Being constrained leads to a high failure rate. He continued browsing, when suddenly a task appeared before him, catching Li Yuan's attention. Mission name, Destroy the Beast God Cult Stronghold. Task difficulty, 1 star. Mission type, Kill Investigate Capture. Mission requirements, destroy the recently discovered Beast God Cult Stronghold, numbered 081, and kill or capture Beast God Cult members. Mission information, not long ago, Wusifa of Black Cloud Town discovered a Beast God Cult stronghold within his territory, designated 081. According to reliable intelligence, the Beast God Cult will be conducting an event at this stronghold at 8 p.m. on June 20th. The event will be hosted by a black-clad deacon of the Beast God Cult, with a strength of early 3rd-tier cultivation. His 2 deputies are gray-clad deacons, ranging from high to peak 2nd-tier cultivation. The main purpose of this event is recruitment, therefore more than 10 newcomers will participate and undergo brainwashing. Mission reward, 20 credits. 8 credits for capturing a black-clad butler, 2 credits for capturing 1 gray-clad butler, and 2 credits for capturing all newcomers. Killing a target halves the score. Rewards are calculated based on the final score. 10 credits grant 100% of the reward, 11 credits grant 11%, 9 credits grant only 90%, and so on. Beast God Cult? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, immediately showing great interest in the mission. In the High Martial Era, life forms on Earth embarked on an evolutionary frenzy. Many plants and animals mutated and became strange beasts, seriously threatening human survival. At this critical juncture, humanity should unite as one, work together to fight the alien beasts, and defend our homeland. But there are always some idiots. Instead of being a decent person, they choose to become a traitor. The Beast God Cult is a typical example. They insist on promoting the idea of equality between humans and animals, or even that humans are inferior to beasts. They are also secretly conducting inhumane research, such as injecting alien beast genes into human bodies to cultivate monsters that are neither human nor beast. Even worse. The beast god cult has also held bloody sacrificial rituals. Human sacrifices were offered to the so-called beast god in order to obtain some kind of blessing. To put it bluntly, this so-called beast god cult is just a bunch of idiots. Extremely stupid. Even without the previous assassination attempt by the beast god cult, Li Yuan was filled with disgust for this stupid organization. In addition, there were the beast god cult's assassination attempts against Li Yuan. This directly intensified his hostility and murderous intent towards the beast god cult to the extreme. The beast god cult should be exterminated. It's just that his strength isn't enough right now, otherwise Li Yuan would definitely have stormed the beast god sect so badly that no one would dare to challenge him. Certainly. While we may lack the strength, destroying a small outpost is still no problem. Li Yuan immediately decided to take on this mission. Power plus reward plus venting. That's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There is no better option than this. After a moment's thought, Li Yuan accepted the mission without hesitation. Ding! Student Li Yuan, do you confirm accepting the mission Destroy the Beast God Cult Stronghold? A confirmation box pops up in the semi-transparent light screen task interface. Li Yuan directly selected yes. Ding! Student Li Yuan, you have accepted the mission Destroy the Beast God Cult Stronghold. Best of luck! A notification sound came from the smartwatch. At the same time, more detailed mission information was also sent over. Li Yuan examined it carefully. Chapter 86 Arrival at Black Cloud City. The Beast God Cult has a strict hierarchical organizational structure, which can be roughly divided into the following levels from highest to lowest. Leader and Deputy Leader. Cardinal, Black Archbishop, White Archbishop. Cardinals, Black Cardinals, White Cardinals. Red-clad Butler, Black-clad Butler, White-clad Butler. Then there are the ordinary believers. The event at Outpost 081 was hosted by a black-clad butler and 2 white-clad butlers. The black-clad butler is at the initial stage of the 3rd rank. The white-robed deacon is at the advanced stage of the 2nd tier to the peak of the 2nd tier. As for the newcomers who were recruited to participate in the event, they were mostly junior martial artists, with the highest level not exceeding the peak of the 1st rank. Many of them were not even martial artists, but only apprentices. Therefore, the only ones you need to pay attention to are the black-clad butler and the 2 white-clad butlers. This stronghold was discovered and identified by the Wu Si of Black Cloud Town based on intelligence. With the strength of the Black Cloud Town Martial Division, they could have easily destroyed it. However, instead of directly arranging an operation, the task of destroying the Beast God Cult stronghold was shared with the Tsongshuan Martial Academy, which then dispatched students to carry out the mission and destroy the stronghold. This is actually an opportunity that Tsongshuan Martial Academy has secured for its students. After all, how many missions can the Tsongshuan Martial Academy possibly issue? In fact, over 60% of the tasks in the task hall come from outside. For example, it could be the Jinwu Division, the Public Security Bureau, the Ministry of Education, the military, or it could be a research institute, a conglomerate, a family, a martial arts school, etc. In short, there are many sources of tasks. This ensures that the Tsongshuan Martial Academy's mission hall always has missions available for students to claim. This cooperative model is beneficial to both Tsongshuan Martial Academy and all other forces. The Tsongshuan Martial Academy needs little explanation. Its greatest advantage lies in providing students with more opportunities to train and improve. As for the various factions that provide the tasks, it's easy to understand. After all, they would be happy to have free labor to help them accomplish certain tasks. For example, this mission, shared by the Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Division, was carried out by students of the Tsongshuan Martial Academy. Wouldn't that save the Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Division some trouble? They destroyed a stronghold of the Beast God Cult without firing a single shot, and the credit was even given to the Jinwu Division. Isn't that wonderful? It is precisely because of this win-win situation that such a cooperative model can be maintained in the long term. Of course, as the party issuing the mission, we must ensure that the intelligence is true and reliable. If a major deviation occurs, or even if the trainees on the mission are injured or killed due to inaccurate intelligence, the mission issuer will certainly pay a heavy price. The Tsongshuan Martial Academy also has dedicated personnel to verify mission information to ensure its accuracy and prevent injuries or fatalities among students. This mission was issued by the Martial Arts Division of Black Cloud Town. The specific information was naturally provided by the Martial Arts Division of Black Cloud Town. And When it comes to carrying out specific tasks, the Black Cloud Town Marshal Division will also send people to provide some support and assistance, such as surveillance, observation, and clearing the area. The mission details also provide the contact information for a person named Wu Si in Black Cloud Town. Once you arrive in Black Cloud Town, contact him to get help and more detailed information. Li Yuan looked at the tasks as he walked. Before we knew it, we had arrived at the gate of Villa Number 1. Li Yuan. Hearing someone call his name, Li Yuan looked up. It is Ren Changfeng. Goodness, you're really something else. They've all made it into the top 30. Awesome, bro. Ren Changfeng strode over, speaking with considerable emotion. Li Yuan smiled slightly and said, "It was just a fluke." Ren Changfeng said, "If I can reach the 80th floor of the trial tower by sheer luck, then I'd like to try my luck too. Honestly, your climb to the top of the leaderboard this time has really shocked a lot of people. Now there are hardly any people in the whole school who don't know your name." Li Yuan didn't have any particularly strong feelings about this. Famous? This was not Li Yuan's original intention. He just wanted to see where his limits were and maybe get some academic credits along the way. The two chatted for a few minutes before parting ways. Li Yuan returned to the villa. Cultivate, improve, conserve energy, and prepare for the mission. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Li Yuan did not go out, but stayed in the villa, mainly using the gravity chamber for training and improvement. After a few days, the results were quite noticeable. In addition, I will continue to try the 80th floor of the Tsangshuan Trial Tower. Although I still haven't cleared the game, my progress has improved to 1.25%, and my ranking on the leaderboard has risen 1 place to 26. Li Yuan emerged from the gravity chamber once again, soaking in a medicinal bath to recover his strength. At the same time, with a thought, he brought up the control panel. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neze Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, Early Stage of 2nd Rank. Level of Life, 20.8. Cultivation Method, Intermediate Grade Rock Cultivation Method Mastered. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Master, Low Grade Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear Master, Low Grade Void Star Stepping Step Proficient, Low Grade Overlord Crushing Fist Master. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire, Lotus Incarnation. Next draw requires 10,000 kill points. Kill value, 599. Their level of life has been elevated, and their strength has been further enhanced. Li Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Today is June 18th, and there are less than 2 days left until the Beast God Cult event. It's time to head to Black Cloud City. After his physical condition returned to its peak, Li Yuan got out of the medicinal bath. He changed into a clean and crisp black battlesuit. With the black dragon spear strapped to my back, I prepared to set off. It's worth mentioning that the black dragon spear behind Li Yuan has now been upgraded. He went to the supplies department and exchanged for a Class D alloy weapon. This black dragon spear is no longer grade E, but grade D. It is 2.35 meters long and weighs 180 kilograms. It is completely black. Ferocious and domineering. As life levels have improved, alloy weapons have also been upgraded. Li Yuan's strength is naturally incomparable to what it was before. The time is ripe, it's time to get to work. Under the school's cover, Li Yuan left quietly without attracting anyone's attention. A top genius like Li Yuan, if he were to appear in the outside world, would likely be assassinated by evil organizations like the Beast God Cult. Therefore, the school strictly keeps their whereabouts confidential. Furthermore, they would arrange for someone to impersonate the students while they were away from school, pretending to still be in school, in order to deceive others. It's not entirely effective. But at least, it's a layer of security. With the school's help, Li Yuan successfully left and headed to Black Cloud City. Black Cloud City. It is a prefecture-level city located 120 kilometers from Qingzhou. Its level is similar to that of Pingcheng. The city's area, population, and the quantity and quality of martial artists are all basically at the same level. The Beast God Cult chose to establish a stronghold and conduct activities here because it was safer, as there were no particularly strong martial artists here. After all, the strongest experts in Black Cloud City are only at the early stage of the 4th rank. And there were only 1 or 2. The strongest remaining ones are only at the 3rd tier. The probability of something going wrong is small. Unfortunately, the Beast God Cult never expected that the news would be leaked before the event even officially started, and that it would be discovered by the Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Division. And this task was shared with Sanchuan Martial Academy. 4 p.m. on June 18. Li Yuan arrived in Black Cloud City and contacted Old Li, the contact person at the Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Division. Soon, an SUV pulled up, driven by a burly, dark-skinned, weathered, and rugged middle-aged man. A nearly 10-centimeter long scar at the corner of his eye added to his fierce appearance. It was Old Li from the Martial Arts Division of Black Cloud Town. He was also a third-tier initial stage martial artist, and his strength was quite formidable. For this mission, Li Yuan will be coordinated with Lao Li, who will provide him with all necessary assistance. Chapter 87 Detailed Information. Li Xiaoyao, speaking of which, we are from the same clan, which is quite a coincidence. Then let me first introduce you to this beast god cult's number 081 stronghold and the basic situation of their activities this time. In the SUV, Lao Li sat in the back with Li Yuan, and said with a smile. The car moved smoothly under the control of the autonomous driving system. The world's technological development far surpasses that of Earth. The so-called autonomous driving and intelligent driving on Earth are actually just assisted driving. No matter how fancy the claims of L2.5, L2.9, or even L2.99 levels sound, they are still just L2 level and don't even reach L3 level, let alone true autonomous driving. Even the most advanced intelligent driving systems can only serve as an aid. If you dare to completely hand over driving to autonomous driving systems, then starting the vehicle is like stepping halfway into the gates of hell. As for whether you can fully enter, that depends on how strong your birth chart is, and how strong your ancestors' connections are in the afterlife. But Blue Star's autonomous driving is truly autonomous driving. It can easily handle even the most complex road conditions. It's absolutely no less impressive than a seasoned driver with 20 years of experience. No human intervention from the driver is required at all. To put it simply, the proportion of traffic accidents involving autonomous driving systems on Blue Star is far lower than the proportion of traffic accidents involving human drivers. The Li Xiaoyao that Lao Li mentioned is Li Yuan's pseudonym. He must keep his mission a closely guarded secret this time, so as not to be noticed by the beast god cult, otherwise he will be intercepted and killed. Moreover, the assassins sent by the other side are definitely more powerful than last time. Therefore, Li Yuan not only kept his whereabouts secret, but also arranged for a body double at the school to cover his tracks. Moreover, Li Yuan himself had disguised himself to a certain extent, so most people who were not particularly familiar with him would not recognize him. In addition, the name must also be used. One cannot use their real name. Li Yuan's public name this time is Li Xiaoyao. The leader of the Beast God sect this time is a black-clad deacon named Zhou Tianli, who is at the early stage of the third level of martial arts. He also has two deputies, one named Dongde, who is at the peak of the second tier, and the other named Ma San, who is at the high level of the second tier. Both of them are white-robed deacons of the Beast God sect. In addition, there are 4 ordinary followers who are not a concern. Old Li began to explain the situation. Outpost 081 should have been established at least 6 months ago, but it has remained dormant without any activity, so we did not notice it. Not long ago, our Zhenwu Division's intelligence network discovered Ma San's whereabouts. Following the clues, we found out that the 081 is a base and also discovered that the Beast God cult would be holding an event on June 20th. The main purpose of this event should be brainwashing and recruitment, turning potential followers into true die-hard members of the Beast God cult. Outpost 081 is located in the north of the city. It is a detached house with a courtyard. The owner is an ordinary person, not a martial artist, and is most likely already dead. These bastards. Old Li gritted his teeth, looked at Li Yuan, and said, "Our mission is to destroy Outpost 081 and sabotage this operation. The main members of the Beast God cult should be captured alive if possible. We can try to extract more information about the Beast God cult from them. If we can't capture them alive, killing them is also an option." Li Yuan nodded upon hearing this and said seriously, "I understand, thank you, Brother Li." Old Li laughed heartily and said, "Li Xiaoyao, you don't need to be so polite. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. This kind of thing should normally be done by our Zhenwu division. We're now relying on you. You've done us a huge favor. I will provide you with some support for this mission, mainly in terms of intelligence and transportation." Old Li said, "In addition, I will lead men to guard the outer perimeter to prevent those bastards from resorting to desperate measures and harming innocent people. And if anyone manages to escape from your grasp, we will pursue and intercept them." Li Yuan nodded. The Jinwu Division's arrangement is like adding an extra layer of insurance. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. As far as the Jinwu Division is concerned, Li Yuan is ultimately an outsider. Even though he came from the Tsangshuan Martial Academy, they lack understanding and knowledge of Li Yuan, so it is impossible for them to completely trust him. What if Li Yuan's skills are lacking? What if Li Yuan lacks experience? What if something unexpected happens on site? In short, anything is possible. Black Cloud City is under the jurisdiction of the Town Martial Division. If something happens, the higher-ups will not hold the Tsangshuan Martial Academy accountable, but will only hold the Town Martial Division of Black Cloud City accountable. Therefore, the Jinwu Division must treat this matter with utmost care. While Li Yuan is carrying out his mission, the Jinwu Division will naturally arrange for backup plans. Of course, if someone escapes from Li Yuan's grasp, they will be captured by the Jinwu Division. Then this point will not be credited to Li Yuan. The purpose of the Jinwu Division in establishing the second line of defense is to maintain the stability of Black Cloud City, protect the residents of Black Cloud City, and eliminate the followers of the Beast God cult. It wasn't to help Li Yuan carry out a mission. To put it extremely, what if Li Yuan's side didn't capture or kill a single person, and all the members of the Beast God cult escaped and were intercepted by the Jinwu Division? Therefore, Li Yuan's mission naturally ended in failure. The person was caught, but it wasn't Li Yuan who caught him, so it has nothing to do with him. Li Yuan was well aware of this. But he won't give the Jinwu Division a chance to make a move. Beast God cult? I've got it all to myself. Li Xiaoyao, this is a hotel secretly operated by our Jinwu Division. Please rest here for today. Tomorrow I will take you to conduct an on-site inspection near outpost number 81. The day after tomorrow, the 20th, is the day when the mission will officially begin. Old Li dropped Li Yuan off at an unremarkable little hotel and said to him, "Okay, thanks, brother Li. See you tomorrow." Li Yuan thanked them, got out of the car, and went into the hotel. Old Li gave him a deep look, then drove away. When Li Yuan arrived at the hotel reception, someone immediately arranged a room for him, clearly indicating that the Jinwu Division had given prior instructions. Back in his room, Li Yuan stretched his muscles and then sat cross-legged on the bed to practice the rock cultivation method. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Practice whenever you have time. Every bit of improvement in strength adds a point to safety in this perilous world. Li Yuan didn't even go out for meals, he ordered takeout from the hotel. Nothing was said that night. Early the next morning, Old Li arrived. They took Li Yuan to the northern district of Black Cloud City. Black Cloud City can be roughly divided into 5 districts: East District, West District, South District, North District, and Central District. The central urban area is the most prosperous. The northern district was the poorest and most chaotic. It's somewhat similar to the urban-rural fringe areas on Earth, where buildings gradually become shorter, and the further north you go, the shorter the buildings become. As you get closer to the northern edge of the northern district, most of the buildings have become single-story houses, with the tallest being only 2 or 3 stories. The stronghold of the Beast God cult was located in such a place. It's a mixed bag with a large flow of people. Poverty, chaos. It makes it easier to conceal one's presence and hide one's whereabouts. Chapter 88. The show is about to begin. Li Xiaoyao, look over there, that courtyard with the red brick wall is outpost number 81. There are residential houses nearby, and the alleys are interconnected. The main building in the courtyard is that 2-story building. I asked around and found out that there is another floor underground. On the rooftop of a small building in the northern district of Black Cloud City. Old Li pointed to a detached courtyard house not far away and introduced it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan stared intently at it. The courtyard was deserted at the moment, and the doors and windows of the small building were tightly closed, showing no signs of human presence. The homeowner's surname is Qi, and there are 3 people in the family. The neighbors said they all went there because of something that happened at a relative's house. But our investigation revealed that this was not the case. The Qi family of 3 has most likely been murdered. Old Li gritted his teeth, clearly disgusted by the evil deeds of the Beast God sect. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "I will be careful tomorrow. If the Qi family of 3 is still alive, I will rescue them. If they have already perished, then what we must do is seek justice for them, to comfort their souls in heaven. Yes. Those bastards from the Beast God cult should all die." Old Li said through gritted teeth. "Let's go, Li Xiaoyao, let's take a look behind outpost 081. Old Li led Li Yuan to the next location. That's all. Under Lao Li's guidance, Li Yuan surveyed the 081 outpost and its surroundings, gaining a basic understanding of the situation. This will be helpful for him in carrying out his next mission. That evening, after declining the invitation to a banquet from the martial arts department of Black Cloud Town, Li Yuan ate a little something and returned to his hotel room to practice the rock-solid cultivation method. A martial artist is full of energy and spirit. A night of meditation leaves you feeling far more refreshed than a night of sleep. During cultivation, time flows by at a leisurely pace. Soon, the golden crow rose and the jade rabbit set. A new day has begun. June 20th, 5202 in the Blue Star calendar. The weather will turn cloudy, turning partly cloudy. The entire sky was a hazy gray. It gives people a strange sense of oppression. Li Yuan received a message from Lao Li that the Jinwu Division's spies had discovered some suspicious people around Outpost 081, who were likely members of the Beast God cult gathering. The formal event will start promptly at 8 p.m. Now it's just a matter of scouting the location in advance, gathering information, and arriving early. Li Yuan was not in a hurry. Now all the players on the field are little Kami. Even if we capture them all, it won't make a difference. These people have not yet received the Beast God baptism and can only be considered peripheral members of the Beast God cult. The so-called Beast God baptism is actually an initiation ceremony or oath ceremony of the Beast God cult. After receiving the Beast God baptism, one becomes a formal member of the Beast God cult. Before this, they could only be considered peripheral members. They cannot receive the core message of the Beast God cult at all. The event being held tonight at Outpost 081 is the selection process for the Beast God baptism. Just kidding, the Beast God baptism is a very important ritual for the Beast God cult. It is the key to attracting members and expanding strength. How could it possibly be done in such a small outpost? Putting aside the question of safety, even a few lowly deacons don't have that kind of authority. In fact, the event held at Outpost 081 was merely a selection process before the Beast God baptism. In other words, a group of trustworthy, reliable, and malleable outstanding members are selected from the peripheral members and given assessment slots. They are then sent to a certain branch of the Beast God cult to undergo a second assessment. Only after passing the assessment can they officially receive the Beast God baptism and become true followers of the Beast God cult. Screening assessment initiation formal. It's like a job interview: first interview, second interview, final interview, onboarding. Those who came to participate in the selection process can only be considered peripheral members of the Beast God cult for the time being, and most of them have only seen ordinary members of the Beast God cult before. I've never even seen the lowest-ranking white-robed butler. Arresting them all won't help. We still have to wait for the main characters' black-clad butlers Zhou Tianli and white-clad butlers Dongde and Ma San to arrive. They usually don't appear until it's almost dark. So Li Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Be patient and wait. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Yuan then left the hotel and went to the rooftop of a 3-story residential building near Outpost 081 in the northern district of Black Cloud City. He waited quietly, keeping a close eye on all the movements of Outpost 081. At the same time, Lao Li also sent a message saying that the Jinwu Division's people were all in position on the perimeter. Always on standby. They can strike swiftly and decisively whenever needed. Time passed second by second. Sudden. Li Yuan heard old Li's slightly hoarse voice through his earpiece. Target number 3 has appeared, at the 9 o'clock position of Outpost 081, the one wearing the fisherman's hat. Li Yuan's spirits lifted. He immediately focused his gaze on that direction. Then a lean figure wearing a fisherman's hat and a white mask that almost completely covered his face was seen strolling casually toward Outpost 081. It was none other than target number 3, the white-robed steward, a second-tier high-level martial artist, Ma San. Target number 3 has already appeared, so how far behind are targets number 2 and 1? Really? Shortly after number 3 appeared, target number 2 also came into view. He was a fat man, wearing loose shorts and a t-shirt, with a grilled sausage in his left hand and a fried chicken leg in his right. He was eating as he walked, his mouth covered in oil. He looked very fat, and he was out of breath and sweating profusely after taking only a few steps. In reality, he was a peak second-tier martial artist, none other than Dongde, the white-robed deacon of the Beast God sect. After Ma San and Dongde appeared, they did not go directly to Outpost 081. Instead, they casually circled the area a few times, and even bought some food and drinks, cigarettes and water, as if they were taking a walk. Actually, they were scouting the location. Anything amiss would immediately raise their alarm. However, as the saying goes, the devil may be 1 foot tall, but the Tao is 10 feet tall. The Zhenwu Division personnel were clearly very experienced. On the one hand, their location was relatively far from Outpost 081, making it safer. On the other hand, all the Zhenwu Division personnel were masters of disguise, blending into ordinary people without revealing any flaws. Therefore, Dong De and Ma San wandered around for a while but found nothing unusual. The two then entered Outpost 081 one after the other. Then, 4 more people appeared around them. These 4 people were also official members of the Beast God cult, and were subordinates of Zhou Tianli and his 2 companions, responsible for some miscellaneous tasks and basic work. At this moment, he acted as a liaison, contacting all 18 peripheral members who had arrived in the vicinity beforehand. Subsequently, these people then entered Outpost 081 one by one. At this point, less than 10 minutes had passed since the screening activity began. The show is about to begin. Chapter 89. The real deal arrives. The God of Slaughter makes his move. Black Cloud City, North District. Inside Outpost 081. In the lobby on the first floor. Fatty Dong sat on a separate sofa, a can of Coke in his left hand and 4 or 5 skewers of grilled meat in his right, including squid and kidneys, which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He was eating with his mouth dripping with oil. Wearing a fisherman's hat, Ma Sans leaned against the windowsill, arms crossed, his body slightly turned to the side as he looked outside. The hall was noisy. The 18 peripheral members were either standing or squatting. Men and women, young and old, tall and short, fat and thin. They come in all shapes and sizes. The oldest one already had a full head of white hair, probably over 70 years old, while the youngest one still had a youthful look on his face, probably just turned 18. Their backgrounds are diverse, some are farmers, some are ordinary employees, some are self-employed, and some are students. But regardless of their identity or age, these people all have one thing in common. That is, they have all been bewitched by the beast god cult, fallen, and begun to worship strange beasts. However, no wrongdoing has been committed yet. But it's only a matter of time. Once they pass the screening and assessment and become official members of the beast god cult, they will naturally be assigned various sabotage missions. Why isn't the boss here yet? Ma San raised his left hand to look at the time and frowned. What's the rush? Dong De glanced at it, chewing on a sizzling grilled kidney, and mumbled, it's not time yet. Does the boss have a habit of arriving early? He will appear when the time comes. That's true. Ma San nodded, then slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, but speaking of which, the Martial Division of Black Cloud Town is really a waste. We made such a big move, and we didn't even notice. They're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Ma San revealed a mocking expression. There was also a hint of smugness and self-satisfaction. Dong Dedeo, don't let your guard down. The Zhenwu Division isn't all useless. And don't forget, there's also the Martial Hall. When he said this, a look of fear was clearly visible on Dong Da's face. No matter what, the Zhenwu Division has limited strength, and the Beast God sect has also obtained a lot of information about the Zhenwu Divisions in various places. They even placed their own people in some local military commands. They were able to keep track of the movements of the local Zhenwu Division in a timely manner. But the Martial Hall is different. The Martial Hall is not within the official system, it is completely independent of the official system, and one could even say that it is above the official system. Its status is extraordinary. Moreover, it is even more full of hidden talents and powerful figures. After all, the founder and global head of the Martial Hall is recognized as the #1 martial artist on Earth. This is a timeless and enduring brand. Naturally, this will attract more powerful individuals. This makes the overall strength of the Martial Hall hard to believe. The Beast God cult wreaks havoc everywhere, but it only dares to target officials and civilians, never daring to lay a hand on the Martial Hall. They even had to deliberately avoid the Martial Hall. Go around it. I just don't want to provoke this behemoth. Many years ago, during an event, a cardinal of the Beast God cult accidentally killed a deputy temple master of the local martial temple branch. As a result, the higher-ups of the Martial Hall were furious. Immediately send men to grind that cardinal and all those under his command to dust. That's not all. Next, the Martial Hall officially bared its fangs and launched a bloody revenge against the Beast God cult. A series of retaliatory actions resulted in the deaths of hundreds of deacons, over 100 bishops, and dozens of archbishops. Even the two vice leaders of the Beast God sect were killed and seriously injured. The Beast God cult suffered heavy losses, crippling its foundation. After that, it remained silent for many years before finally managing to recover some of its vitality. That bloody lesson made the entire Beast God sect realize that the martial hall was not to be trifled with, or it would lead to disaster. Therefore, during this selection process, there were clear instructions from above that no matter what happens, no one should be harmed by members of the martial hall. If you encounter someone from the martial hall, run if you can, otherwise you will die. Dong Di and Ma San chatted idly, and no one else had the right to interfere. In this atmosphere, it quickly approached 8 o'clock. Sudden. The courtyard gate creaked open. A man dressed in dress pants and a white shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked in carrying a briefcase, looking like an insurance salesman. But Dong Di and Ma San immediately got up and went out to greet them. The person who arrived was none other than Zhou Tianli, the black-clad steward. He was also in charge of this event. Is everything going well? Zhou Tianli, who looked quiet and unassuming, handed his briefcase to Ma San and casually asked a question. Dong Di immediately replied, "Don't worry, boss. We've scouted the location beforehand, so there won't be any problems." Okay, that's good. Zhou Tianli nodded in satisfaction. Let's begin. As he spoke, he walked into the house. Greetings, Steward Zhou. Inside the room, the four formal followers bowed and clasped their hands in unison to Zhou Tianli. The other peripheral members also bowed to Zhou Tianli. Alright, everyone's here, let's officially begin our activity. Zhou Tianli spoke with great earnestness. Before he could finish speaking, a soft sound came from the courtyard. Zhou Tianli immediately turned his head to look. His expression changed instantly. A boy dressed in black stood in the center of the courtyard, holding a large gun. A fierce aura rose up. Zhou Tianli's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately realized that the stronghold had been exposed. Without a second thought, Zhou Tianli shouted, "Kill him!" Whoosh! Dong Di and Ma San reacted the fastest. With a low growl, they charged out simultaneously. One drew his knife, the other his sword. They launched a fierce attack from the left and right. His moves were ruthless, his eyes filled with cold, bloodthirsty killing intent. The young man in the courtyard was Li Yuan. Now that the main character has appeared, he naturally has no interest in waiting any longer, nor in watching how these people conduct their activities. He decisively grabbed his rifle and leaped into the courtyard. There's no need for a sneak attack or to hide. They just barged in openly and brazenly. Seeing the two opponents attacking him, Li Yuan remained completely calm. With a flick of his arm, the black dragon spear trembled slightly, seemingly excited for the battle to come. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuan gripped the gun barrel tightly with his right hand and thrust his arm forward. The spear flashes like a dragon. Chapter 90, like a demon lord descended from heaven, truly a god of war on earth. Captain, do you think Li Xiaoyao can handle this? On the roof of a house a few hundred meters away from Outpost 081. A young man with short, jet black hair, dressed casually, and with delicate features, looked at Outpost 081 through binoculars and spoke to Old Li beside him. He's far too young. Although being able to enter Songchuan Martial Academy must mean you're a martial arts genius, we've had some contact with these students before. They are indeed geniuses, and their martial arts cultivation and skill level are very impressive. But they have no experience, especially compared to those heinous members of the Beast God cult. They are as pure as innocent white flowers. And most of them have an arrogant attitude. Anyway, I don't have a high opinion of him. The young man curled his lip. Old Li said, although I've only known Li Xiaoyao for 2 days, the feeling he gives me is quite different from the other martial arts students who came here to do missions. Very stable. There is not a trace of impetuosity, nor the kind of arrogance that cannot be completely concealed no matter how deeply it is hidden. Composed, calm, and low-key. Old Li narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, although I don't know his exact strength yet, judging from his temperament alone, I think our plan might not be of any use. Captain, why do you speak so highly of Li Xiaoyao? The young man looked at Old Li with considerable surprise. Old Li is a veteran of the Zhenwu division with extensive experience. He has come into contact with vicious and depraved martial artists, and has also cooperated with people from the Martial Hall, the Public Security Bureau, and the Martial Security Army. Of course, I've also interacted with many students from martial arts academies. His eyes were absolutely discerning. The young man was quite surprised that Old Li had such a high opinion of Li Xiaoyao. Old Li said calmly, just you wait and see. I won't misjudge him. This Li Xiaoyao is definitely not simple. The young man nodded, then asked, Captain, what do you think of me? You? Old Li glanced at it and chuckled. He didn't speak. Hey, Captain, what's with that smile? Are you looking down on me? I'm pretty good too, you know. The young man immediately became unhappy and shouted loudly. Although Lao Li is the team leader, he is usually very approachable, so the young man was not too reserved. Alright, stop babbling and keep an eye on Outpost 081. Old Li patted the young man on the shoulder, his tone becoming more serious. Although I have high hopes for Li Xiaoyao, aren't we just an extra layer of insurance? If something unexpected happens to him, we'll have to plug the gap. Yes, Captain. The young man also stopped laughing and joking. He resumed his serious expression. He picked up the binoculars again and kept an eye on the movements of Villa number 081. Team leader. Li Xiaoyao jumped in. The young man suddenly let out a low shout. A fight has broken out. Old Li immediately walked to the edge of the roof and picked up his binoculars to check the battle situation inside Villa 081. However, due to the distance and angle, they could only see half of the yard. In the courtyard, shadows flickered and swords gleamed. Clearly, the two sides started fighting as soon as they disagreed. Holy crap! Suddenly, the young man exclaimed in surprise. Targets number 2 and 3 joined forces, yet they were easily defeated by Li Xiaoyao. What domineering marksmanship! The young man's pupils contracted repeatedly. He expressed such sentiments. Like a demon lord descended from heaven, he is truly a god of war on earth. That Li Xiaoyao is awesome. Li Yuan's explosive performance clearly startled him. The young man had previously worked with Lao Li to receive several Tsangchuan Martial Academy students who came to do missions. Their martial arts levels varied. The difficulty of the tasks performed also varies. However, in comparison, it seems that no one is as domineering as Li Xiaoyao. This is a kind of spirit. Even students whose strength surpassed Li Xiaoyao's that he had seen before were far inferior in this aspect. The spear flashes like a dragon, easily cleaving through 1,000 troops. In the eyes of the youth, Li Xiaoyao was like a fierce general who could defeat 10,000 men. He could charge into the midst of thousands of troops as if they were nothing, and he was unmatched in killing generals and capturing flags. Awesome! That's really awesome. Beside, Old Li's pupils also contracted slightly. Although he had a high opinion of Li Xiaoyao, he did not expect that Li Xiaoyao would take down the second and third targets in an instant. That's way too fast. However, this is actually a good thing, as it solves objectives 2 and 3. The only remaining troublesome one is the number 1 target Zhou Tianli, the black-clad deacon of the beast god cult and a third-tier initial stage martial artist. Inside the courtyard of outpost number 081. Bang! Bang! Clang! Ding ling guan long. After a sound, Dongdu was swept away by Li Yuan's spear, flying backward and crashing heavily into the courtyard wall, causing a section of the wall to collapse. The obese body slid down the wall to the ground. He lay motionless on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his face deathly pale. If it weren't for his faint breathing, everyone would have thought he was dead. As for Ma San, first, he was shot through the shoulder, and then he was kicked by Li Yuan. He was like a boiled shrimp, flying backward with his body bent over. He smashed through the door and fell into the house. A bloodstain was left on the smooth, shiny floor. Then he knocked down the stairs, tilted his head to the side, and remained motionless. Seeing his two capable subordinates easily dealt with by Li Yuan, Zhou Tianli's pupils suddenly contracted. A deep sense of apprehension quickly rose in his eyes. What ruthless methods! Zhou Tianli stared intently at Li Yuan, gritting his teeth and speaking in a deep voice. Whoosh! Li Yuan swung his spear. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking so much nonsense. As he spoke, Li Yuan rushed forward. It was only a few steps away, and in the blink of an eye, Li Yuan rushed to Zhou Tianli's side. A spear thrust out. The gun tip pierced the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Zhou Tianli's pupils suddenly contracted. He originally wanted to say a few words to Li Yuan to distract him, and then take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, this guy picked up his gun and started fighting without saying a word. He's a complete brute. However, Zhou Tianli was still a third-level initial stage martial artist. His reaction was extremely quick. With a flick of his arm, a uniquely shaped battle knife appeared in his hand. From bottom to top, a slanted slash is made upwards. Clang! The clash of spears and swords produced a metallic clang. The two rubbed together tightly, sparks flying everywhere. At the moment of contact, Zhou Tianli then felt a violent force coming towards him. What incredible strength! What kind of freak is this? It cannot be resisted. Zhou Tianli reacted instantly. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, leaned back slightly, and quickly retreated. At the same time, the four official members of the Beast God cult charged towards Li Yuan with strange cries and roars. Arms outstretched. His face was filled with madness. Wah! Die, you piece of trash! Join me, let's purify this world. Long live the Beast God! The four of them shouted at the top of their lungs. He wasn't carrying any weapons and wasn't on guard at all. It looked like he was courting death. But Li Yuan, who had experience dealing with the Beast God cult, immediately guessed that these guys seemed to be planning a self-destruction. Li Yuan had no interest in using his own body to test the power of the other party's self-destruction. There was no time to think about it then. Void stepping stars. Break out! Li Yuan's feet suddenly shimmered with dazzling and mysterious starlight. His figure instantly became ethereal, and with a whoosh, he quickly retreated to the side and rear. The next moment. Bang 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 bang. Four explosions rang out almost simultaneously. Chapter 91 Head-on confrontation with a third-tier martial artist. Bang 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 bang. It was indeed a self-destruction. The people of the Beast God cult are indeed a bunch of idiots. They're always resorting to self-destruction tactics. Fortunately, Li Yuan had dealt with their people before and witnessed the idiotic behavior of the Beast God cult. Taking precautions, they withdrew in advance. Otherwise, if Li Yuan were caught in the blast wave of those four idiots' close-range self-destruction, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. Even with the Lotus Incarnation ability to speed up recovery, the opponent clearly wouldn't give him time to recover during battle. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. That is the truth. Fortunately, Li Yuan was on guard and moved extremely fast. This allowed them to avoid the self-destruction zone. Although they were shaken by the blast wave, the minor injuries were negligible. Unfortunately, 4 deaths will affect the mission evaluation. Oh shit! Li Yuan cursed inwardly. But those 4 idiots are all dead, and they didn't even leave behind any bodies. Even if we wanted to desecrate their corpses to vent our anger, we couldn't. So, we had no choice but to. I'm venting all my anger on you. Zhou Tianli. Li Yuan looked at Zhou Tianli with icy eyes. The latter frowned, his face grim. I thought that if the 4 good-for-nothing self-destructed, even if they couldn't kill Li Yuan, they could at least severely injure him. Then he took matters into his own hands and killed him. They fled quickly into the distance. Result? Li Yuan actually dodged it? Just as Zhou Tianli was cursing inwardly, a cold glint flashed. Li Yuan had already drawn his gun and was attacking. The snow-white D-grade alloy gun tip reflected a cold light. A murderous intent erupted. Like a dragon probing the sea, it carries terrifying power and strikes fiercely. Zhou Tianli's pupils contracted slightly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Court death! He shouted sharply. Zhou Tianli held the knife in both hands and slashed down with a powerful blow. The snow-white blade flashed like a waterfall. The blade gleamed brilliantly. He released his true energy, forming a huge energy blade that slashed towards Li Yuan. Azure Dragon Mountain Shattering Spear. Li Yuan drank heavily. The gun's edge surged. It seemed to possess a terrifying destructive power that could destroy everything. It slammed headlong into the blade's edge. The rock cultivation method operated on its own within Li Yuan's body, providing him with a continuous supply of true energy. The next moment. Boom! The D-grade alloy spear slammed fiercely into the blade's edge. Horrific explosion. True energy surged wildly. A visible energy shockwave swept out instantly, creating a shockwave. Many peripheral members of the Beast God cult were thrown out. Bang 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 bang. Glassware, cups, coffee tables, and other items shattered one after another. Even wall and floor tiles were shattered by this violent energy, with fragments flying everywhere. The scene was extremely chaotic. In this chaotic scene, Li Yuan and Zhou Tianli were both forced to retreat by the explosive energy. This head-on confrontation was almost evenly matched. Li Yuan felt a surge of pride. Third tier early stage? That's all. Take another shot from me. With a loud shout, Li Yuan stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Where I landed, the paving stones collapsed, and cracks appeared all around. Li Yuan then used his gun to clear a path and charged towards Zhou Tianli. Overlord's formation breaking spear, fourth form, spear whirlwind shadow. A spiral of gunfire appeared. Swish, swish, swish. The whistling sound continued, and a flash of cold light appeared. The tip of the D-grade alloy gun was pointed directly at Zhou Tianli's chest. Zhou Tianli's gaze suddenly turned cold. They did not back down. Instead, he took a step forward, his battle blade encircling his body, and unleashed a ferocious slash. Explosive slash. Call. Another blade of light appeared. As Zhou Tianli slashed, the attack came crashing down. True Qi is released outside the body. This is a signature ability of a second-tier martial artist. Li Yuan can do it too. But I'm ashamed to admit it. He wasn't very skilled at it. After all, he had only recently advanced to the second tier, and since then, he had spent a lot of time in the Tsunchuan Trial Tower, as well as improving his physical body and stabilizing his realm. He is able to use the technique of projecting his true energy, but he is not considered proficient in it. Moreover, its power will be somewhat reduced. It's better to just rely on physical damage output, since the gun has a long range anyway. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Li Yuan condensed his True Qi armor and wrapped a portion of his True Qi around the Black Dragon Spear. Enveloped in True Qi, the Black Dragon Spear could clash with Zhou Tianli's blade without losing in the slightest. Boom! It was another head-on collision. The two retreated again. It was another evenly matched clash. Ha ha ha! Again! Li Yuan laughed wildly. This was the first time he had encountered such an evenly matched opponent, and he could fight with complete freedom, without worrying about injuring his opponent too badly. It wouldn't matter if Zhou Tianli was beaten to death. It's just that the task rewards are slightly less. Such a battle should be thoroughly enjoyable. Zhou Tianli was also a ruthless man. His eyes were gloomy, and with a gritted tooth, he also drew his knife and attacked. Bang 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 bang. Ding 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 ding. Clang 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 clang. Clang 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 clang. Swords and spears clashed, explosions rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Li Yuan swept his spear horizontally and thrust straight forward, his moves wide and powerful, fierce and domineering. Zhou Tianli wielded a battle sword, his moves ruthless, like a venomous snake. The two engaged in a fierce battle. For a time, it was difficult to determine a winner. The battle was extremely intense. Li Yuan became more and more excited and elated as the game progressed. They fought with increasing ferocity. With a cultivation level of the first stage of the second tier, he was on par with a martial artist at the first stage of the third tier. Such a result was simply astonishing. In martial arts realms, let alone a difference of a major realm, even a difference of only a minor realm, or even within the same minor realm but with a difference in life level, can greatly affect the outcome of a battle. Fighting opponents of a higher level does happen, but generally it usually involves crossing a minor realm. For example, the first stage of a second order is used to teach the middle stage of a second order. Second order middle stage to second order high stage. That's the best I can do. I can fight against advanced second tier opponents at the first tier. As long as they are within the same major realm, they can completely make up for the gap by relying on factors such as combat experience, martial arts realm, and martial spirit quality. If the difference is a major level, almost no one can defeat the strong with the weak. Because every major realm represents a qualitative leap, a transformation in the level of life. Even at the peak of the second tier, one would have almost no chance of winning against the initial stage of the third tier, and could even be said to have no chance of survival. Li Yuan, however, was only at the initial stage of the second rank, yet he was able to fight to a standstill against someone at the initial stage of the third rank. It's just that Zhou Tianli didn't know Li Yuan's true level of cultivation, otherwise, he would definitely have questioned the meaning of life. He finally broke through to the third rank after much effort, only to be defeated to a draw by a second-rank martial artist. What's the point of all that hard work and cultivation? Do you think I have a lot of time? In Zhou Tianli's eyes, Li Yuan was always regarded as an opponent of the same level as himself, namely the initial stage of the third rank. He never imagined that his opponent, with whom he had fought to a standstill and remained evenly matched, was only a second-tier beginner. But, unlike Li Yuan, who grew stronger with each battle, Zhou Tianli became increasingly alarmed. True qi is finite. Energy is also limited. It's impossible to squander resources or unleash them indefinitely. This is the same principle as street fights between ordinary people. People who fight often know that fighting is very tiring. Basically, after you throw a few punches and rip a few slaps, you're out of breath. The same principle applies to martial artists. It's just that martial artists have a higher level of life and a longer lifespan. But it can be tiring. More importantly, true energy will be continuously consumed. In high-intensity combat, the rate of true qi recovery cannot keep up with the rate of consumption. The more you fight, the less true energy you have. Once the true energy is exhausted, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, with less than 1 in 10 remaining. Chapter 92 Zhou Tianli, defeated. Zhou Tianli had initially assumed that Li Yuan was a genius student from a martial arts academy, given his youth, and that his combat experience couldn't possibly match that of someone like himself who had been through the ringer. They were still hoping for a quick victory. Therefore, they went all out from the start, aiming for a quick victory. Result: Li Yuan actually withstood his outburst. After several rounds of fighting, Zhou Tianli's true energy had been nearly half depleted. As his true energy was depleted, Zhou Tianli became increasingly anxious. If too much true energy is consumed, even if Li Yuan is eventually killed, he will likely have difficulty escaping. Because Zhou Tianli was very familiar with the tactics of the Martial Arts Academy and the Zhenwu Division. Academy students are carrying out a mission. The Zhenwu Division will set up defenses on the outer perimeter. In other words, if Zhou Tianli wanted to escape, he not only had to deal with Li Yuan, but also had to preserve his strength to break through the Zhenwu Division's defenses. He couldn't expend too much of his true energy on Li Yuan. But the battle dragged on for a long time without a clear winner. Zhou Tianli was naturally anxious. Little did he know that Li Yuan possessed the incarnation of a lotus flower. Lotus incarnation, lotus root as bones, lotus leaves as clothing, greatly enhances the speed of true qi recovery and the ability to recover from injuries incomparably holy and spotless, greatly improves resistance to negative statuses such as poison resistance and mind charm. It can not only increase resistance to negative status effects and speed up injury recovery, but also enhance the speed of true qi recovery. It also consumes true energy. But if I reply faster and more often than you, how can you play with me? Zhou Tianli's true energy is now down to a little over half, but Li Yuan's true energy is still over 70%. A protracted war could wear Zhou Tianli down. Therefore, Li Yuan is not afraid at all. He even went so far as to confront Zhou Tianli head-on. This head-on fighting style consumes a lot of internal energy. Besides true qi, physical strength and energy will also be rapidly depleted, but the Lotus incarnation can quickly restore physical strength and energy. It's like Li Yuan has a little nurse with him, constantly helping him recover. But Zhou Tianli had nothing. What makes you think you can compete with others in terms of energy consumption? On the rooftop of a residential building outside Outpost 081. Self-destruct. These scum of the beast god cult only know how to self-destruct. The young man frowned and gritted his teeth. A look of worry appeared on his face. Self-destruction is indeed a ruthless tactic, and it's difficult to guard against. You thought the other person was coming at you to fight, and you got into position and planned your moves, but then the other person suddenly exploded without warning. Can you handle this? Being caught off guard, even serious injury is considered lucky. It's not impossible that he could die on the spot. Indeed, quite a few martial artists were forcibly traded one for one by the beast god sect's self-destruction. In Black Cloud Town, some members of the martial arts division died in the line of duty due to the self-destruction of members of the beast god cult. Therefore, the high-ranking officials and experienced veterans of the Zhenwu division would warn newcomers that if they encountered members of the beast god cult, they should either kill them or cripple them, and they must be wary of the other party self-destructing. Beside him, Old Li also had a serious expression and a deep gaze. Keep your eyes glued to that spot. He clenched his fist. If something happens to Li Yuan, he will not only be responsible for eliminating all the members of the beast god cult, but also for finding a way to save Li Yuan. We cannot allow such a talented young martial artist to perish here. Soon. As the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, Li Yuan's figure reappeared in Old Li's sight. His eyes lit up. Good. He couldn't help but shout it out. He saw that Li Yuan was not injured, which meant that he had obviously dodged the self-destruction. "Good lad!" Old Li exclaimed. The young man also showed delight. "Great! He actually dodged it. As expected of the person you chose, Captain, he really has some skills. Well, let's keep watching. I feel like we might not need to intervene." Old Li's tone was much more relaxed. Inside Outpost 081. The battle between Li Yuan and Zhou Tianli has reached a fever pitch. Li Yuan wielded his spear with great skill and flair. The gun swept through the air, producing a chilling whistling sound. Each shot carries immense force. This put immense pressure on Zhou Tianli. Zhou Tianli was already anxious. After all, his identity was something that couldn't be exposed. Now that his identity had been revealed, it was conceivable that, in addition to Li Yuan, the people from the Jinwu division were definitely nearby. The longer it drags on, the worse it will be for him. In addition, the prolonged battle has led to an increasing depletion of their true energy. Zhou Tianli was getting more and more anxious. Grass! Overlord slash! Die! Zhou Tianli roared. He leaped high into the air, wielding his sword with both hands, and slashed fiercely at Li Yuan with the force of splitting a mountain. Li Yuan did not defend, but instead charged forward with his gun. The best defense is offense. What a load of rubbish! Attack! Moreover, the weapon's length is an advantage, so it can withstand any attacks. The spearhead trembled, its tip sharp. It burst forth with a sharp spike. Result? Zhou Tianli suddenly changed his move midway, slashing his blade horizontally at the black dragon spear. Clang! A loud bang. Sparks flew everywhere. Zhou Tianli, using the recoil force, darted to the side. They clearly want to escape. Zhou Tianli realized that he had no chance of defeating Li Yuan in a short time, and if the fight continued, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable to him. So his move just now was just to cover. His real intention was to take the opportunity to escape. Humph! Run away? Do you think you can escape? Li Yuan sneered. You think you can escape from me? You're dreaming. Take a step forward. Starlight quickly enveloped their feet. Void stepping stars. Whoosh! It almost left a lingering afterimage. Li Yuan's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with Zhou Tianli. I came to his side. You! Zhou Tianli was greatly alarmed. Good compa, so fast. How could he be so fast? Zhou Tianli was shocked. But Li Yuan wasn't going to waste time with him. With a loud shout, his arm muscles bulged, veins coiled like dragons, and his true energy erupted as he exerted force in his arm. Call! The spear swept across with a sharp whistling sound. Bang! It slammed heavily into Zhou Tianli's chest, sending him flying backward. It fell to the ground, creating a small crater. The sword had already flown out of his hand. Zhou Tianli's lips twitched twice, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, and his breathing quickly became weak and listless. The chest has collapsed. I don't know how many ribs were broken. If the game had continued normally, Zhou Tianli wouldn't have lost so quickly. But he insisted on running away. This escape. Firstly, the thought of escaping arises, which weakens the momentum. Once the momentum weakens, the spirit is dissipated, and the strength exerted will naturally be reduced. Secondly, they were shocked by the terrifying speed Li Yuan unleashed. Even if it was just a momentary lapse in concentration, for a martial artist, it was enough to determine the winner. Therefore, Zhou Tianli lost. Chapter 93. Your gaze is making me very uncomfortable. How could this be? Zhou Tianli clutched his chest and struggled to get up, but he fell weakly back to the ground as soon as he got up a little. The pain on his face intensified. This small movement seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and his face turned even paler. One mouth. Blood and froth then oozed from the corner of his mouth. Even breathing is excruciatingly painful. Zhou Tianli slowly turned his head, his pupils contracted, and he looked at Li Yuan with utter horror. He never expected that he would suffer such a crushing defeat in an instant. Just now. The speed that Li Yuan unleashed. Horrible. How could it be so fast? Zhou Tianli hadn't expected Li Yuan to be that fast, so he was caught off guard and defeated in one move. Li Yuan merely glanced at Zhou Tianli indifferently and didn't say anything more to him. With a clang, the black dragon spear was planted in the ground. The sharp D-grade alloy gun tip easily pierced through the paving stones, penetrating deep into the ground, leaving the gun barrel exposed. Li Yuan then casually picked up a stick. With a single step, he charged into the crowd like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. One stick, one kid. Regardless of whether they are men or women, old men or young men. Since they are peripheral members of the beast god cult, they are all bad news. Li Yuan naturally didn't need to be polite to them. Each person will receive a big stick. Even the messenger of the supreme god has been defeated? No. The messenger of the supreme god, who embodies the will of the beast god, is invincible. This person is a devil. Run. Everyone, run. Don't hit me. Ah. The scene was extremely chaotic at one point. The peripheral members are, after all, just peripheral members. They are not deeply brainwashed and their loyalty to the beast god cult is not particularly strong. At this moment, we see that the three stewards, Zhou Tianli, Dong De, and Ma San, have all been defeated. They lost their backbone. Naturally, everyone panicked. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. That's exactly right. Zhou Tianli is like that big tree. Now that the big trees have all fallen, these little monkeys naturally run faster than the last. But no matter how fast they run, how could they possibly outrun Li Yuan? Half of these peripheral members are not martial artists, but apprentices. The remaining half are martial artists, but only at the first level. The strongest one is only at the high level of the first level. There was absolutely no chance against Li Yuan. Soon everyone was given a big stick, and they fell asleep immediately, getting asleep like babies. Apart from the 4 beast god cult members who self-destructed at the beginning, and the 5 unlucky ones who died from the blast wave, everyone else was dealt with by Li Yuan. Some were injured, some were crippled, and some were unconscious. Although the mission wasn't completed perfectly, the result was still quite good, and Li Yuan could accept it completely. Brotherly, I'm done here, come and take over. Li Yuan immediately contacted Lao Li. He only needed to take action. As for how to deal with these people afterwards, Li Yuan didn't care. The Zhenwu division would naturally take good care of them. You're finished. You dare to provoke our beast god cult, you will definitely be punished by the beast god. Zhou Tianli stared at Li Yuan with venomous eyes, cursing through gritted teeth. Smack! The words had barely left his mouth. A size 43 shoe fell from the sky and landed on Zhou Tianli's face. He even took 2 big sips. Are you from Dunhuan? There are so many murals here. Li Yuan used the sole of his shoe to carefully and gently massage Zhou Tianli's face, saying, Beast god cult, what a bunch of idiots, they're nothing but a bunch of morons. You really think you're something special? You wait until I get stronger, then I'll make sure your beast god sect is in complete chaos, the eggs are smashed to pieces, and the earthworms are dug up and chopped into 18 pieces. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Zhou Tianli sneered, his face covered in blood, but still arrogantly saying, You're nothing. Our beast god sect is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with countless strong individuals. I'm just the lowest level. If we encounter a true master of our beast god sect, you can be wiped out with a wave of your hand. Oh. Li Yuan uttered a single word calmly. Suddenly exert force with your feet. Ah. Zhou Tianli's face was instantly distorted by the trampling, and he let out a scream. He spat out 2 teeth covered in blood. You defeated opponent, you think you can get away with this nonsense? Li Yuan's face was as cold as ice as he forcefully ground his fist against Zhou Tianli's face. Isn't it normal for the strong to ruthlessly crush the weak? Who told you to be weak? In martial arts training, being a slacker is the original sin. Zhou Tianli screamed in agony. He grew increasingly resentful of Li Yuan. Seeing this, Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Your gaze is making me very uncomfortable. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuan suddenly bent down, clenched his left fist, and punched Zhou Tianli in the stomach. With a bang. The violent force of the punch surged into Zhou Tianli's body, rampaging and causing savage destruction. Zhou Tianli instantly arched his back, like a boiled shrimp, his face flushed red and veins bulging on his forehead. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as paper in an instant. His aura instantly and completely faded away. You actually destroyed my inner core. That's Feng. When Zhou Tianli realized that his inner core had been destroyed, he immediately broke down and cursed angrily through gritted teeth. Inner alchemy. It is the mark of a third-tier martial artist. When true qi is liquefied and released outside the body, one becomes a second-tier martial artist. When liquid true qi condenses into a solid state, it becomes the inner core, marking the attainment of a third-tier martial artist. The inner core is both the mark of a third-tier martial artist and the source of their power. If the inner core is destroyed, that would mean the foundation of the third order is destroyed. Zhou Tianli's martial arts level plummeted instantly. It was like a house collapsing. There was simply no way to stop it. He fell directly back to the second tier, and not even the peak of the second tier, but only the high stage of the second tier. Going from third order to second order is like falling from the clouds into a swamp. Zhou Tianli naturally could not accept this. Ah! Bastard! I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. Zhou Tianli roared. What are you yelling for? Li Yuan's gaze was icy, and his tone was indifferent. This is nothing. After saying that, Li Yuan made another move. Another punch landed on Zhou Tianli's abdomen. Bang! Fierce punches, savage charges. It completely destroyed Zhou Tianli's meridians. The importance of meridians is comparable to that of internal alchemy. The inner elixir is the source of true qi. Meridians are the pathways through which vital energy circulates. When the meridians are blocked, the vital energy cannot circulate. Naturally, he became a truly useless person. Chapter 94 Mission successfully completed. Ah! Zhou Tianli let out a shrill scream. A martial artist whose meridians have been destroyed, rendering him a cripple, is driven to madness by such a blow. But Zhou Tianli's tragedy was only the beginning. After being captured by the Jinwu division, he'll suffer the consequences. Jinwu division is no good place, and the people there are no saints. When facing members of the beast god cult, they will definitely resort to all sorts of methods. Make him wish he were dead. Not far away, Dong Di and Ma San trembled upon hearing Zhou Tianli's screams, a sense of fear rising within them. What ruthless methods! For a martial artist, being crippled is worse than losing their life. Neither of them dared to utter a sound. They were terrified of attracting Li Yuan's attention and having him come and cripple them again. Soon. Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps approached. The courtyard gate was violently pushed open. The group rushed in with great speed. They were well trained, experienced, and had a clear division of labor. Someone went to check on the situation of the beast god cult members. The dead were left alone, and the living were brought under control. People went up and down the building to search and inspect. Old Li came up to Li Yuan, looked at Zhou Tianli lying on the ground screaming and cursing, and kicked him directly in the face, making Zhou Tianli groan and blood spurt from his mouth and nose. Well done, Li Xiaoyao. This mission was completed exceptionally well. Old Li was generous with his praise. He did indeed admire Li Yuan very much. A young man with such formidable strength, and more importantly, he showed no arrogance or impetuosity whatsoever. Instead, they were calm, composed, and decisive. And they are extremely ruthless. He was ruthless and showed no hesitation whatsoever. When these qualities are concentrated in one person, coupled with their high talent in martial arts, it almost means that such a person's future achievements in martial arts will definitely not be bad. Grandmaster? He. This is probably far from his end. Li Yuan smiled slightly, his ruthlessness gone, and said, "Brotherly, you flatter me. I still lack experience. I let those 4 bastards self-destruct successfully, which also affected several peripheral members. Otherwise, we could have had more breakthroughs." Old Li waved his hand and said, "Hey, now that target number 1, target number 2, and target number 3 have all been captured alive, that's enough. They know more and are more valuable. As for the 4 who self-destructed, the fact that they were chosen to self-destruct and were easily used as pawns is enough to show that they had no status in the beast god cult and had no access to any secrets. Even if we capture them alive, they probably won't be of much use." Old Li poked Zhou Tianli, who was lying on the ground, with his foot. "What's truly valuable is this, and those 2 over there." Old Li then pointed to Dong Di and Ma San. 1 black-clad butler and 2 white-clad butlers. Although he wasn't considered a high-level core member of the beast god cult, but at least, he could be considered a minor leader. If we can successfully get these 3 people to talk, we can obtain some information about the Beast God cult. This will definitely help in the fight against the Beast God cult. So overall, the operation was a complete success. After all, 3 important targets, 1 didn't escape, 1 didn't die, and they were all captured alive. Mission accomplished. A resounding success. Come on, take them all under control and bring them back. Old Li gave a stern order, then kicked Zhou Tianli on the head, his tone suddenly turning cold as he said, "I'll deal with you properly, just you wait." Although the tone was calm, it made Zhou Tianli's face change instantly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Go ahead and kill me if you dare." Zhou Tianli roared, his voice trembling with fear. "Heh, want to die?" Old Li sneered. "Sorry, from now on, your life and death are no longer in your control. Death will be a luxury for you. Take away." Without saying anything more, Old Li ordered his men to take Zhou Tianli into custody and take him away. Dong Di and Ma San were no exception. These 3 people are all deacons of the Beast God cult, so they must know things that ordinary members don't have access to. It's still quite valuable. It goes without saying. What awaits the 3 of them are various instruments of torture. The Jinwu division doesn't talk to you about human rights, and the members of the Beast God cult aren't qualified to talk about human rights either. Any means can be used against the members of the Beast God cult. Regarding the attitude towards the members of the Beast God cult, there have actually been disagreements within the Chinese government. Radicals believe that all kinds of instruments of torture and cruel punishments can be used on members of the Beast God cult at will, and that they do not need to be treated as human beings. Conservatives, on the other hand, believe that radicals are still too conservative. In short, one thing is certain, Zhou Tianli, Dong Di, and Ma San will definitely receive all sorts of special treatment going forward. Die? Just like Old Li said, death would be a luxury for them. "Captain, we've found the chief family of 3, they're all." The young man who had been with Old Li earlier approached him, his face filled with grief, and he gritted his teeth as he cursed, "Beasts. The Beast God cult is truly a bunch of beasts." Old Li's expression froze. Although they were mentally prepared that their home had been taken over by the Beast God cult, the 3 members of the chief family were either brainwashed and absorbed by the Beast God cult, or only death awaited them. However, intelligence did not indicate that the chief family of 3 had been brainwashed by the Beast God cult. Therefore, their fate was predictable. Only. Even after the news was confirmed, Lao Li still felt quite guilty. This world is fraught with danger, and human life is as worthless as grass. If one dies under the fangs and claws of a strange beast, there's nothing more to say. However, the chief family of 3 died at the hands of their own kind. Beast God cult. These bastards. Grass. Old Li gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Li Yuan stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "The Beast God sect will be completely destroyed one day. They will pay the price for their crimes and sins." "Yes." Old Li nodded emphatically. Li Yuan didn't need to worry about what happened next. The Jinwu division will handle everything. This includes escorting the target back and taking good care of them. Clean up the scene. To reassure nearby residents. Etc. Old Li left the young man on site to take charge, while he escorted Li Yuan back to the city. He also accompanied the young man to escort Zhou Tianli and the others to prevent the Beast God cult from rescuing or killing them. Similar situations have occurred before. They had originally taken the Beast God cult members under control, but on the way back to headquarters, they were attacked by other members of the Beast God cult. As a result, the members of the Beast God cult who were originally captured were either rescued or silenced. The Beast God cult is ruthless not only to others, but also to its own people. Save them if you can. If you can't save them, kill them. In short, the goal is the same, to prevent them from leaking information about the Beast God cult. Even more outrageous were those who launched a physical attack on the headquarters of the Jinwu division in a certain city, attempting a forced prison break. All I can say is that the Beast God cult is full of lunatics. We must not be careless in any way. Otherwise, they will suffer a terrible price. Chapter 95. What you say comes true. On the main road of Black Cloud City, an SUV sped ahead. Behind the off-road vehicle was a multifunctional armored vehicle. Zhou Tianli, Dong Di, and Ma San were wearing alloy electronic shackles and sitting inside, escorted by warriors from the Jinwu division. On the left, right, and rear sides of the armored vehicle, there is a vehicle resembling an MPV. An off-road vehicle served as the lead vehicle, an armored vehicle carried the prisoners, and 3 MPVs followed as escorts. Together they formed a convoy to transport the followers of the Beast God cult. Inside the first off-road vehicle, Old Li looked at Li Yuan and said with a smile, "Li Xiaoyao, now that the mission is successfully completed, what are your plans next?" "I plan to go straight back to school to hand in the assignment." As he spoke, Li Yuan glanced out the car window a few times. He asked, "Brother Li, is there a risk of hijacking the prison van?" Li Yuan clearly sensed the tense atmosphere, hence his question. Old Li said in a deep voice, "That's right, the Beast God cult is a bunch of lunatics, acting without any scruples. There have indeed been instances of the Beast God cult attempting to hijack prison carts before, so we have to be on guard. However, there's no need to worry too much. According to our Jinwu Division's intelligence, only Zhou Tianli's group of Beast God cult members have been discovered in Black Cloud City and the surrounding area. There are no other traces of Beast God cult activity. Even if the Beast God cult wanted to hijack the prison carts, they wouldn't have the manpower. And most likely, at this point, the Beast God cult doesn't know that Zhou Tianli and his group have been captured by us, or that Outpost 081 has been destroyed. This is just adding an extra layer of security." Before Old Li could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He roared, "How dare you!" At the same time, he kicked open the car door, jumped out of the speeding SUV, grabbed the top of the door with one hand, and flipped onto the roof. A broad-backed battle sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a whoosh, the blade slashed out. The blade's edge tore through the air, whistling sharply as it hurtled forward, intercepting an incoming cannonball with a bang and detonating it prematurely. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion struck, sending a huge burst of sparks flying through the air. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" someone exclaimed in surprise. Squeak! The convoy quickly came to a stop. One by one, warriors from the Jinwu Division, dressed in standard combat uniforms and wielding alloy weapons, filed out of the vehicle. But they didn't run around recklessly, didn't panic, and didn't launch any random attacks. The primary focus remains on protecting the convoy. We cannot allow anything to happen to the 3 prisoners in the car. They cannot be kidnapped or silenced. Li Yuan also managed to dart out of the car when the unexpected incident occurred. With a large gun in hand, he surveyed his surroundings with a deep and focused gaze. Just now, someone fired an RPG at the convoy, but it was intercepted by Lao Li with his blade. "Request reinforcements from headquarters and prepare to engage the enemy." Old Li's face was ashen as he gave the order in a deep voice. At this moment, the exact strength and composition of the people who attacked the convoy are still unknown. However, to be on the safe side, Lao Li still directly sought help from the Jinwu Division headquarters. At the same time, he reminded everyone present to prepare for engagement. The words fell. Swish, swish, swish. A series of whooshing sounds rang out. Arrows flew in one after another. Each arrow was made of alloy and enveloped in true energy. Obviously, the archer was not an ordinary person, but a martial artist. A warrior specializing in archery. Archers may be slightly inferior to other warriors in close combat, but they have unparalleled advantages in long-range attacks and precise sniping. "Protect the armored vehicles!" Old Li roared. They abandoned the off-road vehicle and rushed to the front of the armored vehicle. He kept slashing, unleashing streaks of blade light that clashed with the alloy arrows. The others also formed a protective circle around the armored vehicle. Click, click, click. With each sound, alloy shields were erected and stacked to form a shield wall to defend against arrow attacks. The next moment. Clang, 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 clang. The alloy arrows struck the alloy shield, producing a series of loud bangs. Sparks exploded. True energy surged. The warrior holding the shield was struck by wave after wave of force, causing his blood and chi to surge and his face to turn red. Although the alloy shield is of good quality and will not be pierced by arrows in a short time, the force of the arrows can be transmitted to the person holding the shield through the shield. Clearly, the archer was of a high rank. Each arrow was powerful and heavy, imbued with profound energy. This puts immense pressure on the shield-wielding warriors. Sudden. Puff. One of the martial artists coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura became much weaker, clearly unable to withstand the wave after wave of violent impacts. Oh shit. Old Li gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. This can't go on. I'll take care of the archer. You guys protect the convoy. Old Li gave the order in a deep voice, then used his sword to clear a path, deflecting arrows one after another, and rushed towards the place where the archer was hiding. He needs to take care of this sniper. Otherwise, if this continues, the situation will only get worse. Soon, the arrows are gone. Clearly, Old Lee had found the archer and was engaging him in combat. This prevented him from threatening the convoy with arrows. But the crisis is not over yet. Since the beast god cult dared to make a move, they must have had considerable confidence in their actions. It's impossible to just send one archer to harass from a distance. There must be others. Close range attack. And this is the real threat. Stay alert, prepare to engage the enemy, someone shouted. He took over from Laoli as the temporary on-site commander. Remove the shield wall. With all their ally weapons at their disposal, they formed a defensive line centered around an armored vehicle. The primary task is to protect the armored vehicles. We cannot allow the people inside to be kidnapped, nor can we allow them to be silenced. Inside the armored vehicle. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You scum of the Jinwu division, fear. Despair. Prepare to meet your death. The blessings of the beast god are about to shine down. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Tianli's face was covered in blood, and he was laughing maniacally, looking like a madman. I knew it. The great beast god would never abandon his followers. God, save these foolish humans. Ha 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 ha. To serve as a deacon in the beast god cult, besides meeting the required martial arts level, the most important requirement is absolute loyalty to the beast god. No, he can no longer be simply described as a loyal son. This is simply insane. Belief. It's no exaggeration to say that if the beast god wanted him dead, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. He could easily slit his own throat on the spot. The fact that the beast god cult has grown so large and powerful clearly indicates that it possesses a unique set of abilities. Outside the car, Old Lee left the group to deal with the archer. With his harassment, the archers could no longer pose a threat to the caravan. At most, a few arrows would be fired, but their power was greatly reduced. But the group did not let their guard down. Because they all knew that since the beast god cult had attacked the caravan, they couldn't have sent just one archer. That can only be considered remote harassment at most. The real key player must be someone else. Everyone be prepared. Under no circumstances can we allow anything to happen to the people inside the prison van. The temporary commander gave a stern reminder. The rest of the group roared in agreement, yes. Be vigilant. Chapter 96, Fighting a high-level third-tier player. Li Yuan also had a solemn expression, with his eyes slightly narrowed. He gripped the large gun tightly in his hand. Although his mission was considered to have ended when he left Outpost 081. Strictly speaking, the matter of the Wuxi caravan in Black Cloud Town at this time had nothing to do with him. The fate, or even the life or death, of Zhou Tianli, Dong De, and Ma San, who were arrested, had nothing to do with Li Yuan. Even if they are all rescued, it will not affect the evaluation of Li Yuan's mission. Because at this time, these three members of the beast god cult had already been handed over to the Jinwu division, and before the handover, Li Yuan had captured them alive. Whether they were rescued or silenced later, it was all due to the incompetence of the Jinwu division. It will not affect Li Yuan's task evaluation. But Li Yuan definitely won't leave. Firstly, as the saying goes, if you're going to help someone, help them all the way through. If you're going to help someone, help them to the very end. Although the mission was completed, that was only the end of the mission system. But right now, the beast god cult was attacking the Jinwu division's convoy, and this was happening right in front of him. Li Yuan could not sit idly by no matter what. Secondly, Li Yuan himself had no good feelings towards the beast god cult. Even when he didn't encounter them, he would proactively take on missions just to deal with the scum of the beast god cult. Now that we've encountered this situation, there's absolutely no reason for us not to take action. In short, just do it. Li Yuan gently stroked the clearly patterned gun barrel, his fighting spirit rising within him. Sudden. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of wind breaking rang out. Three dark figures swept through the air, dressed entirely in black, almost blending into the night. A murderous intent instantly filled the air. A powerful aura belonging to a third-tier martial artist swept over. All three are third-tier martial artists. Moreover, his true energy was powerful and vast, completely incomparable to Zhou Tianli's early stage of the third rank. At least a red-robed butler. Fight to the death. The temporary commander had a solemn expression. The red-clad butler is a higher-ranking figure than Zhou Tianli, the black-clad butler. Their strength is at least at the high level of the third tier. The temporary commander stated that the three people who had just emerged were at least red-clad deacons, which meant that their strength had reached at least the high level of the third tier. Third level advanced stage? At this level, one is already capable of initial spirit fusion, allowing the spirit to exert its power to a greater extent. It is completely incomparable to the first and middle stages of the third order. Li Yuan's heart sank as well. A third-tier advanced level opponent is indeed a formidable adversary. But I'm a cheater. This guy doesn't reason with you. Is he a high-level third rank? It's not necessarily impossible to fight. Li Yuan brandished his spear and decisively joined forces with the Zhenwu division to attack. Whoosh! The black dragon spear spun rapidly, unleashing a spiral of spear shadows. The fourth move of the Overlord's spear technique, Spear Whirlwind. The snow-white spear tip swayed, its cold light flashing. They attacked directly at a man in black wielding a sword. Court death. The man in black clearly sensed Li Yuan's murderous intent and knew that the other party was specifically targeting him. He immediately gave a cold laugh. His murderous intent surged. With a flick of his wrist, the blade flashed with a snow-white light, and a massive blade beam slashed down in an instant. It looks like it could split the entire road in two. Li Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. One cannot directly withstand the blade strike of at least a high-level third-tier expert. Flash! Li Yuan took a step forward, and starlight appeared on his feet, sparkling brilliantly. His figure instantly became illusory. He left a blur behind him and instantly darted to the side and forward. Bang! Just as Li Yuan flashed away, the blade struck down, carving a deep trench in the spot where he had just stood. A violent energy rages. What a powerful strike! Li Yuan thought to himself. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. So next, take this shot from me. Azure Dragon Mountain Shattering Spear. Li Yuan let out a low growl. Stepping on starlight, their movements were ethereal and swift. They rushed toward the man in black. The spear flashed like a dragon, its gleam dazzling. A giant spear-shaped beam of light instantly condensed, shimmering with golden light, mysterious and magnificent, yet containing terrifying killing intent. Practice makes perfect. During his fight with Zhou Tianli, Li Yuan gradually mastered the technique of projecting his true energy. The spear thrust out. Gunfire blasts. Its power is astonishing. But the man in black was clearly no ordinary person. With a single slash, just as the previous force was exhausted and no new force had arisen, he forcefully twisted his waist and abdomen, forcibly returning the blade to strike Li Yuan with a backhand. Bang! The light of blades and spears clashed. A loud explosion rang out, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept outwards. Li Yuan continued to retreat. The spear pounded the ground, scraping hard and leaving a long mark on the road. This barely stopped the retreat. Li Yuan felt his blood and qi surging throughout his body, and his muscles ached. As expected of a high-level third-tier expert. That's really impressive. In a head-on collision, Li Yuan still couldn't gain the slightest advantage. But he possesses a lotus incarnation, making him practically indestructible. Not only does one's internal energy recover quickly, but injuries can also heal rapidly. So even if you're at a disadvantage in a collision, it's okay, you can still fight again. When the man in black attacked with a knife, thinking he could take advantage of the moment when Li Yuan was pushed back to kill him, he was instead met with Li Yuan, who was almost back to his peak condition. The spear flashed like a dragon. A fierce battle ensued. Another bang. Li Yuan kept backing away, making a series of thump sounds. The men in black pursued them again. But every time he was about to strike, Li Yuan always managed to regain his composure and defend himself. Although Li Yuan was always at a disadvantage, he just couldn't be killed and could recover quickly. This kid is really weird. The man in black was starting to question the meaning of life. Based on his experience, under such a fierce and violent attack, even if Li Yuan was not killed, his true energy should have been exhausted. How can you keep going for so long? Damn it, I just don't believe it. The man in black also became enraged, cursing loudly as his attack grew even more ferocious. Swish, swish, swish. The snow-white blade flashed incessantly. The knife strikes are swift, the angles are tricky, and the moves are ruthless. It's absolutely dazzling. However, thanks to the super strong recovery ability of his Lotus incarnation and the agile mobility of his Void Star step, Li Yuan fought the man in black for several rounds and was still not killed by him. During the exchange, Li Yuan gradually adapted to the intensity and rhythm of the attacks from the men in black. It's becoming easier and easier to deal with. It won't be blown away head-on like it did at the beginning. On the other hand, the men in black were indeed getting more and more anxious as the fight went on. Who is he? Beast God Cult. It is something that cannot be exposed to the light of day. Moreover, this time the prisoner ambushes took place within Black Cloud City. We must act swiftly and decisively. Otherwise, the support from the Black Cloud Town Martial Division would arrive quickly, and there would also be Martial Hall experts who would most likely take action. At that time, not only could we not break into the prison van, but we ourselves would probably all be stuck here. Therefore, the man in black was in a hurry. The attacks are getting faster and more powerful. Chapter 97. The wind is hot, time to get out. Swish, swish, swish. The man in black was anxious and wanted a quick victory. The knife strikes are getting faster and faster. The snow-white blades flashed almost continuously, dazzling the eyes. The blade energy surged, and the attack, like an impenetrable net, enveloped Li Yuan. With his spear in hand, Li Yuan's moves were wide and sweeping. His physical strength and true energy seemed inexhaustible, and when combined with the profound movement technique of the Void Star step, he was able to hold on even under the fierce and violent attacks of the man in black. It seemed like a perilous situation. In reality, it's a sure thing. The attack by the man in black was undeniably fierce and ruthless. But it always fell short. They were either blocked by Li Yuan's spear or dodged by his mysterious movement techniques. The man in black was so angry that he yelled and screamed. Hey! Crimson Blood! Don't waste time with that kid, come and provide backup. We don't have much time left. Just then, a shout rang out. It was another man in black, wielding a large gun, who appeared to be the leader. He attacked the convoy with a third man in black. However, they were desperately blocked by the martial arts officers of Black Cloud Town. Although the man in black is of a higher level in martial arts. However, the Jinwu division has the advantage of having more people, and the people in the Jinwu division also know some coordinated combat tactics similar to battle formations. With their cooperation, they could at least hold out for a while, if not defeat the men in black. Now, a major battle ensued between the two sides. Two men in black, one with a gun and the other with a sword. The offensive was extremely fierce. However, the Jinwu division fought to the death, relying on their battle tactics. The two sides are deadlocked. This stalemate is exactly what the Jinwu division wants, because as long as it drags on and reinforcements arrive, not only will the crisis be resolved, but the black-clad men who attack the convoy will also be defeated here. But the men in black are different. They were acutely aware of their own identity, like rats crossing the street. They can only act covertly. Openly hijacking the prison van was a desperate measure. We must act swiftly and retreat quickly. If they fail to break through after a prolonged siege, they will become bogged down, and by the time the Jinwu division's reinforcements arrive, they themselves will likely be in grave danger. Therefore, the man in black was in a hurry. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the exposure and arrest of Zhou Tianli and others was an unexpected event. They simply didn't have time for detailed planning and simulations, nor could they formulate a comprehensive plan, let alone make a detailed comparison of the strengths of both sides. Acting hastily carries a high risk. It's understandable that things are at a stalemate right now. When the leader saw that one of his companions, Red Blood, was being held hostage by a boy, he immediately called him over so they could attack the convoy together. The two men in black were unable to break through after a long siege. But if just one more. With the three of them working together, the Jinwu division would definitely be unable to withstand them. They will be defeated in a short time. At that point, whether it's rescuing people or silencing witnesses, it won't be a problem. Good. Crimson Blood responded. With a single slash, he forced Li Yuan back. He then turned and charged back towards the convoy. Seeing this, Li Yuan stomped his feet hard on the ground, creating two dents in the road, and charged towards Qishui like an arrow released from a bow. We must not let him join the fray. Otherwise, the Jinwu division is doomed to defeat. Zhou Tianli and Dong Dama-san will also be rescued or silenced by them. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Li Yuan didn't want everything he had to go down the drain. Beast God Cult? We must stop them. You bastard. Take this shot from your grandpa. Li Yuan used the void star stepping technique, moving at incredible speed, closely following Qixue, and deliberately let out a loud shout. It's all to interfere with the crimson blood. At the same time, a spiral thrust of the spear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sharp whistling sound rang out. The tip of the gun spun rapidly and vibrated. This caused the surrounding air to become distorted and chaotic. Sensing the crisis erupting behind him, Qixue cursed inwardly. I feel like Li Yuan is a damn persistent leech, impossible to shake off. But you can criticize as you please. Should he be made to ignore Li Yuan? He dared not. Although Qixue dominated Li Yuan throughout the fight, putting immense pressure on him, he dared not ignore Li Yuan's attacks. At that moment, Li Yuan charged in with a gun. The spear flashed like a dragon. Its power and influence are astonishing. If Crimson Blood doesn't turn around to counterattack or block, his fate will likely be grim. Therefore, Crimson Blood could only turn around to attack. The battle blade slashed down with the force of splitting a mountain. Bang! A loud bang. Li Yuan was blasted away. Crimson Blood continued charging towards the convoy. But, you little bastard. Take another shot from me. Li Yuan is here again. Still treading on starlight, still wielding a spear like a dragon. It attacked the blood-red Pianzi with extreme ferocity. That one stab will guarantee he'll never have to worry about constipation again. Qixue felt the spear light coming from behind him and instantly shivered, having a bad feeling. Oh shit. Qixue cursed angrily and could only turn around to deal with Li Yuan. He still managed to cleave Li Yuan away with a single strike. But Li Yuan was like an unkillable cockroach, seemingly tireless and indifferent to life and death. He had just been cleaved away, and before Qixue could even travel a meter, he charged forward again. The key point is that it's also very fast. They came later but arrived first. They could immediately rush behind Qixue and launch an attack on him. Highly resilient, quick to recover, fast-moving, and with considerable attack power. Such an opponent is going to torment Qixue to no end. Let's deal with Li Yuan. They can't kill them, and they can't catch them. Let's ignore Li Yuan, shall we? He can catch up with me, and his attacks aren't weak either. It's a vicious cycle. You little bastard. Take another shot from me. Bang. You little bastard, take another shot from me. Bang. That scoundrel's son. Qixue is going crazy. I'm going crazy from being tormented by Li Yuan. How can there be such a persistent, clingy fighting style? I'm going to fuck you to death. Qixue was also enraged by the beating. A dignified third-tier high-level martial artist. When have I ever suffered such injustice? He roared, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Li Yuan. He charged out with a knife in hand. He vowed to split Li Yuan in two. As for the convoy, Crimson Blood was no longer a concern. He knew very well that without dealing with Li Yuan, he couldn't even think about starting a racing team. Get out of here when the wind gets strong. But just then, the leader suddenly let out a fierce roar. He noticed that martial artists were rapidly approaching. It's most likely that reinforcements from the Zhenwu division have arrived. This also means that the operation failed. They were unable to rescue Zhou Tianli and the other two, nor were they able to silence them. We must retreat. If we don't retreat, we will all be in danger. Hearing the leader's order, Qixue was also very unwilling. But they had no choice but to obey orders and immediately darted to the side. At the same time, the leader and another man in black quickly darted off in two other directions. The three had agreed in advance that if things didn't work out, they would split up and then meet at the agreed location. The leader and another man in black quickly evacuated along the agreed route. The same applies to Crimson Blood. He wasn't as lucky as those two. Chapter 98 Unexpected Gain. The leader and the other man in black were facing off against the Zhenwu division warriors protecting the convoy, and the initiative was entirely in the hands of the leader and the other man in black. They can fight whenever they want, and leave whenever they want. The warriors of the Zhenwu division dared not pursue them. They were no match for the men in black, and their duty was to protect the convoy, so they couldn't leave their posts. So, the leader and another man in black escaped without incident. It quickly disappeared from sight. But those with red blood are in trouble. His opponent was Li Yuan. Li Yuan is not a member of the Jinwu division and is not under its control. He didn't need to stay by the convoy's side. Seeing that Qi Shui was trying to escape, Li Yuan certainly wouldn't let him leave easily. He quickly tapped the ground with both feet and darted out, chasing after Crimson Blood. You little bastard! Trying to escape? Have you even asked the gun in my hand? Upon hearing the voice, Qi Shui's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition immediately arose. Looking back. Really? Li Yuan came chasing after them, carrying a large gun. Damn it! Qi Shui gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. He hated Li Yuan to the core. But there just isn't a good solution. Although Qi Shui's overall strength is greater than Li Yuan's, he is not as fast as Li Yuan when Li Yuan uses the Void Star Step. There's no way to shake off Li Yuan. No. To be more precise, it should be that Li Yuan could catch up to Qi Shui with just a little effort. Then you can take a gun and poke his skin swallow. In this situation, Qi Shui has no chance of escaping. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and turn back to fight Li Yuan. Li Yuan is also very smart. Knowing that Crimson Blood was already a trapped beast, he also understood the principle that a trapped beast will still fight. If he's truly driven to the brink, he'll inevitably resort to desperate measures. What if it self-destructs again? That wouldn't look good. Therefore, Li Yuan did not push him too hard. They kept chasing and entangled him, preventing Qi Shui from escaping at full speed. Under Li Yuan's entanglement, Qi Shui lost his precious chance to escape. He turned his head. Then the reinforcements from the Jinwu division arrived. One after another, warriors dressed in the uniforms of the Jinwu division rapidly approached. 2 or 3 of them exuded an aura that put considerable pressure on Qi Shui, who was at the high level of the 3rd rank, clearly indicating that their martial arts cultivation was no lower than Qi Shui's. On the other side, Old Li also appeared. He was also carrying a blood-soaked, weak, and emaciated man who looked like a dead dog. This was the archer who had been harassing and attacking the caravan from the shadows earlier. Old Li found the archer, and after a fight, he successfully subdued him with serious injuries. Akaha! Qi Shui's expression changed. Pupil constriction. Oh? This mouse is called Akabane? Old Li sneered. But don't worry about his condition yet, take care of yourself first. As he spoke, Old Li casually tossed the archer Red Feather to the ground. Immediately, warriors from the Jinwu division stepped forward and used specially made alloy handcuffs and shackles to restrain Qiyu. Old Li and the others surrounded Qi Shui. Judging from your cultivation level, you must be at least a red-robed deacon of the Beast God sect, right? Among the Jinwu division's ranks, a middle-aged man with a rugged face, a thick beard, a straight nose and square mouth, and short, jet-black hair standing on end, held a domineering-looking broad-backed battle sword. His gaze fell on Qi Shui, and he spoke in a deep voice. This middle-aged man's name is Wang Meng. He is the deputy director of the martial arts division of Black Cloud Town, with a peak 3rd-tier cultivation level. This support mission was led by Wang Meng. Looks like we've caught 2 big fish. This is quite an unexpected bonus. Wang Meng sneered. Originally, there was only 1 black-clad deacon, Zhou Tianli, and 2 white-clad deacons, Dong De and Ma San. Now, the red-feathered creature, looking like a dead dog, and the red-blooded creature, trapped like a turtle in a jar, are probably both red-robed butlers. Isn't that an unexpected surprise? You bunch of lackeys. Qi Shui cursed through gritted teeth. Wang Meng said coldly, You traitor, what right do you have to babble in front of me? Why don't you surrender immediately? Li Yuan looked at Wang Meng with considerable surprise. What a passionate person. Simple foul language, ultimate enjoyment. Qi Shui's expression hardened, his face filled with madness. You want me to surrender? Let's see if you have the ability. Ah! Qi Shui roared. With bloodshot eyes, he attacked with a knife. However, they did not attack Wang Meng. Instead, they attacked Li Yuan. In Qi Shui's view, the culprit who brought him to his current predicament was Li Yuan. So, Qi Shui naturally wanted to use Li Yuan as a scapegoat. Even if I die, I'll drag him down with me. You little bastard, die. The battle blade flashed with a cold light, and killing intent erupted. It points directly to Li Yuan. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. They had clearly guessed Qi Shui's intentions. Trying to drag me down with you? Give me a tiny bit of information, I don't want to die yet. Li Yuan sneered. He doesn't hide his talents. He used the void step starwalk technique directly. Whoosh! The person became ethereal, stepping on starlight, and instantly left their original location. Shi Shui's slash didn't even touch the hem of Li Yuan's clothes. Fast speed, that's awesome. Shi Shui wanted to continue pursuing Lin Bei, but Wang Meng and the other Jinwu division experts were not to be trifled with, and two of them quickly took action. Bang bang bang. Smack. Clang. Bite. Ah. Amidst a fierce exchange, Shi Shui was pierced through the abdomen by a sword and then kicked in the chest, sending him flying. He fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face immediately turned as pale as paper, and his breath became much weaker. He tried to get up, but immediately two knives were placed against his neck. Immediately afterwards, someone used specially made alloy handcuffs and shackles to restrain Shi Shui. At this point, the commotion caused by the prison van hijacking was thus completely quelled. Inside the armored vehicle. Looking at the scene outside the car, Zhou Tianli felt a sudden sense of despair. What the heck? The reinforcements that finally arrived were driven away by two and captured by two others. Besides, what's up with that kid? She managed to hold out against the red-clad butler for so long, and even managed to keep him occupied. What the hell is that monster? Li Xiaoyao, thank you very much this time. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Wang Meng, the Deputy Director of the Martial Arts Division of our Black Cloud Town. Director Wang, this is Li Xiaoyao from Tsongshuan Martial Academy. Old Li introduced Wang Meng and Li Yuan to each other. Li Yuan nodded politely. Hello, Director Wang. Hello Li Xiaoyao. Wang Meng laughed heartily, then said seriously, on behalf of the Black Cloud Town Martial Division, I thank you for your righteous help. If you hadn't stopped this guy, those bastards from the Beast God cult would probably have succeeded this time. Chapter 99 Intentionally Making Friends. Wang Meng looked at Li Yuan with great gratitude. If the Beast God cult succeeds in intercepting the prison cart, not only will the Black Cloud Town Martial Division suffer losses, lose its reputation, and be held accountable by its superiors, but more importantly, the Martial Division warriors responsible for guarding the prison cart will inevitably suffer losses. The warriors of the Jinwu Division are all selected through a rigorous process. Strength is essential, but it is not the only indicator. To join the Jinwu Division, one must have a clean family background, with no one in the previous 3 generations violating the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts regulations, and no one in the previous 10 generations participating in an extreme organization like the Beast God cult. With impeccable roots and noble lineage. Only in this way can one be qualified to enter the Jinwu Division. It can be said that every warrior in the Jinwu Division is a valuable asset. The loss of each one is a tremendous blow to the Jinwu Division. Of course, aside from these broader considerations, there are also personal feelings involved. Sharing life and death is the easiest way to build and solidify a relationship. Among martial artists, once they have gone through several life and death experiences together, their bond will naturally become very deep. This bond is somewhat similar to camaraderie, especially the camaraderie formed during wartime. They were like brothers to each other. Wang Meng naturally didn't want to see anyone get into trouble. Therefore, his gratitude towards Li Yuan was heartfelt. I also greatly admire and respect Li Yuan. At such a young age, he was able to fight against a high-level third-tier martial artist. Moreover, these are not ordinary martial artists, they are vicious and inhuman members of the Beast God cult. Although Li Yuan was always at a disadvantage, he was never completely defeated. He even kept this high-level third-tier martial artist occupied and unable to break free, until the martial artist from the Jinwu Division finally arrived and subdued him. Such a performance is truly astonishing. If Li Yuan were an experienced veteran of the town's militia, that would be fine. But he's just a young man. Students of Songshuan Martial Academy. I guess he's in 2nd grade, maybe 3rd grade at most, definitely not 4th grade. Such performance at such a young age indicates limitless potential for future achievements. Actually, Wang Meng wasn't very optimistic about the so-called geniuses of the Martial Arts Academy. In his view, if one wants to go further and higher on the path of martial arts talent is certainly important, but it is not the only determining factor, nor is it the most important one. More importantly, we need to look at his character, will, resilience, courage, and so on. Daring to fight and take risks. They are capable of fighting and persevering. They're good at fighting and giving it their all. Only in this way can one become a true strongman. If you only have talent. At best, it will only be developed into a high-level but low combat power mascot. What's the point? But Li Yuan's performance clearly made Wang Meng look at him, a student from the martial arts academy, in a completely new light. Faced with Wang Meng's praise, Li Yuan smiled slightly, showing little emotional fluctuation, and said calmly, "Director Wang, you flatter me. The Beast God sect is a heretical sect, and everyone should kill them. Even if I hadn't encountered them, I would have actively sought out missions related to the Beast God sect. Now that I have, there is even less reason for me to stand idly by. Moreover, these bastards have even tried to assassinate me before. My relationship with the Beast God sect is absolutely one of mortal enmity. If I see one, I will kill one. If I see two, I will kill two." Li Yuan's words were chilling, and his gaze was slightly cold. Wang Meng nodded and said, "The Beast God cult is indeed a cancer. Scum. They cause destruction everywhere, assassinating important figures and talented young people. I really want to uproot the Beast God cult. It's just a pity my strength is limited." Wang Meng shook his head, quite disappointed. Li Yuan said, "I believe that where there's a will, there's a way, and I also believe that a single spark can start a prairie fire. The Beast God cult is not the righteous path, and those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. Sooner or later, the Beast God cult will be completely destroyed." Li Xiaoyao is right, the Beast God cult will be destroyed sooner or later, old Li laughed from the side. Wang Meng also smiled. He then turned to Li Yuan and said, "Li Xiaoyao, you protected the prison cart this time and even caught 2 big fish. You deserve a lot of credit. But you are not a member of our Zhenwu division, so I cannot apply for a merit award for you. Here's what we'll do. I'll communicate the situation to the Tsangshuan Martial Academy and try my best to get a higher evaluation for your mission, as a way of thanking you for your righteous help." Li Yuan readily agreed and immediately expressed his gratitude. Wang Meng continued, "Li Xiaoyao, are you in no hurry to leave? I'd like to invite you to a simple meal to express my gratitude. Would you do me the honor?" Li Yuan smiled and said, "It's hard to refuse such kindness, so there's no reason for me to refuse. The martial arts world is not just about fighting and killing, it also involves human relationships and social interactions." Li Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse Wang Meng's invitation to the banquet. Anyway, since this matter is settled, there's no need to rush. Being able to cultivate a good relationship with the deputy director of the town's military affairs department may bring advantages in the future. Wang Meng actually had the same idea to befriend geniuses. My gratitude is certainly heartfelt. But he also had the desire to befriend geniuses. After all, anyone who has seen Li Yuan's performance will not doubt his future achievements. Why not make friends with a future martial arts master in advance? While Wang Meng was chatting with Li Yuan, the others had already cleaned up the scene and cleared the road. And there were people specifically assigned to appease the civilians in the vicinity. Such an intense fight, even involving RPGs, naturally resulted in chaos on the scene. Many passing drivers and passengers were startled, which led to several traffic accidents. The scene was chaotic, and traffic was stuck for several kilometers. It was only with great difficulty that traffic was restored. Nearby businesses and passers-by who came out for a stroll after dinner were also quite frightened. Road surfaces, greenery, and shops have all suffered varying degrees of damage. And some people suffered undeserved misfortune and were injured. Naturally, there were many complaints. However, when the Zhenwu division members revealed that they were the ones who wiped out the members of the Beast God cult, everyone's attitude immediately underwent a 180-degree reversal. So it was those bastards from the Beast God cult. Well done. As long as it's the Beast God cult, I'd applaud even if my little shop got smashed or burned down. Those guys who got arrested must be from the Beast God cult, right? Bah! They deserved it. These traitors deserve to be killed by everyone. We should deal with these bastards ruthlessly and severely. My nephew lost his young life because of a destructive activity by the Beast God cult, and my sister is devastated. Those bastards, those beasts. They all deserve to die. What kind of bullshit Beast God cult is this? I think we should call them the Beast cult, since they recognize beasts as their fathers. If their ancestors knew this, they'd probably be so angry they'd lift the lid off their coffins and crawl out. No, calling them they is too kind. These beasts and dogs should be referred to as them. Dog, woof woof woof. The crowd at the scene was filled with excitement. His verbal attacks on the beast god cult, his expressions and tone, all revealed his disgust and hatred for the cult. It is not hard to see from this that the beast god cult is already notorious and universally condemned. Chapter 100 Public Outrage. This is perfectly normal. In this perilous world, the human living environment is already extremely harsh. Fighting against heaven, fighting against earth, fighting against beasts. It was an arduous and challenging journey, requiring great sacrifices. As a result, the beast god cult, a bunch of scoundrels, emerged. Not only did they not contribute anything, but they also caused trouble and hindered progress everywhere. They betrayed humanity and defected to the beastmen. They spread their outrageous and absurd theories everywhere. They attempted to overthrow the Dragon Kingdom, or even extinguish the flame of human civilization. Who wouldn't hate or condemn such an extremist organization? On a smaller scale, many people are victims of the beast god cult's activities. The beast god cult doesn't just talk the talk, they frequently cause trouble. Attacks were carried out on key locations, such as research institutes, hospitals, and supply depots. Assassinate key figures, such as top researchers, pharmaceutical company representatives, and martial arts prodigies. They even attacked martial spirit ceremonies and martial arts college entrance examination venues. However, due to the limited strength of the beast god cult, they cannot always send out enough strong warriors. Sometimes, this is because a martial artist's strength is limited. The Church of the Beast God deployed firearms. Like this RPG. Other examples include time bombs, high explosive grenades, and self-destructing drones. I've used them all. Such weapons of mass destruction are unlike martial artists. While martial artists are strong, their strength lies in individual destructive power, and they are not likely to cause widespread damage. But once firearms are used, it often affects innocent people. Many people died tragically as a result, and their family members, friends, colleagues, and neighbors naturally hated the beast god cult to the core. Others developed hatred towards the beast god cult because people around them had been brainwashed and joined it. The beast god cult can be said to have committed numerous crimes. Infamous. Therefore, when everyone learned that the chaotic fight was all because the Jinwu division wanted to wipe out the beast god cult, all their grievances vanished instantly. Instead, public sentiment was agitated. Denounced the beast god cult. There was a chorus of curses. Dear folks, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm offering free eggs from the shop. Feel free to smash those bastards from the beast god cult. The owner of a fresh produce store stood at the store entrance with a megaphone, shouting loudly to attract customers. At the same time, several shop assistants carried baskets of eggs out of the shop and placed them at the entrance to serve as a weapon. Boss, is it really free? A young man asked, looking eager to try it out. The boss put one hand on his hip and waved the other, saying, "Of course it's true. Go ahead and get started. Don't hold back. Then I'll really take it, okay?" The young man raised an eyebrow. The boss generously said, "Take it. Take as much as you want." "Thanks, boss." The young man shouted, picked up the egg, and threw it away. The egg tumbled and spun in the air, tracing an arc. Then, smack! It slammed into his bloodied face. The egg suddenly cracked, the yolk and white yolk smeared all over Chishue's face. "Damn it! How dare you! You don't want to live anymore." Ah! Crimson blood flew into a rage and roared. Result? Bang! A shoe, at least size 44, was pressed directly against his face. "You call yourself a bastard? If you keep babbling, I'll cut your basket off." A Zhenwu division warrior stared at Qi Shui with a sinister gaze. Qi Shui was kicked and fell to the ground. His hands were handcuffed behind his back with specially made alloy handcuffs. Even his true energy was sealed. There was no way to resist. With young people setting an example, more and more people gradually joined in. They grabbed eggs from the entrance of the fresh food store and started throwing them at Qi Shui and Qi Yu. Soon, the two red-robed deacons of the beast god cult, Crimson Blood and Crimson Feather, were completely covered in egg liquid. In a sorry state. Both of them were so angry that they were trembling all over. In this world, martial artists hold a higher status than ordinary people. There is a clear class distinction. Strict hierarchy. Warriors are a privileged class. They not only enjoy various preferential treatments, but also possess real privileges. If a martial artist kills an ordinary person, a fine might be the end of it. But if an ordinary person offends a martial artist, then they'll be in big trouble. If someone is foolish enough to attempt to kill a martial artist, or even harm their family, then being imprisoned for life would be considered lucky. It's not impossible that he could be executed on the spot. The status and privileges of martial artists are not solely due to their strength. More importantly, martial artists are the main force in resisting alien beasts and protecting their homes. The more you give, the more you will receive. The greater the contribution, the greater the power. Since Qi Shui and Qi Yu became martial artists, they have belonged to a privileged class. Ordinary people only feel envy, fear, respect, and dread when they see them. How could there have been the slightest disrespect? But now, a group of ordinary people actually threw eggs at them. This was an utter disgrace for Qi Shui and Qi Yu. They were immediately enraged and started shouting and cursing. But it was all for naught. Controlled by specially made alloy handcuffs and shackles, his true energy could not circulate at all. He was like a kitten whose teeth had been pulled and nails had been trimmed. No matter how fiercely he cried, who would be afraid? At most, one might assume it's just heat. Then take him to get a testicle. Scream? Scream again? You sons of bitches deserve to be torn to pieces. This is nothing. You can't even take it? The warriors of the Jinwu division unleashed a barrage of true energy attacks at Qi Shui and Qi Yu. Don't get too close and start punching and kicking, because you might get accidentally injured by eggs thrown by helpful citizens. Director, what should we do? Old Li asked for instructions. They should have been escorting the group back to the Jinwu division headquarters by now, but the crowd was too agitated to leave. After a moment's thought, Wang Meng decisively ordered, "Bring out those three from the car, line them up, and make them kneel on the ground so the people can vent their anger." Old Li paused for a moment, then shouted, "Yes." They immediately ordered people to remove Zhou Tianli, Dong De, and Ma San from the armored vehicle. They were brought to the sides of Qi Shui and Qi Yu. 5 people, lined up in a row. Kneel on the ground. They were welcoming a shower of eggs flying in from all directions. They are enjoying the care and love of the citizens of Black Cloud City. This scene, while not exactly spectacular, was certainly very satisfying. Seeing this, other shops in the vicinity also actively participated. The dessert shop took out cake bases, ice cream, and other items. The restaurant brought out the swill and rotten vegetable leaves. What's even more outrageous is that a guy drove up in a septic tanker truck, shouted for the Jinwu division members to retreat, and then started spraying septic tanker dung at the 5 members of the Beast God cult. Literally, it means spraying feces. Puff puff puff. Vomit. Huff. Huff. He. Ah. Gurgle, gurgle. Damn, he's got a little glutton who's really enjoying himself. Chapter 101: A failed attempt to steal a chicken backfires. This loss is unbelievable. At the same time, 10 kilometers away from the location of the battle, in a very inconspicuous little hotel, a man with effeminate features, phoenix eyes, and a slender build sat cross-legged on the bed with a gloomy expression, seemingly practicing internal energy cultivation. Wisps of black mist emanated from his body. This scene appeared extremely bizarre. Sudden. Thump thump thump. One long and two short. A rhythmic knocking sound rang out. The effeminate man suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a cold glint flashed in them. He slipped off the floor and went to the door, peeked through the peephole, and then opened the door. A burly, bald man immediately entered the room. His breathing was also very unstable. It was clear that they had just been through a major battle. "Just you alone? Where's Qi Shui? Where's Qi Yu?" The effeminate man immediately closed the door, stared at the burly man, and asked in a deep voice. The burly man gritted his teeth and said, the 2 of them, didn't come out." "Didn't come out? What do you mean?" The effeminate man's expression changed immediately, and he quickly asked. But in truth, he already knew what had happened. It's just that a sliver of hope still lingers. That's right. The effeminate man and the burly bald man were 2 of the 4 members of the Beast God cult who attacked the convoy. The effeminate man was the leader and the strongest, reaching the peak of the 3rd rank. He was no longer an ordinary red-robed deacon, but had another identity, apprentice white-robed bishop. Once one's cultivation reaches the 4th level, or if one performs a great service, one can be promoted to a white-robed bishop. Although a white bishop is the lowest rank among bishops, he is still a step above a deacon. The effeminate man came to Black Cloud City specifically to reap the rewards. He claimed credit for the selection process overseen by Zhou Tianli, and then killed several important figures in Black Cloud City, attempting to elevate himself to the rank of bishop. Result: when the effeminate man arrived at the northern district of Black Cloud City, he discovered that outpost number 081 had been exposed and destroyed by the Jinwu division. Zhou Tianli, along with the three stewards Dong De and Ma San, were all captured alive by the Jinwu division. The screening process naturally failed. The effeminate man immediately changed his mind and made a decisive decision to either rescue or silence Zhou Tianli and the other two. This achievement is far greater than picking peaches. If they successfully rescue Zhou Tianli and the other two, this achievement would be enough to directly promote the effeminate man to the rank of White Bishop. Even if we can't rescue them, if we can silence them, there is a good chance of being promoted. So the effeminate man immediately led his three red-clad attendants Qishui, Qiyu, and the burly bald man to take action. Akabane launched a long-range attack on the convoy, causing chaos and creating an opportunity. Meanwhile, the effeminate man, along with the Crimson Blood and the burly bald man, broke out amidst the chaos. Hijack the prison van. Originally, given the strength of these four effeminate men, their chances of successfully hijacking the prison van are very high. They themselves were full of confidence. Result: something that seemed certain to succeed just went wrong. Because the effeminate man misjudged Li Yuan's strength when assessing the strength of both sides. Who would have thought that this incredibly young man, who looked to be less than 20 years old, could single-handedly hold off the third-tier high-level Crimson Blood, leaving him no time to spare and causing the operation to fail? Finally, reinforcements from the Jinwu division arrived. The effeminate man had no choice but to order a retreat. But now, Crimson Blood hasn't returned? Akabane didn't come back either. The effeminate man was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had come here to make a name for himself, but he hadn't gained any merit whatsoever, and instead lost two of his generals. Qishui and Qiyu are at a higher level than Zhou Tianli and the other two. Both of them are red-clad butlers. If their psychological defenses are breached, or if the Jinwu division obtains their memories through some special means, it will definitely cause considerable losses to the Beast God cult. And this loss will be attributed to the effeminate man. How can you even talk about promotion then? It seems like they're going to go all the way. Just as the effeminate man was lost in thought, the voice of the burly bald man rang out. That's right, they were defeated. They were captured by the Jinwu division's Eagle Claws and were even humiliated in the street by some people. The effeminate man. Damn it! The effeminate man gritted his teeth and growled. Jinwu division. Jinwu division. No, it's not the Jinwu division's fault, it's all that kid's fault. The effeminate man narrowed his eyes, and in his eyes appeared an arrogant figure holding a large spear. Li Yuan. Our operation failed this time, and Crimson Blood and Crimson Feather suffered losses. A large part of the reason is that kid. Check. Find out his name, his position in the Jinwu division, where he lives, and who else is in his family. We must retaliate. The effeminate man gritted his teeth and said, yes. The burly, bald man immediately accepted the order. His gaze was chilling, and his face was icy cold. Clearly, he harbors deep hatred towards Li Yuan. He then hurriedly went out to investigate. Although Outpost 081 was destroyed, its core members were either killed or captured. However, the Beast God cult still has some deeply hidden figures on the fringes. They certainly can't accomplish anything big, but if it's just about gathering information, then there's no problem. The burly, bald man wanted to find out more information about Li Yuan through these people. Then, it's time for blood to be paid for. On the other side, Qishui, Qiyu, Zhou Tianli, Dong De, and Ma San, these five scum of the Beast God cult, were pelted with eggs, swill, and excrement by the crowd in the street. This allowed the nearby residents to finally vent their anger. This will also make these scumbags of the Beast God cult taste the bitter fruit of their actions. The carnival lasted for half an hour. Talented individuals from the Jinwu division stepped forward to appease the people and disperse them. They stuffed the 5 Jinwu division followers into an armored vehicle and continued to escort them back to headquarters. The people, having vented their anger, were naturally satisfied and did not object. It was a little after 10 p.m. that night. Wang Meng, the deputy director of the Jinwu division, hosted a banquet for Li Xiaoyao, a genius student from the Tsangshuan Martial Academy. Among those accompanying him were several captains from the Jinwu division, including Old Li. Everyone knew Li Yuan's identity and was also aware of his strength. Therefore, they naturally had a very good impression of such a promising young genius who had also helped the Jinwu division. There was no instance of a mindless villain jumping in to mock or ridicule. Inside the private room, drinks were exchanged and the atmosphere was lively. Li Xiaoyao, I've said thank you countless times. I bet you're tired of hearing it. I won't go on. It's all in the wine. I'll drink it all. You can drink as you like. Wang Mang was also a generous person, and he raised his glass to Li Yuan in a gesture of respect. Then he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Li Yuan also raised his glass. Cheers. After saying that, he also drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. This approach also won Wang Mang more favor. Ha ha ha. That's great. Li Xiaoyao is a great guy too. Ha ha ha. Wang Mang laughed. The others also laughed. Martial artists, heroes and heroines of the martial world, live a life of chivalry and vengeance. They all like straightforward, simple, and direct people. Most people don't like to associate with fussy or pretentious people. Clearly, Li Yuan's approach was very much to their liking. Chapter 102: A Thunderclap Hidden Beneath a Calm Surface. Director Wang, what are your plans regarding those 5 members of the Beast God cult? Li Yuan put down his wineglass and asked. Wang Meng's face turned cold as he said, "Humph. Those bastards deserve to be severely tortured. We have to get something useful out of them. Otherwise, wouldn't all our efforts have been for nothing?" Li Yuan nodded upon hearing this. It's easy to imagine that those 5 people's lives would be extremely tormented from then on. It could even be described as worse than death. Or rather, they are unable to live and unable to die. But they brought this upon themselves and deserved it. What exactly is the Beast God cult? Those who stand in opposition to all of humanity are called traitors. Everyone has the right to kill him. Ordinary criminals or martial artists who commit serious crimes are rarely subjected to torture. After all, everything must be based on human rights. Moreover, confessions obtained through torture cannot be guaranteed to be reliable or truthful. But the Beast God cult is different. Joining the Beast God cult is equivalent to leaving the human camp. Others wouldn't consider the Beast God cult members as human beings either. Using any means, any instruments of torture, any form of torment against the members of the Beast God cult is not excessive, and no one will find it cruel or inhumane. To put it extremely, even if you physically castrated all 5 of them, Qi Shui, Qi Yu, Zhou Tianli, Dong De, and Ma Sen, no one would say anything except for themselves. The members of the Beast God cult can unleash the bloodlust and cruelty hidden deep within their humanity. Anyway, you can use whatever tricks you have. No one will think it's cruel or inhumane. Some people even made studying various instruments of torture and punishments their hobby, hoping to one day use them all on the Beast God cult. Certainly. In this world, the Beast God cult is not the only extremist organization. The Beast God cult is just one of the larger and more influential ones. Other groups include the Hidden Gods Society, the Holy Light Cult, and the Blood Fiend Heavenly Ruins. They're all birds of a feather. Once you catch them, just go all out and kill them. Li Xiaoyao, if you're willing, you can come to my Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Division for training and internship anytime. We're old friends. The Martial Arts Division of Black Cloud Town will absolutely open its doors to you. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Wang Mang patted Li Yuan on the shoulder and said this. Recruit Li Yuan? That's impossible. We also know very well that a martial arts academy genius like Li Yuan wouldn't even look down on a small place like the Martial Arts Division of Black Cloud Town. How could a real Buddha sit in a dilapidated temple? With Li Yuan's talent and future potential, what he aspires to and pursues is inevitably a bigger stage and a wider world. Black Cloud Town Martial Division? Too small. Let alone Yunqing being just a prefecture-level city, even the Jinwu division of Ningzhou, the capital of Qingxia province, would probably be beneath Li Yuan's notice. Those who can catch his eye must at least be at the province level. Even at the national level. Therefore, Wang Mang wisely refrained from directly inviting Li Yuan to join the Black Cloud Town Martial Division. Instead, they invited him to come here for an internship. An internship refers to the opportunity for students who have not yet graduated from a martial arts academy to intern in certain departments or positions. Familiarize yourself with it in advance. It also provides more opportunities for experience and improvement. In fact, quite a few students from martial arts academies do choose to do this. This is the same principle as when Li Yuan was on Earth in his previous life. Many college students would go out to find part-time jobs and internships. The same applies to Earth. By the time they reach 4th grade, they either gain experience outside or find an internship to familiarize themselves with the material in advance. Especially students from other academies besides the Martial Arts Academy. They need to do internships in advance to accumulate experience in order to find a good future. For example, students from the School of Manufacturing and the School of Humanities generally choose to find internships in research institutes, scientific research centers, and medical institutions, and their future employment will basically be in this area. Most students from the tactical academies seek opportunities in the military or law enforcement agencies, especially the military. Many martial arts academies have established talent transfer partnerships with the military, and the most frequently transferred personnel are tactical talents. Martial arts masters are common, but tactical talents are rare. Although tactical talents may not have high individual combat skills, they are proficient in commanding battles and arranging troops, and their role in large-scale battles is very significant, even surpassing some martial arts masters. For example, students from the School of Manufacturing usually find internships in companies or departments that are more focused on manufacturing. As for the students of the Martial Arts Academy, top performers don't particularly value internships. They are powerful enough that they don't care about this. Most would choose to train alone or cooperate to form adventure groups to hunt strange beasts deep in the wilderness. However, some people do internships, and the most common internship departments are the military and the Jinwu division. After all, he is a combat-oriented martial artist. Of course, one cannot simply coast along in some insignificant government office. There still needs to be opportunities for fighting and killing. Otherwise, the internship would be a waste of time, and might even delay martial arts training. It should be understood that the path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Wang Meng wanted to invite Li Yuan to intern at the martial arts division in Black Cloud Town, so that he could have more exchanges and interactions with this future martial arts expert. Li Yuan did not refuse Wang Meng's invitation. Instead, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, Director Wang. If I am looking for an internship, I will give priority to the martial arts division of Black Cloud Town." Ha ha ha. Although Wang Meng did not receive a direct agreement from Li Yuan, this response was clearly very satisfactory. He immediately burst into laughter and said heartily, "Li Xiaoyao, then I thank you for gracing me with your presence. But please don't keep calling me Director Wang. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Wang. Li Yuan had no objection and smiled, "Brother Wang. Good. Good. Brother Li, come, let me toast you." Wang Meng was overjoyed and poured wine for Li Yuan. Li Yuan raised his glass. Bang! The crisp sound of glasses clinking together. Then the two of them drank it all in one gulp. The relationship has been brought much closer without us even realizing it. But all good things must come to an end. The banquet didn't end until almost midnight. The group parted ways reluctantly, still wanting more. Li Yuan returned to the guest house arranged by the Jinwu division to rest, preparing to return to school the next day to hand in his mission. Although some of the mission objectives resulted in death. Fortunately, none of the main targets escaped. They were all captured alive. And more importantly, there are additional benefits. The Martial Arts Division in Black Cloud Town has dedicated personnel who liaise with the staff of the Tsengshuan Martial Academy's mission system, and they will naturally provide accurate information. Li Yuan was confident that his task evaluation would be high. The reward will certainly not disappoint. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Not only was the mission successfully completed, but it also dealt a heavy blow to the Beast God cult, allowing them to vent their anger. But Li Yuan was unaware of this. He has already been targeted by the Beast God cult. This peaceful night. Beneath the calm lies a thunderbolt. Chapter 103: A plan to turn the tide. We've investigated and found out that the kid who ruined our plans is a student from Tsengshuan Martial Academy named Li Xiaoyao, who came to Black Cloud City on a mission. And the mission objective is to locate Outpost 081. It seems this stronghold was exposed long ago. That idiot Zhou Tianli has been under the watchful eyes of the Jinwu division for a long time, and his every move has been observed without him even realizing it. Inside a small hotel room, the burly, bald man known as Blood Tiger reported the situation to the effeminate man known as Lu Yu. Lu Yu narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy and piercing. He spoke coldly, "So you're a student from Tsengshuan Martial Academy?" "Humph. That damned Sangshuan Martial Academy has become increasingly arrogant in recent years, repeatedly opposing our Beast God sect. Sooner or later, the will of the Beast God will completely destroy this lousy school. Then he asked, "Where is Li Xiaoyao now?" "He's staying at the Jinwu Division's guest house, room number 304, Blood Tiger quickly replied, then asked, "Brother, should we go to the guest house?" As he spoke, Blood Tiger made a throat-slitting gesture. His face revealed a fierce expression. The malevolent aura was boiling. Lu Yu slowly shook his head and said, "That's not advisable. The guest house is too close to the headquarters of the Jinwu Division. If we make a move, it will easily alert the Jinwu Division. Even if we manage to kill Li Xiaoyao, we will be in danger ourselves. Our Beast God sect never advocates exchanging blows one by one. We strive to defeat our opponents without taking any damage." Blood Tiger scratched his head, grinned sheepishly, and picked up Lu Yu's smelly feet. "Big brother is wise and mighty." Lu Yu smiled slightly and said calmly, "Now that the mission is complete, that kid will definitely be heading back to school. Let's make our move on his way back and kill him in one strike. Big brother is very resourceful." Blood Tiger once again fawned over the stinky feet. Lu Yu glanced at him and said, "Stop flattering me. Go keep an eye on things and make sure you don't give yourself away." "Don't worry, bro, he's just a little brat," Blood Tiger said nonchalantly. He then went out to keep watch. Lu Yu squinted at the starry sky outside the window, her cold voice echoing in the room. "Humph. Li Xiaoyao. Let's see how long you can keep your carefree ways." On the other side. After leaving the hotel, Blood Tiger went straight to a residential building on the 6th floor opposite the guest house where Li Yuan was staying. I turned off all the lights in the house, moved a stool over, and sat on the balcony with my arms crossed. Through the window, I looked down at room 304 of the guest house across the street. Chi lock. Although you can't see the people inside through the curtains. However, one can completely sense the presence and location of people inside the room through the flow of chi. A third-tier martial artist possesses clear sixth senses and can project true energy outside the body. Upon reaching the advanced stage of the third tier, the true energy detached from the body becomes increasingly skillful and free, capable of transforming into strands of true energy that float in the air, sensing changes in the surroundings like the most sophisticated radar. This is what is known as chi. Even the faintest air currents cannot escape the aura of a high-level third-tier martial artist. The Blood Tiger was at the high level of the third tier, and its aura allowed it to monitor Li Yuan's room from all angles without any blind spots. Keep track of the other party's movements in a timely manner. As for the owner of this house. In the bathroom, a man and a woman were lying in the bathtub, bleeding profusely. The ground was covered in large patches of blood. He has already been murdered. The people of the Beast God cult never treat people as human beings. For them, killing a few people is as commonplace as slaughtering a few chickens. It can only be said that once you join the Beast God cult, you are no longer human. Inside a hotel room, Li Yuan drank quite a bit, and after returning to his room, he first took a hot shower, which made him feel much more awake. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and began practicing the rock cultivation method. He began his cultivation. As Li Yuan practiced the rock cultivation method, his body became steaming hot, and the alcohol was evaporated by his true energy. I am becoming increasingly clear-headed. But Li Yuan suddenly frowned, as if he felt uneasy. It's like there was a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Moreover, those eyes were filled with hostility, even murderous intent. This feeling is like having thorns in my back. It seems like we're being watched by someone. Beast God cult? Li Yuan quickly came to a certain guess. After all, we had just had 2 fierce battles with the Beast God cult tonight. Li Yuan alone caused considerable losses to the Beast God cult. He personally captured 2 white-clad butlers and 1 black-clad butler. They also played a key role in capturing a red-clad deacon. It can be said that Li Yuan deserves the greatest credit for tonight's operation. Correspondingly, the Beast God cult must also hate him to the bone. Li Yuan remembered clearly that 2 members of the Beast God cult had escaped and were not captured. With this in mind, the truth becomes obvious. It seems I'd been targeted by the Beast God cult. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining expressionless. I only thought about it in my heart. Judging from the battle tonight, one of the 2 who escaped is on par with Qi Shui in strength. In a one-on-one fight, I'm not afraid of him. If I want to leave, he absolutely cannot stop me, but similarly, if he wants to leave, I cannot stop him. But There's another one on the other side. The strongest one seems to be the leader, and he should be at the peak of the third tier. It's a big threat. Li Yuan quickly pondered and analyzed the situation. The final conclusion is: facing those two members of the beast god cult would be quite risky, and the potential gains would be almost non-existent. This is only based on the premise that there are only those two who slipped through the net. What if the other side has other powerful individuals? Then my risk will increase exponentially. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, quickly thinking. However, this place is right next to the headquarters of the Jinwu division, where many powerful figures are stationed, and the Martial Hall branch is not far away either. No matter how crazy the beast god cult is, they would never dare to make a move directly in the hotel. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just sent people to keep an eye on things secretly. There's a high probability they'll try to ambush me on my way back. Since that's the case, why don't I turn the tables on you, lure you into a trap, and catch you like a turtle in a jar? Li Yuan's eyes gleamed, and a plan began to form in his mind. He then immediately got up, stripped naked, and went into the bathroom. Close the door. Turn on the hot water. The rising water vapor can, to some extent, weaken the locking of the qi mechanism. This created an opportunity for Li Yuan. He immediately contacted Wang Meng using his smartwatch. The two had exchanged contact information during a previous meal. Inside the houses across the street. Does this kid have OCD? You just took a shower, why are you taking another one? Blood Tiger frowned deeply. I have some doubts. However, I didn't take it too seriously. Although water vapor can indeed shield the qi mechanism to some extent. But as long as Blood Tiger keeps the bathroom door locked, that's enough. He would spot Li Yuan as soon as he came out of the bathroom. Unless Li Yuan broke through the wall and escaped. But even if the wall were to be breached, the noise would absolutely not escape Blood Tiger's perception. So, although he was somewhat surprised, he didn't pay much attention to it. Chapter 104 Emergency Response Team, The Fisherman. In the bathroom. Li Yuan has already contacted Wang Meng. Brother Wang, are you resting? Li Yuan asked in a low voice. Wang Meng immediately realized that something was wrong. After all, contacting him suddenly in the middle of the night must mean something important, especially since Li Yuan deliberately lowered his voice. Wang Meng asked in a deep voice, Not yet, Brother Li. Is there anything I can help you with? Li Yuan said frankly, Brother Wang, I feel like I might be being watched, most likely by those two beast god cult warriors who escaped tonight. They will most likely retaliate against me. Furthermore, I believe they won't attack the hotel directly tonight. They'll likely choose to ambush me on my way back. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression changed drastically. Before he could say anything, Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, This is what I'm thinking, let's turn the tables and launch a counter-encirclement, suppressing anyone who dares to show their face. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. He said, Great idea. That's definitely a good idea. The key word in assassination is assassination. The term means to launch a surprise attack. The key is to strike unexpectedly and catch the enemy off guard. However, if you reveal your intentions in advance, the other party will definitely be prepared. It was fortunate that the assassination attempt failed. Most of the time, the roles are reversed, with the attacker becoming the victim. Just like right now. Li Yuan's suggestion was exactly what Wang Meng wanted to hear. He nodded decisively and said, No problem, Brother Li, I will arrange for strong men. If those scum from the Beast God sect don't show themselves, that's fine, but if they dare to show their faces, we will make sure they don't leave alive. Okay, I'll be heading back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Li Yuan's eyes lit up and he immediately spoke. Wang Meng replied. That's settled. After a brief exchange, the two ended the call. Wang Meng didn't ask Li Yuan whether he was sure he was being monitored or whether the other party would target him on his return journey. Similarly, Li Yuan did not remind Wang Meng to be careful to conceal his movements when gathering people and setting up ambushes, so as to avoid being detected by the Beast God cult. Because they both trust each other. I trust not only character, but also ability. Wang Meng trusted Li Yuan's perception and his assessment of the situation. Li Yuan also believed in Wang Meng's extensive experience in handling such ambush operations. Both of them believed that the other would not make a mistake. Therefore, there is no need to say anything superfluous. Moreover, Li Yuan is currently under surveillance, so it is not appropriate for him to communicate too much, as this would inevitably expose his weaknesses. Simple communication leads to consensus. That's enough. After the call ended, Li Yuan took another shower to avoid arousing suspicion from those secretly watching him. However, he takes a very quick shower. I rinsed myself off completely, dried myself with a towel, and then walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Continue your practice. Seeing Li Yuan emerge from the bathroom and re-enter his sight, Blood Tiger noticed nothing unusual and didn't think much of it. We will continue to monitor them. On the other side. After ending the call with Li Yuan, Wang Meng immediately got up. After disguising himself, he went out, took a spare car that he would never normally use, and drove out of the underground parking garage. After all, Wang Meng was the deputy director of the martial arts division of Black Cloud Town. His whereabouts were likely to be noticed by the Beast God sect. In order to avoid any unexpected complications, Wang Meng naturally tried his best not to reveal his whereabouts. Disguise and changing vehicles are very basic measures. On the way, Wang Meng sent a message to Lao Li. The content is very simple, consisting of only 2 words. Fishing. This is a secret code among the high-ranking officers of the Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Division. Fishing, what kind of fish? It's naturally, the Beast God cult. When Old Li saw those 2 words, he immediately knew what they meant. He immediately contacted 5 people. 2 of them were at the same level as Lao Li, both being team leaders. Old Li is the captain of Team 1, and these 2 are the captains of Team 2. Both of them are at the high level of the 3rd rank. The other 3 are the vice-captains of Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3, respectively, and all 3 are at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. These 6 people, plus Deputy Director Wang Meng, who has a peak 3rd-tier cultivation level. There are 7 people in total. They formed an emergency response team for the Black Cloud Town Martial Division, codenamed Fishing Guys. When carrying out special missions or dealing with emergencies, requiring strict confidentiality and demanding high levels of competence and loyalty from the participants, the emergency response procedure will be activated. The emergency response team will handle it. Rapid response, high level of confidentiality. Furthermore, the personnel are highly capable. The highest commander of the fishing gang was naturally Deputy Director Wang Meng. When it's time to take action, Wang Meng will contact Lao Li, who will then contact the other 5 people. Not a single word needs to be said. The word fishing is enough. The fishermen would sneak out, but they would not go to the headquarters of the Jinwu division. There were too many people and too many eyes, and it was easy for them to be closely monitored by the Beast God cult. Therefore, the fishermen established a secret operation point, located in a residential building in the eastern district of Black Cloud City. Wang Meng drove towards that house at that moment. After receiving the signal, everyone else stopped what they were doing and headed to the secret operation point in the East District. Soon, everyone has arrived. Inside an ordinary, unremarkable house, 7 third-tier martial artists had gathered. The strongest among them had reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Breaking through to the 4th tier isn't far off. 4th-tier martial artists, on the other hand, have a unique title master. 4th-tier master, 5th-tier grandmaster, 6th-tier grandmaster. A unique name signifies a qualitative change. In the path of martial arts, those below the 3rd rank can only be considered low-level martial artists. Only by reaching the 4th rank, and starting from the 4th rank, can one be considered to have truly embarked on the path of martial arts. A 4th-tier martial artist is already considered a powerful figure. The strongest person in many prefecture-level cities is at this level. Wang Meng will be here soon too. Inside a residential house. Li Xiaodiao contacted me, saying he felt he was being watched and suspected it was a member of the Beast God cult who had slipped through the net and was going to retaliate against him, and would most likely choose to ambush him on his return journey. I agree with his guess. Furthermore, he proposed to turn the tables and encircle the Beast God cult. I agree. Therefore, I have summoned everyone here. Wang Meng glanced at it, then lowered his voice and said in a deep tone. Li Xiaodiao will return at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Get ready. We must capture those 2 who escaped tonight in this operation. Everyone, remember this: in the event of an uncontrollable accident, the first priority is to protect Li Xiaodiao. As for the Beast God sect, capture them if you can, kill them if you can. If things are truly hopeless, you can give up, but Li Xiaodiao absolutely cannot die. He is a true martial arts genius. We cannot afford to lose him here. Do you understand? Wang Meng stared intently at the 6 people. Without hesitation, Old Li and the others roared in unison, understood. A chilling atmosphere permeated the houses. Chapter 105 Murder in the Train Car. The next day. 10 a.m. After packing up, Li Yuan took the high-speed train back to Ningzhou. It was only then that he realized that he could bring his weapons onto the high-speed train by using the martial arts passage. However, last time, when Song Xiaohan brought Li Yuan and Xiao Lingfeng to the school, he took Li Yuan's black dragon spear from him under the pretext that alloy weapons could not be brought on the high-speed rail, and asked him to keep it for safekeeping. This old man, he must have done it on purpose. They want to disarm me and leave me to face the senior students with my bare hands. Li Yuan quickly figured out the reason. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It's unclear whether this was Song Xiaohan testing him or deliberately trying to make him suffer a loss. But Li Yuan didn't dwell on it. He went through the martial arts entrance, passed through security smoothly, and entered the carriage. Wait quietly for the bus to depart. Li Yuan sat in a seat by the window, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. This is a carriage exclusively for martial artists. Ordinary passengers cannot enter. Since there are already few martial artists, there are not many passengers in the carriage. It's also relatively quiet. There was no noise or commotion. The fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged flight attendants will serve each martial artist with gentleness and care. Soon, we arrived at the departure point. The high-speed train started moving and sped away. Boss, when do we make our move? In the back seat of the warrior-only carriage, Blood Tiger whispered to Lu Yu for instructions. He was wearing a very resilient, tight-fitting black t-shirt, which bulged high due to his bulging muscles. The muscle lines on his arms were also unusually exaggerated, as if they were cast in bronze and iron, or like little mice crawling on his arms. The veins were prominent, resembling a coiled dragon. Such a muscular physique clearly possesses terrifying explosive power. He had short, jet black hair that stood straight up, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a straight nose, a square mouth, thick lips, and large earlobes. His skin was bronze in color. The exposed areas reveal colorful tattoos. It was none other than Blood Tiger, the red-robed deacon of the beast god cult. He has official status, so he was able to take the high-speed rail without any problems. Moreover, during the last operation, they all covered their faces with black cloths, so their appearances were not revealed. There's absolutely no need to worry about being exposed when taking the high-speed rail. Beside Blood Tiger stood Lu Yu, who was tall and slightly thin. She has a delicate, feminine appearance, almond-shaped eyes, and a sharp gaze. He exuded a chilling aura. Completely different from the ferocious and domineering Blood Tiger. Lu Yu naturally also has her own legitimate identity. Their purpose for this trip, needless to say, was Li Yuan. There are only 3 purposes for this trip. Kill Li Yuan. Kill Li Yuan. I'll just fucking kill Li Yuan. Considering that Black Cloud City has the Jinwu Division, the Martial Hall, and other official martial artists, taking action rashly would be too risky. Therefore, it was decided to intercept and kill Li Yuan on his way back to Ningzhou. Because they have already determined that Li Yuan is a student of Tsongshuan Martial Academy. Their arrival in Black Cloud City and their attack on Outpost 081 was most likely due to a mission they received at the school and were out on a mission. Now that the task is complete, we must return to school to hand it in. Therefore, his return journey would present an excellent opportunity to strike. Even if the news gets back from Black Cloud City, it will take time for the Jinwu Division and others to arrive. Before that, Lu Yu and Blood Tiger are strong enough to kill Li Yuan and then leave gracefully. This was their plan. As for the other martial artists in the martial artist carriage, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. The number of them was already small, and their martial arts level was not high. There wasn't even a single third-tier martial artist, they were all below the 3rd tier. In martial arts, even a difference of just one minor realm can create an insurmountable gap in strength. Not to mention, that's a huge difference in skill level. That basically means a high-level player can instantly kill a low-level player. Low-level martial artists pose absolutely no threat to high-level martial artists. Of course, exceptions like Li Yuan, a pervert. Taking all factors into consideration, the best time to act is when the high-speed train is en route. After the high-speed rail started operating, Blood Tiger couldn't contain himself any longer. Lu Yu, however, remained calm and said indifferently, "We've only just started, what's the rush? We'll make our move in 5 minutes." Yes. Blood Tiger nodded emphatically. A fierce glint flashed in his tiger-like eyes. He licked his lips, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Suppress your killing intent. If you startle that brat, I'll kill you. Lu Yu crossed his arms, closed his eyes to rest, and spoke indifferently. Blood Tiger's heart clenched, and he quickly suppressed his killing intent. I understand, I will be careful. Just as the two were talking. In the next carriage. Wang Meng and his group had already infiltrated the high-speed train carriage. Li Yuan returned to Ningzhou by high-speed rail. Therefore, if the Beast God cult wanted to attack him, the best and only place to do so would be on the high-speed rail. Therefore, Wang Meng and his group split up and each managed to board the high-speed train separately. Some people simply buy tickets and board the train as passengers. Some disguised themselves as train police officers or waiters and mingled on the train. Moreover, they were all intentionally or unintentionally moving closer to the carriage where Li Yuan was. This is also to be able to strike as quickly as possible the moment the battle breaks out. Clang! Clang! The high-speed train is running smoothly. Suddenly the light went out, and we entered a tunnel. Although the lights inside the carriage will automatically turn on after entering the tunnel, this takes time. Within this extremely short period of time, the changes in the lighting inside the carriage can cause visual confusion. This was the perfect opportunity that Lu Yu had been waiting for. Swish, swish, swish. 3 faint, sharp sounds of blades cutting through the air rang out. It is very slight, almost imperceptible. But a murderous intent erupted. 3 small throwing knives, each 10 centimeters long, flew towards Li Yuan in a crooked shape. Enveloped in true energy, it is not only incredibly fast, but its penetrating power and lethality are also not to be underestimated. These 3 throwing knives are called Deadly, Throat Slit, Soul Chaser. They were directed at 3 vital points on Li Yuan's body, his brow, throat, and heart. This is one of Lu Yu's signature moves. They were ruthless and took lives without hesitation. To put it simply, even if they were both at the peak of the 3rd tier of martial arts, they would have no choice but to avoid the sharpness of the 3 flying knives that Lu Yu had launched with all his might. The throwing knife was launched at the same time. Lu Yu's lips curled up, revealing a cruel smile. It was as if I could see Li Yuan being instantly killed by 3 flying knives, his blood staining the scene. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face, and his pupils contracted sharply. All I saw was Li Yuan's figure suddenly swayed and became blurry. At the same time, it seemed as if starlight flashed briefly. Li Yuan had already left his seat and darted away. He actually dodged the fatal flying knife attack. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 throwing knives missed Li Yuan, but instead pierced through the seat he was sitting in. Fortunately, there were no passengers behind Li Yuan, otherwise he might have died on the spot. Lu Yu was greatly shocked to see that the 3 throwing knives, which seemed certain to succeed, had failed to achieve their goal. But he reacted extremely quickly. Without wasting any time, they quickly sped away. With a flick of his right hand, a short blade appeared in his palm. Extremely sharp, reflecting a cold light. Kill! The cold, grating sound echoed throughout the carriage. Chapter 106 The Situation Reversed. Kill! As the raspy sound was uttered. Holding a short blade, Li Yu moved like a ghost, her body almost parallel to the ground as she flipped horizontally across the side windows, her feet swiftly stomping across several rows of seats as she charged toward Li Yuan. At the same time, the burly, towering man, Blood Tiger, clenched his fists like an enraged bull, roared, and charged forward with a powerful stride. On each of his 2 fists, which were as big as sandbags, was a knuckle duster. Ferocious, savage, bloodthirsty, terrifying. Blood Tiger's physique already exuded a tremendous sense of oppression, and his towering, bronze-cast muscles undoubtedly contained immense power. His punching power must be astonishing. And with the added boost from the alloy knuckles, the power of Blood Tiger's iron fist was unleashed. One is at the peak of the 3rd tier, and the other is at the advanced stage of the 3rd tier. At the same time, he rushed towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he thought to himself that these 2 who had slipped through the net were indeed going to kill him. Fortunately, Li Yuan had noticed this in advance and asked Wang Meng for help. Moreover, ever since boarding the high-speed train, Li Yuan has remained vigilant and highly focused. That's why he was able to use the Void Star step to dodge the moment Lu Yu suddenly attacked. If he hadn't sensed the danger beforehand. Being ambushed by a peak 3rd tier martial artist who excels in speed and whose throwing knives are wrapped in true chi is almost certainly a bad thing. But there are no ifs. Li Yuan's vigilance, alertness, and wisdom allowed him to escape a disaster. Although it was a bit of a mess, it turned out alright. Moreover, Wang Meng and the others had already learned of the situation. They can all arrive in just a few seconds. At that time, these two fish that slipped through the net must both be returned to the net. Therefore, what Li Yuan needs to do is not to defeat Lu Yu and Xuehu, nor to kill them given his current strength. He indeed cannot do that. He only needs to protect himself. Delaying time. Waiting for Wang Meng and his men to arrive. It means the mission is accomplished and a great victory is achieved. However, it sounds simple, but it is not easy to do in practice. After all, these are two third-tier powerhouses. And it's not even the kind where you're just starting out in the third tier. Even the weaker blood tigers among them possessed a high-level third-tier martial arts realm. He is experienced in combat and full of killing intent. He was determined to kill. They vowed to kill Li Yuan. The fighting power that erupted in that instant was truly astonishing. Li Yuan dared not be careless in the slightest. Using the agility and speed of the Void Step Starwalk, he dodged and weaved through the carriage, avoiding their attacks. Lu Yu and Xuehu relentlessly pursued them, unleashing a barrage of deadly attacks. This sudden battle took everyone in the carriage by surprise. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Martial artists who were not involved in the incident immediately left the scene. If the alien beasts attack and kill human martial artists in this battle, most of the martial artists will step in to help and fight back against the alien beasts. After all, alien beasts are the common enemy of all mankind. However, this sudden battle took place between human martial artists. It is a battle between martial artists. Other martial artists naturally shouldn't interfere. Because they didn't know the identities of the two sides, nor did they know why they suddenly started fighting. No, this isn't even called fighting, this is called slaughter. Do not act rashly without knowing the truth. Not to mention, the battle was clearly at the peak of the third rank or even close to the fourth rank, and none of the martial artists present were qualified to intervene. The only option was to leave the scene immediately. Boy, you will die today. Chasing stars and chasing the moon. Kill. Lu Yu's eyes reddened, and she roared. Holding the blade in one hand, he quickened his pace and shot out. The short blade pierced the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. It was incredibly unsettling. The speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to Li Yuan's side. Clearly, Lu Yu was also using some kind of movement and footwork martial arts. The speed increased suddenly. Blood Tiger charged in from the side. His fists were like battering rams, carrying terrifying destructive power. Although Blood Tiger is not as fast as Li Yuan and Lu Yu, he can hardly catch up with Li Yuan. But he can provide support for Lu Yu and block Li Yuan's escape routes. After all, the space was only so big, and Li Yuan's room to dodge was very limited. Moreover, because the area is small, the distance difference caused by the speed difference is also very small. Blood Tiger was the slowest, but due to the limited space, he was actually very close to Lu Yu and not far from Li Yuan either. At this moment, they rushed in from the side, blocking Li Yuan's space to dodge in this direction. Clearly, Lu Yu and Xuehu have worked together for many years, are very familiar with each other, and cooperate very well. One is the main attacker, and the other is responsible for suppressing movement. This put considerable pressure on Li Yuan. Li Yuan also sensed that the situation was not good, and made a quick decision, pulling out a section of his spear from behind him. Li Yuan's black dragon spear was still split into two parts, and what he pulled out at this moment was the part with the spearhead. Then, he suddenly stabbed to the side. Bang! A loud bang. The car window, made of special materials, was shattered by Li Yuan's shot. Moment. The strong winds carried shards of glass wildly into the carriage. At the same time, as the high-speed train emerged from the tunnel, the interior of the carriage instantly became much brighter. Without hesitation, Li Yuan jumped out of the carriage through the broken window. The moment his upper body exited the carriage, he hooked his left hand onto the top edge of the window, exerted a sudden force, and his body leaped toward the top of the high-speed train. Li Yuan rushed from inside the carriage to the top of the high-speed train. Chase. Lu Yu had already made up his mind to kill, so naturally he wouldn't give up so easily. He also jumped out of the car window and flew towards the roof. But as soon as he showed his face, Li Yuan thrust his spear at him. Whoosh! Li Yuan had already assembled the Black Dragon Spear. With this thrust, the spearhead spun and trembled, unleashing a burst of killing intent. Lu Yu reacted quickly, instantly deflecting the black dragon spear with his short blade. Taking this opportunity, he flipped himself onto the roof of the car. On the other side, with a bang, the car window shattered. Blood Tiger also flipped over and landed on the roof of the car. They surrounded Li Yuan from the front and the back. As the high-speed train sped along, a fierce wind howled. "Boy, you will die today," Lu Yu said coldly, his tone chilling. But Li Yuan actually grinned when he was surrounded by two third-level martial artists. "I'm not panicking at all. Just a sliver of information, I haven't lived enough yet, I don't want to die today." Li Yuan slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said calmly. "Snort." Lu Yu snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you can still control your own life and death?" Li Yuan shrugged and smiled faintly, "Of course, but your life and death are no longer in your own hands." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu frowned. They seemed to realize something was wrong. But it was too late. Swish, 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 swish. A series of whooshing sounds came from behind. 7 figures with powerful auras, some as agile as monkeys, some as nimble as cranes, and some as domineering as tigers. They all jumped onto the roof of the car. He surrounded Lu Yu, Li Yuan, and Xuehu in the middle. The situation reversed in an instant. Chapter 107. Li Yuan is in grave danger. The top of a high-speed train traveling at high speed. Li Yuan held a large spear, dressed in black, that perfectly showcased his tall and imposing figure. His eyes were bright, and his face was resolute. To his left was a burly, muscular, dark-skinned man with an aura of ferocity and bloodlust like a beast, the Blood Tiger, a red-robed deacon of the Beast God cult and a high-level third-tier martial artist. His fists were enormous, as hard as rock, and both were adorned with menacing, sharp knuckles. To Li Yuan's right was a tall, thin man with a delicate face, bright eyes, and a sinister expression. He was Lu Yu, a red-robed deacon of the Beast God sect and a peak third-tier martial artist. His left hand was behind his back, while his right hand held a gleaming, sharp alloy dagger, his killing intent boiling. The two attacked Li Yuan from both sides. However, Li Yuan, who was only at the initial stage of the second rank, remained completely calm and composed despite being surrounded by two third-rank martial artists. Because his support is in place. Led by Wang Meng, all 7 elite warriors from the Black Cloud Town Martial Division appeared on the train. Wang Meng is at the peak of the 3rd rank, and his strength is definitely no weaker than Lu Yu's. He alone can stop Lu Yu. Old Li and the other 2 captains were all at the high level of the 3rd tier, and each of them had strength comparable to Blood Tiger. The other 3 vice captains, although only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank and with a slightly lower martial arts level, could still greatly influence the battle situation if they joined the fray. Of course, let's not forget Li Yuan, a freak whose actual combat strength far exceeds his apparent martial arts level. He was roughly equivalent to a martial artist between the mid-stage and high stage of the 3rd tier. 8 versus 2. This time, the advantage is truly in my favor. Wang Meng? Lu Yu clearly knew this deputy director of the Jinwu division. His brows furrowed, and his expression turned extremely unpleasant. They've set a trap, waiting for me to fall into it. I didn't expect that your Jinwu division would also like to resort to such insidious and cunning tactics. Lu Yu narrowed her eyes, sensing something was wrong. He had almost entered a sure win situation. Ha ha ha. Wang Meng laughed loudly. His weapon was neither a knife, nor a sword, nor a spear, but a halberd. It is over 2 meters long, with a thick handle and a menacing head. It clearly follows a bold, aggressive, and domineering approach. Holding a halberd, Wang Meng stared directly at Lu Yu with eyes like lightning, and sneered, "You heretic, you're about to die and you're still barking like a madman." That's right. This whole situation today is set up specifically for you 2 scum of the Beast God cult. Wang Meng's gaze was icy, and his expression was cold. Do you think your actions are foolproof? Little did they know, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. When that big oaf was secretly monitoring Li, classmate, Li had already noticed his whereabouts and thus guessed his identity and your plan. Wang Meng almost blurted out Li Xiaoyao's name. Fortunately, he stopped in time. In Wang Meng's view, Li Xiaoyao is Li Yuan's real name, and this name may not be known to the Beast God sect. Wang Meng naturally wouldn't reveal this to the Beast God cult. Just in case. He meant that if, in the worst-case scenario, one of these two people escaped or managed to pass on information and reveal Li Xiaoyao's name, then Li Xiaoyao would inevitably be targeted, retaliated against, and assassinated by the Beast God sect in the future. This is clearly not a good thing for Li Xiaoyao. Therefore, Wang Meng tried his best to avoid revealing more information about himself. You bunch of scum from the Beast God cult are nothing but a bunch of dark rats. You would never dare to make a move in Black Cloud City. So the location you chose to take action was most likely on Li's way back. Now that we've guessed your plan, we naturally need to make targeted arrangements. Wang Meng said in a cold voice. Lu Yu's face darkened, and he glanced at Blood Tiger. His eyes flashed with a fierce glint and murderous intent. It's all because of this idiot. His dishonest actions exposed his whereabouts, and the Jinwu division guessed his intentions. Useless and incompetent, a complete failure. Lu Yu cursed angrily in a deep voice. Blood Tiger shrank back, not daring to talk back. Of course, he wasn't in the mood to argue at that moment. After all, one's own life is not in one's own hands. Wang Meng's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said in a deep voice, even at a time like this, you're still fighting amongst yourselves. Your Beast God sect is truly a group of talented individuals. Shut up. Lu Yu retorted angrily, our Beast God sect is no match for your nonsense. Who do you think you are? Come and fight me one-on-one if you dare. Wang Meng chuckled sarcastically and said casually, in this world, you need power and connections. Didn't you see I outnumber you? I don't do that kind of individual heroism. Who's going to fight you one-on-one? I'm clearly outnumbering you. If I were to ignore my advantages and stupidly fight you one-on-one, what would be the point of setting this up? Just for fun? Lu Yu scoffed disdainfully, coward. Is it so hard to admit you're a coward? Wang Meng sneered, you still have the nerve to talk about me? You are a peak third-level martial artist, and you had to personally take action against a young man. Not only did you have to bring along a high-level third-level assistant. The most important thing is that the two of you joined forces and still failed. How useless are you two? Isn't it just about winning people's hearts? It's like you're saying everyone can't do it. Wang Meng wouldn't be affected by such tactics. He immediately retorted. Lu Yu's lips twitched twice, and she was speechless. Because what Wang Meng said was true. As a peak third-tier expert, it was already shameless of him to personally deal with Li Yuan, but he also brought in a high-level third-tier helper. That's fine. It doesn't matter if you succeed. The victor is king, the loser is villain. But unfortunately, Lu Yu also made a mistake. What shameless nonsense is this? Whoosh. The one surnamed Wang. Enough with the nonsense. Today, let me test your abilities as the deputy director of the Jinwu division. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu took a step forward, her figure as swift as the wind. He charged out, wielding a short blade. Ha ha ha. Well done. Wang Meng laughed wildly a few times, then swung his halberd, producing a whooshing sound. Their momentum surged instantly. Take this. Wang Meng roared. He swung his halberd and attacked Lu Yu. Fighting. A sudden burst of power. Clang. Lu Yu and Wang Meng clashed swiftly, their short blades and halberds colliding. It produced a loud clanging sound like metal clashing, and sparks flew everywhere. The surge of true energy caused the surrounding air to spread rapidly, creating visible ripples of airwaves. Lu Yu's expression changed, as if he could not withstand Wang Meng's enormous force and was sent flying backward. Can't even withstand one round? Wang Meng frowned, not pleased, but uneasy. Although it seemed that Lu Yu was knocked away by himself, his flying posture was not disheveled, and his expression was not flustered at all. There was even a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. It seems like he's laughing? Moreover, with Lu Yu's peak third-tier martial arts level, even at his worst, he shouldn't be unable to last even one round. Not good. This bastard's target is Li Yuan. Wang Meng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression changed drastically, clearly indicating that he had guessed Lu Yu's true intentions. He was clearly feigning a fight with Wang Meng to divert everyone's attention, while using the recoil from the clash with Wang Meng to rush off in the opposite direction. And over there, it was none other than Li Yuan. Li Yuan is in grave danger. Chapter 108. One shot, one soul away. Die. Lu Yu flew backwards halfway, then suddenly twisted his body in midair, completely defying the laws of physics, and gripped the short blade tightly in one hand. They rushed towards Li Yuan. The murderous intent was boiling over. Lu Yu clearly realized that, given the current situation, his chances of escaping alive were slim. But he's also a ruthless character. Realizing escape was unlikely, they decided to take the plunge. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take someone down with me before I die. Li Yuan. This was the person Lu Yu had chosen as a scapegoat. Firstly, the failure of yesterday's prison van hijacking operation and the capture of Qi Shui and others were largely due to Li Yuan. Lu Yu's main purpose for this trip was to kill him to vent his anger. Secondly, Li Yuan is a genius student of Sungchuan Martial Academy and will surely become a powerful martial artist in the future. Killing him here will surely be a painful blow to Sungchuan Martial Academy for a long time. Therefore, Lu Yu was determined to kill Li Yuan. I can die, but Li Yuan must be killed. Even a cornered beast will fight. That's exactly right. In that instant, Lu Yu's true energy transformed into a raging torrent, circulating wildly through his meridians. Speed explodes to its limit. The short blade was enveloped in true energy, giving it even more terrifying destructive power. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed, and a chilling killing intent emanated from it. Under the sunlight, the alloy short blade reflected a cold light as it thrust towards Li Yuan. It was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already standing in front of Li Yuan. Li Xiaoyao! Careful! Wang Meng shouted a loud warning to Li Yuan. At the same time, he also burst into extreme speed, wielding a halberd as he charged towards Lu Yu. He unleashed a terrifying killing move at Lu Yu. They wanted to use this to force Lu Yu to turn back and protect herself, and give up attacking Li Yuan. To relieve the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao. But Wang Meng underestimated Lu Yu's determination and murderous intent. Lu Yu was already going all out, disregarding everything else, with only one thought in mind, to kill Li Yuan. Even if it meant taking Wang Meng's attacks head-on, resulting in serious injury or even death, he would not give up on attacking Li Yuan. One for one, Lu Yu did it all. Since he already had no chance of escaping, what else was there to risk? Faced with this sudden burst of killing intent, Li Yuan's heart clenched, and his pupils constricted to extremely dangerous needle-like shapes. Crisis. Life or death crisis. In that instant, cold sweat poured down Li Yuan's back as he sensed an immense crisis. The shadow of death seemed to have already descended. Lu Yu's actions were something he hadn't expected. However, Li Yuan is not the type to surrender easily. You want to kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability. Li Yuan's eyes flashed with divine light, and he roared. The rock cultivation method was running wildly, and the true energy in his body was rapidly boiling. Void Star Step, unleash it. Whoosh! Li Yuan took a step forward, and his feet were instantly enveloped in dazzling and mysterious starlight. With the starlight's blessing, Li Yuan possessed terrifying speed. And, under the threat of death, Li Yuan's inner universe erupted. True Qi and martial soul power. Full support. Speed breaks limits, setting new records. Whoosh! Li Yuan was so fast that he left afterimages. He left behind an afterimage, but his true form was already stepping on starlight and flashing away. The speed was so fast that even Li Yuan himself was quite surprised. This was already beyond his speed limit. Sure enough, in life or death situations, one can indeed squeeze out their potential and unleash even greater strength. This time, Li Yuan broke through his limits and surpassed himself under the test of life and death. The void stepping stars is terrifying. The instant Li Yuan dodged away, Lu Yu's attack arrived. Whoosh! The short blade pierced Li Yuan's chest. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, her lips curled slightly, and a sense of pleasure welled up inside her. But then he realized something was wrong. Because this Li Yuan is completely defenseless? There was no sense of obstruction whatsoever. Not good. Lu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Afterimage. Lu Yu guessed the truth. It's actually an afterimage left behind after moving at a certain speed. In reality, the true body has already gone far away and is no longer in the same place. However, due to its extremely high speed, it appears to be still in the same place to people. In fact, what remains in the same place is not the true body, but an afterimage. It's an illusion caused by retinal remnants. Lu Yu realized this, but didn't have time to think about why Li Yuan was so fast. All he knew was that he had made a mistake. He also knew that Li Yuan was a must-kill, especially after the latter displayed such amazing speed and agility, and showed even more exaggerated talent and potential. He also knew that the opportunity was fleeting. His first surprise attack had been dodged by Li Yuan. The success rate has dropped significantly. But we still have to kill. The thought flashed through my mind in an instant. Lu Yu then turned around, swung his short blade, and chased after Li Yuan. The first killing move was dodged by Li Yuan using his movement skills. Without pausing, Lu Yu immediately unleashed her second killing move. The short blade gleamed coldly, like a venomous tongue. The angle was tricky, and the speed was incredibly fast. It stabbed towards Li Yuan's back. Sensing the chilling killing intent emanating from behind, Li Yuan dared not relax for a moment and could only continue to use the Void Star step to dodge. "You scoundrel!" Wang Meng's furious shout rang out behind Lu Yu. He went almost insane. Damn it! If Li Xiaoyao were to be killed by the scum of the beast god cult right in front of him, he might as well just smash his head against a wall and die. Putting aside the fact that Li Xiaoyao is a genius student of Songchuan Martial Academy, a future powerhouse and pillar of the human race, and must not perish here. Even from a purely personal standpoint, Wang Meng absolutely could not tolerate any mishap to Li Xiaoyao in front of him. He admired Li Xiaoyao. We must save it. Seeing that Li Yuan's movements were profound and he dodged Lu Yu's first killing move, Wang Meng was pleasantly surprised. But then Lu Yu continued to chase after Li Yuan. Wang Meng was furious. This is outrageous. Lu Yu, you want to kill someone right in front of me? Do you think I'm just a decoration? Wang Meng was furious and increased his speed even further. Wielding a halberd, he launched a ferocious attack. At this moment, Lu Yu was only thinking about killing Li Yuan and completely ignored Wang Meng. His thought was that even if Wang Meng killed him, he would fight to the death before taking Li Yuan with him, so that they could perish together. Lu Yu came with the mindset of trading one for one. However, he underestimated Wang Meng's strength and underestimated how much Wang Meng valued Li Yuan. Before Lu Yu could catch up with Li Yuan, Wang Meng had already caught up with him. Take this from my spear. Wang Meng's furious voice boomed. What followed was a terrifying howling sound that sent chills down one's spine. Bang! The heavy halberd slammed into Lu Yu's back. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a giant dragon. Internal organs shattered, blood vessels burst, bones fractured. It just cracked in various ways. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and lunged forward. Laugh! A large spear, spiraling like a poisonous dragon, thrust forward. It pierced straight through Lu Yu's chest. The incredibly sharp D-grade alloy spearhead, with overwhelming force, pierced through Lu Yu's chest, penetrating his body and exiting from his back amidst spurting blood. Chapter 109 Unexpected Surprise. Actually, normally speaking, with Lu Yu's peak third-tier martial arts realm, the true chi armor covering his entire body would provide extremely strong defense. In addition, the inner elixir provides a continuous source of true energy. Lu Yu's defense is definitely not something Li Yuan can easily break through at this stage. Even with the addition of D-grade alloy, it is still difficult to achieve. But unfortunately, Lu Yu was first struck hard on the back by Wang Meng's heavy blow. The violent true energy surged wildly in his body, making his breathing extremely chaotic. Naturally, his true energy armor could not be maintained at its full strength and began to fluctuate. Furthermore, Lu Yu's frenzied attack was aimed at killing Li Yuan, so when he made his move, he used the vast majority of his true energy to amplify his speed and attack, leaving very little true energy for defense, barely enough to maintain the most basic operation of his true energy armor. In other words, Lu Yu's true chi armor was already relatively weak at this point, and with Wang Meng's heavy blow destroying it, it became even more vulnerable. This is why Li Yuan's shot was so powerful and unstoppable. It directly and forcefully broke through Lu Yu's true chi armor. Then, it pierced through the body violently. Insert into the front of the chest and exit through the back. His heart was stabbed right through. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Yu felt as if struck by lightning, her body trembled violently, her breath instantly became much weaker, and a paleness quickly crept onto her face. Her lips turned completely bloodless. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief, regret, resentment, and unwillingness. He never imagined that he would be killed by Li Yuan. In Lu Yu's script, he should have used all his strength to instantly kill Li Yuan, and then be seriously injured or killed by Wang Meng. But no matter what, it wouldn't be a result like dying at Li Yuan's hands. Lu Yu simply couldn't accept it. No, that's impossible. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. Puff. Lu Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath growing increasingly weak. His face was contorted with madness. With his face covered in blood, he resembled a vengeful ghost, utterly terrifying. Lu Yu roared hoarsely and fiercely, his eyes bloodshot as he glared menacingly at Li Yuan. I'm not reconciled. He roared wildly. You're so noisy. What can you do if you're not happy? You're just stupid. Li Yuan shook his head. He suddenly twisted his right hand, which was holding the gun. The black dragon spear began to spin, resembling a spiral drill. The violent true energy surged powerfully into Lu Yu's body through the black dragon spear, instantly shattering his heart and other nearby internal organs. Puff! Lu Yu felt as if struck by lightning, and her body trembled violently. The eyeballs are bulging. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which also seemed to contain some fragments of internal organs. Li Yuan casually waved his hand, and his true energy surged, forming an air wall that blocked the spurting blood and fragments of internal organs he didn't want to be sprayed with filth. And Lu Yu. The spitting out of blood meant that his life had come to an end. His face was ashen white, and his lips were completely bloodless. His lips twitched twice. My body went limp and collapsed. They were completely lifeless, their life force extinguished. At the same time, a pleasant, mechanical voice rang in Li Yuan's mind. Killed one peak tier 3 martial artist, kill points plus 502. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. No, are you sure you're not mistaken? Brother Tongzi? You didn't say that killing people could also earn you kill points? What's going on? Brother Tongzi, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Li Yuan thought to himself. Who am I supposed to explain this to now? Li Yuan. Society. It turns out it's a social system after all. However, this rule did indeed surprise Li Yuan. He originally thought that he could only gain kill points by killing alien beasts, but he never expected that killing people could also do it. Speaking of which, Lu Yu was the first person Li Yuan personally killed. Prior to this, Li Yuan had never killed anyone. Let's not even talk about the college entrance exam for martial arts students. Although he encountered some clueless guys who came to provoke him, it never amounted to a life or death situation. At most, Li Yuan would just beat them up and throw them out of the exam room. Later, after the martial arts exam, he was attacked and killed by the Beast God cult. The assassin who was disguised as a pregnant woman died, but she was not killed by Li Yuan. Li Yuan merely defeated the pregnant woman killer. Seeing that the success rate was almost zero, she chose to self-destruct, wanting to die together with Li Yuan. Ultimately, it was a case of a pregnant woman committing suicide. After that, he entered the Tsangshuan Martial Academy and never killed anyone again. In yesterday's operation, since the mission requirement was that capturing alive would be rated higher than killing, Li Yuan tried his best not to kill anyone, only crippling them. Those who died. Or it could be that the official members of the Beast God cult are going crazy and self-destructing. Or they were peripheral members who were taken away by the power of their self-destruction. No one died directly at Li Yuan's hands. Therefore, Li Yu was indeed the first person Li Yuan killed with his own hands. This kill also brought him an unexpected gain. He realized that killing martial artists could also earn him kill points. Moreover, since Lu Yu was a peak 3rd tier martial artist, the killing points he contributed were an astonishing 500. Lu Yu is such a good person. Li Yuan silently recited it in his heart. At the same time, bring up the panel. Name, Li Yuan. Martial Soul, Neze Unique God Level. Martial Arts Realm, Early Stage of 2nd Rank. Life Level, 20.8 plus. Cultivation Method, Intermediate Grade Rock Cultivation Method Mastered. Martial Arts, Basic Fist Techniques Beginner Plus, Basic Spear Techniques Beginner Plus, Low Grade Overlord Formation Breaking Spear Master Plus, Low Grade Azure Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear Master Plus, Low Grade Void Star Stepping Step Proficient, Low Grade Overlord Crushing Fist Master Plus. Supernatural Power, Samadhi True Fire, Lotus Incarnation. Next draw requires 10,000 kill points. Kill value, 1101. Wow! The kill count has reached 4 digits again. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Even disregarding the mission, Li Yuan made a fortune from this trip to Black Cloud City. The kill count surged by 500 plus. It was worth it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It actually happened in the blink of an eye. After Lu Yu died, Li Yuan casually flung the spear, sending Lu Yu's body flying off like a pile of mud, with blood gushing out. Lu Yu's body lay limply on the roof of the car. The tip of the black dragon spear points diagonally downwards. Blood flowed down the gun barrel, congealed into droplets at the tip, and then dripped down. Whoosh! Wang Meng rushed to Li Yuan's side. He looked at him with concern. "Brotherly, are you all right?" Even if Lu Yu and Xuehu escape and the operation ends in failure, as long as Li Yuan is protected, it will be considered a success. So when Wang Meng saw Lu Yu rushing frantically towards Li Yuan, looking like she was determined to take him away at all costs, he was extremely anxious. He realized he had been too hasty. I never expected Lu Yu to be so crazy. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan not only possessed extraordinary movement techniques and lightning-fast speed, but his attacks were also extremely ruthless and powerful. With a single shot, Lu Yu was pierced through. A successful comeback. Such quick thinking and composure under pressure truly surprised Wang Meng. Chapter 110, Handling it locally. "I'm fine, Brother Wang, it's just... I accidentally killed this guy just now." Li Yuan pointed his gun at Lu Yu's corpse. Wang Meng waved his hand and laughed. "Hey! This is nothing. As long as you're alright, this operation is a great success. Our primary objective in this operation is to protect you from assassination by the Beast God cult scum. Our secondary objective is to capture or kill the Beast God cult scum. With the first objective already achieved, the second objective is no longer important. Besides..." Wang Meng looked at Li Yuan with a smile. Being able to kill a red-robed deacon of the Beast God cult is a huge success. Not to mention... Wang Meng looked to the other side. Blood Tiger had been beaten to a pulp, looking like a dead dog. Lu Yu was at least a peak third-tier cultivator, one of the two strongest individuals on the field, the other being Wang Meng. When he goes crazy, he can indeed cause some trouble. But Blood Tiger... it's just a high-level third rank. Each of Lao Li and the other two captains, if taken individually, is no weaker than Blood Tiger. The three of them worked together, and the three vice-captains were mid-stage third-tier martial artists. No matter how hard Blood Tiger tries, he can't make much of a splash. No matter how crazy he gets, he's powerless to change anything. In no time at all, his hands and feet were crippled, and his internal energy was sealed. He was covered in blood, almost a blood-soaked figure. This certainly made his name truly fitting. Blood Tiger, how can you call yourself a Blood Tiger if you're not covered in blood? Blood Tiger was thus captured alive. Although we failed to capture Lu Yu alive, killing him here is still a huge success. Moreover, they captured Blood Tiger, the red-clad steward, alive. It was also a huge gain. Therefore, it can be said that this operation was a success. Then, the group returned to the carriage with Lu Yu's body and the crippled Blood Tiger. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am very sorry. I am Wang Meng, the Deputy Director of the Martial Arts Division of Black Cloud Town. These are my colleagues." Wang Meng glanced at the shocked and bewildered people in the carriage, showed them his identification, and said in a deep voice, "We were just carrying out a secret mission. The objective is to capture these two members of the Beast God cult." Wang Meng pointed to Lu Yu's corpse and the blood-soaked tiger. "It's actually the Beast God cult. I've long heard of the Beast God cult's infamous reputation, but I never expected to actually see two of their scum in person. They don't seem to have any superhuman abilities after all. Pah! You scum of the Beast God cult, you deserve to die." "I see. I thought it was a martial artist seeking revenge, but it turns out it was the Jinwu division carrying out a mission." The other martial artists began to discuss it amongst themselves. Obviously. The Beast God cult is notorious and has a very bad reputation among normal martial artists. Upon hearing that Lu Yu and Blood Tiger were both members of the Beast God sect, the other martial artists cursed aloud, expressing their deep hatred for the members of the Beast God sect. Ultimately, it's the Beast God cult that has committed too many atrocities. No wonder others hate them. Humph. You dare to insult my Beast God sect, you're courting death. Blood Tiger was covered in blood, its face contorted with rage, its two large, bell-like eyes glaring fiercely, and it growled hoarsely, "Beast!" His eyes swept fiercely over the crowd. Smack! The words had barely left his mouth. A heavy blow landed. It was old Li, wielding a long, wide, and thick broadsword, who slammed the back of the blade hard onto Blood Tiger's head. "You son of a bitch, who gave you the right to speak? Don't worry, once we get back to the Jinwu division, I'll treat you well even if you don't want to talk, and let you speak freely." Old Li snorted coldly and said in a chilling voice. "It goes without saying. After Blood Tiger is brought back to the martial arts headquarters in Black Cloud Town, he will surely face all kinds of torture and torment. He's still babbling on and on here. They're really courting death." The rest of the journey went very smoothly. No one caused any more trouble. Moreover, Blood Tiger's body was controlled by specially made alloy handcuffs and shackles, suppressing his true energy, so he couldn't make a ripple. Even their mouths were gagged. However, the high-speed train cannot turn around. Therefore, Wang Meng and his group could not return to Jinwu Division midway and could only go to Ningzhou first. Black Cloud City is not far from Ningzhou. With the speed of the high-speed rail, it takes less than half an hour to reach the station. Wang Meng and the others carried Lu Yu's corpse and the captured Blood Tiger out of the station through the special passage for martial artists. Li Yuan was naturally among them. The group exited the station. Immediately, two powerful and imposing martial artists came forward to meet them. One of them was tall and burly, with a rugged face, a thick beard, and bulging muscles. He looked extremely fierce. The other person was of medium build, not very tall, but looked very sturdy. His eyes were sharp as knives, and his serious expression was unsmiling. Although he was reserved, the sense of oppression he gave off was even stronger. The combination of these two is somewhat similar to that of Lu Yu and Xue Hu. They were all muscular men with slightly weaker builds. Those two are no ordinary people. The man of medium build is named Zhou Tianyong, the deputy director of the Ningzhou Jinwu Division. The muscular man next to him is named Gu Dao, a captain of the Ningzhou Jinwu Division's action team. Speaking of which, Zhou Tianyong is a deputy director, and Wang Meng is also a deputy director. They appear to be on the same level. That's not actually the case. After all, Zhou Tianyong's Jinwu Division was the Jinwu Division of Ningzhou, and Ningzhou was the capital of Qingxia Province. As for Black Cloud City, it was just a prefecture-level city. This is like asking if the director of a prefecture-level city's public security bureau can be on equal footing with the director of a provincial capital's public security bureau. Furthermore, Zhou Tianyong is at the peak of the 4th rank. Wang Meng, however, was only at the peak of the 3rd rank. The difference in their martial arts levels is also significant. In terms of both status and strength, Zhou Tianyong is far superior to Wang Meng. Even Gu Dao, who is only a captain, is stronger than Wang Meng, possessing a martial arts realm at the mid-4th tier. This is Ningzhou, the capital of Qingxia Province, the location of Sanchuan Martial Academy. It is naturally incomparable to a prefecture-level city like Black Cloud City. Zhou Tianyong and Gu Dao came here because they received a request for help from Wang Meng. Blood Tiger is a red-robed deacon, and he's not someone that can be easily discarded within the Beast God cult. Moreover, he definitely knows some of the Beast God cult's secrets. If the other powerful members of the Beast God cult learn that Blood Tiger has been captured. Therefore, during the journey when Wang Meng and his group are escorting Blood Tiger back to Black Cloud City, a new prison break will most likely occur. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, Wang Meng decided that Blood Tiger would not be brought back to Black Cloud City, but would be handed over to the Ningzhou Jinwu Division nearby. Chapter 111, Handover completed. Director Zhou, Captain Gu, hello. When Wang Meng saw Zhou Tianyong and Gu Dao approaching, he immediately quickened his pace to greet them, extending his right hand with a broad smile. Old Wang, it's been more than a year since we last met, hasn't it? How have you been lately? Zhou Tianyong said with a smile. She was completely unpretentious. Gu Dao nodded to Wang Meng as well. They are all in the same system. Although there are differences in strength and status, they generally get along very harmoniously. No one would be stupid enough to mock or belittle their colleagues. Wang Meng exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhou Tianyong before getting down to business. Director Zhou, this is the red-robed deacon of the Beast God cult, named Blood Tiger. That corpse belonged to another red-robed deacon named Lu Yu. Wang Meng explained the situation to Zhou Tianyong. Here's what happened. Our Black Cloud Town Martial Division received intelligence about a certain Beast God cult stronghold, so we contacted the Sanchuan Martial Academy and issued a mission. And this student, Li Xiaoyao, is a student from Sanchuan Martial Academy who takes on missions. Yesterday, the operation was launched. Li Xiaoyao single-handedly destroyed the beast god cult's stronghold and captured one black-clad deacon and two white-clad deacons. Wang Meng did not take all the credit, but also highlighted Li Yuan's performance. Afterwards, on our way back to headquarters as we were escorting the beast god cult deacons, we were attacked by 4 red-robed deacons of the beast god cult. It was Li Xiaoyao who single-handedly held off one of the red-robed deacons, thus preventing any accidents from happening to the prison cart. He even blocked the red-robed deacon's escape route and, with the assistance of our warriors, captured him alive. But he was also resented by the beast god cult because of this. Yesterday, he discovered that someone was watching him and guessed that the beast god cult wanted to retaliate. He also guessed that the beast god cult would make its move on his return journey. They told me, and we waited patiently for them to come to us. As expected, the 2 red-robed deacons of the beast god sect attacked Li Xiaoyao. We joined forces to defeat them, and Lu Yu died at Li Xiaoyao's hands. Wang Meng's words made no attempt to conceal his admiration and praise for Li Xiaoyao. It also emphasized the crucial role played by Li Yuan throughout the entire operation. Whether it's destroying Outpost 081, protecting the prison van, intercepting Crimson Blood, discovering being monitored, deducing the beast god cult's intentions, or the final high-speed rail showdown. Li Yuan, they're all key players. Oh. After hearing Wang Meng's story, Zhou Tianyong and Gu Dao looked at Li Yuan with great surprise. They were from the Ningzhou Jinwu division, so naturally they had a lot of dealings with the Tsangshuan Martial Academy and were somewhat familiar with its systems, regulations, and student situation. It is clear that Tsangshuan Martial Academy will cooperate with the Jinwu division of the surrounding cities, with the latter issuing the missions and the former sending students to carry them out. This cooperation model is a win-win situation. The Jinwu division reduced its expenditure on manpower and resources, and also significantly reduced its risks. Meanwhile, the students of Tsangshuan Martial Academy had excellent training opportunities. The Ningzhou Jinwu division has also issued many missions to the Tsangshuan Martial Academy. Zhou Tianyong and Gu Dao had both directly contacted and collaborated with students from Tsangshuan Martial Academy. Admittedly, the students of Tsangshuan Martial Academy are all very outstanding. He has an exceptionally high talent for martial arts. His martial arts skills are also astonishing. But very few trainees can perform as dramatically as Li Yuan. Not only did they complete the task, but they also provided perfect answers to the extra questions that were beyond the scope of the curriculum. Whether it was delaying the red-clad deacon's attempt to break into the prison van, or detecting and anticipating the beast god cult's retaliatory actions, and especially personally eliminating a red-clad deacon in the end, it was nothing short of a miracle. You should know. Even the weakest of the red-robed deacons of the beast god cult is at least a high-level 3rd rank. Among them, the best, such as Lu Yu, who was only one opportunity away from becoming a bishop, possessed the cultivation of the peak of the 3rd rank. Li Yuan was actually able to delay a high-level 3rd-tier cultivator and kill a peak 3rd-tier cultivator. Although Li Yuan did not achieve a solo kill, he must have done so with Wang Meng as the main force. But it is enough to make people feel incredibly shocked. No matter how talented or outstanding a student is at Tsangshuan Martial Academy, they are still just a student. Geniuses are strong in the future. With enough time, a strong person can surpass some of the older generation of powerful individuals. Li Yuan's performance was so outstanding while he was still in school, so one can only imagine how dazzling he would be after graduating from Tsangshuan Martial Academy. Moreover, strength is only one of Li Yuan's shining points, and it is not the most outstanding one. What truly surprised Zhou Tianyong and Gu Dao was Li Yuan's calmness, decisiveness, boldness, and meticulousness. He single-handedly completed the mission of destroying the beast god cult's stronghold and capturing beast god cult members alive. Faced with the beast god cult's powerful members attempting to break into the prison cart, he not only remained calm but also stepped forward, single-handedly delaying a 3rd-tier high-level martial artist. When the other side saw that the attempt to hijack the prison van was not going to work and prepared to retreat, they forcibly blocked one of the other side's men. With keen insight, he promptly discovered the beast god cult warriors who were secretly spying on him. A calm analysis and rational judgment revealed the intentions and plans of the beast god cult. Faced with the combined attack of 2 martial artists at the 3rd rank or above, he remained calm and composed, preserving himself and even managing to turn the tables. Each and every one of these performances deserves the word explosive. When all these traits are concentrated in one person, then only the word perverted can describe it. What a young hero! Zhou Tianyong looked intently at Li Yuan and gave a heartfelt exclamation of admiration. Li Yuan smiled slightly and said modestly, "Director Zhou, you flatter me. I only did what I could. Ha ha. Young man, you are neither humble nor arrogant, neither proud nor impatient, not bad, not bad. Zhou Tianyong's evaluation of Li Yuan has risen even higher. He also grew to admire this young martial artist more and more. Gu Dao, who was standing next to Li Yuan, also extended a gesture of goodwill towards him. So you see, when you are powerful enough or demonstrate sufficient value, the world becomes much friendlier. Li Yuan is a genius, and he has such a brilliant performance. Therefore, the people around him naturally treated him very well. The scenario of the protagonist being ridiculed and looked down upon by everyone, as depicted in some mindless wish-fulfillment novels he had read in his previous life, did not happen to Li Yuan. They were all martial artists, none of them were fools. Why would anyone provoke a genius with extraordinary future achievements in martial arts? Isn't this just a waste of time and energy? Subsequently, the Ningzhou Town Martial Arts Division, led by Zhou Tianyong, completed the handover with the Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Division Emergency Response Team led by Wang Meng. Blood Tiger, the red-robed deacon of the Beast God cult, was officially transferred to the Ningzhou Jinwu Division. He was interrogated in Ningzhou. As for the Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Emergency Response Team, only Wang Meng stayed behind to assist, while the others returned to Black Cloud Town first. Zhou Tianyong deliberately kept Wang Meng behind because of this merit, which belonged to the Martial Division of Black Cloud Town. It was the Martial Arts Division of Black Cloud Town that painstakingly captured Blood Tiger, a red-robed deacon of the Beast God cult. This credit belongs to the Wuxi Emergency Response Team of Heiyun Town. Normally speaking, Blood Tiger should have been taken back to the Martial Arts Division of Black Cloud Town. However, considering that the Beast God cult might do something crazy again, Wang Meng contacted the Ningzhou Jinwu Division for safety reasons and dealt with Blood Tiger nearby. However, this does not mean that all the credit should go to the Ningzhou Jinwu Division. Zhou Tianyong is not the kind of person who covets others' credit or takes credit for others' work. This time, his help was more out of friendship. Chapter 112 New Mission. Of course, these things have little to do with Li Yuan. He has already completed his mission, and the Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Division will truthfully report all his performance outside of the mission to the Tsengshuan Martial Academy. While these feedbacks didn't bring Li Yuan any additional benefits after all, what Li Yuan did afterwards was to help the Jinwu Division and suppress the Beast God sect, but it wasn't a task issued by the Tsengshuan Martial Academy, so there were no corresponding rewards. Li Yuan's performance was genuine and undeniable, and his contributions were obvious and undeniable. At least, Li Yuan's mission will be rated much higher. This is also good news for Li Yuan. Upon returning to school, Li Yuan went straight to the mission hall. You can accept tasks online, which is very convenient. However, you can only turn in the quest offline at the quest hall. The mission hall is similar to the resource repository that Li Yuan visited before, and it also has a structure similar to a government service hall. There is also a task acceptance window here. Some special tasks need to be accepted offline because offline investigation and verification are required. The task will only be issued after the conditions are met. However, there were very few people at the window accepting tasks. After all, there are relatively few special tasks that require offline participation, and the requirements are usually higher. There are few tasks and few people. There weren't actually that many people at the task submission window. Li Yuan went to an empty window and swiped his smartwatch on the device in front of the window. "Hello, I'm here to complete the task." Li Yuan said it politely. The staff member at the window was a woman with short, ear-length hair who looked very capable. Shui Jingjing nodded to Li Yuan and looked at the computer screen in front of her. The details of Li Yuan's related tasks have been presented above. Oh, it's a 1-star difficulty mission, destroy the Beast God called outpost. The requirements are to destroy Beast God called outpost number 081 and kill or capture Beast God cult members. Okay, let me check the progress. Target number 1, the black-clad butler, captured alive. Target number 2, the white-clad butler, captured alive. Target number 3, the white-clad butler, captured alive. That's a great job, classmate. You're already entitled to the full reward. Shui Jingjing smiled at Li Yuan again, then continued watching. There is more content below. Hiss. Shui Jingjing's pupils suddenly contracted, and she gasped. She seemed to have seen something that shocked her. You actually managed to hold off a high-level 3rd-tier Beast God cult red-robed deacon and helped capture him alive. You also anticipated the Beast God cult's revenge against you and cooperated with the Martial Division of Black Cloud Town to capture one of the 2 Beast God cult red-robed deacons who came to retaliate against you, and personally killed the other. Dude, How did you do that? Shui Jingjing looked at Li Yuan in utter shock. She had worked in the mission lobby for many years and had never seen such an explosive mission performance. Is this even human? Answer me. Li Yuan smiled slightly and said modestly, just lucky, just lucky. In this situation, relying on luck is indeed a good solution. Shui Jingjing gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. Then we continued to check his student registration information. Holy crap! It's no wonder I was shocked when I looked. Big freshman year? Shui Jingjing was completely dumbfounded. They stared at Li Yuan in utter shock, as if they were looking at a monster. You're still a freshman? You can fight a high-level third-tier martial artist and escape unscathed? No. You not only escaped unscathed, you even managed to hold back a high-level third-tier martial artist. Shui Jingjing was at a loss for words to describe the shock she felt at that moment. In a word, it was a raging storm. I couldn't calm down for a long time. It's true that Sanchuan Martial Academy is full of geniuses, but there should be limits to genius, right? That's outrageous. That's outrageous. Li Yuan, your task has been completed beyond the scope of the curriculum, triggering the hidden reward of the task system. The school will not only reward you with the initial 20 credits, but will also give you an additional 100 credits. You should know that this hidden reward system has been in place for nearly 100 years, but the number of people who have successfully obtained it is still less than a handful. And without exception, they all became powerful figures in their own right. Shui Jingjing looked at Li Yuan with shining eyes. I believe you will also stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. Good luck in your martial arts endeavors, classmate. Li Yuan sincerely thanked him, saying, thank you very much. He then turned and left. Back in his luxurious villa, he washed up, then spent some time cultivating in the gravity chamber before finally settling comfortably in the medicinal bathtub. I can feel every cell and pore in my body breathing freely. Very pleasant. However, Li Yuan did not succumb to this comfort. Chi. I am here. A crisp and pleasant sound rang out. The intelligent butler Chi appeared in front of Li Yuan, flapping its wings, graceful and agile. Open the mission lobby, Li Yuan said. Yes, master, the mission lobby is being opened for you. Chi responded sweetly, and then a semi-transparent light screen appeared in front of Li Yuan. This is the task system interface. Li Yuan began browsing and filtering. He needs to continue taking on missions and continuing to complete them. In Li Yuan's case, staying at school would slow down his cultivation progress, but going out to do missions and gain experience would allow him to improve much faster. Soon. Li Yuan then found a suitable task. Mission name, Pursuit of the Ruthless Bandit In Joyo. Mission difficulty, 2 stars. Mission type, Capture Kill. Mission objective, capture or kill In Joyo, a Class A wanted criminal. Mission information, In Joyo, a mid-stage third-tier martial artist, once slaughtered 32 people in one night, including pregnant women and infants. His methods were extremely cruel and inhumane, earning him an A-level wanted criminal. The Jinwu Division launched a large-scale manhunt, but In Joyo killed 2 Jinwu Division martial artists and went on the run. Latest intelligence indicates that In Joyo appeared in Hangyun Mountain. Please go to Hangyun Mountain to search for In Joyo's whereabouts and capture or kill him. Mission rewards, 30 credits for capturing, 20 credits for killing. Chapter 113, more points added. In Joyo. A heretical martial artist, or what might be called a fallen martial artist. In short, he's a villain. He committed numerous evils, and his hands were stained with blood. It's not quite the same as an extremist organization like the Beast God cult. Extremist organizations exist solely to subvert human society and destroy the flame of human civilization. They stand in opposition to all of humanity, regardless of country, power, belief, or region. This is what it means to be a treacherous person. They are the common enemy of all mankind. Evil people, on the other hand, commit numerous evil deeds and create many murders. Ruthless, bloodthirsty, and brutal. It poses a great threat to society, but it is still somewhat inferior to extremist organizations. If I had to use an analogy, extremist groups are somewhat similar to the traitors and collaborators of that era. The villains are more like bandits and outlaws who take advantage of the chaos. Of course, they differ only in nature and scope of harm, but they have one thing in common: they all deserve to die. These bastards deserve to be wiped out. It was absolutely the right thing to do. For example, the target of Li Yuan's mission this time is Yin Joyo. He was originally a freelance martial artist who did not join any organization or force. He relied entirely on his own efforts, hunting exotic beasts to obtain resources. Of course, whether he committed murder, robbery, or other petty theft in the wilderness is anyone's guess. Even knowing, it's nothing. In the wilderness, there are no laws or rules to restrict you. There is only one rule: the strong prey on the weak. In the wilderness, human warriors hunt exotic beasts, and the beasts attack humans. However, among humans, there are also inevitable incidents of sneak attacks, battles, and scheming. You can't blame anyone else for dying, you can only blame yourself for being stupid and not being strong enough. Therefore, most of those who dare to venture into the wilderness are ruthless individuals. Not only are they strong enough, they're also ruthless. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Killing someone in the wilderness comes without any consequences. Neither the authorities nor the martial hall will punish a martial artist for killing someone in the wilderness. Of course, if the relatives or elders of the murdered person want revenge, the authorities and the martial hall will not stop them, provided that the fight is not carried out in the city and the grudges are settled in the wilderness. In short, in one sentence, killing someone in the wilderness won't be investigated by the authorities or the martial hall, only personal grudges might come knocking. Therefore, whether Yin Joyo has killed anyone in the wilderness area is unknown and is not important, nor does it have anything to do with him being listed as an A-level wanted criminal. Yin Joyo was listed as an A-level wanted criminal simply because he attacked ordinary people. In this world of advanced martial arts, martial artists hold a status far exceeding that of ordinary people, enjoying privileges as a class. But even martial artists cannot wantonly slaughter ordinary people. If an ordinary person makes the first move to threaten or provoke a martial artist, or harm the martial artist's family, then the martial artist immediately gains unlimited right to attack against that ordinary person. Any harm done to this ordinary person is justified and legal. They could even kill them without any repercussions. This is the privilege enjoyed by martial artists. However, privileges are also limited. If they are not restricted, a considerable number of martial artists will transform from the main force protecting humanity into executioners who threaten human civilization and cause social unrest. A martial artist cannot kill without cause. Large-scale massacres are absolutely unacceptable. Warrior. His individual strength is too great. If a martial artist acts recklessly, it can easily lead to terrible bloodshed. Therefore, the government and the martial hall jointly formulated a series of regulations to manage and restrain martial artists. The specific management, supervision, and punishment agencies were the local Jinwu divisions. Even with clear regulations, strict constraints, powerful law enforcement agencies, and severe penalties, it remains difficult to get all martial artists to follow the rules. There are those who knowingly break the law. Some people are willing to take risks. There are also those who commit murder in a fit of rage. Yin Joyo is such a person. No one knows why he killed people. But one thing is certain, he did kill someone. They killed many people. A total of 23 people. Furthermore, there were pregnant women and newborn babies inside. The methods were extremely cruel. Even a seasoned veteran of many years in the Jinwu division found the bloody scene hard to accept. This bloody incident caused a sensation. The authorities were furious and immediately issued a strict order to find the real culprit and bring him to justice. The killer's identity was revealed less than a day after the incident. It was Yin Joyo. He was listed as an A-level wanted criminal because of the bloody crime he committed. Yin Joyo fled east and west, living a life on the run. During this period, the Jinwu division discovered clues on several occasions, and the two sides clashed several times. 2 Jinwu division warriors died at the hands of Yin Joyo. The latest intelligence indicates that Yin Joyo had recently left traces in Dangyun City, and shortly thereafter appeared in Hangyun Mountain, not far from Dangyun City. The town's military command quickly mobilized its forces to block several entrances and exits to Hangyun Mountain. It is now almost certain that Yin Joyo is located within Hangyun Mountain. However, Hangyun Mountain is very large and deep, and the situation is complicated. Its exact location cannot be determined yet. It evokes a feeling of being only in this mountain, where the clouds are deep and the way is unknown. Then, the Dangyun Town Martial Arts Division then issued a mission to the Tsangshuan Martial Academy to pursue the ruthless bandits. Just like the Martial Arts Division of Black Cloud Town, the Dangyun Town Martial Arts Division and the Tsangshuan Martial Academy have also had a cooperative relationship for many years. The former assigns tasks to the latter, and the latter sends students to carry out the tasks. After completing the task, students return to school to collect their reward according to the task details, while the credit goes to the Jinwoo division. Just like Li Yuan's previous mission. He went to destroy Outpost 081. After completing the mission, Li Yuan's reward was academic credits issued by the school. The credit for destroying the Beast God Cult stronghold and capturing its members was given to Wuxi of Black Cloud Town. Both sides got what they wanted. The Jinwoo division saved manpower and resources, avoided casualties, and could reap the reward simply by providing some intelligence and assistance. The students of Sangshuan Martial Academy had a great opportunity to train and improve. A win-win situation. The same principle applies to this mission to capture the ruthless bandit In Joyo. Difficulty, 2 stars, reward, 30 credits. It seems that this task will not be easy to complete. Nearly a month has passed since In Joyo committed that bloody crime. The Jinwoo division sent many skilled men to pursue In Joyo, but they failed to capture him. Instead, 2 of the Jinwoo division's men were killed by In Joyo. This is enough to prove. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself. This In Joyo is quite strong, ruthless, and experienced. Mid-stage of the 3rd tier? Perhaps, in a life or death struggle, even high-level 3rd tier martial artists like Crimson Blood and Blood Tiger would not fare well against him. As for me, I am only at the initial stage of the 2nd tier right now, so the difference in strength is quite significant. Even if all our trump cards are used, it will still be extremely difficult to capture or kill In Joyo alive. Li Yuan began to analyze and ponder. A conclusion was reached quickly. With his current strength, defeating In Joyo would not be difficult. However, capturing or killing it alive would be much more difficult. After all, it's quite difficult to stop a mid-stage 3rd tier martial artist if they're single-mindedly focused on escaping and protecting themselves. So, I still need to further improve my skills. Li Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. He had already made up his mind. Chapter 114, Protecting in Secret. If anyone else knew what Li Yuan was thinking, they would definitely think he was outrageous. I've already taken on this task. It is urgent. We must go there as soon as possible. Where would they find the time to improve their skills? Not to mention that the mission issued by the Jinwoo division itself has a time limit, requiring you to go to Hangyun Mountain within 3 days and complete the mission within 5 days. Otherwise, the mission will fail automatically, and the Jinwoo division will withdraw the mission. Instead, they dispatched their own elite troops to search for In Joyo in the mountains. The Jinwoo division doesn't have that much time to wait. And In Joyo is not dead either. He will definitely try every means to escape. Although the Jinwoo division has sealed off Hangyun Mountain, it is difficult to guarantee that In Joyo will not have other ways to escape Hangyun Mountain. In short, it's a long night with many unforeseen complications. Therefore, this task has a relatively strict time limit. In other words, it is urgent. Now that you've already taken on the mission, you're only now thinking about improving your strength. Are you kidding me? But Li Yuan said, you guys don't understand the world of cheaters. You don't understand me, and I don't blame you. Then, he immediately followed up with a deep blue, add points. Charge my kill points into life level. Li Yuan let out a low growl in his heart. With over 1,100 kill points, when is a better time to use them? The reason for leaving some kill points unused is to save them for crucial moments so as not to cause problems. Good steel should be used on the blade. Kill points should be used strategically. And now, this is the most crucial moment. Li Yuan started adding points as soon as he had a thought. The next moment, Li Yuan then felt as if every cell in his body was breathing freely, and all his meridians were relaxed, with true qi flowing smoothly within them. A feeling of complete comfort washed over me. The point addition was completed quickly. Li Yuan's attributes have also been completely renewed. Summoning panel. Watching the rapid increase in life level and martial arts realm, a smile immediately appeared on Li Yuan's face. Name, Li Yuan. Martial soul, Neze unique god level. Martial arts realm, high level 2nd tier. Life level, 26.0. Cultivation method, intermediate grade rock cultivation method mastered. Martial arts, basic fist techniques beginner, basic spear techniques beginner, low grade overlord formation breaking spear master, low grade azure dragon mountain breaking spear master, low grade void star stepping step proficient, low grade overlord crushing fist master. Supernatural power, Samadhi True Fire, Lotus Incarnation. Next draw requires 10,000 kill points. Kill value, 61. With a surge of skill points, Li Yuan advanced directly from the initial stage of the second tier to the advanced stage of the second tier. He instantly advanced 2 minor ranks. If others saw this upgrade speed, they would probably call it insane. Are you kidding me? Others, panting and struggling, exert themselves to the utmost, yet their level of life progresses extremely slowly. You've got some nerve. In the midst of conversation, his life level soared from 20.8 to 26.0, and his martial arts realm jumped from the early stage of the second tier to the high stage of the second tier. Is there no law left? Is there no law anymore? Are you trying to make us play this game? That damn cheater. In response, Li Yuan, a 5-star cheater, said, cheating is fun for a while, and it's even more fun if you keep cheating. Just enjoy it, and that's all that matters. If you train step by step without any cheats, and you still train step by step even with cheats, then what's the point of having cheats? With his martial arts skills reaching the advanced second tier, Li Yuan's strength had definitely improved significantly. If Li Yuan were to face Qi Shue's attack at this moment, there would be no need for a prolonged fight or to rely on the rapid recovery ability of the Lotus Incarnation to delay him. He could completely crush Qi Shue. Even when faced with a joint attack from Lu Yu and Blood Tiger, there was no need for such panic and danger. Even if they can't defeat the two of them working together, they can easily escape unscathed. This is the result of cheating. If it is said that Li Yuan, whose martial arts realm is only at the early stage of the second level, would find it difficult to complete the task of capturing Yin Jiuyo. So at this moment, Li Yuan, whose martial arts realm has been raised to the high level of the second tier, could not be said to have an easy time defeating Yin Jiuyo, who was at the mid-level of the third tier. At the very least, he was almost certain of victory. In that case, Li Yuan no longer needed to hesitate. I got up and took a cold shower. Then change into clean and refreshing clothes, and carry the black dragon spear on your back. Set off. He was still in disguise, still using the alias Li Xiaoyao. Head first to the high-speed rail station, prepare to take the high-speed rail to Dangyun City, and contact the town's military commander to obtain more detailed information. Then you can head to Hangyun Mountain. They ventured into the mountains to search for Yin Jiuyo's whereabouts. This brings a little bit of shock to the so-called outlaw, bandit, and murderous maniac Yin Jiuyo, who is also known as the Cheat Code. Just as Li Yuan left Songshuan Martial Academy, a figure silently followed behind him. It was none other than Li Yuan's nominal master, Song Xiaohan. He was indeed the disciple I valued most. Although Song Xiaohan said that he wanted Li Yuan to go out on missions to gain experience, improve himself, and train himself in dangerous situations, he still did not truly understand Li Yuan's intentions. But Song Xiaohan was more worried that Li Yuan might actually die during the training. He couldn't accept the premature death of such an outstanding and prodigious disciple. So, covert protection is inevitable. Moreover, Song Xiaohan wasn't comfortable sending someone else, so he simply took matters into his own hands. Since school hasn't started yet, he, as the dean and executive vice principal of the Martial Arts Academy, doesn't have any work to do. He then personally acted as Li Yuan's protector. To protect Li Yuan in secret. Of course, this was done in secret. Li Yuan wouldn't notice. Otherwise, once Li Yuan knows that a grandmaster is secretly protecting him, he will lose his sense of crisis, and the meaning of the training will be greatly lost. With a grandmaster secretly protecting him, it meant that Li Yuan was completely immune to any accidents. The strength of a grandmaster can only be described as terrifying. Moreover, Song Xiaohan is not just an ordinary grandmaster. The 6th level of martial arts is the grandmaster. However, even among grandmasters, there are varying degrees of strength. Song Xiaohan is an extremely powerful figure among the grandmasters. The martial arts realm is at the advanced stage of the 6th rank. Even a peak 6th tier expert would find it impossible to kill Li Yuan right under Song Xiaohan's nose. Chapter 115 Elder Song is shocked. Martial Arts Level 6, Grandmaster. They already possess the ability to fly. In other words, it can fly. Combined with top-tier movement techniques, one can practically fly through the clouds and ride the wind, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Song Xiaohan secretly accompanied and protected Li Yuan. During his last trip to Black Cloud City, Song Xiaohan almost couldn't resist making a move several times. The first time was when those 4 members of the Beast God cult self-destructed. The second time was when the Beast God cult attempted to break into a prison cart. Li Yuan intercepted a high-level third-tier martial artist, and the two fought one-on-one. The third time was on the high-speed train on Li Yuan's return journey, when he was attacked by Lu Yu, who was at the peak of the third tier, and Blood Tiger, who was at the high level of the third tier. Lu Yu's final desperate attack was especially dangerous. Song Xiaohan, out of love for his disciple, almost took swift and decisive action to avert the crisis for Li Yuan. But he still held back. Along the way, Song Xiaohan clearly understands that crisis is the greatest motivation, and danger is the best opportunity. Especially in life or death crises. His life hung by a thread. In such perilous circumstances, human progress and improvement are also the most rapid and significant. In particular, it is essential for improving one's character. Normally speaking, two martial artists with the same martial arts realm, the same level of life, similar cultivation methods in martial arts, and almost identical combat experience, one of whom has experienced life and death trials, while the other has cultivated smoothly and safely step by step. If these two were to fight to the death, the former's win rate will be very close to 100%. This is the importance of life or death trials. Song Xiaohan knew this very well. Therefore, he will not and cannot take action unless absolutely necessary. As long as Li Yuan doesn't die, get crippled, or become useless, Song Xiaohan can accept either. Getting a little hurt is fine too. In fact, getting injured is a good thing. To Song Xiaohan's utter surprise, Li Yuan repeatedly turned danger into safety through his own abilities. Even a counterattack to defeat the opponent. That's incredible. If Song Xiaohan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed it either. Others, unaware of Li Yuan's true martial arts level, assumed he was at least a third-tier martial artist. In fact, that Sangshuan Martial Academy's rule was that students could only accept missions once their martial arts level reached the third tier. But Song Xiaohan knew perfectly well that Li Yuan was no third-tier martial artist. He is only at the second level. Moreover, it's only the initial stage of the second level. Only the second-order initial stage. However, Li Yuan's opponent was a genuine third-tier martial artist. Previously, when Li Yuan sparred with his senior brother Gu Hanfeng used his peak second-tier strength, but was still defeated by Li Yuan. At that time, Song Xiaohan deduced that Li Yuan had the strength to fight against a third-level initial stage martial artist and could escape unscathed from such a situation. Such strength already qualifies them to accept and complete missions. So, Song Xiaohan then sent Li Yuan to do the task. But to everyone's surprise, his performance still took Song Xiaohan by surprise. The initial stage of the third tier, the middle stage of the third tier, and even the advanced stage of the third tier cannot truly threaten Li Yuan. Although Li Yuan is no match for an advanced stage third tier martial artist, he will not be threatened in his life by an advanced stage third tier martial artist. Despite being repelled several times, Li Yuan was like an unkillable cockroach. It has a strong vitality, strong willpower. Moreover, the speed at which true qi, physical strength, and injuries are restored is also incredibly fast. It completely overwhelmed the high-level third-tier martial artist, leaving him utterly helpless. With the help of the martial artists from the Black Cloud Town Martial Arts Division, Li Yuan even captured this vicious, high-level third-tier martial artist from the Beast God cult alive. Can you handle this? Of course, the biggest crisis came on the return journey, when Li Yuan was attacked by two red-robed deacons of the Beast God sect. A joint attack. One of them was a peak third-tier bishop who was about to be promoted to bishop. With such a setup, especially under the circumstances of a sneak attack, even if both are at the peak of the third tier, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. They would either die or be seriously injured. But Li Yuan was completely unharmed. He even killed a peak third-tier martial artist with a single spear thrust. All of this is thanks to Li Yuan's extraordinary combat power that surpasses his cultivation level. In addition, there is that keen insight, as well as calm and wise thinking. He discovered that someone was secretly watching him, and based on this, he guessed the identity of the other party, as well as deduced their intentions and the specific timing for their attack. One word to describe him: courageous and resourceful. Even if someone has high combat strength, they are at most a hothead. They might be tricked and framed by the enemy because of their stupidity or underestimation of the enemy, and die. But what if, in addition to high combat strength, one also has high intelligence? That would make us invincible. Imagine the scene if you combined Zhuge Liang's brains with Lu Bu's fighting prowess. Clearly, Li Yuan is such a prodigy. Song Xiaohan grew to appreciate and value him more and more. At the same time, I felt more and more that I could not let Li Yuan die young. Such a prodigy must grow up and shine brightly. Maybe. In the future, he will become a great being who can rival and even surpass the Grand Master of the Martial Hall. The thought of this filled Song Xiaohan with a surge of excitement. Turning around, I saw that Li Yuan had accepted a new mission, and it was even a 2-star difficulty mission. The mission objective is to hunt down a mid-tier, 3rd-level evil warrior. Such a person must be extremely vicious, ruthless, and experienced. The success rate for Li Yuan in accepting such a task is extremely low. Originally, Song Xiaohan wanted to step in and persuade Li Yuan to teach him a lesson, but Li Yuan took a bath and came out as a high-level 2nd-tier cultivator. Song Xiaohan? What happened? When I returned to school, I was still in the 1st stage of the 2nd level. I accepted a task, went back to my dorm and took a bath, and then you tell me I'm already a high-level tier 2 player? Are you kidding me? Even novelists wouldn't dare write something like this. Song Xiaohan's eyes widened in disbelief. I thought I'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. But as it turns out, this is true. Li Yuan did indeed improve by 2 minor ranks in a short period of time. When Li Yuan was only at the initial stage of the 2nd tier, he was able to fight against those at the advanced stage of the 2nd tier. Although he was no match for them, he was still able to protect himself and could retreat unscathed at any time. Now, Li Yuan's martial arts realm has advanced to the high stage of the 2nd tier, leaping 2 minor stages in one go. With Li Yuan's current strength, the success rate of pursuing a mid-stage 3rd-tier evil martial artist would be greatly increased. It's not entirely impossible. Shocked, Song Xiaohan did not stop Li Yuan, but continued to follow him silently. I want to see what kind of shock this youngest disciple can bring me. Regarding this, Song Xiaohan was extremely looking forward to it. Li Yuan knew nothing about Song Xiaohan's protection. He dared to take on this mission not because he had someone protecting him in secret, but because he was highly skilled and daring. 3rd order middle stage? He. Chapter 116. Li Yuan enters the mountains. Li Yuan successfully arrived in Dangyun City. Like Black Cloud City, the martial arts division of Dangyun Town also sent someone to receive Li Yuan, explain more detailed intelligence information to him, and provide him with some necessary assistance. This man was around 40 years old, stocky, unremarkable in appearance, with a dark face and short, slicked-back hair. His name was Xiao Haotian. He is a captain in the martial arts division of Dangyun Town. In terms of rank and position, he was similar to Old Li of the Black Cloud Town Martial Division. Their strengths are about the same. Both are at the 3rd order advanced level. Moreover, Xiao Haotian and Li Yuan have another connection. Xiao Haotian was also a student at Sanchuan Martial Academy 20 years ago. Unfortunately, I wasn't particularly talented. I was only at the peak of the 3rd tier when I graduated. But back then I was young and impetuous, arrogant and conceited, thinking I was incredibly capable, and as a result I suffered a great loss. He was seriously injured and, although he was lucky enough to survive, his path in martial arts has been severed. He will never be able to break through to the 4th rank, and he will not even be able to retain the peak of the 3rd rank. Ultimately, he fell to the high-level 3rd tier. It has been a long and arduous process until now. Xiao Haotian looked at Li Yuan with a sigh and said, Junior brother Li Xiaoyao, you are more talented than me, and your future is destined to be brighter than mine. I just hope you don't follow in my footsteps and repeat my mistakes. This mission is extremely dangerous. That guy in Joyo is utterly inhuman, has no bottom line, is ruthless and cunning, and is quite strong. You must be extremely careful. Xiao Haotian stared intently at Li Yuan. If things are truly beyond our control, I urge you, Junior, to prioritize your own safety. Letting Yin Joyo live a couple more days is fine, but losing a genius would be a huge loss for our entire Dragon Kingdom, and even for all of humanity. Li Yuan could feel Xiao Haotian's concern for him, and his heart warmed. He said, Don't worry, Senior, Xiaoyao understands. Good. Xiao Haotian nodded and said, Then I won't say anything more and waste your time. Now I'll tell you the specific information about Yin Joyo. Xiao Haotian began to tell his story. Yin Joyo revealed his whereabouts in Dangyun City 3 days ago, and we immediately launched a manhunt for him. I have met him. Although Yin Joyo is only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, while I am at the high stage of the 3rd rank, the pressure that Yin Joyo exerted on me during our brief exchange was no less than that of a high-stage 3rd rank fighter. This is a very formidable opponent. Xiao Haotian's expression turned serious. Afterwards, Yin Joyo broke through the encirclement and fled into Hangyun Mountain. Our department immediately placed Hangyun Mountain under lockdown. We can now be 100% certain that Yin Joyo is inside Hanyun Mountain, but we don't know his exact location.
Xiao Haoyan introduced Yin Joyo's basic information to Li Yuan.
Yin Joyo had no injuries and could almost be considered to be in his prime.
In addition, Yin Joyo is skilled with a knife.
His weapons are two crescent-shaped blades, which he wields with great speed, cunning, and ruthlessness.
And Yin Joyo cultivates poison techniques and is skilled in using poison.
His twin blades are coated with poison, capable of killing instantly upon contact with blood. His hands have also been soaked in venom for a long time. Each punch and palm strike contains paralyzing toxins.
If one is hit, their movements will be slowed, their internal energy will stagnate, and their reactions will be sluggish.
Therefore, when you fight him, you must be very careful of his poison. Avoid physical contact as much as possible, and always protect your whole body with the true Qi armor. Oh, by the way, although we haven't witnessed it, we all guess that Yin Joyo must have other methods of using poison, such as using true Qi to apply poison remotely. In short, be extremely careful.
Xiao Haoyan solemnly warned him. However, Li Yuan smiled disdainfully upon hearing this. Poison? What a coincidence!
I am a lotus incarnation, immune to all poisons. If Yin Joyo really intends to use poison on Li Yuan
will definitely give him a big surprise.
As Xiao Haoyan introduced things to Li Yuan, he drove Li Yuan out of Dangyun City and to the foot of the southern mountain of Hanyun Mountain. Here, warriors from the Dangyun Town Martial Arts Division are guarding and sealing off the area. Although Yin Joyo was desperately trying to break out, the Jinwu Division might not be able to gather experts to intercept him immediately, which could allow him to escape. But Yin Joyo could not possibly have left Hanyun Mountain quietly.
In other words, Yin Joyo must be in the mountains right now.
However, Hanyun Mountain is very large, with high mountains, dense forests, and complex terrain. Therefore, even though the Jinwu Division dispatched many drones for reconnaissance, they still could not find Yin Joyo's whereabouts. Li Yuan could only rely on himself to search and try his luck.
Li Yuan went into the mountains.
With the black dragon spear in hand, Li Yuan was fearless. Carrying a long spear, he entered Hanyun Mountain.
Hanyun Mountain is indeed very large, with dense vegetation.
The leaves, as big as palm fans, are layered on top of each other, blocking out the sky and forming a huge canopy.
This also makes the light in the forest relatively dim.
Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground.
Li Yuan walked through it very carefully.
The true Qi armor covers the entire body, providing all-around protection.
In such a complex environment, it is easy to be ambushed.
We must always be vigilant, otherwise, we risk being caught off guard and suffering a major setback.
And
Li Yuan was always ready to use the Void Star Step to dodge.
Hanyun Mountain, north of the mountain.
A winding, vigorous tree, on a branch 6 or 7 meters above the ground. A thin figure leaned against a tree trunk, seemingly resting. He was dressed in a black outfit, with a gaunt face and gloomy eyes. A glint of shrewdness would occasionally flash in his narrow eyes. Thin lips. The corners of his mouth were always slightly upturned, carrying a faint smile. It gives people a cold, bloodthirsty, and cruel feeling.
It was Yin Joyo.
Beside it, 2 crescent-shaped swords were stuck in the tree trunk. There seemed to be dried bloodstains on the blade.
Snort! Damn the Jinwu Division, they all deserve to die. They've actually surrounded this mountain. It seems.
Yin Joyo narrowed his eyes slightly, already having a guess in his mind.
It's the same old trick again, sending a mission to the Martial Arts Academy so that its students can come into the mountains to find me? He. I guess it's the Sanchuan Martial Academy. Students of Sanchuan Martial Academy, while the taste must be absolutely wonderful. Ho 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 ho. Yin Joyo let out a perverted laugh.
He was clearly aware of some of the traditions of the Martial Arts Academy and guessed that the Jinwu Division had deliberately sealed off the mountain but was not in a hurry to search it. Most likely, they had issued a mission to the Martial Arts Academy, which the students of the academy accepted and came to Black Cloud Mountain to find him.
Hunter? Prey? He.
If we switched roles, I'll show you what cruelty really is. Yin Joyo licked his lips, his expression cold.
Chapter 177, the Grand Finale. Li Yuan, wielding the Black Dragon Spear, searched through Hanyun Mountain. Hanyun Mountain.
The mountains are high and the forests are dense. The leaves are as thick as a canopy.
It blocked the sunlight.
The forest was somewhat dark, and from a distance, the deep, dense woods resembled a menacing monster ready to devour anyone, making people hesitate to venture in.
Not to mention, hidden within this dense forest is a terrifying hunter in Joyo. Anyone else coming here would probably be filled with fear, hesitant to move forward. But Li Yuan was both highly skilled and daring. With the black dragon spear in hand, the lotus transformation protecting him, and various perfectly mastered martial arts techniques, Li Yuan was brimming with confidence. It can be used for both offense and defense. The lotus flower is an incarnation that is immune to all poisons. The exquisite footwork is elusive. The sweeping motion of the spear is incredibly lethal.
Despite his youth and relatively low martial arts level, Li Yuan's actual combat strength is ridiculously high. Whether it's the Azure Dragon Mountain breaking spear or the overbearing crushing fist,
both are enough to deal terrifying damage.
Combined with the Void Star Step,
this is enough to ensure that Li Yuan remains undefeated when facing opponents whose martial arts level is higher than his own. You can defeat your enemy even in adversity. Whoosh! Sudden.
A slight whooshing sound rang out.
A crisis has suddenly emerged.
Joyo appeared, hiding in the shadows like a ghost, and launched a surprise attack on Li Yuan.
He wanted to take the head of this genius student sent by Xanchuan Martial Academy.
Joyo flicked his hand and shot out a beam of cold light.
It is an alloy throwing knife.
The blade was dark green, clearly indicating it had been poisoned.
Li Yuan reacted quickly, turning around in an instant and leaving an afterimage as he dodged the flying knife. At the same time, Li Yuan also located Joyo's position. It's finally here. Instead of advancing, Li Yuan retreated, wielding the black dragon spear.
With a whistling sound, he charged towards Joyo.
Humph! You're asking for death.
Joyo's gaze was icy, filled with killing intent. He reached down to his lower back and pulled out a crescent-shaped scimitar from each of his hands.
With twin swords in hand, Joyo, resembling a ghost, bent down. The two quickly approached each other. Clang! A fierce collision.
Sparks flew everywhere, and a strong gust of wind erupted. It knocked the surrounding trees outwards. On the other hand, Joyo staggered back 5 steps in quick succession.
And both arms were trembling uncontrollably.
The area between his thumb and forefinger was already cracked from the shock.
Blood flowed freely. He almost couldn't even hold onto the scimitar. What terrifying power! This kid. How can it be so strong?
Joyo was deeply shocked.
Li Yuan gave him no chance to catch his breath, swinging his spear and launching a fierce attack.
Joyo had no choice but to accept the challenge.
However,
after this exchange, Joyo discovered that Li Yuan's combat strength was much greater than he had imagined.
It is fast and powerful. The angles are tricky, and the moves are domineering.
Even his movements were incredibly subtle, making them completely unpredictable to him.
How can we fight like this?
Escape! Without a second thought, Joyo crossed his twin swords and slashed out fiercely, feigning a desperate attempt to escape, but then turned and fled.
If you can't win, and you don't run away, you'll die. Joyo has a clear understanding. Escape? Is it even possible to escape? Li Yuan gave a cold laugh. Void Step Starfall, unleash! With terrifying speed, it swept away in an instant.
Hearing the sound of wind breaking behind him, Joyo was startled and instinctively turned around to look. Then they saw that Li Yuan was approaching at an extremely fast speed. The spear shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea.
No! Joyo let out a terrified scream.
However, the sound stopped abruptly as soon as it started.
Laugh! The black dragon spear pierced straight through Joyo's head. Blood spurted out. Joyo, dead. This battle cemented Li Yuan's fearsome reputation. Subsequently,
he made great strides, suppressing all the top students at the freshman opening ceremony, and then within a month of the start of the semester, he had defeated all the senior students. He became the #1 student in Xanchuan Martial Academy. And this was just the first step in the beginning of his legend.